not enough, and then Yaro just destroys him, and he knows that he can stand his ground because he cannot be stunned. He literally cannot be stunned. How do you stun water? Well, a lot of their damage, if not most of it, is on the water.
Oh, the glimpse comes back though inside the static storm mirror. He has that Lotus going, and now if Zofra actually dives a little bit further, the thunder comes out from Parking. He's dove in. Yeah, they're gonna be able to get a kill onto the storms for it. He's gonna be dead. The storm trail he has brought back, and they've got no kinetic field, no static storm. And like you say, they're even gonna be able to get a lockdown onto Cloud. Everybody on the side of Hydra, they just overextended, and we praised them in the first game for respecting the power of team spirit here. But Hydra might have just lost the heads a little bit, and the buybacks, they're gonna be forced out. But I don't know if it's going to be enough to defend this base with the Pudge being down, with no static storm for the next 27 seconds. Spirit, what can they get from this? I've been worried though, they're going to be able to get damage. They get two. They do. They take them down. The cookie comes out. The Yatoro freezing field. They might lose. Happy. Is this the dieback? They do the break the Lincoln Sphere though. Morphlin. Law wants to come right back into this fight because he have the boots of travel to do it. It might take him a little bit longer now. No boots of travel though, so he's going to have to use the blinks. Just do it by foot, it seems.
Level 25 Storm with a beast. That's just so much damage. They're going in for the Mortal. He doesn't have a buyback.
No, they get. Do they get the kill? He goes down. Warwick has to go down though. It's going to be him left alive. No, it's not. The creeps are pushing in. There's no buybacks available on the side of Hydra, and this is going to be 4 heroes, even with the death of the Morphlin. No way Warwick defends this.
It's pretty much over. They don't have the glyph. The game is over. They gave it their best. Hydra, they made Team Spirit work for it. The team that is most likely going to be at the top of Eastern Europe DPC Division 1.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Galaxy want to commit. There's just not enough damage. Crimson Guard, Entropy Aura, Rubik's Fate Bolt, all this damage reduction. Let's see the combo. Bit of Malice. Strong in by the Disruptor, and never going to be hitting from when it's back up once more. Bit of Malice, and Malice in it. They'll lose him in mind control. Right back towards Amara. Trying to run from everybody on the side again. And go ahead.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Siphoning
attack.
and getting back into the base.
Has fallen.
Alive. Yeah, I think when it's time to call it, it is time to call it. They have no business left in this.
And didn't get the tether off or something.
I think it got broken. Either way, I like the ghost up to purchase. That was pretty heads up, but we are back and there's a smoke action.
There's
23
Divine
looking
right
to end.
here. They're going in on Q. There's the hit. Okay, that did nothing. 23. Not
What damage? He's dead. Oh my god. Nothing. Less than 10% of his health.
I mean, I'm assuming that's just the game.
That yeah, 100%. There's no point in talking about the rest
AU
of it.
picks it up. I got it, Royce. The dive.
Let's go away, you.
Oh my god.
Victory.
We finally get to see them have a little bit of lead. They need to have good vision, good entry to engage.
We're down up on high ground. Bulbica, Red Panda, this would be huge if we can find a Static Storm before the Tombstone. Not bad. Stun from Lulu. He's thrown now over the there. Starting to drop down. I love TK control for the moment. He does manage to get that one away. And the Supernova down. TK barely surviving. And it's going to be one down at his White Album. To dodge. To hide away. The heal's coming in. They hoping for a save, but the BKB is out, and they're going to jump onto him. He has to back away. They have lost White Album again, and now Tango in trouble. Q is going to drop faster. These fight so well, and they clearly take down that Undying room to that.
And remember, ages so they didn't really care about giving away. That's what. Big finish for it.
Stun is out on today. Didn't have a BKB available. Bulbica dropping low and on back in. They have a go off Bulbica. Doesn't look like it because the black hole is there. That's on the edge. He doesn't have multi to come back. And after, they might take full advantage. Move.
Radiant's bottom
Rax
has fallen.
up the bottom. Finally, Aster full advantage. They're building.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, just for a brief second, had more network. There it is, back again with the higher network. When you click on the out, it's not really an inspiring network. Blink, BKB, Radiant. You might be able to get on top of a hero, but that's not the shot that's able to 100-0 here. Like even this Undying inside Scatter Storm, about able to then get over the Slash Golem from away.
Yeah, they have that trying to keep him alive. Makes the move, and again, into this fight without Monet here. It's pretty good for them. Right album, but now Monet is out. Now they're in a lot of trouble, but maybe the team should kill him. Okay. Alright. Pops ulti. Now the turn. Punching. Really getting away. Sort of survived that first salvo. Very strong. Supernova down. Pops the PKB. Ooh, he's just caught here. They want to get the kill. That's really himself up. And now the chase. The avalanche, the toss. Thinks he's going to give up his life also. Then Monet is way too strong. This might just be the full set of racks going down bottom. Aster, way too strong for Ares.
Like Ares the
GG.
Oh,
They're done.
Okay.
I was wondering. It looked like it was that type of game.
Yeah, it kind of was. It's like a game where you're an out. Not really ever been in the league.
Victory.
He hasn't really never protected himself.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Boom. Standing. How are they just standing right now? I can't help but fidget with my hero half the game.
I'll be running around in circles.
Yeah.
Pirouetting on the spot, the song, blinking from Pure. They see Yatoro, 3 lined up. Potentialized path play. They're trying to go in. Toronto Tokyo is blown up by Collapse, has to buy back. Yatoro gets off his BKB. Pure with another song. Sprints in. Who are they aiming for? Where is the target acquisition? They can't catch anybody. Collapse BKBs runs down south. Lol being chased out as well. Oh my god, Nightfall. Hazy on disc refresher, blinks to high ground, gets away from danger for now. Pure, what's he up to? He's back to the high ground too. Mirror image out, Aegis claimed, lol in the fire, still surviving and blowing up GPK. Team Spirit
nothing to do.
Sprinting out their base, they don't catch Nightfall on the way out. He's blinked out in the range of Mirror. They're still hunting though, and he's gonna find Toronto Tokyo. Who cares, Gem? I see Jakiro. Eon disc popped. And with this rapier damage of like short work and a twin-headed dragon.
Laurel the collapse waiting in the back line actually worked. He stormed out of the tree line and he just then started eviscerating the 2 supports with the help of Laurel. He completely jumped over. They dodged everything that Nogma was trying to set and prep there. And Yatoro was also just firing the cannon from the top there. Did the combined damage of Collapse and Laurel together. He is
a monster. Oh, Pure. Lol. Oh, God. Nightfall's gonna get a bit of vision here with the Hawk.
Imagine.
Can they?
Imagine.
Will they?
They have to do something kind of crazy.
They're gonna be losing their base pretty soon. Lash has buyback. Naga Beastmaster have to get back to base to defend. Drow Rangers up here. Tier 3 gone. Barracks to follow.
There's no buyback to Collapse though. That's a big one. And Mira.
Radiant structure.
Look at all the wolves. Look at all the summons.
Multiple.
Arrogance away from there. Help of the Glimmer Cave to jump in from Lol. Disruption of self-save. Barrick's taken out. Lol. Owen tries to fight. Nightfall. He'll just pop, but he can't get any control of Lol. It's Lol. Puck is all over the place. Now they go into GPK though. Aiming for the puck. They're going to find him at long last. They get him and the rapier's on the floor.
He messed up the phase shift. He canceled it.
Oh no.
Did you see that? I'm not crazy, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, he phase shift and accidentally ended it.
There's an Axe Blessing recipe. There's a rapier. There's all sorts of stuff everywhere.
An Axe Blessing recipe. What's that there? Okay. Not sure what the story on that one is. Meanwhile, Save, I think he had a refresher shard, right? Because Laryl dove him, he disrupts himself, and he tries to kill him again after it Save just refreshes and then uses it again. How have they not got the rapier?
Now there's another DD. I don't think they care. You know what Toronto Tokyo's going to take it, is he? Oh yes, the Jakiro with the rapier.
Coming to feed it back to them, guys.
My goodness. There's Mega Creeps on one side. Top lane Barrack still standing on Team Spirits. Are we waiting for next Roshan, Trent?
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like BetBoom have such a good chance of winning these fights right now. They can't get, like, swarmed in the back line.
They missed the stun on BK. He's trying to hold his ground, but look at my dodge. Oh my god, Naturo shreds. Where'd he go? Daedalus hits, refreshes, blinks forward, kills off Save as well. SD's gone, TV home. Get the hell out of here, BetBoom now.
Lucky he didn't coil. Dude. Less track vanished.
He looked okay until he didn't.
Until he got hit for 1,350 damage from a single right click? Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah. Right until that.
Ow.
Luckily, Toronto Tokyo was not there to feed the rapier back, so that's good.
And now Team Spirit running down lanes, coming for the Radiant base. Balls are still there to hold on to. This has got to be mentally debilitating for BetBoom.
Mini 71 minutes.
Team Spirit is wearing them down.
The admins have been on, they told them, nope, these guys. The longer this game goes, the harder things are.
Well, it's like Moomiander was saying in that Seb documentary. This isn't Dota you're playing. This is a slogfest. You're gonna wait it out and play 60-minute games, long ass ones. There's a long line. Watch go very far forward. He'll just from Mira, but the Undying will fall inside the Radiant base. As Mira gets off one last finger of death and the turns will go through. They kill GPK. It's a dialect of the ledge. Naga now in trouble. Song of the Siren trying to buy him at a time, but Yatro moves forward, gets the damage in. Bill is dead. Oh god. It all comes crumbling apart for BetBoom now. Wait, back. They're on to Mira. The kill off Nightfall save though, and lol. He opens up on them. The Hellraiser is here. Massive 40 mil cannon just shattering into BetBoom. Drow saved by the rip. The soul is everyone dying. There's two. And she's called it over. Team Spirit.
Look at Mira.
Oh my god.
The shard to anybody who would listen at the
Dire's
Lima
bottom
Major.
barracks are under
Was nope.
attack.
Which, yeah, nobody's taking him up on it yet. But if you see a shard being picked up by any team that was at the Lima Major that speaks English, you could probably source it. It's good. I'm like, this shard is actually good. I don't know when, but I don't know how you get there.
Dire's bottom barracks
I'm not sure. No, I actually got another game as a word recently with the shark.
Pretty good.
I think that's really good.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
Oh, yeah. Slark with that shard is crazy. It's actually a broken strat. If Jowie doesn't use it, still on top, he can take that. Maybe that he needs to get back to the top.
Dire's middle tower is
Shadow
under
Walk his way
attack.
back to the top. And then, theoretically, there's 1,000 comments, but because I say it and nobody else does.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I will say the other thing about Bounty Hunter, but like, we've got two different memes here. The Bounty Hunter shard, the Magnus Ags. He does have extremely high damage. I guess he probably has high
Radiant's
which
middle
can make him
barracks
really
has
good
fallen.
at the laning phase for trading. Yeah. Versatile. Terrible. Oh, yeah. Can frontline a little bit with this young support, but again,
Dire's middle tower is under
the levels of the big fall.
RG's B tier because they're a little bit below, even though, you know, anyone with a little bit of understanding knows otherwise. So I cannot wait to quote tweet 1,000 people about their stupid rankings. I have all their names tagged.
He keeps you guys in an Excel spreadsheet.
Yes.
And he doesn't even use the spreadsheet to like automate like a tweet bot or anything like that. He just enjoys doing it manually. He types out all of those tweets by himself.
I screenshot all of them. It's a labor of love, I would say.
Yes.
Labor of love is anything Execration gets to play. These guys really love the game. They've been playing some really interesting Dota these days, which is why we have a great draft in front of us between them and the ex-Hellraisers crew. What is the nomenclature? What do you refer to them as? Because they still have the tags, obviously, but there are XHR.
Yes,
that's a hassle to say the whole game.
Yeah, and very unlike the Eastern European region, they haven't yet released a tell-all video vlog style where they just sit and spill all the beans about exactly what happened. They did make a tweet.
I mean, no, they did.
Yeah, from the
they tweeted about it.
Just the tweet though, but remaining. I'm still waiting for the 30-minute vlog about telling them why exactly one went wrong. But I'm not exactly too sure either what's going on here. I do know you need to keep the slot right now because of the way that DPC works. Like it is actually hard-coded to your slot, and they need someone at Valve to actually approve the name change. So for now, they're just still Hellraisers. They're still sticking together. This is still the team that went. Yes, XHR. Thank you. This is still the team that was formerly known as Hellraisers that just went 7-0 in the Eastern European Div 1 DPC, and it's also the team that beat Na'Vi, a fellow Eastern European team, in the Malta Vibes just yesterday, or 2 days ago now, actually. They played a best-of-5 series, and they went to this NP quite a bit, actually. It was one of their openings that ended up really working out for them, especially in that crucial Game 5. So you know, keen for them to go back to it. Taking a quick look towards the bans as well for the first stage, I think Hellraisers, I mean, when you play with Solo, obviously he's going to do his homework right, but they ban out two very big Execration heroes, right? This Visage and Marcy are something that Execration like to pick up as a bit of a combo, sometimes alongside the Luna, but you remove these two heroes, and I think you're a little bit less scared of the Luna and Isolation now from Execration. So good drafting out from them.
But Execration, to surprise the reporters, they've been actually bringing out some weird drafts for this tournament. And I don't mean the meeples, because for those of you who know Execration, they've been playing that for a while. It's more the Pangos, actually, surprisingly enough. You know, they played a lot of Pango mid these days. They're running some interesting drafts that they don't usually do. And I think Doom is actually, I would categorize as one of them. Tino usually gets to play Zook heroes almost always. And getting a first phase Doom is rare for this team. It's possible they've also learned to flex for Bob, considering Bob's hero pool apparently is expanding like the universe. Just endlessly. So we'll see how they end up showing up against Hellraisers, because it does seem like they're treating this tournament as an experimental / practice for the Berlin Major, considering how off the rails their draft has been, how much they've changed in CDPC.
I will say I think their drafts yesterday after our series were a little bit more par for the course for what you'd expect for them. Lots of people, including TSM, actually did copy this ban opening against them, being this Marcy Visage.
Yeah, you have to.
I will say Execration will do something a bit more interesting against Hellraisers. They copied their last opponents here, Gaming Gladiators, and they actually ban out the DK, which they like as an off lane, and they snipe pick the Doom. It is a favorite pick, actually, of Hellraisers if they can get their hands on it. So Execration with a bit of a block pick there. So just to explain the very first opening bans. But into the second phase that we go already. So this, let me see, what are we catching up on? It's a Slark ban already into the NP.
That one's the only surprising one. To TP and Naga makes sense, because obviously this allows your MP to be flexed offlane carry, which is what you always want to do with this hero if you first phase him. But the slot can only, especially with Disruptor, I'm actually a little surprised.
Yeah, I'm kind of figuring out what that could mean as well. It is very much Apollo's here. He does excel on the Slark. So maybe they're just a little bit concerned with it. I mean, you do have Disruptor that you brought up, but Execration immediately get probably the second best support. Actually, I mean, we'll get into this a little bit into the game, perhaps, so we'll put a pin in this topic, but is Rubik actually that good, or is he only just first pick material because Disruptor is also first pick material? Well,
no, he's
maybe...
Yeah, well, okay. Well, apparently that's the answer. No need to discuss it any
Thank
further. Yes, you're welcome.
I thought the real question you're going to have was about Snapfire, actually, because I think the support is also very good, but it's very undervalued in all metrics I see. I was just looking at the stats for this week for mortal level pubs, and I didn't see the Snap on it, right? That's one of the top picks. Obviously, in pubs, you have heroes. In supports, it's very skewed in pubs because you usually try to pick heroes that have higher win rate, or sorry, higher impact, right? So heroes that don't do as much or not as valuable, like say Io, for example, which they might be competitive. That said, Snap is definitely a high impact hero. He's a solo special. I mean, not solo, but he's not going to play it, but every team he's played on, he has a techies player.
That's right. Yeah, last time we played this very recently as well. Yeah, indeed, just over
It's
Navi.
good. This hero is really good right now.
Yeah, but they're lacking the setup stun for it, which is a little bit concerning.
5 seconds remaining.
Glimpse into blast off. That's an interesting one. I mean, I suppose
to blast off.
Look, I mean, those are very viable, especially in the laning stage. I'm more a little bit concerned for a little bit later on, where they just kind of BKB or have other abilities.
Hellraisers to blast off.
There it is. There's the setup stun we're looking for, and that should be a carry Luna as well, actually.
Yes.
Wow.
I would think so. I mean, Ramsey's was known for carry Luna like ages ago, right? So it's definitely, and it's a very Eastern European pick. Like you still have Vatoon picking this hero and stuff like that. You know, like it's the Gyro and Luna. When I think of these two carries, I think of the Hobo style carries. Honestly, like it's a very classic Eastern European. Why? This region excels. I would always say that this region excels in team fight. That's actually what their strength is. And carries that can bring both team fight and especially makes damage to the table has always been very good. Like the Lunas, the Gyrocopters, right? These heroes that the Juggernauts even like they do a little bit of everything. Are much more utilized by Eastern European players than anyone else, I'd say. The other side is the Shopify Rebellion style of Luna, which is he farms so fast, Arteezy can solo carry it.
Right. It's a bit of a newer pick there, though, for Hellraisers. Don't see that at least on their most recent drafts, but they have been playing a lot of Dota, I do have to say, and winning a whole lot as well. So this team feels like there's more to this hero than a lot of other people are seeing, other than just Shopify Rebellion, as you've noted. And we'll get to see it now, hopefully shine. Execration, though, they get a strong pick into this NP, even if it is probably now the offlane NP with the Luna showing. They're going to get the likely Bob Batrider out into play. Really, really strong. Obviously, at chasing down the NP, you remove a pretty big part of his toolkit, which is easily farming places on the map. He still pushes fairly well in terms of just with Treants as well as the Wrath of Nature. So you don't completely nullify that aspect of the hero. It's important to note. But I will say, given this lineup between the Luna, very likely Manta illusions, the NP push, Execration, they're going to have their lanes shoved in quite a bit. So that's a slight concern for me, because I think Batrider really excels when you have more of an open map to go hunting on. You know what I mean? Especially in the mid to early game. And I don't really see a whole lot of space creators for you on this team. Like, who is shoving lanes right now in Execration? Doom takes dangerous farm. That's fine. Maybe you go to gank him, but there's not usually too many high-value kills around where the Doom tends to be farming. I don't know. I don't know if this... They need something more to enable this Batrider in their last pick.
I will point out, so two things. First, do have a lot of this, like you're right, there's nobody that commits to this shoving the lanes, but they have a lot of like decent shove and like Snap and Rubik, right? Doom, they all do an okay shove. And Batrider is a push travel carrier, so naturally you also have shove there, right? But the real angle I think where this pick is going is this, it's an eternal battle against the Luna. Luna, the way that you play this hero is you front line on this hero, right? You're essentially an offlane carry to a degree because you have such low range. So you're always at the head front of the team fight. So the question of you getting lasso or not is not up to you. Like, it's up to your teammates. Can they stop the lasso from that? Right? You're getting lassoed 100% of that. So as a result, this Batrider Luna matchup ends up becoming a matchup where can Hellraisers actually build the items in time for Batrider to be stopped and not lasso the Luna and kidnap her, right? Or alternatively, can Luna be so tanky and so ridiculously far ahead that the lasso doesn't matter as much and they still kill it, right? And they still survive and they go back. But it's a very classic matchup, very nice little counter, and it shows trust from Execration and their lanes are going to be stronger or at least come off decent, right?
Yep. We'll see how well it is.
I think it's a Doom carry, by the way. This Lycan and Primal Beast, I think it's a Doom carry.
10 seconds remaining.
Interesting. I don't recall Palos ever playing a Doom carry.
5 seconds remaining.
Me neither.
It could be though. Maybe it's Crimson as well. Obviously, we're missing that information.
Maybe it's sorry.
a scrims thing, like
I see.
scrims. Yeah, it would work well. Like if you pick an offlane that's also dominant, like in fast push, this would enable all the things we're talking about. Faster timings against the Luna, which is what you want, or to beat her in that regard, stopping her snowball, getting better lanes, a stronger lane shove.
Yeah, you need tower push as well in that offlaner.
Yes.
You're kind of lacking that. But it could work, especially if you go for like some first item Crimson Guard on this quote-unquote carry Doom, right? Who's not really a carry.
Yeah.
I could see it. Yeah.
So this is mid lane Ricky, right? So they actually have not that much team fight, all things considered. More just 3 carries on it. But Execration would, I wouldn't mind actually an offlane.
Think of an offlaner that brings you a good amount of push though as well. That's the problem here.
I mean, they've banned a lot of them. I mean, you can still go Beast Master. That seems fine to me, actually. Also, strong hero against Luna.
Drow Ranger. Choose your
They'll go with the
hero.
Drow. So they'll go for a carry type instead with a favorable matchup here into the Luna. Try and outrange her, go through all her base armor. You've got the Bat Rider as well to lasso her and bring her out of position. It's a hero that as well can sustain through the lane against the, what is off lane NP now for Hellraisers. I have to get used to calling them Hellraisers. The Riki is going to be a little bit tricky for Bob, though. Especially because I believe on this mid lane Riki, the build is still going to likely be that Meteor Hammer. Yeah, so Bob's going to want to farm stack, skank other lanes. He'll lose his tower at some stage. And again, it's just about trying to get map control back. The tower push for Execration as well. Like you said, their wave clear is good among the Rubik and Snap, but it's more their tower siege early that kind of concerns me here. I don't really see a whole lot of advantages for them in that position, but their team fight is very good compared to what Hellraisers are bringing, Hellraisers are bringing.
I would even go step. I don't even think it's just a team fight. Like, it's just they have so much damage. Rubik, Snapfire, Bat Rider, Drow, like you bring so much damage to the table. And Hellraisers has a relatively squishy lineup, I would say. Techies aside, because he actually has a really good level 10 Talon, which gives magic resist, right? And Taser, and Luna eventually. It's gonna be a difficult match for Hellraisers, but if they execute, they have a lot of mobility, right? Which you can't really deal with an Execration. But Augustin, you kill anything. Literally anything dies to Augustin.
Yeah, they don't have any saves either on Hellraisers, which are a little bit spooky, especially because into the Doom, like Luna, even if she is Omega farmed, they break her Link-ins, she can't get off Satanic because she's lassoed into a Doom, and that could be a rough time. No, I mean, you're right? It seems like Hellraisers are going to try and skirt around a lot of this early game, taking opportunistic fights, finding pickoffs. They're very mobile, right? Luna's a fast hero, Riki's very mobile, NP, of course, TP's around the map. You know, open up your own kind of side of the map and try and reduce the amount of farm that Palos is going to get and force him to show up to these lopsided fights. I could see that happening as well, but like you say, it's a little bit like trying to stick your finger into a mousetrap here, right? Because as soon as you do get caught, there's just going to be so much damage. You're going to lose a finger if you're Hellraiser. They can afford to end up losing too many fights here before they end up really having a rough time.
Yes, I agree. I feel like this is a very much
Prepare for battle.
I mean, either way, there's a lot of snowball potential, right? Whether it be because Luna pushes everything in like 0.5 seconds, or like you said, that Hellraisers loses a fight, all of a sudden the damage is too overwhelming and they can't deal with anything because they don't have a save or team fight. This game could easily be very one-sided, or a massive throw fest with both teams just like throwing blows at each other. Either or, it could be pretty fun. I would like to see the throw fest, honestly. Knowing Execration and Hellraisers, I think they feel like this style of team a little.
Yeah, indeed. I didn't see any. I was looking for people doing the boots trick, and I don't know if we quite saw it there instead. No, I'm always keeping my eye out for it these days to see if anyone wanted to go for it, but I don't believe anyone.
Honestly, I see the full efficiency, but I also question how ultimately valuable that is. I mean, yeah, you get the wards out earlier, but unless you're fighting the mid lane ward battles, I don't think it's that crazy that good, right? And even though ward battles are important, you can just be clever about your warding spot as well, or have someone tank the vision or whatever. There's many ways to play it.
Exactly. Palos is going to get chased up to high ground here. I think that'll cause too many difficulties. So even though actually Hellraisers do want to fight this.
The battle
Scatterblast.
begins.
Not body blocking Carlo though. And Palos just trying to help his support leave. They're going to lose the bounties though. It's a lot of bounties lost. Palos is still being chased down.
We got all 4 bounties here for Hellraisers. Oh. It's a nice little bit of bonus gold into the pockets here. Get you even faster towards that Meteor Hammer.
I did want to mention ward for a second. You see Hellraisers, they planted this aggressive ward in the bottom lane, which does make sense when you have as your MP techies lane, there's a lot of options. But what is this Radiant ward by Execration right next to that one as well? What are they expecting is going to happen? Oh, Carlos gonna die to the glimpse, huh?
Wow. They actually just chased him down all the way. And eventually we'll get him with the glimpse. I'm not sure either. Maybe they think that this Techies is going to get a lot of spare time to rotate towards this mid lane. Because I'm not really too concerned with the idea of a Riki rotating down bottom. Normally, that's what I feel like the lane ward is for if you're playing against like a Puck or a hero that really wants to activate the early game. Riki, not that kind of a hero. So potentially it's Bob looking to try and make sure that, or it's Execration rather, who are trying to make sure that Bob is able to start off the lane right with some, good rune control and try and at least out-rotate the Riki. Because at some stage, like I said, he's gonna get his hammer, he's gonna hit you a couple times, he's gonna take your tower. Like, I think your best bet is to fight around the strengths of the Riki and not into him.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm surprised by this board, honestly. I mean, we'll see the first later, but how it's done stuff. Well, I see Hellraiser's ward be pretty useful to get catch rotations to be able to kill people with FP. Palos, by the way, is taking a beating down bottom. Just literally bomb after bomb after bomb being spammed into this Power Ranger. Finally, Techies out of mana. Though.
Exactly. He is calling more over with that little bit of bonus money he has from assisting in that first blood. They're diving early already. If only there was a bit more mana.
Denied.
Yeah, that was the point though. You see, Carlo actually attacks the Scatterblast, the Treants, and the Creeps, so they can't tank towers, so they can't actually die. So very heads-up play by Carlo there.
And they're out of regen already, by the way. Both of these Radiant heroes for Execration, they have nothing, and there's still plenty more regen now for Hellraisers, even more so coming out. So this is gonna get a little bit oppressive here. This Techies NP, again, Techies does a little bit more damage now, not by much, but when you add onto the Blightstone and his phenomenal range, his harass is actually pretty impressive here. You can see Carlo really trying to struggle.
Oh no! Yeah, he just got him here with the blast off Dicky Bump combo, and he still has mangoes spare, so you can do. In fact, Carlo, if he shows himself, just to keep around him, Miara's not gonna be aggressive. That's brutal. I can't believe he got the first blow. Oh, sorry, the kill on the Drow Ranger just like that without P even breaking it.
Tino top lane to a pretty decent start, as most Dooms are going to end up. Not a whole lot of sparring or action in this lane yet. I do expect the supports to eventually start rotating over, especially for the minute 6 power rune. We'll see here how that ends up going. I think it's going to get close to that time as Bob is starting to get a bit aggressive. Did not go for the point in Flame Break, but he is kind of committing for this. He bit off a bit more than he could chew.
Is the smoke screen to make sure that Bob can't continue sticky napalming in that area. That's very good smoke screen.
Yep.
And since he has a Ring of Health, he should be okay. She did have 8 magic stick stacks, which is why Bob chose not to revive.
What this does mean, though, is that Bob is able to easily get the bounty rune, the 3-minute bounty from the side of Hellraisers, and he'll also be able to get the water refill, at least the top one. So, it pushes the tower. It's just a good move to continue trying to dominate.
Wow.
They're going top as well.
And top, you also kill onto slow. Shank still might die, Ramsey's chasing him down, and won't get him with auto attacks. And now Tino, trying to utilize that frost attack. He still has the magic stick charges, so he should be fine against Ramses, but definitely not going to get the kill here. And actually, maybe not so far. Lucent Beam, Ramsey's not going to commit.
Yeah, Tino's got the Ring of Health as well, all right? Okay. 7 armor. He's okay for now.
Oh yeah, I forget that now Dooms have a ridiculous amount.
That's right, +1 armor.
Dies to the auto attacks from Antares, who's gotten all these kills pretty much solo.
I'm actually really impressed. I guess you're right. He doesn't need any setup. He doesn't even need the Sprout or the Glimpse Salvo. He'll just do it all himself. That's
okay, Tino on the top lane is also in trouble. We have Lucent Beam in 3 seconds. Tino already used the magic wand as well, but Shanks is a pretty strong wall to get through, which is why Tino will not die.
Yeah, and this bottom rune, this bottom ward is about to time out. Hasn't really done much. All it's done is guaranteed Bob the extra bounty refill down bottom. That's about it. And he is able to freely spam his spells, taking the 3rd point and sticking napalm now mid, as he is going diving again.
Kiyotaka this time has enough sticky napalm charges for him to just dive to tier 2. He knows 7 charges, he's gonna die to Bob. And Bob takes a couple of tower hits, but it's gonna be fine overall.
Yep. Does a little bit of damage to the wave, and will get that catapult immediately onto the tower. Kind of a big kill here, especially as Riki is waiting just for that last little bit of money for the Void Stone to complete the Meteor Hammer. So it'll take a little bit of tower damage, nothing too unrecoverable, but it does suck to miss this entire wave underneath his tower. Nice play by Bob. He's really good at this. He's been really excellent at timing when he decides to shove waves.
Yes. Once we're on point. Ricky matchup's kind of difficult.
Ooh, Carlo.
Play decides to auto attack, so top lane's also a fight going on. Shanks falls as Ramses gets to look in East back, and Tino's gonna commit to this. Actually, it's a scorched earth as well, but Ramses has left to lose him. He has to be careful. Tino might just die here. Ramses, though, has to be careful of scorched earth himself. Almost dies, and the final think will survive as Bob gets the kill in the mid lane against the Ricky.
Dude, this is a bloodbath early on. What the hell? That wasn't even a kill with lasso.
No.
He just
got it with...
Yeah, he really just did. This is, I don't know, maybe it's a bit dramatic, but Riki's game might be ruined. Again, he's not, maybe he is more like a Viper than any other mid laner, but you delay your timing by this much on a hero who plays so much off of that first item. You might be in some trouble.
You have to look at Aces, and it's Faithful as well. So still gets a kill here on the red. He's a solo fight, so that mana, not even gonna kill. Oh, he actually does his magic wand. He ends up getting a field and die regardless.
Yep.
And the bottom lane is a rotation happening as well. Yes, Miero is the target. Scatter blast. There's the cookie as well. Misses, but Miero's been slowed by the frost arrows. Bob will get vision. Here comes Inside as a saber. Blast up. Doesn't know if Bob, but he's an illusion room the whole time, so he's hoping to bait him out. And now with the lasso to get a secondary kill after murdering Miero, it's going to be Antares who falls, finally stopping the Red Techies.
Yeah, but the reign of Bob is just started, dude. Long live Bob. Holy moly, solo kill mid, rotates top, rotates down bottom. What a phenomenal game he's having there.
Yeah, Shanks might die though to one more attack from Solo. Oh, Shanks? No, the glimpse kills him. And Tino realizes he can't kill Solo either. Ramsey acknowledging the scorcher is about to end, chasing after him, but not quite committing.
What's incredible here as well for Bob's game is that this is a Riki who normally is like, okay, you leave the lane, that's fine. I have Meteor Hammer at 6 minutes in. I'm going to start hitting your tower. It still doesn't have Meteor Hammer, Abo. So Kiyotaka not really still getting much out of this lane. Finally has it on. No, sorry, does not yet have it on the way. Still needs 200 more gold.
Got sent back here. Tino might just die. Well, actually, no more spell from the Disruptor, so he's going to fight back on Ramses and get that kill. And Solo tries to finish him off with auto attacks, but Tino went too tanky. He has it to the meter. Solo is going to get stunned. He doesn't get the kill. He just got baited by Tino.
Bottom.
As bottom, they get a kill onto Miero, but near the tower, Antares is chasing after Palos. He wants another one. Has the sticky bomb available in a second, but misses. Middle lane, there's another kill happening as well against Kiyotaka as Palos survives his bottom onslaught.
This is just madness. Execration are just upping the pressure in every single lane. Tino, he's really been flexing how good this frost attack is here. That move speed flow against a super machine. He attacks. It's basically a mini Scotty. Again, top.
There's a 2 ready now, so they're going to commit to Ramses. And now Meteor Hammer set up, but he's not going to hit it this time. Instead, just to shove. Solo glimpses back Tino, trying to get as much damage as possible. Thunderstrike, the tower as well. But Tino will die to the Thunderstrike in the end. As Ramses dies to Tino's doom, and Bob gets a kill down bottom against Antares.
This is Execration, man. You are not going to be able to out-skirmish them here in this kind of a game, it would appear. I think it's got a lot to do, you know, you were talking about how much damage they have in the draft. It's even really starting to become apparent here this early on. Bob as well, just, again, I cannot believe how good a game he's having. Does not have a ton of CS, but he's still by far and away clearing 1.5k here over even Ramses, who did, well, I should say does, have 3 deaths already in this lane stage, but Execration are poised to really start running over this game. Bob's hunting down bottom and has lasso.
Yeah. Gets the cookie off. Now lasso. Should be used on Miero. Not even going to commit. He's present on TP, and Miero will not get out of here. Okay. No support TPs either, because I don't think they have it. Yeah, there's too many kills this game. They're out of the TPs.
They're out of TPs, even though you get that one free. They're more restricted by the cooldown. 14 to 11, an absolute bloodbath here for our first game of the day. Both teams coming out swinging.
Dire's bottom
I can't tell who's winning from this. I think it's Execration.
I also would say it's Execration, mostly because Bob is 100% enabled in this kind of a game. He already has 1,700 gold in the bank. He might be considering that early Blink Dagger. That could be really disastrous here for the game of the end key. If this Batrider gets online this early on, I just don't see how they... Well, first of all, how Luna shows up to any early fights. There's just a haste rune now for Bob. He's going to go for a kill on this. Or how NP even looks to get any farm in this game, because you expect him to start split pushing around the map and taking a more dangerous farm. Not with this BOT's Blink Dagger at like maybe even 12 minutes, Avo. Holy moly.
Dire's structures are fortified.
It's really good.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Very good. Gyotaka, okay, the meteor hammer. Gonna hit Palos. He sets up on this in the middle lane. Smoke screen set up as well. Botako saves him. Glimpse don't bring him back into that storm. They get the kill they were looking for, and they also cancel this Mortimer's Kisses. Solo wants more, but Gyotaka does not want to commit, as he tells him, hey mate, there might be TPs coming.
Okay. Miro is going to try and scale. He's going for the Ag Scepter first item. So going for that root, the reduced cooldown as well on that Wrath of Nature. That's his hopes of trying to get back in this game. They have scouted him though. Bob is he's out for blood, man. And he's got a haste rune. You better run.
Miro trying to TP. Oh, we'll get a glimpse like saving actually. They go into lasso, wants to get out of vision, Thunder Strike. They're gonna try to use the glimpse. No, they know he stayed there for longer than 5 seconds. The solo is absolutely useless in this TP. Now we have a Blink Dagger ready for Bob. Oh no, he's gonna go for BKB. Yeah, that's the right choice. Okay. That's the right choice.
The BKB of Bob, fair enough, right? I think that's right. I mean, just nothing stops him, right? I think his biggest concern would be something like a Static Storm or maybe dying to this burst magic. Not a choice. Gyotaka, he's canceled his meteor hammer. He's chilling under tower. They should know he's here now. Yeah. Bob had his pathing blocked. Maybe he thought he was blocked by an invisible tree.
He's like, all right, what if I burn all the trees?
He's like, wait a second, I'm a Batrider. I don't need to
deal with these tree things. Carlo did have dust and sentries, but they didn't let him down like you indicated.
Yeah, maybe because of the lack of lasso. I think killing a Riki is a little bit hopeful here. But, you know, still, I think as long as Riki's not getting kills, you're honestly pretty happy. You know, even with the Meteor Hammer, this Riki is no chance of out-farming this Batrider. Not with this kind of start, at the very least. And he still hasn't even gotten the tower. Yeah, and he still has yet to even do that, right? This Riki's mid now with 2 charges of Blink Strike. Interesting. Not quite the spell he was hoping to steal, I'm sure.
Not just 1 charge, 2 whole charges of Blink Strike.
The 2 whole charges.
Oh, he lost
exactly right. Yeah, now he'll lose them. I think he's looking for... Glimpse is always kind of fun to steal. What else? It's not really the best. Any of techie spells? Yeah, not bad.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The hold on. Push is now back down bottom.
Carlo actually going to come on his Meteor Hammer. And Gyotaka sees him. That stop everything for Carlo. Carlo will tank a fair amount, honestly, but the TPs is not going to come to reinforce him. Only Shanks is here, but I think Sap experience.
Yeah, he's just sapping experience. He sees too many heroes here to do anything about it, especially with, well, no stolen spell, right? He's certainly not doing anything here. But luckily, Bob did cut him an escape path out, so he's actually not going to take a death. Normally, that's a bit of a risky TP, especially against like a Nature's Prophet and these kinds of vision heroes. But he has a safe path to get out of there, so he doesn't end up feeding. Good play out from him. And the rest of Execration just continue to farm up. We haven't seen Tino in a while, and he's just been farming up quite a bit. Full Mechanism into the Guardian Greaves next for him. So this first big team fight for Execration is going to have quite a powerful timing. Paolo still on the road to recovery, though, man. His 4 deaths in lane, like, it's a good thing Bob and Tino are doing this well, because he's going to need some space to get in line.
I want to ask about the build now, since we have a moment of clarity. What do you think of the Meteor Hammer Doom as opposed to the Midas Doom that's popular?
That's what I was curious about it, and I think it's because Tino wanted to be able to do this, right, which is farm this aggressively. To do that, he really needed to take the tower. Oh, and Taurus is going to break the smoke, by the way.
Yeah, Bob will not commit the lots of front tires, just gets the kill with Firefly. But top lane though, Tino in trouble with Gyotaka. Tries to Meteor Hammer, immediate Blink Strike right afterwards, the Static Storm as well. Tino charging his own Meteor Hammer. I can do this too, but Glimpse cancels it. Now forced to use the mech, but will die regardless to 4 heroes surrounding him.
Yeah, and then this is kind of the crappy part about Execration is their push is a little bit weak. I don't believe with the ultimate he's committed that Hellraisers can defend this, but it's still a question mark whether or not Execration will stick around, because again, their push is just really bad. And that's the reason I actually like the Meteor Hammer. Very much right. It gives this hero with pretty much 0 tower taking potential in the early game. It gives him more of a secondary purpose, right? As Bob with another haste, he is going to go straight for Ramses here.
Yes, he is, literally. Oh, they had to send the Mortimer's Kisses. He goes in the Mortimer's kisses because of the lasso. Ramses will die a fiery death. Dump fire here as Bob zooming around like a cat with the zoomies here, trying to get out of the kinetic field. Kills Kiyotaka almost by accident there with a Fate Bolt. Help from Shanks. Glimpse back, but doesn't have the haste anymore. Doesn't have a BKB, however. Bob, he's now asking Solo for a high five before he retreats. Oh no! Solo should have high five. There was a trap the whole time. Betrayal, Bob. Betrayal.
Absolute betrayal. I mean, honestly, you know, that's a really sus high five for Bob to be giving you in the first place. And I'd say about playing Disruptor into these kinds of games just feels so bad, doesn't it? It's like you glimpse someone, and if you haven't glimpsed them across the map because you're canceling a TP, it doesn't really do much in these kinds of games.
That's true.
They're just so far behind. They really like feel like they have got a bit of a lack of damage and a lack of control. Now Miro has finished up his Ag Scepter for the Wrath of Nature on this Nature's Prophet. Of course, the crappy part is this Batrider already has Ag, so sorry, not Ag, BKB rather. So it's not going to be effective lockdown against him, which is, as we can see, the biggest problem that Hellraisers is currently facing. From there, it's simply damage, right? Ramses going for this Manta style, which is going to increase their space on the map due to the lane shove that he's going to get from that. As well as the Dispel being excellent against that, right, in general. But he's still a ways off from that. Playing under vision now. Hellraisers, they're going to have to string together a kill here. They need to get a little bit of momentum and get Riki involved in some of these kills. He's still so far away from his second item defusal.
This is not the way to get him involved. Fighting a Snapfire first, Scatterblast in the face. They have an Ag Scepter on this Nature's Prophet. They utilize. The Static Storm is actually a defensive one. Bala gets the BKB. Yeah, no, he wants Solo. No, he realized Kiyotaka is definitely the better target. Ramses, though, in the way. It's about to end. He has lasso in a second. Bob is not going to commit to this. However, in the bottom side of this fight, they are going to commit onto Carlo, who dies, and poor Shank stuck in the trees now. Smoke screen, can't see, can't move. Healed a little bit. They sent Doom back. Tino will die before him, and Shank also took another fall. Hellraisers just baited.
Yeah, that they did, and Execration went willingly into that one as well, didn't they? Bob even goes so far as to pop the BKB. He does make it out alive and still has Lasso, but yeah, it's going to get glimpsed.
Yeah, the Drow almost killed Kiyotaka alone, but Palos is now alone. Antares is setting up the blast off. He wiggles enough. Here's the MP2, and a body block Palos will soon die together with his tower.
Middle tower.
That's huge for Hellraisers. I mean, this is again a mid lane Riki who kind of got stepped on basically in the laning stage, didn't he, by this Batrider. Finally able to get the tier 1 tower alongside his team. It's space for Ramses, who even gets involved in that kind of a fight. You were praising the one aspect of this Luna, even though it's not the most popular carry these days, right? Where she does have that kind of a threat. You know, I feel like at 17 minutes in the game, there's not too many other carries that do present very, like, a dangerous situation there. I thought for half a second Bob was actually going to try and lasso and kill Ramses, but he realizes his BKB is about to wear off because he's been kited so long in that fight. That one, he's going to get glimpsed and the lasso is going to break, and two, Ramses might be able to kill him with the Eclipse and the Lucent Beam. So that was a serious threat. They're on to Tino.
Yeah, they're on to Tino. We're solo falling up top, and Tino will just accept his own death, delay the inevitable, but inevitable.
And that's the strength of the Eastern European region that we very like to watch, right? It's the excellence and the strength in team fights. Just like that, you know, this early game, which just felt like Bob relentlessly chasing down these heroes, is, oh no, illusion bait.
Oh, but Kiyotaka, he doesn't have the shard yet, so it's difficult for him to initiate.
That's tough. And who does have shards, speaking of initiation, is Antares. He's landed already 2 blast offs here from range, and is immediately going into Lotus Orb here as well. How about that?
I think you gotta consider respecting the tech after this. In second phase.
Yes, in second phase, yes. I was just thinking, I was like, damn. Respect then the techies.
Brother, this hero is broken, and I don't know why you refuse to acknowledge it.
He's good. No, I mean, look, he's changing my mind on it. It's again just this kind of hero that feels amazing in these win more kind of fights. I do feel like Execration are kind of setting themselves up. Hold on, as they may be doing now.
That was a very Kuroki play, right? I'm just up to I walk into the enemy. Oh no, they're here.
Wait a second, I'm an Enchantress.
Yeah, what am I doing here? Solo's still a masterful disruptor, though. I'm glad this is in the meta because it used to be one of his best heroes. I think still is. Used to, I think, be the best disruptor in the world back in the day when he was on the top of the world. And I think he's been showing this game, even though he's had a really bad early game, he's actually been able to recover by making these small plays that allowed Hellraisers, sorry, to get back into the game.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, right? You were talking about the quote-unquote best in the world. That he was on the golden age of VP, and then that VP, which was a completely different roster, was hold on, we're fighting.
Solo.
Glimpse though.
Yeah, Solo. There's gonna be Glimpse back. Take that, Solo. Let's not Storm though. Puts Tino in a precarious position. Here comes Zeki's 2. Eclipse will get rid of the Snapfire only. A lot of only to kill a Snapfire, but Solo doesn't die. And the backlines, by the way, you see this, but the Ricky has found someone. Oh, Glimpse. They continue to Tino. Ricky's trying to finish off Paulo to have the Sleepy Dart, so Tino is going to be the target instead. Sprouted, tries the Meteor Hammer before he dies. It's not going to be successful.
Okay, Hellraisers, once again, just phenomenal team fighting. Just kind of letting Execration run at them. And they have a really good draft into this. Even when the Disruptor is having a bit more of a difficult game. Okay, the Dispel was good enough. I was afraid that with the Flame Break they'd actually get the kill there, but it's not nearly enough damage. Bob, though, with a third haste rune this game. Is he going to go for Ramses here? Got BKB. This time will let himself be glimpsed back. I think he learned his lesson this time.
It's okay to overcommit in the early beginning when you were dominated by a lot, but now that they're actually getting kills and Ricky's about to get online with his shard, you shouldn't do this.
Radiant's
killed Kalos' courier.
He's cosplaying Matthew here. Oh. The smoke screen's like, guys, now they can't cook at me. Oh wait, there's a Rubik the whole time.
That was an excellent callback. I forgot about that. The crowd cheering every single courier kill. Yeah, that was literally the only thing that they could do.
Yeah, because Matthew would be like, all right, guys, I don't have my shard. Like, we can't get kills or losing.
Wait a second. Is that whistling I hear, Alvo? What's going on?
Don't bring back
the seas of fortune.
They whistled me as well, you know. Wrath of Nature catches the battery at the bottom. Ball activated the AKA has a TP. The damage is pretty high, though, but Bob makes it barely out. In the top lane, I also see an attempt at Antares. They want to kill the techies, and they'll succeed with the Scorch Earth from Tino.
There's a lot of smoke. Don't whistle at me. One of your best lines, honestly.
I appreciate that. That was actually angry, though.
I think I underappreciated, unfortunately, because it was in Spanish, but genuinely a banger of a line.
Thank you.
Top lane, though. A pretty nice opening there onto the techies here for Execration. Paulo's finally feeling a little bit more confident. Maybe less so because he does not have this Force Staff still. Our Matthew lookalike, or as he is called in this game, Kiyotaka, of course, on his mid lane, Riki did a good job sniping that courier. Has a full Hurricane Pike. Super annoying for Zal Ranger.
What? They're actually setting up for the flank. And the Meteor Hammer hits two. They go for Shanks first because he's the easier kill for sure, but they sprout Tino so he can't get out. Stuns the Greaves, however, he is going to TP away because he knows they're out of stuns.
Ooh, and just barely a little bit too late there on Ramses. He's
Solo thinks he's in chances again. Look at this. Paulos limbs him back. Paulos, this allows him to get closer. I don't know if close enough though. Lucid Beam. Now he's in range. The gun misses. He's trying to do DPS, not gonna succeed. Static Storm as well. And they kill off Paulos. Okay, well done, Hellraisers.
Yeah, and there was, you might have missed it because there was only a handful of kisses there, but Hellraisers certainly didn't. I'm thinking they might look to go into Roche now, and they will. Without kisses, that's a huge component of the team fight here, especially around the Roche pit. For the side of Execration, Hellraisers, they are going to seize the moment here and get a huge opening for themselves. Big objective for them to take now, and they're playing a phenomenal game. Hero as well, he shows up to that fight with a fresh 9-second BKB, so he has really no reason to be afraid of just about anything. I really have to commend this Hellraiser side that they really brought back what was looking like a pretty terrible early game for them. It was a pretty big net worth lead, especially for the early game, a 4K net worth lead. Perhaps the biggest deal here, Avo, between Execration's early game and Hellraiser's early game was the start from Paulos. Paulos just has not had a game from minute one.
Oh, the bombs actually detect the smoke, so Ramsey should know. He activates the Manta Stop with that's not enough. So that's going to be Jeff's first life. Blast up, try to cover him. Miro, yeah, just to get the kill onto Carlos. Tino's put to sleep. You have it. Oh, wait, the glimpse. He sends him back just to die in the kinetic field instead, committing the whole eclipse for Tino. That's going to be 2 kills for Hellraisers, Hellraisers, sorry, in exchange for that.
Yep. Yeah, Execration, that one does sting, but they're in this pretty crucial like timing where, again, Palos is building up towards his BKB. They do lose that fight, obviously, but they still get a little bit of resources committed from Hellraisers, being that Aegis. And Hellraisers this time are not in a position where they can easily turn that team fight win into a main objective. Solo, as diligent as ever, is going to use this kind of a space and this amount of time to still set up some really aggressive wards. So still doing really well on the back of this. I just point that out because, you know, whenever there's a Luna in the game, anytime you lose a team fight, if there's a tier 2 tower within, you know, camera sight, you're going to lose it, right? So a good position for Execration to take that fight, but they can't really lose too many more of those, Avo. Not at least before Palos is able to actually join these fights and stand his ground. BKB now should be the item where he's able to do that, but he's still one component away. MZ's, well, he's online. And so is Miero, for that matter, right? Completely recovered from his really difficult early game.
I mean, I kind of want to commend Miero for the whole game because him and Kiyotaka have been this insane ganking squad where Kiyotaka is like rolling around a place. You're already seeing the teleport happening behind like 3 heroes, and Kiyotaka setting up the meteor hammer, which was incredible many times, right? But I think this combo has gotten Hellraiser a lot of kills that were unexpected because Execration's, I would say, warding in their vision game has not been ideal this game.
No.
They haven't caught Ricky a single time under the set.
That's true. And to be fair, I mean, that's a good point. And my next point is not going to change anything about that. But their vision game is also very, like, their heroes don't give a lot of vision. So this kind of a draft's hard to play into.
That's Sonic Storm forces a biggie from Bob, who goes in for Kiyotaka. A lasso with Mortimer's kisses should kill Ricky. From behind, Rubik, that's not going to be enough. As Antari onto 3, takes the solo. They're actually controlling all heroes.
They can't kill him.
Supports. And Miero is coming in to kill off Palos. Now Carlo, who does destroy the 2 supports. Ramses does die in the backlines to Bob. And it's only Miero alone versus Carlo. He knows it's the TP. There's nothing to cancel it, so he'll survive. But Hellraisers, that loss of Kiyotaka was super valuable, as their 2 supporters did a great job, but may bit off a bit more than they could chew.
Yeah, that they did. Bob just... he's not really scared of the damage of this Luna yet, right? In fact, conserves the BKB. I mean, they just went right on into her. And now Execration, with a little bit more wind in their sails, are trying themselves to get another objective out from this. Again, their push is, especially compared to what Hellraisers have, pretty bad, especially with Palos dead. And again, that's just the real difficult part about this kind of a game, right, for Execration. Palos is just having a really tough time finding enough space in these fights. And surprisingly, I think I'm starting to be a little bit more in your camp here regarding this this Techies matchup, rather. He is so good into this draft. They struggle to kill him.
Okay, they caught Kiyotaka again. Meteor hammer set up. They can't keep losing Kiyotaka like this. Miero, his eternal partner, comes in, but he sprouts himself. I don't know if that was intentional. Miero is a little bit lost now. Whirlwinded. This poor man, he's dizzy. Some help. Solo comes in with kinetic field alone, but he goes, Miero, you're on your own. He has the Ogre Seal Totem. Another good sprout this time. What he wanted, but the Lucify from Shanks will end up sentencing to death. As Ramses gets up to the high ground, Solo goes, let's go back in, guys. We can still fight this. But no, the meteor hammer's a little bit too scary for Solo. They're chasing him down. Bob the King goes for the enemy captain and kills him in one fellow Firefly move.
Yeah, an uncharacteristically bad fight from Hellraisers. I think they realized there was a ward there. I mean, they should have known, honestly, as soon as they actually started attacking. But the fact that they keep committing is really the grievous that error. Like, you were banking on Execration continuing to not really play such an excellent warding game or vision game to circle back to a point we were making before that last fight that Execration won. And that's true, right? And the point I wanted to bounce off of on that, to reiterate, was that their vision game is also really bad, isn't it? Like, they don't have heroes that give vision. They don't even have traps, no treants. Their lane shove is fine, but they can't do it, like, idly, right? And by that, I mean, they can't, like, have illusions push lanes for them.
Okay, they lose the Mortimer's kisses, but no stuns yet for Bob. Bob activates the BKB in time. Afraid something's gonna come.
It's an opening here.
It seems like it. That looks to be what Rubik though is doing a work right now. Nothing get close. They decide to go for the Doom. And a lot of auras. Greaves first. Pipe already used.
Nice telekinesis.
Well, so he saves him. And Carlo with a force of his fine too. Palos though gets left behind. He's stuck in the sprout now. Have to use the guns and the BKB to save himself. And he's shooting Miero for now. They stole his flips. And that will kill Miero. As Antari starts to blast off. Only hits Carlo. Solo's already died in the back. That Antari will also suffer the wrath of this Rubik and his beams. Ramses is capable of making it back home despite the Doom. And Kiyotaka will follow. but I think off the back of Shanks, they're kind of bringing it back in.
They actually are, yeah. Those Lucent beams, of course, they were Shanks. He did, he basically was the one to secure that kill onto the NP. BKB, of course, for Palos making a huge difference, and no one able to get into the face, mostly because of that initiation that they had onto Kiyotaka, right? He is kind of supposed to be this designated hero who is going to be able to blink strike onto the Drow and just, you know, break her passive, right? And if no one's able to do that between your Luna and especially your NP, not really heroes that want to, you know, jump in. Got someone again. There's a lasso.
He popped back earlier, so it's actually a much more important kill than it seems. No disruptor now for 70 seconds. This actually allows high ground if they want to. They have a Drow. It's not unthinkable.
Yeah, it's a little scary here. It is not unthinkable, though, because Drow's your only high ground hitter, and do you want to throw her up on high ground without age?
Maybe you're right, but Tino's just going to do the meteor hammer push for now.
Yeah, and that's totally fine.
Oh, he hit the Ricky. That was impressive. He calculated tricks of the trade, man. Wow.
That he did. But they could really use some sort of disarm, right? Or one more form to try and prevent Palos from just outfighting you during these long duration BKBs. That's really the most troublesome part. If Antares, pardon me, or Riki for Hellraisers aren't able to close the gap to break the marksmanship passive, you end up kind of getting outfought here by the Drow Ranger, right? I mean, that's why it was the last pick here for Execration. And when they are able to protect her, get off some really powerful spells, Shanks as well, resetting the fight with the beauty. To circle back to what you were saying on how great of a game he is playing, like, maybe Hellraisers need to reassess who they're starting these fights on. I believe Shanks might end up being, if not, you know, 100-0 Bob, maybe Shanks is someone who needs to go in these fights as well. He's got a full Octarine core already, by the way.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. That's the only item he has.
Yep. It's kind of cool, though, right? Because with the spells he's able to steal, like, again, I was kind of, perhaps incorrectly, discounting how good the spells he could steal this game are. I mean, Lucent Beam's just been good enough for him, honestly. 4-second cooldown. Well, actually, that's with a talent. So 6-second cooldown here for the Rubik. But that gets turned into much less here with the cooldown talent he's taken at 15, as well as, of course, the Octarine core. They don't stack additively anymore, but it's still a low cooldown here. And he's been super annoying with that, with the added range he gets from the Arcane Supremacy. Another big fight here. Maybe. See if Hellraisers can get the initiation they're looking for, because the winner of this fight, Avo, likely gets second Roche. It's a huge advantage in this game.
Very interesting smoke by Execration. They don't want to take the fight on Hellraiser's terms, so they're just going to go and try to hunt someone in the backlines. This Luna would be incredible if they can kill her. They know someone's here. All right, good position on Ramses, but he's found with sticky napalm. There's the BKB activated immediately. Bob can use the last one. They do doom the Luna, though. And Ramses might just die to Palos, who commits the force staff for this. Now they caught solo again. This poor man can't catch a break. Hellraisers losing their carry and their support. Their whole safe lane's dead now.
Yeah. Huge item for them here. Huge fight for them here. And the big item being Tino's freshly completed Crimson Guard. And now you've got Crimson Pipe and Guardian Reeves.
Yutaka thinks he can kill Shans. But there's reinforcements. You can counter with Eclipse, however. They're going to get rid of this Eclipse first. Miro joins in, and they're going to commit to make sure they lose at least that valuable tool. Yutaka avoids the Scatter Blast, but not the Cookie. They have vision of him. They have a Dust now. Yutaka TPs, and that is going to complete.
Okay. A little bit, they didn't want to lose the gem here. Oh, hold on. In the jungle, Palos defending the ward.
Yeah, but he doesn't get to defend the ward. At least he might kill Antares. And multi-shot. Oh, Miro helping out. Bob joining too. Flame breaks that, but team fight kind of in sword. And he's not a good position for Palos right now. Palos might just die. He does. Bob now has to retreat. Miro too strong. It's not a meteor hammer, however. That's going to stun Miro. Might reset the fight as the Mortimer gets rained down this Portage's Prophet. In exchange for Bob's life, however, Hellraisers. They're down to the Ricky, and Tino feels stronger. Carlo cannot jump in the kinetic field. He just realized that. Smoke screen, annoying Tino, who can't fight back with a mischance. But Luna's back, like you mentioned. Kinetic meteor hammer will actually hit. It does. It nicks Tino. Ramsey
can't get out, man.
He has the Eclipse ready in the BKB. There's the Eclipse used. And on to 2. Tino will die first. Carlo will join him in the grave. The team whip is complete. And Hellraisers will somehow come back.
Yeah, that's the dream disruptor moment there for Solo, who has finally max kinetic field. He has the kinetic field cooldown talent as well, taken at 10. And there's just, without BKB at least, there is just no way you're ever getting out of there as that Doom, who does go back in, right? Because he wanted to get that gem back. Huge swing now for Hellraisers as it's Execration, who once again, they just go a little bit too far, chasing down that techies and sure you get the kill, but at what cost, right? Not only that, he's got this reactive taser, phenomenal versus this ranged hero meta that we're in. As you can see, the long disarm onto Drow Ranger does get her to overextend, and the fight is just kind of doomed there from Execration, as Hellraisers are just... That's funny, Hellraisers, Execration.
Yeah, I've been realizing...
Yeah. Well, Hell, don't you mean? As that's all right. But for Hellraiser, sorry, a phenomenal fight for them, and just really great positioning for them to take it. That's a dream fight if you're solo. Those are always the best moments when you're playing Disruptor. Like, you're not going anywhere. You just cage someone in. They can't touch you. You have enough mana. Just lovely stuff.
Actually, I mean, these team fights though, it just seems whoever just propose a team fight in better terms will win. Like, they seem really even no matter what. And I think this comes from the topic we talked about in the draft of the overwhelming damage Execration.
They do, but I think it's got more actually to do with the point you brought up initially, was can Bob actually get on top of this Luna? That to me has been the biggest difference in these fights. It's still like the existential question for Bob now, as we do start to get a little bit closer into the mid to late game period. It's going to be a bit easier now. They've repurchased the gem. He's got Force Staff in this Octarine core into the Refresher next, right? So that's still going to be very problematic for Ramses. Problematic now, though, for Execration is this second Aegis. They've also, I believe, given Shard to Ramses. I don't believe he purchased it himself. And I don't, yeah, it's his. So, you know, it's troublesome for them, right? Because now your vision is even harder. Your initiations are even harder, as Bob is realizing now.
Well, he activated the BKB already, and now they also come Storm as well inside. Bob is in trouble. Bob just dying to the platform, but looks like he gets him with the Eclipse Orange, and now Tina wants it. He's doomed the NP, but what is that gonna do?
Palos.
So with the BKB, she can't fight Palos though. That's solid. And the Hurricane Plate gives her a little more space. Antari's already dead. Tino, they try to put him to sleep. That didn't work somehow. He woke up immediately. Hero instead. Palos is dealing the damage. Palos the true carry now. With a multi-shot, he's gonna have to deal with Luna. Ramses, a single beam to show Palos' place. And Palos, he's doubtful, doesn't know if he's supposed to initiate or not. Carlo will be the one tanking all this damage. He should be falling any second now. Telekinesis almost saves him, and they do guarantee the kill on Kiyotaka though, thanks to Shanks' incredible telekinesis and Lucent Beam.
Yeah, and I don't think Hellraisers can get back in here now. I think it's a little bit too risky of a fight to take for them without the Aegis on this
Palos
Luna.
is getting out.
No buyback. They're going to be able to get out in time. Palos is still on the hunt, actually really packing quite a punch here. This damage early on in these fights, Execration, Execration, I apologize. This is really messing with me, Avo. But Execration do a phenomenal job to get Tino really aggressively into that fight. He's going to become even much more of a nuisance. They still managed to dispatch with him very well, quite easily at that. But with the Wraith Pack he's about to pick up, oh man, Hellraisers are not going to like that item here. They're going to be fighting into so much damage, and they're already to really struggle. And that's a high ground, you know, really struggle to get on top of the Drow. But if Execration can kind of keep a little bit more of a steady formation and just make sure that they're chasing this Luna out from the fights to make sure she's not super comfortable and able to get these Lucent Beam bounces, Execration's still very much in this game. Hellraisers, though, are still the ones who seemingly have an easier time putting together the pieces in these team fights, though. I think they're playing a phenomenal game on two good initiators in Solo, who, by the way, push up the boots of Varian. Pretty good to allow the team to escape a lot of the blows. I think the Mortimer's Kisses are a phenomenal asset for Carlo in fights to kind of control the team fights a bit better. It just hasn't really been clicking so far for Execration. This is a big moment for them, though. It's weirdly timed because it's not yet Roche time.
No, he's looking for something bigger than Solo. Go back to Solo. The key decision finally gets the kill he was looking for. It's enough time to Storm. Hellraisers, will they play on? Solo's already buying back. The cookie was not far enough. It's still caught up to Tino. Well from Carlos close. Here comes Pablo. Single punch like that. America's gonna die. Here's a multi-shot. Pablo is way too much damage now. Another Eclipse stolen by Shanks, the young guy. And he's raining hell on everyone who dares look at him. Solo will fall. And Darius does blast off back home. But Solo died twice. They lost Miro and Ramsey. Pablo online, my friend. And Shanks has always been online.
And I think part of me not expecting Crazy to take a fight. They just didn't ready. He just approaches that fight like it looks for question, and on surface level it is, but he's just rotating through there because he's not expecting Palos to be in position for that. They simply were not expecting a smoke play, especially around the ward. Execration managed to set up the vision. They still have themselves a gem online for Bob. And even though they
Shanks, you can't run away from Shanks, man. He'll find you wherever you go. There's number in Yotaka.
Another kill without buyback here. I mean, the push ahead, but this is starting to look a little bit dangerous now for Hellraisers.
The push is good now with the draw. I think it's fine. They just, they're going for the 2-4s. Oh, okay, they just have to go for the safer route. I agree with this, actually. 20 seconds still on MP, right? And he can defend with a Sprout technique.
And these mid and top racks feel really nice when you're Radiant, right? Especially when your next objective is Roshan. Because naturally, when these two lanes push in, you're going to have an easier time hold on. He's caught Antares. Get those pesky techies out of here.
Get another kill for them. They're staggering the kills, which is a very common technique when you're dominating high ground. You make sure they're not going to revive on top, so they can't make a play now until they wait for everyone.
Has buyback here. Ramsey's just managed to farm it. He didn't have it either. Sent the illusions up, but they're trying to kill him.
But that's the Eclipse from Shanks with the Academic Scepter. Johnny, what a real Eclipse looks like, Luna.
He's better Luna now. He's got Lucid Beam and Eclipse.
He is.
They're going to end the game.
Shanks. Friendly tips from Execration as they also find solo. BKB activated. Solo does get back home in time. For Eclipse, by the way. There's a glide near you. Home for Tino. Getting the Doom available. Not gonna throw anything down. They glimpse him back into the static field. Saved by Shanks once again. And Palos is destroying Ramses. Luckily, the BKB and Force have allowed him to survive. They're still looking to finish off Tino, who is once again holding on to that Doom. He's not using it for anything. He does not respect Palos, and Palos showing him what that's wrong to do. They're just all trying to distract the Shroud Ranger, but it's not working. Palos might get hit by the Meteor Hammer, though. This could be an opportunity here. The attack is Jose Ramses as well. Ramses just can't hit him. They don't have enough damage on the side. Solo almost kills him as well. Mortimer gets sent into Palos. Finally, they bring down the Shroud Ranger. There's an opportunity. Lopatino as well, who still is preserving his Doom, not wanting to use it. The next target will be Shanks. The Meteor Hammer will miss. No. He's in some time, just barely. He has the Eclipse again, by the way, and the Lucent Beam. But then he's again. Use it. There's the Eclipse. Another start. Oh, no Eclipse in time. Bob is now being chased out of mana, out of life. Hellraisers will defend their base. Just because they separated that team fight. Solo's choice to extract the top 3 was actually so important there.
I completely agree with you. Still, though, I'm not going to lie. I don't know what happened there. I don't know. I'm silent and muted. I don't know who's more silent and muted there. Me or Execration, because they didn't use that thing. They didn't use BKB. BKB usage as well on the Drought Ranger was super late. No Doom used. No Lasso used. Like, I'm not sure exactly. They didn't really seem too committed into that fight, and the good news for them is they don't really need to be too committed. It's not like this is a game where you needed to make that push work for you. You know, you can very easily still make a comeback in this game and push yet again, especially because it's not a fast roach here in favor of Hellraisers. So you're not going to be punished too heavily there, but they might look to force a couple buybacks here, actually, as Hellraisers are in the bottom lane. And you know, the reason I said the push from Execration is not so good is because when you take a look at what Luna brings to the table, and
you're right. It's back.
It's scary, right? If Ramsey can get within range of this Drow Ranger, I do feel like she's got an advantage. And what was really impressive to me in that fight is Hellraisers managed to get their 2 heroes on top of her, right? Kiyotaka, as well as Antares, both within range to break the marksmanship aura. Palos?
Do that. Followed you back, man.
Stopped my heart there for a second. I thought he was playing Necro.
Oh my god. He just guys, I'm invisible. That makes me invincible, right?
That's right. That's right. They don't have a gem, surely.
They have the Ricky, and Ricky's actually holding on to the gem, by the way. Yeah. He likes living life on the edge.
Okay, so a long Roshavo here is going to really test our nerves and the nerves of our combatants as Execration and Hellraisers are going to be forced to calm down, take a chill pill.
No, they can't do that.
I have to really commend Hellraisers. I think they did that, though. They had to. There's no other way they were going to hold there. That was looking pretty desperate there for a second. No one with buyback, Talon exposed, getting hit. Ramses as well, forced to buy back their solo as well, who could not buy back, had to just wait and what?
Yeah, I agree with
Kiyotaka, he's bought a pretty big item, though. He has Lincoln Sphere now. And he can cast that, of course, onto his allies. Namely, Ramses and Miro, I think, have been the Doom targets for obvious reasons. We could look to try and bait that out.
That I think the Luna is the Lincoln's target though.
Yes.
Because if they kill Miero, I think you're okay with that as long as Ramsey survives.
Oh, it's
I
so
don't know,
tough,
actually.
right? Because Miro just bought out. I believe he just bought out for Satanic now. So
maybe he's the carry.
but Ramsey's also doing that buyback. It's tough. You have to choose your favorite. You can't ride the fence here now.
Right, exactly. Who has the longer standing friendship?
Right, exactly. Who's got the more kick power on the team?
Tino? Okay, this just walking in. They got Antares in the end. So this Taki should die soon, right? Antares surprisingly Antares still alive. But he Shanks, they stole Lucid Beam this time, not the Eclipse. They've already killed Carlo as well, and they're gonna kill Shanks as well. And from behind, they're still fighting it solo, but that's where the Doom goes.
in trouble.
Paul's been left alone. He got BKB TP and he will succeed. Going back home safely. Tino also gets back home with his TP. No, Lucid Beam has enough range. Tino has been left behind like a kid at daycare, just angrily trying to bully the people around him, but he's just going to fall eventually.
Crimson?
Eventually?
Don't think he gets out of here, though.
There we go. There we go. The trees block him. He's creating space, though. Miero's TPing. The mine will see him. Miero gets Inferno bladed, but he has the Gleipnir, so that's going to be a kill.
Okay, a bit of space created, but I don't know how much it's going to matter here. Paulos, in my opinion, very lucky to make it out alive here. I need to look at the replay to see exactly what's breaking down here. But basically, the core of this is that Execration are just not fighting properly positioned. They need to kind of set up around the Drow Rangers in the fights, right? And whether that means Paulos is out of position, or Hellraisers are fighting them out, or Execration are just fighting out of position of the Drow Ranger, I can't exactly say, but it's falling apart for them. Oh, all of a sudden, we were just 5 minutes ago, Avo, thinking that Execration were going to pull another game out of the bag here, where they kind of make a little bit of a comeback and just end up outfighting their enemies to a win. Dire Throne's still exposed, but now it's Hellraisers who are going to be going back at it now. Once, of course, they have all the abilities ready to go again, back up to the high ground. We are hitting a couple of crucial level 25s, though, so let's quickly take note of them. Sticky Napalm talent taken for the Bat Rider at 25. Palos has taken the marksmanship chance as well. Kind of a big deal, because for him, he has been struggling a little bit in these smoke screens that Kiyotaka has been forcing down. So at least now he's got a little bit of chances at doing a bit of damage, even without the BKB active in those kinds of fights. This refresher is also online for Bob.
Okay.
The Luna has taken more Lunar Blessing damage, so this team fights extraordinarily well at night, as this also synergizes very well with Mioro, who's basically a second core at this stage of the game. Believe that's the big 25s.
Palos, I swear, do not. Okay. This guy is dangerously playing with the hearts of the
Careful though, so is
right
Carlo. Just managing to get up to his own high ground. That was... He's playing with my heart here, Abo. This is a close game.
This team really does not like people that have a heart problem.
No, that's right. They should come with like a pacemaker warning, you know?
Yeah. You have to be fit to be like this team. What is Paul's doing? Don't walk out of your base like that. Mad,
dude, it's fine. He's got the Rubik, man. They trust him, okay?
I think Palos thinks he's melee, man. I don't think he's realized he can be ranged and just hit from afar.
This cooldown on Luton Big Rubik is so punishing. What the hell? 4.5 seconds. Oh! Okay, the Riki.
That's for the Riki. That's a really big kill. He has buyback, though.
Oops,
He does, but he's probably not going to use it. So this is a huge win for Execration, right? It's just going to burn 1.5 minutes off of this Aegis. Hellraisers, they're going to be set to lose a little bit of map control. I'd really like to see Execration retake their own triangle yet again, because that tends to be the play you make, right? When you're dire in these kinds of scenarios, your best bet is just never giving up that triangle, farming up the entire map, and then just looking for a pick-off. And you've got such a beautiful lineup to play like that, right? You've got Great Vision, you have Riki, you have Disruptor. That time, though, of course, Bob is just going to make an opportunistic jump and pick up a kill there.
Yeah.
Big move for Execration.
Shank's about to hit low 25, by the way. They're letting him solo farm so you can get guaranteed experience. Probably give him the next tome if possible.
I wonder what you take.
Honestly, the spell amp, if you can guarantee the Eclipse, dude.
Same, but it's just this telekinesis cooldown is huge as well. 10-second telekinesis cooldown, I mean, hard to turn that one down in a game like this. Disruptor against a Riki, against the NP, like... it's such a valuable pickup this game, but at the same time, this Rubik go burr with Eclipse, you know?
Yeah, honestly. I think that's the tactic, really. Rubik go burr with Eclipse. Like, Shanks just goes, guys, do you trust me? And then he clicks on the left talent.
Right.
That's what he does. The team goes, no.
You know what he does? He sees Paulos forcing himself up to the cliff, and he goes, yeah, I better take that left talent here just in case.
Mutters Bobo under his breath.
Oh my god.
Before he takes it. No, it's Bob, man. It's
right, it's Bob. It's Bob. Come on, Albo.
So it's... Okay, Tino, Lucid Beam. That Wrath of Nature almost set up. They have a Lotus Orb for him. This is why the Lotus Orb... Who has it, by the way? Carlo? Yeah.
Oh no, no way. No way.
They caught
this
up with
Meteor
Meteor.
Okay.
They don't have vision in this top area, though. They can't, like...
Dude. Oh, tanky. He's got all the damage mitigation items, pretty much, including the Blast Rig, for crying out loud.
He's out of auras, dude. He literally cannot find more auras.
He is literally damage mitigation, the hero. Toughness aura as well. Look at this. Plus 52 armor. What in the world?
Yeah. This is what the old offlaners looked like, man. Aura carriers. That was all the position was.
This is the Doom that Reddit sees whenever there's +1 armor to Doom. This is the Doom that they see.
Okay, Bob is doing a really interesting play here. Interesting, I mean, he's on the side. Oh, he's going for Miro alone. He's killing it. Wow. Oh my god, those blade breaks adding 6 bomb will get the kill on Miro.
They also found the Riki. Oh, wait, and Bob going for more?
Bob, you madman. You're out of. You don't have any more damage. You can't kill one tires like this. Time stuck. Can't no second BKB. Got a little bit too far. There's the Eclipse used, and Bob is down to it. Tino, he had a lot of damage mitigation. Oh no, however, stolen Eclipse. It's not going to do much. Actually, Hellraisers stolen the driving seat for this team fight. They also caught poor Carlo. Has to put himself to the high gun, but the Meteor Hammer catches him wherever he goes.
They got Nero.
They do get the arrow, but Carlo dies in return. Bob? Is he going to continue this initiation? How mad is Bob? Paulos apparently wants to go. And here comes Shanks as well. Paulos is super fast with the Swift Blink here. Goes for Ramses. They know more that's where he is. They caught him with a Lucid Beam. So like he's sitting back. Paulos is ready to kill Luna. And Ramses won't last. The Prime is a little bit too late. Up with a Lotus Sword. Plays the sun regardless. He's trying to run another team fight. They can't catch up to him. Paulos, where are you going? Paulos is resetting up for Kiyotaku's death. And now getting on stars as well. Finding the perfect position to blast the rest of Hellraisers to the stratosphere.
Radiant's middle tower
is under attack. Paulos is playing. GG, they just call it
Dyer's
GG.
ancient
What a game. And Execration. I mean, come on. Give my boys some respect. Bob as well, playing a phenomenal game. Paulos basically cosplaying a TA, just blinking in, blowing someone up. Who's next? Just serving up death there on a platter. Hellraisers. Oh my goodness. That
if he's got these hawks coming through, you know, if there's no... We'll come back to this as they get the dive on, and everything I was saying is now inconsequential because Cloud has gone down, so Kami has to move away from these Mortimer Kisses. There is still that buyback for the Beastmaster though. Let's see. Let's get himself back into this. The dive onto the back lines. He's with the Vortex as well. There's going to be a real nice dismember. The hooks come. Nice save. Though. He saves it. Cloud gets himself back into this now, and Kami is losing so much. Kami's going to go down. Did you get the kill onto Leppington there as well? So Miro with that freezing field, Miro will go down. Coming down to the hooks. Yatsu still in that push roll. He's getting them back. They get the buyback out from the post of Storm Spirit. Everybody from the side of Hydra. They don't want to be giving this one up now as well, but they take down Leppington once again. That's the dieback on the Disruptor, and Yatsu, what can he do? The hook, it's going to be blocked mid. Hook. This is the dieback on the Cloud. Cloud, can he get himself away from this one? He's still being harassed up by Collapse. One more right click. He goes down. That is going to be the Beastmaster dead for 115 seconds, and now the chase is on for the rest of the side of Hydra.
This Aghanims on the Morphling is just making him impossible to deal with. First of all, they use the little shredder on the Budge to get rid of his armor. He has solid amounts of it, but it is just not enough. And then Yatoro just destroys him. And he knows that he can stand his ground because he cannot be stunned. You literally cannot be stunned. How do you stun Water? Well, a lot of their damage, if not most of it, is on the Morphling.
the glimpse comes back though. Inside the static storm mirror, he has that Lotus going, and now if Zofra actually dives a little bit further, the Thunder comes out. McPod, he's dove in, yeah. They're going to be able to get the counter to the storms for it. Can they take down the push? They're going to be able to catch him, cancel off the TP. He's going to be dead. The storm drizzle, he has brought back, and they've got no kinetic field, no static storm. And like you say, they're even going to be able to get a lockdown onto Cloud, everybody on the side of Hydra. They just overextended, and we praised them in the first game for respecting the power of team spirit here, but Hydra might have just lost the heads a little bit, and the buybacks, they're going to be forced out, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to defend this base with the Pudge being down, with no static storm for the next 27 seconds. Spirit, what can they get from this? I've been worried though, they're going to be able to get it. They get two, they do! They take them down, the cookie comes out, the Yatoro freezing field, they might lose Happy. Is this the dieback? They do the break the Lincoln Sphere though. Morphlin, Bilal wants to come right back into this fight. Does he have the boots of travel to do it? It might take him a little bit longer now. No boots of travel though, so he's going to have to use the blinks, just do it by foot it seems.
Level 25 Storm with a beast stature, so much damage. They're going in for the Morphlin. He doesn't have a buyback.
No, they get do they get the kill? He does. He goes down. Warwick has to go down though. It's going to be him left alive. No, it's not. The creeps are pushing in. There's no buybacks available on the side of Hydra, and this is going to be 4 heroes, even with the death of the Morphlin. No way Warwick defends this.
It's pretty much over. They don't have the glyph. The game is over. They gave it their best. Hydra, they made Team Spirit work for it. The team that is most likely going to be at the top of Eastern Europe DPC Division 1.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Galaxy want to commit. There's just not enough damage. Crimson Guard, Atrophy Aura, Rubik's Fate Bolt, all this damage reduction. Let's see the combo. Bit of Malice. Strong in by the Disruptor, and now we're going to be hitting the win. It's back up once more. Bit of Malice, and Sumail is in it. They'll lose him in mind control. Right back towards Amara Puck. Trying to run from everybody on the side again. And go ahead.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Siphoning
attack.
and getting back into the base.
Has fallen.
Alive. Yeah, I think when it's time to call it, it is time to call it. They have no business left in this.
And didn't get the tether off or something.
I think it got broken. Either way, I like the ghost up to purchase. That was pretty heads up, but we are back and there's a smoke action.
There's the divine right there. They're going in on Q. David, where's the hit? Okay, that did nothing. 23, it did not quite damage him. He's dead.
Oh my god! Nothing! He less than 10% of his health.
I mean, I'm assuming that's just the game.
That, yeah, 100%. There's no point in talking about the rest
AU
of it.
picks it up. I got it, bro. The dive. Go away, you. Oh my goodness.
Victory!
We finally get to see them have a little bit of lead. They need to have good vision, good entry to engage.
We're down up on high ground. Or Bulbaca, Red Panda. This would be huge if we can find a Static Storm before the Tombstone. Not bad. Stun from Lulu. He's thrown now over the there. Starting to drop down. I love TK control for the moment. He does manage to get that one away. And the Supernova down. TK barely surviving. And it's just going to be one down at his White Album to dodge, to hide away. The heal's coming in. They hoping for a save, but the PKB is out, and they're going to jump onto him. He has to back away. They have lost White Album again, and now Mango in trouble. Q is going to drop faster. These fight so well, and they clearly take down that Undying.
And remember, Aegis, so they didn't really care about giving away. Big Aegis profits.
Stun is out on today. Didn't have a BKB available. Bulbaca dropping low the 10th on back in. They have another kill off Bulbaca. Doesn't look like it because the black hole is there. That's on the Aegis. He doesn't have multi he comes back. And after, they might take full advantage. Move.
Radiant's bottom
Rax
has fallen.
Up the bottom. Finally, Astro full advantage. They're building.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, just for a brief second, had more network. There it is, back again with the higher network. When you click on the out, it's not really an inspiring network. Blink, BKB, Radiant. You might be able to get on top of a hero, but that's not the that's able to 100-0 here. Like even this Undying inside Scatter Storm, about able to then get over the Slash Golem from away.
Back, they have that trying to keep him alive. Makes the move, and again, into this fight without Monet here. It's pretty good for them. Right album, but now Monet shows up. Now they're in a lot of trouble, but they managed to kill him. Okay. Alright. Pops ulti. Now the turn. Punching. Really getting away. Sort of survived that first salvo. Very strong. Supernova down, pops the BKB. Ooh, he's just caught here. They want to get the kill. That's really himself up. And now the chase. With the avalanche, the toss. Thinks he's going to give up his life also. Then Monet is way too strong. This might just be the full set of racks going down bottom. Aster, way too strong for Ares.
Like Ares the
GG. Oh, they're done.
Okay.
I was wondering. It looked like it was that type of game.
Yeah, it kind of was. It's like a game where you're an out. Not really ever been in the league.
Victory.
He hasn't really never protected himself.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Boom. Standing. How are they just standing right now? I can't help but fidget with my hero half the game.
I'll be running around in circles.
Yeah.
Pirouetting on the spot, the song, blinking from Pure. They see Yatoro, 3 lined up. Potentialized path play. They're trying to go in. Toronto Tokyo blown up by Collapse, has to buy back. Yatoro gets off his BKB. Pure with another song, sprints in. Who are they aiming for? Where is the target acquisition? They can't catch anybody. Collapse BKB runs down south. Lol being chased out as well. Oh my god, Nightfall. Hazy on disc refresher, blinks to high ground, gets away from danger for now. Pure, what's he up to? He's back to the high ground too. Mirror image out, Aegis claimed, lol in the fire, still surviving and blowing up GPK. Team Spirit,
nothing to do.
Sprinting out their base, they don't catch Nightfall on the way out, he's blinked out in the range of Mirror. They're still hunting though, and he's gonna find Toronto Tokyo. Who cares, Gem? I see Jakiro. Eon disc popped. And with his rapier damage, like short work and a twin-headed dragon.
Unstoppable. Laurel, the collapse waiting in the back line actually worked. He stormed out of the tree line and he just then started eviscerating the 2 supports with the help of Laurel. He completely jumped over. They dodged everything that Nogma was trying to set and prep there. And Yatoro was also just firing the cannon from the top there. Did the combined damage of Collapse and Laurel together. He is
a monster. Oh, Pure. Lol. Oh, God. Nightfall's gonna get a bit of vision here with the Hawk.
Imagine.
Can they?
Imagine.
Will they?
They have to do something kind of crazy.
They're gonna be losing their base pretty soon. Lash has buyback. Naga Beastmaster have to get back to base to defend. Drow Rangers up here. Tier 3 gone. Barracks to follow.
There's no buyback to Collapse though. That's a big one. And Mira.
Radiant structure.
Look at all the wolves. Look at all the summons.
Pretty vulnerable.
Gets away from there. Help of the Glimmer Cave to jump in from Lol. Disruption self-save. Barracks taken out. Lol. Orban tries to fight. Nightfall. He'll just pop, but he can't get any control of Lol. This little puck is all over the place. Now they're going with GPK though. Aiming for the puck. They're going to find him at long last. They get him and the rapier's on the floor.
He messed up the phase shift. He canceled it.
Oh no.
Did you see that? I'm not crazy, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, he phase shift and accidentally ended it.
There's an axe blessing recipe. There's a rapier. There's all sorts of stuff everywhere.
An axe blessing recipe. What's that there? Okay. Not sure what the story on that one is. Meanwhile, Save, I think he had a refresher shard, right? Because Laryl dove him, he disrupts himself, and he tries to kill him again after it Save just refreshes, and then uses it again. How did they not got the rapier?
That was another DD. I don't think they care. Toronto Tokyo is going to take it, is he? Oh yes, the Jakiro with the rapier.
Coming to feed it back to them, guys.
My goodness. There's Mega Creeps on one side. Top lane Barrack still standing on Team Spirits. Are we waiting for next Roshan, Trent?
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like BetBoom have such a good chance of winning these fights right now. They can't get, like, swarmed in the back line.
They missed the stun on BK. He's trying to hold his ground, but look at the dodge! Oh my god, Yaturo shreds. Where'd he go? Daedalus hits, refreshes, blinks forward, kills off Save as well. SD's gone, TV home. Get the hell out of here, BetBoom now.
Lucky he didn't coil. Dude. Left track vanished.
He looked okay until he didn't.
Until he got hit for 1,350 damage from a single right click? Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah. Right until that.
Ow.
Luckily, Toronto Tokyo was not there to feed the rapier back, so that's good.
And now Team Spirit running down lanes, coming for the Radiant base. Balls are still there to hold on to. Oh, this has got to be mentally debilitating for BetBoom.
Mini 31 minutes.
Team Spirit is wearing them down.
The admins have been on, they told them, nope, these guys. The longer this game goes, the harder things are.
Well, it's like Moomiander was saying in that Seb documentary. This isn't Dota you're playing. This is a slogfest. You're gonna wait it out and play 60-minute games, long ass ones. There's a long line. Watch get very far forward. He unders from Mira, but the Undying will fall inside the Radiant base. As Mira gets off one last finger of death and the turns will go through. They kill GPK. It's a dialect on the ledge. Naga now in trouble. Song of the Siren trying to buy him at a time, but Yatro moves forward, gets the damage in. Bill is dead. Oh god. It all comes crumbling apart for BetBoom now. Wait, back. They're on to Mira. The kill off Nightfall save though, and lol. He opens up on them. The Hellraiser is here. Massive 40 mil cannon just shattering into BetBoom. Drow saved by the rip. The soul is everyone dying. There's two. And she's called it over.
Dire team Radiant team ban.
Thank you, man.
Hello, Ava, we're live. Welcome back.
Oh, hello. Sorry. My monitor was taken over by the Dota thing. Execration versus Hellraisers. Very excited for game number 2. If it's anything like game number 1, our heart rate's gonna fly through the roof. So let's go. Anyone with heart problems in the audience, keep watching.
And just a quick correction there, Avo. Sorry, it's Execration versus Hellraisers. Right? This is our X-based matchup, of course, as they're no longer with the organization.
Sorry, Hellraisers. We apologize. They're looking for sponsors. They look like a great team. So contact at Solo Dota.
I just think this is the story for me in game 1, although it's much more nuanced than this, right? But if you're just here to follow the big team fights, well, one, you've tuned into a beautiful game, because now we have got, once again, Solo back onto the Disruptor and the Enigma out from the Hellraisers, but...
And that's a Miro special. That's a Miro special, yeah.
You also have C Dota, right? And they love fighting, don't they, Avo? And it's truly, it's a test for them, right? But it's also a test for Hellraisers, Hellraisers, pardon me. I would say for Hellraisers, what they're used to more in Eastern European Dota is, all right, guys, we're going to smoke, we're going to set up the wards, we're going to send the support in to break the smoke, and then once we break the smoke, we're going to evaluate, we're going to throw a spell, and Execration just go, war, make war, fight.
one of my favorite. I'm gonna share one of my favorite moments with the Execration interviews we never got to air. One of my favorite interviews in the major because these guys have a lot of personality, right?
Yeah.
And one of the things they were talking about is, of course, when March was their coach, Bob was allowed to keep his ego, right? And that was a big thing about how Bob was like the ego maniac of the team, and he calls himself that, right? And there was a moment where he said to me, he goes, "Sometimes my team tells me to go back, but I know going back is not right." And I go, and then Carlo goes and says, "But you die." He goes, "Yes, but I was still right. That is not the problem."
Right.
Carlo, you already know. And then Carlo goes, "Okay." And he just looks at me like, this is what I have to deal with. Which is why Bob, in one of our interviews, he talked about his family, right? Carlo's the dad and Paulos is the dog.
Right.
That's what he said. So I think this team has a lot of personality. I think their playstyle kind of shows. And they're a team which is all heart, no brain. That's their motto, right? Which against Hellraisers is very, very fun to watch. And once again, we have this team in their sauce. No, that's not what I'm saying in English. We have him in their element as the Beastmaster is picked up from Tino, and that's probably the thing Execration excels with the most. These Zoo-like offlaners takes over the game with them.
I really like this as well because Hellraisers have this very similar hero on their kind of a lineup, right? Enigma these days, you don't really see him go for like the super heavy push. He's much more about the auras, but because you're still incentivized to go for your farming ability, which is Eidolons, you're a lane bully with that especially, you do naturally end up taking that tower and playing a similar kind of style to the Beastmaster. Right?
Yep.
Taking tower, taking over that part of the map, ruining the jungle, kicking out the enemy safe laner. So I do like how Execration are focused on still doing that with a hero who's honestly a little bit better, right? Obviously, you have your that specific aspect, right? Obviously, you do sacrifice that big, team fight ultimate here, the black hole, but you do have the Rubik to cover yourself for that.
And the Primal Roar now.
And the Roar. And also what I will like is this is something that Execration always really excel at. They like taking over parts of the map and forcing you to fight in other areas, right? Something that Hellraisers might not be super prepared for, right? Those fights where Hellraisers looked super strong in, they were always around like very specific pieces of high ground with vision set up. This is how they excel Eastern European Dota. Solo's warding game is phenomenal. He's on a vision-based hero. This is Rupture, right? But if Execration can kind of tip the balance there a little bit with Beastmaster Hawks, forcing fights in unorthodox positions like they like to do, maybe you get a little bit more of an advantage there.
I wanted to also touch on the Herald Elephant in the room, which is this Enigma picked into Rubik, of course, which you touched on a little bit, right? Traditional counter to Enigma, usually the Rubik. Though these days, as you mentioned, because of the playstyle, Enigma is not considered that bad, and the idea that Rubik can cancel you by stealing Black Hole is not that big a concern at all. It's actually kind of difficult for him to do these days because Rubik has to be in good position. He has to build up Link Dagger to actually utilize it, which is why a lot of teams don't care as much. Smaster, Preempt, or Silencer, for example, are much bigger counters to Enigma these days than the Rubik versus Enigma.
Yes, I will add the caveat just to build a little bit of hype, right? That Shanks had no problem stealing big ultimates last game. Maybe
he's a god on Rubik, yeah.
Maybe he'll impress us here again, just to build up the hype. And speaking of hype, I'm a bit hyped to see this. A new hero for us personally, because we didn't really see any of this hero in C, but it's a classic here for Hellraisers. Yes. They do really like this kind of a draft. It looks just like the draft they used against Gaming Gladiators. I believe they picked this into this Beastmaster opening because it's basically the exact same draft. It's a 6-7 and then 16 Beastmaster or Bounty Hunter.
But the bounty in here, he goes to support, right?
Yes.
Okay, and he's a 4.
I believe so. Let me go ahead and find this game, but they use a draft extremely similar in their game over Gaming Gladiators. The issue is their next pick here for 18 ended up being a TB. So Execration are going to end up preempting that by picking an illusion hero who's just going to have a superior matchup there, right?
Right. That's probably the logic.
I believe, right? I think this is a team that's done their research, even though they no longer are playing with Coach March. You might not know that if you last saw these guys. Yes, very true, right? March is actually on over with Nigma.
Oh, March regretting that. Crystal Maiden is going to be the Carlo hero here, a hero that he loves. Execration was one of the teams that heavily believed in Liam Major that you could counter Broodmother with Crystal Maiden. They were wrong, and they lost a lot of games because of that. But they were the idea of using Crystal Maiden Monkey against the Brood, right? And that would eventually counter. Not because you frostbite the Spiderlings, guys. Not idiots. It was more the idea of the minus attack speed on Broodmother destroys your lane with another melee hero, right? And then afterwards you have Crystal Nova to clear the spiderlings easily. And because CM can always freezing field, it doesn't really matter if it's only to clear spiders, because the extra armor will save you from whatever they do. And freezing field these days is not as much of a team. Really hard to get. So that's what, at least in the early game. So that was the idea behind this. And I think it's a similar concept that they're running against the similar swarm hero, the similar ideas of the lane becomes really difficult for him. And because you see the bounty hunter is a hero who's in lane as a support, you can only really trade. That's your only role. So reducing attack speed for the bounty hunter is absolutely massive, as allows other heroes to trade better.
And I do expect this to be, by the way, a bounty hunter support. I did just check. Usually it's the 4. They send it in this off lane here with the... Now they're going to end up picking this Morphling, so you need some solution to this Naga hero. Morphling tends to excel in these anti-illusion kind of lineups. Anti-illusion and high agi heroes, right? Is usually where you end up seeing him get picked up. That's his for. Yes. So strong pick here in essence. It's also a hero who, in general, although I do feel like I'm starting to see this change a little bit more, is a hero that's pretty tough to kill in lane, and into Beastmaster can be really annoying. We'll see though, given that they're laning into Disruptor Morphling, this could be a pretty punishing lane if Beastmaster is able to get away with the Axis build, right? Because he just keeps stacking those, and Morph just isn't going to be able to out-sustain like he normally does.
I was going to tell you, that seems like concerning, because you have like Fatebolt axes, right? And then all of a sudden, Disruptor in Morphling, what do? No save, not much laning. That's one of the weakest parts about Disruptor, right? He used to be considered a good laner because it was a Thunderstrike build, and now Glimpse is better, but it's still not a good laning spell. It really isn't. Like, just get it because it has damage, and you can get some nice plays out of it, but unless you have a carry that goes well with his killing potential, which Morphling is not, it's a little bit difficult to make.
Right, so Morphling, he still has... I think his laning's just weaker these days, right? It seems like... It's weaker than it used to be than when we saw him at TI in Singapore, right? Because back then, people were going for 2 points in the adapt strike before even the attribute shift, and they were just like big-ass bullies, right, in the lane. Then they would kind of just build like regular carries because the
maxing the attribute shift, because it 2 points attribute shift, 2 points after strike, 1 point with.
You would just end up doing a lot of damage in lanes and end up being a bit of a bully, but that seems to have fallen off a little bit. It's no longer as favored, even though we did see that once before, and the Morph ended up losing that lane, right? And we kind of had this theory that, well, perhaps not having more points in attribute shift or an earlier point in waveform was a little bit too difficult for you there. That being said, though, outside of the lane, which might be very difficult, it's not that bad a Morphling game here. You know, the stuns, the roots are slightly problematic for you, but they don't really have like a great combo outside a Naga song like this Naga Enigma or a Naga Disruptor, you know? So Morphling shouldn't really have too many problems in these mid to late game team fights that he's too concerned about.
Spirit. Okay. Pick up a Bob special, which is the Ember Spirit. A little bit tough to play into Disruptor sometimes, but it's a very feel-good hero when you're not last pick, because he doesn't have very many matchups he loses completely. And worst case, you can Flame Guard and farm the jungle, so it's not that bad, right? But I want to note the ban, actually, the Execration clearly did the homework. It's the Tinker ban.
Yeah.
Not only is Tinker shown off by BZM, but guys, Kiyotaka, previously known as the Press Kid, one of the Tinker spammers of VE. Absolute monster on this hero. So clearly Execration knows about this potential pick for them.
Tough matchup there, as they're going to counterpick this Ember, as you'd expect with 24. So one of Ember's not worst matchups, right? But it's not as bad as Huskar. It's a little bit more playable, but is going to struggle here. I'm excited, actually. Not every single game we get to see the Monkey King in general. We tend to see him get downgraded and then flex to the 4. And as a mid laner, he's one of my favorite mids to watch because of how impressive you can really be in lane with the Jingu Mastery Boundless Strike to kind of play off of the enemy melee heroes, to his rotating potential, right? He's really fun for me to watch, actually. And I'm glad to see Kiyotaka on the hero here. Into the Ember, though. Go ahead, sorry.
I was gonna say, I'm suspecting he's gonna go, I'd like to see the build, that magic damage monkey almost, the Green Core build, right? Where it's all about like getting through the trees and ganking more so than just building into secondary carry Monkey King. I do want to point out into this matchup, just a small thing, right? Jenkins swears that this matchup is actually not that Monkey King favored. For a while he's been saying that, because of the fact that Monkey King cannot get rid of the Flame Guard, right? And you can actually Flame Guard and harass the Monkey King and win by just avoiding his hits a little bit better with Sleight of Fist, right? So it's it was better before, for sure, because Flame Guard or Ember in general got nerfed, right? But this matchup can be 50-50 if you know how to play it. So, you know, shout out to Jenkins and Big PJ, who's his dad.
Yeah,
so shout out to
Big
him
PJ.
for...
Good lad.
Yeah, shout out to Big PJ. Good lad. Anyway, that was my only point I want to say on this matchup. There's a little bit more playability if you know how to deal.
Yeah, and that's an interesting thing to note, right? Because the Flame Guard build is the preferred one when you want to be able to farm a little bit more out of your lane and not just really rely on the power spike that is level 4 Sleight of Fist and the Orb of Corrosion. That still eventually does come online, but in this kind of a melee matchup, it also gives you the option to perhaps surprise your opponent with an earlier points in those Searing Chains and go for a pickoff. Monkey King, if you're able to outtrade him there, could potentially see that happen. So that's a good point. We'll see what Bob decides here. He's an Ember specialist, really. So many of these C mid laners just love the Ember Spirit, don't they? So I'm eager to see what is the correct build in this kind of a matchup as we do get underway with game number 2 now.
Very excited. Because obviously the caveat or the issue with going for this kind of build, right, is always that you have less ganking potential. Embers get online really quickly these days. With just, I have Sleight of Fist, I have Searing Chains, and I have Orb of Corrosion, right? And Flame Guard doesn't allow that. That's why this build is either you only put 2 points in Flame Guard or you just disregard it completely. However, I feel like with a CM Rubik and Beastmaster, which is a great ganking combo, you can get away with having a slower Ember. Right? It might be one of the few games where I don't think it matters if Ember rotates, because I think you actually have a great ganking squad in your...
That's true. Do you believe it's enough nuke damage to get through a Monkey King is really the biggest question. I'd wager yes, personally, especially if Ember can show up and just... He doesn't have to be the driving force in that kill. Just like a casual Sleight of Fist, right? And maybe a Searing Chains is going to be good. Because something that's really unique about this kind of Execration lineup is they're not lacking stuns by any means, but what they definitely don't lack is roots. I don't know if I've ever seen a lineup with this many roots, Savo. It's a little ridiculous how much they can bring here, right? Maybe a bit of a double-edged sword because, of course, you can still attack through most roots, all of these inclusive. It's just like the strong ones, like Overgrowth, which you can't. And Frostbite. And Frostbite, I believe, actually. That's a good point. But Morphling, of course, can still shift. So, wondering how good that's going to be.
I mean, the other concern is Tino. Tino is being swarmed by 4 heroes. Boundless Strike has to be committed here. So Antares will get the first blood. Actually, one of the few supports, first blood I think is good on. Because you kind of need this guy to have in lane.
Yeah.
With me.
And these Orb of Venom carriers especially, right? It's like if you don't get that early momentum, you just have wasted about 1/3 of your total income for the first 5 minutes as a support. Never feels good. And they're actually looking to put a little bit more pressure up top, by the way. Antares, they're looking for a second kill here.
He has Orb of Venom, and actually the Shadow Walk level 1 pretty nice. And if they punish Tino a second time, he has no speed to get back into the lane. This could be huge. They have Glimpse right now, Solo getting in range, and now just harassing Tino as much as they can. Glimpsing him back. Oh, they're pinging him. Antares still wants to go for this, but Tino now spent too much time in the tree, so the Glimpse is not going to be that far back. There you go. Ramsey's joining once again, but he can only offer auto attacks. Good body block by Antares in solo, but the Fate Bolt reducing the damage considerably. Tino wants to fight back. There's the axes. He is going to go down. Antares might die as a result, but he's happy with that.
Yeah.
Now Beastmaster has to walk the lane.
Exactly. He's super happy with that, especially because he just TPs right back down bottom. Miro is on this Enigma hero, which honestly doesn't need a whole lot of help in this, you know, early level 1. You can see the smoke icon as Tino sprints back to lane with under the cover of a smoke. It's a really phenomenal start here for Hellraisers, pardon me. Really great usage as well of this early bounty hunter, right? Yes. Quite a unique armor. Starts with Orb of Venom, the Shadow Walk as well to really get into the face of your enemy heroes and set up these kinds of kills. I really, really like that usage, right?
Now because he got the first blood, he got an early Bloodstone, seemingly an Orb of Corrosion early, and this will actually make his laning against Carlo much better. And look at his play, by the way, if you can see Antares right now. He waits for Carlo to use Crystal for the Eidolons, and then goes in, right? To not get hit by the attack speed slow.
That's really interesting. I think you're actually really onto something. That's probably what you need to be doing here. Is your core function as a bounty, right? You wait for that ability to come out, and then you just run down the maiden relentlessly. Because then, I mean, if she roots you, that's a win, right? Because then Miro is free to go in a bit more aggressively here. Now he's going to start stealing some money. The sweetest sound in all of Dota 2.
As follows. Here's the Frostbite though. I forget Antares can also die quickly. They don't have sentries yet, or they don't want to lay down the sentry yet because they know he's not going to fall. I want to comment on the root thing though. That one thing that I think it's a very good point you comment on the root thing, because Bounty is not a support that really needs items to enable him. He just kind of chills, so he can buy whatever's necessary for the game. And Lotus Orb in a root heavy game is particularly incredible because of the fact that they're all dispelled compared to the stuns, right? So that could be another thing that the Execration has to figure out, I feel.
Very true. I fully expect Miro. He does have to be careful, though, as you say. I mean, between Riptide and the magic damage that Maiden brings, he actually does die fairly quickly in this lane. So again, not waiting for... Well, actually, he's doing a good job. Right now, he's burning mana and stealing money from Carlo. They are going to kill him, actually, down bottom.
Did not think you could.
The kill, Antares will suffer a little bit damage from Palos, but thanks to his high armor, he will be able to live through this.
Yeah, and thanks to the first bloods that he got early on, he's got a ton of regen here still to use. True. And is going to go ahead and just eat a little bit more regen. Let's focus a little bit on the mid lane, because I got to see if Jenkins holds water or if he needs to empty his cup, as Winter would say. Because Bob
your cat is really well spoken.
Yes, she really wants water. Hold on, because Solo really wants to. Well, actually, Shanks really wants to kill Solo.
He got hyped with game 1. Fate Bolt to very Mice and Men style, right behind him.
Yeah, exactly. It's okay.
Farmland Solo.
It's okay, Solo. Look at the beautiful sunset.
Think of the Mercedes Solo.
What are you doing with? Oh my God! Yeah. Look at. Jump back in your Mercedes, Solo. Oh, good times.
Let's go back to mid lane for a little bit, because you're right. I want to talk about this matchup.
Yeah, it's the early over corrosion, right, for this Monkey King, and we do see those 2 points in the Flame Guard. Bob's about to hit level 5, and now he's getting a rotation out from Shanks at a pretty crucial timing here. Kiyotaka with a very nice boundless strike there, as we expect, with a little bit of a lead here over the Ember Spirit, right? Bob, though, still healthy enough in this lane, and with decent enough experience, he just, at some stage, with 3 stacks of Jingu Master above him, has to stop contesting creep, right? That's the really big problem for him in this lane. But Kiyotaka, not a bottle builder, right? Compared to this Ember Spirit for Bob. So Bob's been able to sustain through this, but again, you can see he's just being zoned away from the creeps. He's about to hit level 5. I really want to see what it'll be. Did get it. Considering now, waiting for the Searing. It is the point of Searing. Chains?
Okay. I like that, actually. I think you need that to rotate, so I'm not against that, honestly.
Down bottom? Fighting quite a bit. I don't know if they're catching anyone, actually.
As well, Pino just glimpse back, by the way, with Solo. That's a strike. Shanks is covering. Body block for Solo. They really want to commit to the stick-up play, but instead, Shanks. Solo wants revenge, but he doesn't have any more glimpses, and he knows to walk up to the high ground.
Yeah, he knows, especially against level 2 axes here. You got to be a little bit careful of letting those things stack up on you. Because from range, you're easily dead. Build from here is 2-2-0, actually. And seems to be wanting to go into this Soul Ring early on. His start is just, honestly, god-awful, though, so he's still very much in full recovery.
He might just die to the Nana, ensnared and killed.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, that top lane, there's another fight going on as they kill Shanks, but Solo, he is trying to get away from Tino, who wants to kill before he himself dies. Knows Ramses is just going to finish him off. Solo instead will gather the kill with a glimpse.
Mid lane, there was lots of skirmishing, which ended up distracting me. Antaros on bottom as well, dusted up into the root number 1 and killed off. 2 kills here for Palos, pretty back-to-back.
Nice recovery from Execration.
Yeah, indeed. Miro happy that he's not the one playing against the Disruptor, as he TPs right into the tower range and kills the wagon. It looked like Antaros thought about trying to rotate mid to help with these 6-minute runes, and now he's going to be, well, leaving Kiyotaka alone. Up on top, but mid lane, Kiyotaka gets the boundless.
Only onto 1. There's a frostbite as well. It can't hit like this. Tries to provide some damage to the Mischief. Healing back up thanks to Antares. They get the surprise kill onto Bob. Kiyotaka has no way to jump onto the tree. No points in 3 times just yet, but he's fast, and he might be able to TP back home.
He's out of here.
Oh, wow.
He's actually out. That level 3 Jingu Mastery, right? Sure, you play your ability to rotate around the map, but when it comes to trying to fight into this Ember Spirit, every single one of those points, it does matter. Bonus damage, and in that case, the extra little bit amounts of lifesteal that you can really making the difference. That's really cool.
The cool thing about one thing we didn't mention in this lane matchup, this is all hell bent on, is that obviously when Jenkins made this point in the analysis was when there was no water room. Right? With the excessive amount of healing, this constant damage from Flame Guard becomes less impactful, and that's why fighting a Monkey King like head on like that, which was full HP, not as easy to do as if he was chipped down constantly.
Yeah,
Flame Guard.
You have a good point, but I still think Jenkins has he's a little bit right about that.
No, he's right. He was right, I think.
Oh, really? Really nice sleight of his dodge. Wow, good play.
A single unit to avoid glimpse is really hard to do.
That was impressive.
Yeah, he's up to the kinetic field, but he's most likely going to die inside of it. Yeah, the Rubik illusion actually get him. Bob now tries to get away, hit by the Balance Strike. Here's the Hawk to give it a little more vision. A.K.A wants to get closer, but he has no tree dance, so once again, difficult on tires. Chase gets Searing Chain, throws a Shuriken out of spite, but won't get the kill.
Good stuff there. Nice little fights early. The one thing I did want to say is I do believe this matchup kind of changes, not on its head, but it becomes more playable, pardon me, for Bob. He's get his chainmail online and then the phase boots again, right?
Yeah.
But because of the...
Oh, okay, never mind. I spoke to Suri.
Okay, no, it's cool.
Just snared him and ignored him. Oh, not go for that snare. What is follows this?
Level 6 on Miro. Take that point from Black Hole immediately, but instead the rotations are still mid, where Antares is looking to apply more pressure on Bob. Gonna steal the DD rune.
And it goes bottom. It's like, guys, there's a bounty with DD coming to you guys.
Bob actually decides the Blades of Attack are the better option here for now. I would have thought he wanted to go to the Chainmail early, just to be able to sustain through the Monkey King's bonus physical damage a bit earlier on, but decides that's not worth it. Goes for the damage instead.
We'll see if he's Searing Chain, the Frostbite, which is attack speed, and Bob gets the kill.
How does it
didn't make a difference. That extra armor didn't seem that strong.
No. Oh my god, the mass tips.
Tip him, guys, tip him.
Execration.
Who's the
making it rain here onto the Monkey King? Maybe trying to change him back into depressed kid, huh? Shanks, though, he's a little bit depressed to find Bonte here with a DD.
Look, he has ready, so he's just fading in the direction. He thinks he can kill on darts. Glimpse back, though. That Glimpse doesn't deal enough damage. He's at Magic Wand and the Infused Raindrop saving him. And Solo will instead fall to the damage from Execration.
Very good.
They got C style against the C guys.
No, they can't. Especially because Carlo with an excellent rotation, right? Frostbite does disarm. They already used Boundless Strike, so Monkey King, even inside of his ultimate, it's gonna die to basically right clicks because he's unable to actually utilize the Jingu Mastery to lifesteal all off the Ember. Again, you know, there's the strength of this hero. And that's, look, it's not going to ruin his game, right? But he has built into this 1v1 fight mode Monkey King, because he still doesn't have any points in the tree dance, right? So he's going to excel on lane control and zoning enemies away. This is not good, though, if he takes a death here.
Yeah, they have no two. One to piece down him out, so somehow survive with just a Battle Strike. Like it's right before he gets the Jingu, and they got it with the Crystal Nova on that boss. Though Carlos is spring, they commit the Black Hole, and they will at least get that carry kill in exchange for their mid laner. So Hellraiser, sorry, they know what to do. They're still farming disease, they're still harassing Palos. They don't care that much about Kiyotaka dying right now.
That's right. It's and they really don't need to that much, but we just have to remember that Bounty Hunter needs someone to play with in this mid game to actually take advantage of track, right? I definitely thought Monkey King was going to be that kind of a hero. This second death, again, his game's still not ruined, but is going to slow his game down a little bit, where I thought they were going to be able to use this these stack kills to really start accelerating his game. Be a little bit behind now on the X Saber that he hopes to build up, but that's Hellraisers who are still looking to apply as much pressure as they can down the bottom.
Carlos gets some hits. Carlos will die to Rand this match. And Carlos is like, oh no. Oh, he turned into him as well. The ultimate insult kick your body double. Ramses will eventually catch up to him. There we go. Well, a shoot gun as Bob gets away. Seems me Bound Strike instead. This is gonna feel avoid though with the Remnant. Yep. It was on his way to the Remnant. And he got glimpsed. That's how it works.
Yeah, if you arrive at Remnant after the glimpse, then you're just there. It's like the weird Pudge hook interactions, remember? I believe is the way that works. Top lane, by the way, I was expecting to see Tino already starting to hit this tower. He went, of course, for the Axis build, which requires the Arcane Boots for the Soul Ring early on. So he actually ended up farming a triple stack of Ancients in that amount of time. So a little bit of space created for Tino, who finally has held online. Where's his? Oh, there it is. It's the Hellbear Smasher. So his push is finally going to start. Not super fast because he has has no points in Inner Beast, I should say. But this tower will still go down. No, they're gonna fight. They want to defend. Just fight, I guess.
Okay, certain chains here. Harold doesn't have a control, so he's mostly gonna die. But it's like Storm, poor Bob, he's stuck, trying to run away. Now finally got plenty of some damage. Bob is dead. Ramsey has over 4 seconds. Ironically, they gotta keep him in because of the ward.
Yep.
In a very awkward, very interesting spot. They actually used the ward just to catch him, honestly.
And that's going to be a major kill, especially because, unfortunately for Bomb, he just had units to try and catch that on Sleight of Fish. Just no plays for him to make. Good usage there up to the next one out from Solo, as that ward is going to be denied. And Looking for revenge though. Paolo showing a fight.
Okay, trying to avoid the glimpse. That's not how mirror image works. And it Ramsey's with a riptide almost by accident.
Nope, still got the illusions there and still gets still is able to find the kill. Okay, I don't think this is anything, yeah, because Boundless Strike already used. Said top lane. We do see some tracks on, kind of making his top lane a little bit more dangerous to play around. Found to really shine, as it does have a full orbital corrosion.
Hellraisers don't have as much of a quite early, right? Until they get their items. That's why you really can't capitalize too much on these tracks.
And until Monkey specifically has Tree Dance. And he still doesn't have it, right? So Echo Saber would be a fine addition as well to that combo. This is Execration.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He used the Wukong's command here.
Static.
Storm. And that means Carlos is forced to turn to Hellbear Smasher. That's not going to distract a real Hellbear Smasher from smashing his face in.
Don't do it, Hellbear Smasher. Remember,
I am one of you.
I am also a... Is it he got vented, dude. We saw the monkey venting and he got killed. Now mid lane, it's Execration, who are making a really aggressive push here. There's a black already, but Miro is going to be busy trying to get his Guardian Greaves online. Monkey back in 8 seconds with no Wukong's command. Execration not super confident if they can push this tower down. And the tracks might dissuade them here as they do see the monkey TPing back on in. Let the creeps do work here as Hellraisers make the most obvious smoke of all time, as slow smokes of the entire creep wave. I don't think he'll catch anyone. It's for move speed, of course, but he's not going to catch anyone.
Ours is going to be the one to scout instead. They almost catch him with a Boundless Strike. Positioning for now. Only on corruption though. Not really going to do much.
They missed on the dusk there, so he's not going to be caught here.
It's pretty solid.
They're rotating. Monkey was an invis rune as well, but they have wards here.
And of course, Shanks. Just there's no way you can't beat that. They always have vision of you. And this is the real ganking squad. Once Monkey King has anything, you literally can make this track glimpse combo work all the time.
Oh yeah, especially with that point in the Tree Dance, just adding to your mobility, right? It's not really so much about the Primal Spring slow, pardon me, with this kind of a hero, or even really that much the damage. It's just getting to the fights and joining the ganks, using your team's superior vision game here, right? I mean, you're still playing into Hawks, but it's almost nothing compared to what Track and Disruptor both are able to do. Some pretty nice synergy between these two supports, and they really do a lot to set up these quite violent laners, but not the ones that can be literally anywhere in the fights, like an Ember can or, you know, Flop. Not the most mobile of mid laners, but has enough ability to actually take advantage of the repositioning that Hellraisers have in spades. Push top lane is coming now from Execration, pardon me. Nothing really too big here. They're just maybe looking to gear up for a fight. I'd like to see them just secure enough space for this Helm of the Overlord to finish up. He's 800 gold away from it, and then he'll have the Helm too. They'll also probably... Oh, no, they're just going to fight.
Static Storm, Mira, Greaves though. Now, Monkey King joined, Freezing Field, someone cancel it, they glimpse him. And that cancel Freezing Field is they kill Tino as well. But that means they have no glimpse to bring back Shanks.
Warpine Raider
for one kill. Oh no! Miro! They're getting the Verdulant Green, it's not gonna work! Solo's now stuck in the Warpine Raider. The attack of this Pine Cone. It's too strong, it's too spiky. He has the Seed Shot, use it! Kill Solo! Ooh! Bob just made it Boundless Strike though. Kill him instead. Kiyotaka now bit off more than you could chew because the Warpine Raider set up for all these kills. Good kinetic field though. Covering him. Kiyotaka's still stuck though. Because of the ensnare. Shanks wants to join in. Good positioning by Ramses. Snipe Shanks in the back lines. And now Bob realizes they have to retreat because Ramses is joined. Smarta style as well. Glimpsing back. They got him with a Searing Chains, his own Searing Chains, and Bob has no spell himself. But he hears the song of this, helping Bob escape with a TP. Palos, don't mistime it. Oh, he didn't have it. Palos, just run, slid through your way to safety, Palos.
They just need vision for a glimpse. They have it in 2 seconds. Solo once again smoking to get after these kills.
Go. They get trapped something, but no. Palos already mirror imaged. He's safe.
Carlo, you mad? He pushes one more wave. He's addicted to pushing waves here, and he'll get out alive. A little bit of a risky move from him, but just one more Frost Blast there before he gets out. Crystal Nova, pardon me, he's not a lich. Okay. They have just barely some catch issues. It's a little bit funny, right, in this kind of lineup. Antares isn't quite tanky enough to sustain through these kinds of fights. The magic damage for him is certainly a really big problem. But you're about to have even more magic damage now with Bob finishing up the Maelstrom in this kind of a fight. And you're going to have even more push and an even meaner creep as Tino is now about to finish off his Helm with the Overload. So a pretty nice 2-item to kind of back in and back up this Palos Manta style and soon Orchid timing. What are you fighting into this as a result? Well, Kiyotaka, he's still a bit further away than he'd like for this BKB. So he's not going to have that quite ready. Guardian Greaves and then Blink Dagger is the next item here from Miero. And Ramses is still just a little bit too far away from that Eye of Scotty. But again, it's pretty darn good morphing. Let's remember that, right? We can still show to these fights fairly early on with some confidence. Bob, though, speaking of confidence, is going to be able to get the Remnant away. He's caught by the ward and has the Remnant out. Nice job.
Oh. Oops, was there for a second. How about he register?
Looks so easy.
He does. His Emperor's kind of insane. Okay. I mean, just farming time for Hellraisers, right? Trying to stave off this aggression. Like, they need their items right now, especially with this Monkey King build. It's a much more carry-oriented, late-game-oriented build, while Antares covers their asses with the constant tracks.
Blink Dagger's a game changer here on the Enigma again. It's just he needs still 800 more gold to get there. 700 now, but he's fighting solo for the last little bit of farm. That's fine. And we have hit this Helm 2 timing. Maelstrom also is about to be finished by Bob. And very quickly after that, we'll also get this Claymore to complete the Orchid Malevolence here for Paolo. So,
wow, boy. Roar into Fireball. Showcasing why he's Sir Monkeys are beasts.
Yeah, too strong of a shot there for the monkey to take.
Radiant's
and he will go down.
Is under attack.
They fortify the wave, so they'll buy a little bit of time, and Ram is going to try and equalize the tower pressure down bottom as he continues pushing. But I don't believe they can reasonably defend this. Black Hole is just, or sorry, Blink Dagger for me. It's just not yet going to be ready. And even then, trying to sneak up on his team. I know I've spoken at length about how Hellraisers have the vision advantage. Oh, look at this.
Tried to deny the tower, but he had Crystal Nova on him and he couldn't.
And Shanks, he's stolen Tree Dance. Super annoying spell for him to have, actually.
Ramses, top of the road, tries to went for the spell immediately. We already mentioned the multiple style. Shanks has way too much. Oh, he's too quick. Actually avoided the kinetic field, but now they block with 3 Shanks. Oh, they want to save it.
Is this a bait?
And they do. Magic Wand, no, he's fun. And now they set up on Ramses instead. They've already silenced him. They know they have Amanda. Freezing Skill set up 2. Telekinesis. And Shanks starts to steal the kill. It's Fateful. Apollo ends up getting it instead.
Yeah, man. And look, Shanks is still going for more. He's still scouting in the trees. This is a super annoying item to, or super annoying spell for the Rubik to steal, actually, because of just arcane supremacy. And now Aether Lens, like, he is jumping halfway across the screen, if not basically a screen. Very ridiculous range on this thing right now. The damage is, you know, you don't really care so much about that as the Rubik. It's just about the mobility, the early mobility it gives you, and how annoying you can be in these fights. Execration make the decision here after taking a fortuitous pick off against the North lane. Take down that tier 1 tower as mid lane. Oh, Palos. Wow.
I mean, yeah, it's a bounty hunter, though. I mean, the bounty hunter hasn't been able to use trap because they're not getting killed. But, they don't have much space to play because it's the strongest team right now. That's why this whole Monkey King thing, I'm going to become a third carry. Well, I kind of understand it. It's just pretty slow.
Exactly, just too slow. I thought maybe we were going to see, like, I mean, I don't know. Here's the BKB now. I thought maybe we were going to see, like, the Diffusal Blade or Echo Diffusal, not stream to BKB. Even then, I think he really missed his timing to be super early and fast. Oh, hold on. I want to stole Tree Dance.
Has no fights back. Yeah, Paolo's no remnants, but he's only Kiyotaka, so they don't want to fight this. Paolo's also has the Aegis now, so...
Kiyotaka just doesn't really have that much damage. Even with Max Jingu, he gets the stacks. It's not a really easy 1v1 for him to take there.
I mean, yeah, so I think actually we're going to see Echo, the Maelstrom Gleipnir, right? And then you BKB in the middle. But the BKB is also fun. And it seems like it went so poorly that he decided not to go for the Maelstrom, which is more of a slightly farming item.
It just didn't seem like they got like one really nice kill when Kiyotaka picked up the Invis rune and went top lane. I think that was the only time we've ever seen Shrek into clips, right? As there's Shanks, annoying from... they cut him down.
That was Tino, though.
Yeah.
That cut him down with his axe.
Dire's middle
Talon
tower
just runs away
is
from the
under
dragon, but
attack.
this tier 2 should fall to Tino, who landed unstopped this whole
And you know, now that I look at that, maybe that's why they are a little bit more reluctant to be as aggressive as they could be with these Monkey King, you know, tree dances, because you are playing to the Beastmaster, right? He has flame vision with the Hawk, and he's able to cut you down and stun you. Like, it's not easy. I would assume in this kind of a matchup, he just has to kind of wait for the track glimpse to reposition for someone, and then he can go in. I don't believe he can really change.
They upgraded the wrong Morphling. Got the illusion. The counter initiation. Try to storm.
Black hole is ready.
Yata is setting up the command. They want to kill back Tino, so Lethal set with a kill. Apollo's flat. Kill them tired. The edge of the command. Really keep it though, because now he almost ages. Air still has Black hole. It's no problem for the cancel either. Yata not BKB though, so he knows he's fine for now. Unless they kill him. There's the BKB activated. Really good song. Blink into the black hole. Pablo's literally got away with the trigger. And yeah, the monster actually made the great job. Yeah. Carlo will die though. The free field was there only to recover, or sorry, to allow them to retreat. But that monster style of evasion by causes that team fight up to go really badly for them.
I'm gonna bring this up because we saw very similar. Actually, hold on, I'm mistaken there. Never mind. That was a different game. Okay, fight though. Hellraisers, pardon me, really needed one of those. Kiyotaka now is a very popular build. See when you disassemble an Echo Saber for the Mage Slayer. Sorry, when you disassemble an Echo Saber for BKB, is you rebuild it, I should say, into that Mage Slayer. So he's now substantially tankier against a lot of the magic damage that was previously posing a little bit of a threat to him, even without that BKB online, right? And that has been problematic for him inside of his Wukong commands. Shanks is not playing a monkey, sitting on top of the tree. They reduce each other down. It's going to be actually on the part of me that dies on the enemy to, I think he was trying to get an aggressive war up.
No, I was actually checking. Kiyotaka actually Quelling bladed his own tree trying to catch Shanks's.
Oh, I didn't catch
it's
that.
very funny. I was like, well, how did he go down on the tree? They're not both on the same tree, but apparently he's trying to Quelling blade it in the air.
Come on, but this is my voice sign. This tree ain't big enough for the both of us. Says
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
It was funny.
It was. It ain't big enough for the both of us.
I bought that voice.
Thank you. You're 1 of 10.
Anyway, you're taking me out of dinner for that voice then.
No.
The $5 you owe me. That's like 2 whole massive blocks here.
Well, this is Envision here. Let's not go. They just put the kill rather easily. Well.
Carlo's like, okay, what if I start dance? Oh no, oh no. I hate musicals. And they're gonna kill off Carlos. No Russian ballet for this critical mate.
Making musical adaptations.
I hated all the Disney live actions, and I hate every musical adaptation.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It is, and that
people that hate
unfortunately very sinkable if you're a monkey. And down here, having a really difficult time. I have to commend Solo, obviously, who is playing a phenomenal, as good as a disruptor game as he can. All these glimpses and static storms have been right on the money here. Big item though, purchased by Ramsey's team. Now has this Eye of Scotty completed. Of course, he's playing into a melee lane, melee carry, so you know, not as impactful as it was, as if it was, you know, a ranged hero. But it does do a lot of work against the recently purchased heart that Palos has, right? Significantly reduces the HP to be able to get off of this item, and makes the fights that much easier to take for the rest of your team into this Naga Siren.
You don't get that name. Max health.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Okay. And they were like, what do we do with this? I mean, I know it makes you tanky, but how tanky?
Yeah, it really reduces HP regen, right?
Yeah, exactly. So we'll reduce the max HP regen that the heart gives them.
Yep.
Big deal.
Yeah, exactly.
Dire are
anyway, that Scotty will also hopefully prevent him from dying to a single ensnare orchid, whatever, like mistiming Manta. Stats are also major here for Ramses. He went for this over ad.
Do we have any more? Like, did anyone ever go for Lotus? Okay, so now Antares is going for Lotus. Regrettably for him, he's a bounty hunter who really scales based off of track kills, and he's not got too many of those this game.
Yutaka's recovered, by the way. He's gone for the build I was talking about, the Gleipnir into Offering considered after the considered BKB. And so this is the timing of like I honestly thought he was gonna go, but I like this much better. This is gonna make it much more useful in team fights and actually gives you extra team fight on top of Nigma. So really good choice by Yutaka.
Yep.
They need mid laner.
It's a great catch. Compared to last game, Execration don't really have the insane move. Careful. Shanks finds a stone.
Yeah, from Aurora's Yutaka the lead. So they broke down Shanks though. Yutaka has to get away. Too late. Shanks will die to the more lane stuck in the
Ramsey's in.
He's still taking him to deal with. Potentially from Mira, but he's just running the side of the team. Now hunting that by the Ember. He keeps giving this flame guard. Ramsey's in Antares retreat. That flip from that vault, sorry, from the Tumbler story will save Antares here from dying.
You gotta be careful though. This Naga did get morphs. She doesn't have a whole lot of attack speed here. The illusions, though, of course, still maintain their push. I actually really head up their steal by Ramses, of course. Not only do you steal the attack speed with the eggs, but you also get a second result. Really nice.
Very, very important. This game with so many routes. Still have a black hole again. They just haven't used it because Miro can't find the flame dagger. The flame guns and the Ember in general is a big use for this poor Enigma. Who still doesn't have a BKB either, so it's kind of easily castable. It's also a Rubik. There's a lot.
Gotta be careful for the glimpses. No tracks though here. Antares unable to find any, so maybe no glimpse backs in. No glimpses back in. But there is a Monkey King from behind, steals the Ember's rune. Will he die for this?
Yeah, it seems fun for now. Empty's now turning Naga. There's a song. It's a team fight. Seems like they still want to fight this. No, there's a team. Finally, not gonna need you. That's chill to cast this time. With a Malefice, and they're gonna go for more. Looking for Papa as and Clemson. I think he's also out of range. Yeah. So ridiculously far away. And
he's pretty far. But
Kenna gets Procton. They're looking he's back. They steal
Primal Spring
the dance. But Carlos will die.
Super fun. Yeah, I've been calling it Primal Spring. I don't know why. This Tree Dance one that Rubik cares for. He doesn't really care about the Primal Springs.
I mean, it's whatever, man. I don't really care. This is part of the same spell. Right? Everyone knows what you're talking about.
Well, Caster is a different spell.
Middle tower has fallen.
Okay, there they go. Antares.
There's a solo pushing a tier 1 top, which is an interesting.
Can they rotate though and close the door on these two heroes?
Maybe
I don't
this
know.
was a bait the whole time?
They have the track onto Bob, right? So if he has a weapon back.
And when the car beams, X gets away, but Bob will die. And ensnared. Bob gets hit by an ensnared. Avoids the glimpse again. X fell at the same time.
Wow.
Bro, Bobo's got game. Shanks. Oh, Flax we need him. Shanks is actually the better monkey.
Yes.
Lifting the monkey up into the sky, doing nothing, just showing dominance here. And getting his teeth to the monkey. I'm the alpha now.
It's like, there he is. Do they see? No, they don't quite see each other. They're just one tree too far away. Two star-crossed lines, dude. Jumping away through the trees. It's nighttime, so they don't see too far at night.
Shanks is the definition of monkey see, monkey do right now.
Yeah, pretty much. There's too many good jokes to make here, aren't there? When the Rubik does steal the tree dance.
A gift from the
A little David Attenborough voice, you know, watch as the two monkeys try and just who is the alpha. They compete for the best mate.
For the best creeps.
Direct invite.
Yeah, but Monkey King already has Broodmother, so he's set.
Okay, Hellraisers just got their Paladin sword stolen, by the way.
Oh. Oh, that's big.
Yeah.
That's huge for Morphling and pretty... I mean, I don't think Execration loves it that much, but Hellraisers would really love Paladin sword.
Yeah, it just kind of sucks. A little bit unlucky. Solo was farming with the Thunder Strike and then ended up getting it stolen, so...
Antares, he just got Midas.
Oh.
This is, I think, pulling yourself up from your bootstraps version of Bounty Hunter.
Well, you know.
Nobody's giving him track kills. He's not getting any handouts, so he has to buy the Midas for himself.
Yeah.
That is
he's going to clock into the scaling factor to work his chips 9 to 5. He's moonlighting as well. A little bit of a...
I think that's Masters creeps, right? Sure.
I mean, against the Helm of the Overlord, right?
No, dude, the Wars.
Sure. We'll say it's for that.
Comes in with a black hole. And Shanks, no. Oh, careful. And Mira will die quickly. quickly to that. They did nothing in their own black hole. Let's think of the Lugos commander at least. Doesn't want to go in.
Naga can't solve him.
Does the Aegis, it's the song, and the TP is available, but Kiyotaka still has the BKB on and Paul's to get away from now. He's apparently going to stay during the whole top direction. He's killing things to the front of the top, and they want to like go for 4 next to the field prevents the Francis now. Turned in this Naga. Ability. Stunned by Shanks against him telekinesis, giving them a little bit more leeway. Francis keeps on going. Hoping to finish the Tino. Pablo now doesn't know what target to get. Is that for the Emperor? He's going to for the monkey, but he's going to die to him. The Emperor meanwhile on the backline still feels one more remnant will get away. Taiso falls through and catches it. Janata has now kicked the ball to Paulo. Ramsey's fighting the carry fight. This is the last bit of it. These are the stuns. They will. Multiple stuns fly through to Paulo, who has no ages, has no HP, and has no life anymore.
Yeah, down he goes. Excellent fight there. Ramsey's with the talent. Waveform attack targets making a huge difference. Just knows which one's the real.
Carlo is dancing in the trees because he knows they discovered him. He wants to kill Solo. He's not going to find Ramses. They get vision, and Carlo realizes how useless this freezing field was.
The dragon's here.
The dragon is here to kill Solo, and because Frostbite don't get him. So Carlo just wanted to die to kill the opposite support. Buy back for the buff.
Yeah, yeah. Crazy fight, and just, I mean, what a Ramsey's here. Again, manages to get the morph onto the sign, which isn't that hard, right? Because it's not like she's a hero that's too elusive or builds a link sphere necessarily to block this. But Michael's usage of the Naga's toolkit was really impressive to me in that fight. He just A-clicks all of his illusions onto the Rubik because of the attack speed that he also gets. Rubik just kind of gets chased down by Antares, and Shanks, we've seen him from game 1. He is instrumental in these team fights for ex-Hellraisers. Look, this is the kind of, I call this like the inspirational movement, right? Where it gets you to keep up with the game of Dota, and then you think the game must be broken because you're not playing as good as a Rubik game as he is. Phenomenal performance in that fight as well for Kiyotaka. He is very much the Monkey King kind of space creator utility kind of, right? Not so much the true carry, but in that fight, you know, gladly will trade the usage of his BKB in exchange to make sure that the Naga Siren just doesn't really get to stop for that situation. Even still, though, it's a decent fight for Execration, but buybacks are going to be able to outfight them there. Phenomenal control onto Bob, and again, Ramsey's really getting them through that fight. Super impressive stuff. It's so hard, right? Because it's not like this Morphling anymore. He's super easily killable. Now he's got Crystallis and almost his full data, such as his next item. So even killing him is going to be quite the challenge. He is definitely on Nava.
Well, that team fight was so crazy. Do you think after that team fight, Mero will ever try to black hole initiate like that again? Because it seemed the Rubik killing it, right? It just seemed like a useless initiation. They just weren't ready. I was very surprised with how haywire he went. He thought the Roche was all about to be done, and that's why he had to do it.
It seemed a little bit desperate, and maybe that's the word. I use that word restrained a little bit. Yeah, haphazard, I think is better. To me, the reason I want you to put is it felt like Hellraisers were in that classic position where they're like, oh no, we are not contesting this Roche fast enough. Delay the fight. We need to set up a bit better. And in that sense, it still ended up being pretty impactful, right? Like maybe the issue I have was committing both the Static Storm and the Black Hole. You know, they've been a little bit too much. One or the other probably buys you enough time there, either through burning people or fighting again, Avo. Got the Naga mechanics.
More Naga. Delphoff is trying to test it. Oh, what? Gets BKB and almost the crit. More chasing out. These rings are faster than the single whirlpool.
Samsung
whistling the second one though. Very much. The power reflected the stun by Antares. And now Tino can control Ramses. Still with BKB. Going for Tino. Waiting for the skill, but glimpse him back. And he actually turned in Naga and snares. No? Some.
What's the follow-up?
Setting up for the fight there.
Are they really trying?
Don't know about this one though. Freezing Field after the talk. Now Cardinal immediately trying to open the Monosaur successes. And Cardinal second time. Over the fight, but can't get out this. Who's out of pendants. At the side of spin. Over the finds the one place. He got his head off. He might just be next fight. After fighting and the armor deal with Follows like this, they get me. And the Monkey King, but the life is pretty high up. Apparently, he's kind of winning. There's helping it out, and that will send the Taka to death.
Oh no. Oh. They got shredded by the Riptide, man. They did not respect the tide warnings there. They just got destroyed. Like
red flag was there.
The red flag tide warnings. They, you know what they say, you know, red in the morning, sailors take warning, and they certainly didn't. Their fellows just ripped them apart. That was so bad for them. We're just 3 cores right on top of each other, Bravo, and it just gave them the perfect opportunity to take down the Morphling. Morphling needs to die there first. Otherwise, like you're saying, there's not enough regeneration here on top of Paulo. He doesn't live long enough to fight through 3 carries, but it's trivial the way he does it there. Wow, another phenomenal usage there of the mirror.
He's just doing it to show off, honestly.
Oh, wow. I've never seen a not just go to toe like that versus 3 enemy carries, 2 enemy carries, and enemy Nigma.
Just in the command as well.
Just didn't care about it. No respect for the monkey.
I mean, it's
not respect for solo either. It's just a highlight reel of glitch dodges.
That's the 4th one, I think, this game. Here, black hole. We didn't just ignoring this black hole, but he does have it. This will initiate onto this. Ruby's nearby. Another goal just committed. Ruby's coming by. Someone deal damage. Paolo's finally done with it. Goal on 3. He back in time. Now on time starts. The attack is stopped. He has the beginning red enjoys it. He don't mind down the back. Paolo's now fighting head on time. That is the shard with the Solomon. That's why he's healing so much. And you do not deal with Paolo's. And Paolo's in close for the utilizing for Pig. Goes for the ensnare. He still has Morphling is taking 2 damage. Ramses is down. Kiyotaka falls off the tree. And Execration, they'll do it. It's possible. They can get a 2-0 in a group stage. They accomplish the game that is...
Yeah, and once again, Hellraisers are going to... I mean, look, it's not elimination.
Cloud, if he's got these forks coming through, you know, if there's no... We'll come back to this as they get the dive on, and everything I was saying is now inconsequential because Cloud has gone down, so Kami has to move away from these multiple kisses. There is still that buyback for the Beastmaster though. Let's see. He wants to get himself back into this. The dive onto the back lines, he's the vortex as well. There's going to be a real nice dismember. The hooks come. Nice save though. He saves it. Cloud gets himself back into this now, and Kami is losing so much. Kami's going to go down. They do get the kill onto Leppington there as well. So Mira with that freezing field, Mira will go down. Coming down to the hooks. Yatsuo still in that push roll. He's getting them back. They get the buyback out from the poach and Storm Spirit. Everybody from the side of Hydra. They don't want to be giving this one up now as well, but they take down Leppington once again. That's the dieback on the Disruptor, and Yatsuo, what can he do? The hook, it's going to be blocked mid. Hook. This is the dieback on the Cloud. Cloud, can he get himself away from this one? He's still being harassed up by Collapse. One more right click, he goes down. That is going to be the Beastmaster dead for 115 seconds, and now the chase is on for the rest of the side of Hydra.
This Aghanims on the Morphling is just making him impossible to deal with. First of all, they use the little shredder on the Pudge to get rid of his armor. He has solid amounts of it, but it is just not enough. And then Yatoro just destroys him, and he knows that he can stand his ground because he cannot be stunned. He literally cannot be stunned. How do you stun water? Well, a lot of their damage, if not most of it, is on the Morphling.
Oh, the glimpse comes back though. Inside the Static Storm Mirror, he has that Lotus going, and now if Zofra actually dives a little bit further, the Thunder comes out. The Pod King, he's dove in, yeah. They're going to be able to get the kill onto the Storms for it. Can they take down the Pudge? They're going to be able to catch him and cancel off the TP. He's going to be dead. The Storm Spirit though, he has brought back, and they've got no kinetic field, no Static Storm. And like you say, they're even going to be able to get a lockdown onto Cloud. Everybody on the side of Hydra, they just overextended, and we pray for Team Spirit here, but Hydra might have just lost the heads a little bit, and the buybacks, they're going to be forced out, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to defend this base with the Pudge being down, with no Static Storm for the next 27 seconds. Spirit, what can they get from this? I've been worried though, they're going to be able to get it. They get 2, they do! They take them down, the cookie comes out, the Yatoro, freezing field, they might lose Happy. Is this the dieback? They do the break the Lincoln Sphere though. Morphling. Bilal wants to come right back into this fight because he have the boots of travel to do it. It might take him a little bit longer now. No boots of travel though, so he's going to have to use the blinks, you know, just do it by foot, it seems.
Level 25 Storm with a beast. That's just so much damage. They're going in for the Morphling. He doesn't have a buyback.
No, he can't. Do they get the kill? He goes down. Warwick has to go down though. It's going to be him left alive. No, it's not. The creeps are pushing in. There's no buybacks available on the side of Hydra, and this is going to be 4 heroes, even with the death of the Morphling. No way Warwick defends this.
It's pretty much over. They don't have the glyph. The game is over. They gave it their best. Hydra, they made Team Spirit work for it. The team that is most likely going to be at the top of Eastern Europe DPC Division 1.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Galaxy want to commit. There's just not enough damage. Crimson Guard, Atrophy Aura, Rubik's Fate Bolt, all this damage reduction. Let's see the combo. Bit of Malice.
Strong in by the Disruptor, and now we're going to be hitting from winning back up once more. Bit of Malice, and Jamil is in it. They'll lose him in mind control. Right back towards Amara. Trying to run from everybody on the side again. Go ahead.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Siphoning
attack.
and getting back into the base.
Has fallen.
Alive.
Yeah, I think when it's time to call it, it is time to call it. They have no business left in this.
And didn't get the tether off or something.
I think it got broken. Either way, I like the ghost up to purchase. That was pretty heads up, but we are back and there's a smoke action.
There's the divide right there. They're going in on Q. Where's the hit? Okay, get that hit off. 123. Knocked. What damage? He's dead.
Oh my god! Nothing! Less than 10% of his health.
I mean, I'm assuming that's just the game.
That, yeah, 100%. There's no point in talking about the rest
AU
of it.
picks it up. I shot it Royce. It's the dive yet.
Go away, you.
Oh my god.
Victory!
We finally get to see them have a little bit of lead, but they need to have good vision, good entry to engage.
We're down up on high ground. Or Bulbica, Red Panda, this would be huge if we can find it. Static Storm before the Tombstone. Not bad. Stone from Lulu. He's thrown now over the Bulbica. There. Starting to drop down. I love TK control for the moment. He does manage to get that one away. And the Supernova down. TK barely surviving. And it's just going to be one down at his White Album. The dodge. To hide away. The heal's coming in. They hoping for a save, but the BKB is out, and they're going to jump onto him. He has to back away. They have lost White Album again, and now Tango in trouble. Q is going to drop faster. These fight so well, and they quickly take down that Undying.
And remember, it's ages, so they didn't really care about giving away. Big finish profits.
Stun is out on the play. Didn't have a BKB available. Bulbica dropping low and on back in. We have another off Bulbica. Doesn't look like it because the black hole is there. That's on the edge. He doesn't have multi to come back to life. And Aster, they might take full advantage. Move.
Radiant's bottom
Rax
has fallen.
Up the bottom. Finally, Aster full advantage. They're building.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, just for a brief second, had more network. There it is, back again with the higher network. When you click on the L, it's not really an inspiring network. Blink, BKB, Radiant. You might be able to get on top of a hero, but that's not the that's able to 100-0 here. Like even this Undying inside Static Storm, able to then get over the Slash Golem from away.
They have that trying to keep him alive. Makes the move, and again, into this fight without Monet here. Pretty good for them. Right album, but now Monet is out now. They're in a lot of trouble. He managed to kill him. Okay. Alright. Pops ulti. Now the turn. Punching. Really getting away. Sort of survived that first salvo. Very strong. Supernova down, pops the BKB. Ooh, he's just caught here. They want to get the kill. That's really himself up. And now the chase. The avalanche, the toss. Thinks he's going to give up his life also. This is Monet. He's way too strong. This might just be the full set of racks going down bottom. Aster, way too strong for Ares.
Like, Aaron, the
GG.
Oh,
They're done.
okay.
I was wondering. It looked like it was that type of game.
Yeah, it kind of was. It's like a game where you're an out. Not really ever been in the league. He hasn't really never protected himself.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Boom.
Standing. How are they just standing right now? I can't help but fidget with my hero half the game.
I'll be running around in circles.
Yeah.
Pirouetting on the spot, the song. Blinking from Pure. They see Yatoro, 3 lined up. Potentialized path play. They're trying to go in. Toronto Tokyo is blown up by Collapse. Has to buy back. Yatoro gets off his BKB. Pure with another song. Sprints in. Who are they aiming for? Where is the target acquisition? They can't catch anybody. Collapse BKBs runs down south. Lol being chased out as well. Oh my god, Nightfall. Hazy on disc. Refresher blinks to high ground. Gets away from danger for now. Pure, what's he up to? He's back to the high ground too. Mirror image out, Aegis claimed, lol in the fire, still surviving and blowing up GPK. Team Spirit
nothing to do.
Sprinting out their base. They don't catch Nightfall on the way out. He's blinked out in the range of Mirror. They're still hunting though, and he's going to find Toronto Tokyo. Who cares, Gem? I see Jakiro. Eon disc popped. And with this rapier damage will make short work of a twin-headed dragon.
Unstoppable. Laurel the collapse waiting in the back line actually worked. He stormed out of the tree line and he just then started eviscerating the 2 supports with the help of Laurel. He completely jumped over. They dodged everything that Nogma was trying to set and prep there. And Yatoro was also just firing the cannon from the top there. Did the combined damage of Collapse and Laurel together. He is a monster.
Oh, Pure. Lol. Oh, God. Nightfall's going to get a bit of vision here with the Hawk.
Imagine.
Can they?
Imagine.
Will they?
They have to do something kind of crazy.
They're going to be losing their base pretty soon. Lash has buyback. Naga Beastmaster have to get back to base to defend. Drow Rangers up here. Tier 3 gone. Barracks to follow.
There's no buyback and collapse though. That's a big one. And Mira.
Radiant structure.
Look at all the wolves. Look at all the summons. Multiple. Mira gets away from there. Help of the Glimmer Cave to jump in from Lol. Disruption of self-save. Barracks taken out. Lol. Oh, tries to fight. Nightfall. He'll just pop, but he can't get any control of Lol. This Lol puck is all over the place. Now they go into the GPK though. Aiming for the puck. They're going to find him at long last. They get him and the rapier's on the floor.
He messed up the phase shift. He canceled it.
Oh no.
Did you see that? I'm not crazy, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, he phase shift and accidentally ended it.
There's an Axe Blessing recipe. There's a rapier. There's all sorts of stuff everywhere.
An Axe Blessing recipe. What's that there? Okay. Not sure what the story on that one is. Meanwhile, Save, I think he had a refresher shard, right? Because Laurel dove him, he disrupts himself, and he tries to kill him again after it Save just refreshes, and then uses it again. How did they not get the rapier?
That was another DD. I don't think they care. Toronto Tokyo is going to take it, is he? Oh yes, the Jakiro with the rapier.
Coming to feed it back to them, guys.
My goodness. There's Mega Creeps on one side. Top lane Barracks still standing on Team Spirits. We're waiting for next Roshan, Trent.
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like Bet Boom have a such a good chance of winning these fights right now. They can't get, like, swarmed in the back line.
They missed the stun on BK. He's trying to hold his ground, but look at my dodge. Oh my god, Yatro shreds. Where'd he go? Daedalus hits, refreshes, blinks forward, kills up safe as well. SD's gone, TP home. Get the hell out of here, Bed Boom now.
He's lucky he didn't get coiled. Dude. Leshrac vanished.
He looked okay until he didn't.
Until he got hit for 1,350 damage from a single right click? Yeah. Yeah. Right until that.
Ow.
Luckily, Toronto Tokyo was not there to feed the rapier back, so that's good.
And now Team Spirit running down lanes, coming for the Radiant base. Balls are still there to hold on to. This has got to be mentally debilitating for Bet Boom.
Mini 31 minutes.
Team Spirit is wearing them down.
The admins have been on, you know, they told them, nope, these guys. The longer this game goes, the harder things are.
Well, it's like Moomiander was saying in that Seb documentary. You know, this isn't Dota you're playing. This is a slogfest. You're gonna wait it out and play 60-minute games, long ass ones. There's a long line. Watch get very far forward. He unders from Mira, but the Undying will fall inside the Radiant base. He'll as Mira gets off one last finger of death, and the turn from Yatro. They killed GPK. It's a direct on the ledge. Naga now in trouble. Song of the Siren trying to buy a bit of time, but Yatro moves forward, gets the damage in. Bill is dead. Oh god. It all comes crumbling apart for that boom now. Wait, back. They're on to Mira. The kill off Nightfall save though, and lol. He opens up on them. The howitzer is here. Massive 40 mil cannon just shattering into that boom. Drow saved by the rip. The soul of everyone dying. Almost two. And she's called it over. Team Spirit.
Look at him. Look at Mira.
Oh my god.
The shard to anybody who would listen at the Lima Major. Which, yeah, nobody's taken him up on it yet. But if you see a shard being picked up by any team that was at the Lima Major that speaks English, you could probably source that.
It's good. I'm like, this shard is actually good. I don't know how to get
Pretty good.
Oh yeah. Slark with that shard is crazy. It's actually a broken strat. If Galileo is still on top, he can take that. Maybe that's what he needs to get back to the top. Shadow Walk is way back to the top. And there's Reddit go to 1,000 comments, but because I say it and nobody else
I will say the other good thing about Bounty Hunter for Life is we've got two different memes here. The Bounty Hunter shard, the Magnus Ags. He does have extremely high damage against probably has highest base armor, starting base armor in the game, which can make him really good and laning phase for trading. Yeah. He's versatile. Terribly. Oh yeah. And frontline a little bit of this year support, but again,
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. PSN FTX victory!
Midas was being, so they have an inkling that this is going on, but they jump forward, find the Star Spectre. The Doom is there, Force Staff, keeping him alive and on the other side of the fissure, but there's way too much damage, and the rundown is going to be there. MC is gone, GH is gone, and looking for more. 9 jumps back in, finds Kuro too, tries to get out of there, does not have a way to escape. Mar is completely under control. He too is going to die. Buybacks are coming in. Amar realizes he can't do that gives him TP, but Eyes on the prize. Thunder trying to close this one out, close this series out with a quick 2-0 as they set their sights now onto the tier 4 towers. There is a buyback still on Spectre, but no the BKB is out though, and now the turn, the break, the finish. Amar dies a second time.
On top of staking, managed to find that kill. Sumail still controlled. Does manage to get the blink back and away. MC, they're going to go back in for more. There's a chance, but Sumail, gets away just barely. Sumail got to be controlled. They got him there with the Gleipnir, and it's only MC left alive as Tundra start hitting these tier 4 towers.
With this Unleash, with the damage coming through from the sidekick now as well. Watch Buckle though, it's actually going to be the Molten stealing that Pango form. And he doing anything about this because it's going to be hexed out, because we have the damage to kill him off. It looks like this one's going to get low. He's got back now as well, but he's not going to be able to get the kill. In fact, he just drag him closer to him, be able to clean up the side of one move. They have no cause now. A.K.A the only one left alive in terms of cause. 3 heroes dead for the next at least 70 seconds. And this is going to be it. Yeah, Bedroom just come in. They're going to start to go up the base. Not even needing to go for Vegas here. As you can see, they just won't end it here and now. In fact, even diving into the bounce now as well, where the hook comes out. Molten is this going to be a good guard Satanic. We're going to force that away to tell him to save from out from base. He's then really cocky on this Molten, but it's paying off, and yeah, they're just going to be able to dive into the fountain once again. And the fountain farm, these heroes, cleaning it up. GG is going to be called after 45 minutes here. One move. They look great in game number 1. They look pretty good in game number 3 here as well, but boom, they just had enough out of them in game number 2.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Be right. I keep my enemies close. Mixed up
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant
Away from enemy, it's not
guys
really
just dying
getting them
because of
anything in the next one. But they got so bad down. I think they can
generally
save
core
him.
with the vital is also good with the strategy, which is why the reroll
Oh, that's first blood. Easy pickup. Behind tower, but you gotta be careful. This alchemist is actually pretty dangerous, considering rocks are only one point stone. And then you get more minus armor out of acid spray for a physical damage nuke of an unstable concoction. It's a deadly mixture. You're running through an answer your key sites.
No, they can't. Look at that. That's not enough.
You're gonna have to play to defend the power.
Won't finish him off. Lots of
Radiant's bottom tower.
That's going to be 2-0 here for the side of
Dream's not having a whole lot of fun with this. 10 stick charges, and he did manage to at least hit the 2 stacks off of Balance Strike.
Then refuses to commit.
Sanaba. Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Warriors of the wood.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Сейчас поиграем. Сейчас поиграем.
Never ends.
Radiant's Ancient is under attack.
Ultimately, this game kind of comes down to just who jumps who. There he goes.
Save him. They have a save? Nothing. They've got the coil locking him down. They kick away the bear, but it's not good enough. Meanwhile, that 5 Talon with the back lines getting demolished. John Well is going to be able to get away. The Snapfire couldn't quite finish him off. Let's see if they can force the buyback. Surely they will, but is Geek Slate going to be able to get a successful fight? The use of that buyback.
One of these wolves is bigger than the other.
Yeah, but it's not that big wolf you got to worry about.
It's the little one. They're trying to force this punch by, but he is holding it. Discipline. Doesn't care about the racks. And I agree. What the hell do racks mean? It's out. Get the heck
out. I mean, they need a kickback. I think he'll buy back once they get a kickback from
the re-wolf. Get her pressure charge. Round 2.
will put into use. Kill the tackle. Man, he died fast in that little...
When they actually make it, if they actually make the style work, if it happens, because obviously it's a big if, then this team cannot simply be, oh, it's a bad carbon copy, they'll eventually lose to Liquid. They don't have a ceiling, because their ceiling is non-existent. They're creating their own story. And that's something that I do like about Nouns, and something that makes me like, root for the team like this, because they're just fun. Honestly.
We also casted Husky long time ago. You remember that Realms Collide 2? Very fun tournament.
Yeah, before we casted them in West with the Black Sheep team or whatever the hell.
That is true. Yeah, that is true. Although I was an admin for that particular
and I was hosting for nobody, but that's
you were a stage host for a ravenous crowd that you were working so hard like you normally do, Alpro, weren't you?
Okay, that was that second call. It was a way too big a disc. Calm down. All right, Richie.
No, but you're right. You know, he's been on the grind for a long time, and I'm excited for them. Husky and Ocean. I still remember them as a support duo. Husky still playing to this day, and drafting here for the side of Nouns Esports, as our draft is now underway.
We all know it's actually a Steenie who's...
Of course.
Nobody gets past a Steenie. If you're ever in a room with a Steenie after 20 minutes, you start choking because he's taking all the air in the room. His ego's filled out. But he's a lovely lad and someone that really is very passionate for Dota. So we'll see what he's come up with.
Do you want to hear my Steenie impression?
What is your Steenie impression?
Go ahead, keep talking. I'll let you know.
All right, so
draft for Nouns Esports, and I'm just kidding. I love you, STD.
it was funny because that was actually the major here. We would go, you know, when I was drafting for Nouns, I always thought that the way to be Shopify, we're watching IG right now. What are you talking
look,
about?
Shopify Rebellion's biggest weakness is, and then someone would say, no, you're not allowed. Anyway, come on.
Enough jokes, Steve, we love you. Let's concentrate on Nigma Galaxy, because even though they struggled a little bit yesterday, they're still hell-bent on this same idea, which is the enchant. They really like this hero. They see some value, and I think there's a point to be made that a team that's struggling sometimes, securing lanes is usually the easiest thing to do because it allows you to play the game, right? So Enchantress and Beastmaster, not only does Enchantress cover Beastmaster, very classic combo, but on top of that, they're strong laners for the most part. They have a very clear game plan, and changing or trying to deviate these heroes from their game plan is extremely hard, right? Beastmaster will take your tier 1 rain, shine, or snow, right? So an Enchantress will secure the safe lanes farm. So it's an okay start for Nigma, even though it's nothing spectacular.
I also still really like it. I do feel like this team has been playing a lot of duo core. You know, Mind Control has never really been a super hard carry from the offlane kind of a guy. He's much more about the auras, the big team fight ultis, and my opinion is what I remember him for. But Sumail, you know, the king, still very much a carry. Miracle, very much a carry. So I do like that Nigma are, in my opinion, they seem to be drafting more around these kinds of ideas and these concepts as a team, even as they try and get settled, right? Being a last-minute replacement team and calling in Miracle to stand in. But it does personally excite me, right? To see this team overall just try out their ideas. And I like this edge for them. As you say, like, keep hammering at this idea. But also with this Beastmaster, it's a lot of tower pressure. The creep build, right? The enchant build is the much more popular one we end up seeing these days. You are into the Mirana, right? So it's not going to be super free as far as just throwing creeps at tier 1 towers, but you're still going to force a lot of attention toward this mid lane, and you're going to be able to make a lot of space here for both Sumail and Kuro as they do head into that mid game.
But let's not forget that Mirana goes for Starstorm these days. So you still have a Mirana that's probably not going to counter that much until they throw the creeps out. What's the 15th for now, by the way? Just concentrate on this for a second, because I need to do something that doesn't reveal anything. And it's hard because you've drafted Tiny and Mirana, so you have to reveal at least where Tiny goes, right?
Dire team pick.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a crazy 15. That's a crazy 15. Are they flexing this into a support role potentially? Because if he just gets countered now with 16, 17, then what do you do?
You think there's any chance that this is an offlane CK? Or is it more likely support?
I guess it could be.
Offlane CK, I'm just saying it used to be a thing, right? And now that Chaos Strike is back to true random, you don't really see it too much anymore. It used to be every 4 hits, I believe, for a while. And having that guaranteed sustain in lane, especially allowing you to fight, ended up being a really big... given a lot of purpose to this hero to kind of be that offlaner, right? But now it's back to true random, I believe. He's true Casino Knight. So ever since then, that playstyle has fallen out of favor. But I'm just saying, right? Because I agree with you. This 15th pick for Nouns does need to kind of have some sort of flex to it.
I mean, I guess one of the biggest counters to CK is the so the fact that they already picked an offlaner makes it a really counter. But they'll go for another pretty strong counter, which is the Phoenix. Sunray is great against this hero, and in no matter what position. And obviously, CK struggles with this whole attack speed slow. Phoenix can be bursted down quite easily, though, so it's not like a heavy counter. I'm actually struggling. How would you completely counter this hero?
10 seconds
You could get a good core to core, but then you reveal your core. I guess you have to.
Yeah, and if I'm Nigma, I'm also I'm thinking that they are going to flex the CK on me, right? Like, there's no way you pick this hero in this position in the draft, and you guaranteed lock him in. It's kind of wild for me, you know, for this. I mean, maybe, I don't know.
Now
We'll see what Nigma are going to end up picking up. It's the DK. So someone that's going to be able to tank through him.
This is the... Sorry, I just want to point out, I love this interaction. This is the counter that China figured out against CK when he was very dominant. So this is a very, very major counter to this hero. The reason for it is called Breathe Fire. CK defends a lot on his base attack damage, and you breathing fire on all of his illusions actually reduces this Reality Rift combo by a lot, which is why Dragon is always traditionally considered a good counter to CK. In addition to him being tanky, having armor, and you pushing towers your CK hates, right? Because you usually don't want your map to be taken away. But in China, this is the quintessential counter to CK.
Yep, that's what I was going to get into as well. Not necessarily the China component. Good that you brought up that fact.
It was Chalice who figured it out.
But especially having the talent as well for the reduced or the increased spell. How do I phrase this clearly? More minus damage on DK. He's got that talent, right? And it's phenomenal in these kinds of matchups where you do already have a lot of physical damage. I will say I'm a little bit surprised that Nigma Galaxy actually still decides to go into the Phoenix. You brought up a lot of reasons why it's really good in these really naturally tanky lineups with this tiny CK. But in my opinion, this hero really does suffer against a Mirana. She has really good egg killing utility right on the leap. She's pretty good in lane against you as well because she just kind of leaps away from you. You're a 0 base armor hero on this Phoenix, so having her auto attacks hit you and getting hit with Starstorm, which is a little bit less likely, is super annoying. So okay, and then into the Coddle then for Nouns.
I think this Coddle might be support actually.
Okay, what are you thinking? What's your idea here? I'm taking more time to chew on this.
I think call 4 with CK3, and then you run Tiny Mid, Mirana, support 5, and you pick another carry.
Okay, so you're picking a carry, right? Coddle 4, CK3. And so, sorry, this Tiny was mid, right? You said that real fast.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense into the DK. Kind of just a you farm, I farm kind of a lane, and then DK tries to take your tower. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that could be. Because I don't see... I mean, they picked Coddle 18, though, right? So you think they've picked a support on 18 specifically? Is it? I mean, obviously he brings a lot to the table here, right? He's got really great anti-push no matter any position he goes for, because all Coddles take Illuminate. He can build a vessel this game on top of the Greaves, which is phenomenal against this DK.
Turn to ban.
I mean, I guess you're right about that. And I guess DK versus Tiny is a bad matchup for
team ban.
Keeper versus DK, because TK also doesn't have a really good push, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, Breathe Fire is fine.
Breathe Fire is fine, but normally you just survive on tanking through whatever enemies throw at you and then being able to hit tower with Elder Dragon form active. You're not going to be able to do that against a Coddle as easily if he's mid. I don't know, right? I'm just presenting other pieces of spaghetti to throw at the wall to see what sticks here for Nouns. I'm curious with this draft, and they do have 24, so they've certainly thrown me for a loop.
I agree, because I'm just hell-bent on the idea that the Coddle should be a support, because it feels like a really good support Coddle game. Get one game, all you have to do is chuck a magic and go, right? As a 4, you still build Vessel, right? That's what I'm thinking. I just don't see what the Coddle mid does over.
Okay.
But now I'm thinking back to that game Execration we watched with Meepo, right?
Right.
And I'm thinking, well, maybe Coddle mid is good because the heals, right, against CK.
Yeah.
And that might make him like a super tanky hero, and you just go for the same build as you do as offlaner.
Very true. So then is the CK an offlaner in that world, or is he a carry?
Yeah, he's carry.
Because Nigma seem to agree with you, or at least they're not as scared as the CK carry or something, because they haven't banned a single carry right now. They banned the offlane Tidehunter and the likely mid lane Batrider, right, which is going to kind of make CK's lane very difficult. Nouns ban out some carries. I think that's obvious. Miracle's going to get the here. They are still looking for something that can fight well into these CK illusions. It almost certainly seems like it's a core now. You'd have to do some like Coddle mid, Mirana offlane thing.
It has to be a core.
Yeah, right. So That's what I'm considering here when it comes to this pick here out from Nigma.
Nouns, turn to pick.
See? Lifestealer.
Yeah, CK just now a little bit. Yeah.
Huh.
Interesting.
Okay.
It used to be like the quintessential counter lifestealer used to be the CK because you just jump him and because you have the level 20 talent where you rarely rift Pierce's
10
BKB, right? You
seconds
just
remaining.
boom. But I think now his sustain is a little better.
Nouns have a lot of
5
time to think about
seconds
this,
remaining.
but hear me out for a second. Did you pick a Timber? No, he's banned. Sorry. Okay, Nigma banned him out.
I actually was thinking it's actually a pretty decent.
Is there?
Like Razor off lane, you CK carry Coddle mid, and then Tiny Mirana.
Okay. I don't mind that. Very, very, very rare pick. I don't know. There must be a reason he's not being picked. No, not. I'm going to go with an even crazier pick. But for similar reasons, I actually kind of like the Underlord this game. Percentage-based damage, wave push. The root's super good against this DK and Beastmaster illusion or summons.
I think the lane you kind of lose the lifesteal.
Okay. No, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
You may now
Okay,
select
Nigma.
your
So another
hero.
lifestealer counter to some degree, but a much more meta one, right? The hero deals well with the lifestealer.
And it's still percentage-based damage that you're looking for here.
So Coddle mid, nothing too crazy. I mean, I still see the Coddle Chaos Knight comp.
Right. Yeah. So
I mean, it's fine. No, that's crazy. I was expecting. It's just a weird 15 pick for CK. What threw me off so much, right? And I feel like he kind of counter. At least Nigma thinks they countered him, right? So
they must. Right? They've got to be happy with their second phase, right? If they go in the CK and then this Lifestealer as well. Because again, based off their bans, I do believe in the last phase anyway, I do believe Nigma, pardon me, were expecting this to be a CK carry the entire time.
Yes. But that's why. So then the Phoenix and DK were great. Lifestealer, they assume the counters. I'll word for it in this situation, right? I think he does those fights and sure, you got the lane counter with the Enigma, but we're gonna see a similar game where last time, you don't have a Rubik, but you still have a Beastmaster. So it's not like Enigma's free either, right? To buy BKB Lincolns if he wants to get black holes off. It's a much better Enigma game though.
Yeah, that it is. Go into that Beastmaster. Like you said, Phoenix Supernova is actually a little bit problematic here for Nouns. I don't see... I mean, I've highlighted the Mirana, which in the early game I think ought to be good enough, but I do the late game fight, especially with the DK stun. I expect... What do you think? Sumail's going to go for like the Ags DK build instead of the Meteor Hammer one again, right? Build as like a secondary core in this mid laner. I'd expect still a decent amount of lockdown in this DK, and for him to also be able to protect the egg here. It's a good draft here. I like what Nouns is bringing. I'm not sure if I like CK as a hero right now. You've got to be basically a CK specialist, it feels like, to pick this guy right here.
Sick.
Yeah, for sure.
So, I mean, in that sense, I do trust him. I mean, he is the Skidder of NA, you can call him. Hero pool, and the CK is really good. So I don't have an issue with that. I think that in that regard, Nouns is pretty happy. It might be a conflict to some degree, but I will agree with you that I don't really see much of a purpose to this in this current draft. Right? You told John Enchantress Beastmaster, you thought, yeah, CK is the answer. I don't know why, right? Not saying it's wrong. I just would love to hear from them. If we interview them, that's the first thing I'll ask us.
Yeah, for sure. All I'll end up seeing here is a couple tips going Miracle and Mind Control.
Being buds is nice. I like the wholesome tips once in a while.
30 seconds to battle.
Taking a look here at the Nouns games, rechecking their graphs for DPC and the games so far. See if there's any patterns I can see here, any strats. This CK is new to them here for at least DreamLeague. Oh no, it's not, pardon me. They just picked it yesterday versus OG. And once again, they did pick it 15 as well. Then they went for the Morph instead.
The battle begins.
So Samsung's gonna find himself a hawk. Well, he found the boar.
And theoretically, CK should be pretty good against the Beast. At least at clearing the boars. I feel like with the Axis build, it matters less though. But at clearing the boars, you should be pretty. Just reality rift the boar. You hit it with.
Yep. Pretty much. Minus armor against a boar is going to do a lot of damage considering already 0 armor units, right? So you're going to be pretty much chunking those bad boys. And you've got a Mirana in this lane as well, as Husky's going to end up running down bottom. So he also can assist there. Just the DK stun onto a Coddle charge and Illuminate. Let's see if I can still get the first range creep. He doesn't, but Sumail doesn't get the deny either, so he's not too upset.
Come on, see us places stand very fast. I think he's been on fire. I actually think he's playing his incredible, as he usually is. Right?
Check out that. And just
yeah. Right away, H and no, he got the spirit off. So I want to know how he fixes this problem of this you having a hero that can't really shove versus scroll. Stun is not gonna fix it, but I guess this is start.
No. It is the classic DK thing. Remember when we were saying that you're a DK off lane, and it was just you would just get stunned for 3 seconds at level 2, and then you would not be able to, and you would repeat for every single wave. Good stuff. I suspect it's going to be a lot of that early on. No points in this Dragon Blood though, not just for the region. I'm not too concerned about the Coddle right click.
Nah, that's the right choice. You need to breathe fire desperately in this. I honestly don't know how you take this regardless. Like, this.
Dyer's courier has been
killed. It is.
I don't know if it's that. Well, yeah, Coddle can actually get off to the fire and just take over. Maybe you can go for the Grizz build, like we saw in Coddle lane, and you just go straight Vessel. It's that way, especially in this season.
It's such a good Vessel game, right? I mean, you have 4 strength heroes and then a Kuro Ench, who normally doesn't take a point in the attendance too early on. You'll have no shortage of really good Vessel targets here. The only one who's really going to be able to do anything about it the entire game is Mirror, right? So you've got other ways of dealing with them with the physical damage of the CK and, of course, the Black Hole.
Shamil really committed. He got the water rune as a result. Just been fighting good. A Gunner 4th Dragon, though, because of the auto attack. Yeah. Actually, pretty good win for it.
Denied.
See a whole ton of detail. It's not in C that I'm used to. Bottom, Icarus die for G, hoping for the kill, but he will live barely.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, well, do want to see how Sumail's going to continue laning here. Get both water runes, and again, he can tank creeps no problem basically all day, even at this point of draft blood.
Husky got one of the spirits, that can be enough. They go for the step. Body blocks from Michael for the floor. I'm just like in trouble. Mango for the X's. There we go. But Yamson was saving magic tick. And he forced the Mango to die. That's a pretty good win. Now lacks the region though to get back into the lane.
Yeah, he'll just pull a couple tangos here from Huskies. He's gonna eat the tree. Does hurt him, right? Because especially because Yamson is not taking the point to Chaos Strike yet. It's pretty normal in this kind of a lane, right? Having stun and having some kill potential here with Mirana. But he doesn't do the sustain, right? He's not Chaos Striking yet, which is pretty for this kind of hero to be able to lane and trade a bit better. Control 2 points right now to Wars as he does into Count the Iron Will, so we'll end up seeing the very classic rush to some of the Overlord here, just so Husky doesn't start arrowing all of his creeps early on.
Isn't taking up air. I think the right choice. Fours doesn't really matter if you arrow them. Storm's better. Taking a second from already. GH is up down. That's level 2 spirits. Actually did damage. Killed him here first. Residual damage for the wolf. That's Kuroki's having his own against level top. That's the moment he gets in the middle. He should be hit by impetus. Kuroki. There we go. Impetus. You gonna commit for the skill? Sure. Places skill into the tango. Has the ring of protection. It's not gonna be enough. To Nigma.
Oh yeah.
Stabilize.
Pretty nice. Supports here winning the skirmishes early on. GA performance so far on the Phoenix. That second point, Fire Spirits, really kind of running Husky right now. So long as you keep your here on Phoenix, especially without a Chris Dive, you can't be pulled in very quickly against these two. Especially at level 4, I do wonder what Husky's going to consider that point in air. It's not the most traditional setup, but you can get some pretty nasty reality rifts into Sacred Arrow setups, or of course the Chaos Bolt as well. That is like really, really tough to play as a Phoenix, especially again just the 2 base armor right now, courtesy of Net 1. Those stats, but really, really impressive Phoenix game so far.
Yes, and in terms of offlane, like you picked against A.K.A. right, and you're still. Well, this is a big win for Nigma, who's also managing to points into boars. Max access no matter what because it's too far, but the boars will help you take the tower earlier. That's the goal.
That's true. And having 2 boards here does make it a lot more difficult for Yamsum to commit onto any one of them, because there's always going to do and actually make a dive onto him now. Body blocks
GH. Reality of the Chaos Bolt, sorry. Yeah, he takes the hits from the Spirit, but he's not going to take he wants to dive.
Kobe 1. Oh, he's not another Fire Spirit. He's saving him.
Kobe like Kobe. Right, I see. Like you throw it to the side, is that the whole point?
Yeah, you play Phoenix. Stand still, you're gonna get hit by arrow, you're gonna hit by dogs.
Link him.
This rep's okay. They're all playing for this Phoenix, not the Phoenix Suns, okay?
In the top Miracle was actually a pretty inconsistent game, honestly. It has a lot of deny, surely. The Miracle tries to find farm regardless. It's not really a big deal. Usually Livestream doesn't like this because you don't kill Eidolons effectively, so you just kind of lose farm. It's not a game, since I don't think you're too.
Yeah, I think Kuro has got a lot. It's just really, really annoying Lelis, right? 1v1. The progression that they were having. Some Invis for some, by the way. No one rotated mid from either team to contest these 6 mid-runs.
It's been fun. He's just been a left, right, and center.
Yeah.
They didn't even go for Bracer.
Radiant's courier
that was it.
has been
Yeah, use it to kill Lelis. There's the Dragon Form. Now the center stop. Oh, stop with the fist. That was clever. Lelis now gets a little more space. He might have run down by Miracle regardless move. Yeah, too much. They're gonna dive him. Sumail last Dragons. It's enough to put down. The TPs are though. That's gonna be Gunner. Save his team. Maybe a little bit too late. Will fall. Gunner gets up the Illuminate. Long damage from Miracle. That's for a second round. There's Dragon Tail. Sumail says we can kill him. A Miracle's TPing already. Sumail's gonna solo commit. Oh.
Miracle pause. Wait a second.
Wait a second.
Wait a second, guys. We could have killed him. Who let me to? Who TP'd my hero back to the tier 1 tower?
God, I should have. Honestly, he might. Okay, he was lagging.
Yes.
Yeah, because this seems like a kid. I think Sumail gets him, honestly.
I think Sumail still gets him. I mean, Breathe Fire is halfway being wound up. What do we have? 220 HP on the Coddle. Breathe Fire level 2 is 160, minus 25%. It's 120 damage. Needs a couple more right clicks. I think he's got him. I think he's got him. He's gonna be under
Oh, he's TP2.
Oh.
Okay.
Sure.
Oh, okay, the Illuminate setup actually. His Gunner would get for that because he used the form.
Fair enough. Icarus dive away. Oh, GH for his Icarus dive beauty. He's going to get himself 2 Irons. We'll play here. Really annoying Husky, though. Is he going to deny? No way, right? In future raindrops?
He didn't believe in himself. Oh, Gate's trying to get away. He's still the TP.
He doesn't.
Curry's vision, though. That's Yamson giving vision to GH.
Here comes the arrow. Go.
Took the wrong. Oh, barely misses. Here comes Gunner. He has the infused rain from GH. Still alive. Oh, he has to die finally.
Yeah, there it is. Still go down. Move to his
It's gotta kill him. Lifesteal.
Yeah, he did. That was simply the toss back, the Abatos, and finally, I was going to say, Lelis able to connect on the tools here. I think a good positioning, Miracle and Kuro constantly keeping him at bay with the impetus and the enchant, making life difficult for him. As Yamsum, no, he's fine. Husky's going to TP on back. I do think they do need to relieve a little bit of pressure down bottom, though. Really, both safe laners taking a lot of pressure. I mean, you said Miracle's farming just fine, and he's farming poorly, but he is down there. Yamsum, though.
Back up. The arrow? Oh, blocked by the boar.
Don't never forget me. Never forget me, father. And my controller, never forget you. Summons another boar.
Immediately forgets about him. Like a 15th century that see kids 5 times playing. It's all good. Right. Control might still die though. Yes. No more mana. Oh, that lifesteal actually survived. Kills the 100 in the process. Control will die instead to the blinding light. A little bit of recover for Nouns.
And pretty good Coddle mid-game, right? I mean, he's even just with the bots first, as we was expected. Is that already the earned purchase, so we can't expect the Vessel Boon. Me too, I really like it. But he's actually really just in this bottom lane, like the natural flow of things right here, right? And Beastman doesn't really like that, right? He's one with nature. He really likes to dominate the lane with his boars, get his helm creep online, take your tower, force you out of lane. And so far, he's been doing an excellent job with that. But Gunner just completely disrupts us. I mean, it's a BOD hero in like 8 minutes. How do you respond to this? I mean, and he's good against the zoo. Right? So,
yeah. I mean, Submit came out pretty well off this lane though, and still go to the top, and now managing to hit the tower. Good rotation in the mid lane as well. I mean, I think it's way no wrong for me.
Yeah.
I think we had the Scuttle lane would actually be much easier for him, but Mail just fine evading the influence.
Agreed. I think Sumit has been showing that. It was one game we saw yesterday versus OD, yeah. No?
Interesting. They want to stun Kuro, but try to bring back Sumail instead. Forcing the Dragon Tail, so now Kuro should be free game for it. Go on mana though, there's not I can't really help on her.
Oh, they saved
the spirit form for the extra movement speed. Has the Chakra Magic for loop, it'll
want the orange charges.
Yeah, okay. That's the first 2 orange charges. Pretty major for Gunner.
Yeah, indeed. Sumail will live, but the big move there is they do force him off of the tower. Mind control, though, no one there to force him off the bottom tower, so he, alongside Warpine Raider and his trophy board, will take down the tier 1 structure. You already see, of course, Yamson rotating around on the map. GH as well, trying to find farm, has been caught. Looking for the TP away. Arrow?
Yep.
In time.
Sliding left to send him into the air. That was the plan. They can hit. He pulled out as well. Having the impact we all knew he would. And Sumail, it's not really his fault. He just kept rotating as much. His choice is to go for Handamites instead and get.
Yeah. Well, you know who else is looking to try and get big? It's Moo. He's also got Handamites about to be delivered. I wanted to bring this up, but they, are fighting, pardon me. He's going to be farming, though, on this off-lane Enigma. I do wonder if this means he wants to play a little bit more into the, like, Blink Dagger and this shit. No, probably not, right? Because he still has Arcane. I don't know. I'm curious what his next style is going to be, because you tend to not see this anymore. But it's his system of choice here. He'll continue to scale. It means he can go for, like, Blink Dagger, BKB sort of initiating kind of a game, then Roars. I don't know if that's what he really wants to do here. But he is going to start farming. Of course, Nouns are not going to have that natural mech or Guardian Reduce Carrier for a while, right? Because, of course, the Paddle, who likes to build those options in these days, that's gone instead for the Vessel.
Carl does offer some heal. Let us. Oh my god. Tiny with untouchable. Losing to Crow. Let needs to get away. They're still not line. Okay, he almost died. Bottom lane, though. Mail. There's a Dragon Tail. They find Husky first. And they'll try to dispose of him quickly. Success. They continue this push. You stay down bottom. I mean, you have DK and Nigma. Nah, you rotate mid, right?
Yeah, I think mid 1 tower's got to go first. Even, like, all Kuro has to do is... Well, right now his attention is being forced top lane, of course. But basically, Kuro can take care of this tower alone. Just literally throw any creep that you enchant on it. You'll probably die. How much they take ability. Is currently sticking around in this top lane. Farming, and of course, maybe putting his own life on the line. If they pull him, okay, Kuro must die.
Okay.
He's full the black hole. It's about sending a message.
Look, he is going to be burnt alive with a Breathe Fire, finishing him up. And Nigma will get a much better kill. Like, they just lost the fight. It wasn't a big deal. However, the counter-initiation from Nouns could be good as they get another support. It's going to be GH this time. And Sumail loses his dragon form, no longer wants this fight.
Dude. And showing here out from Nouns. We're going to lose the offlaner. And it does hurt, right? Because his Midas is off CD. Oh no, my efficiency. Everyone in chat cries. But, you know, he's still making pretty good progress towards that mechanism.
Double damage.
And Gunner as well is here to clean up. Has now that Vessel, like you were saying, and is going to be able to get a lot more aggressive against the lineup, right?
Radiant's middle tower.
Well, that's him going for a play up top. Another kill against the whole goal here is to get rid of the Enchantress so she can't step experience, I'm assuming, from the top lane. And that's something of value, or she's a big nuisance in this push.
Yeah. The only issue I have with Kuro playing in this style, like, he's doing the right things. This is what you expect an Ench to do. Haha, Kuro died again. XD, everyone. But, you know, it is more of an issue in these kinds of games when you have, like, such a tempo-based mid laner like this Kyle, especially when he does go for Vessel, right? Because it's like, anytime he's like, oh no, I'm out of Vessel charge. In some games, that can actually be really problematic. You snowball off of this item, right? You need them to set up your kills. And in this game, if he ever needs more Vessel charges, like, Kuro is just an ATM. He's like a Vessel ATM for him.
Yeah, you could argue that, but I also think that you're a +5, man. Your role is to defend this tower. You've delayed this push by an immense amount while your team has already made space down the bottom. So I see your point of the ATM, but I think
it's fine. I mean, that's
from
what you have to do.
ATM to ATM.
ATM, yeah, I thought ATF less. Anyway, whatever, right? Okay, the jokes make themselves. We get it, Nigma fans. You love this team so they're like traditional. No, Nigma fans, they're the closest to traditional sports fans.
They are. Yeah, they love hate. Yeah.
They're like, you know, you go into their own subreddit and it's just like the most like they're just blasting. No, but like for like basketball teams, right? You go into the subreddit and they're just absolutely burning everyone to a crisp. And then all this. Go ahead.
I usually don't condone this kind of behavior, right? But some of the takes I've seen on Reddit are very funny. I'm trying really hard to repeat these statements when I cast. Yeah. But like we cast these games, and I see someone like making a comment, I spill my milk laughing.
Spill my milk. I spill my spaghetti, you know.
No, you spill it on your nose, right? What would you say? You know what I mean?
Nah,
Spit. That's the word. That's
takeable takes. I got you. No, for sure. But yeah, again, the only reason I do bring up the vessel thing is it's just a darn good vessel game. You know what I mean?
Oh, Kuro, he has a sensor now. He's like, I think I've died here a couple of times. Maybe not this time.
You think it's like a movie with Kuro? He just starts seeing all the previous deaths he takes, all the potential deaths.
Yeah. All you just kill. You've died 1,000 times, obviously you know where you're gonna die.
Right.
6 deaths here, and it was correct. He did go into the
Sumail,
setting up. I think he made it all here.
Yeah, blink reveal.
Wearing a life stealer.
He is, and a blink dagger.
Yes. Okay, he's still one of the Adelants. Small win for...
When will he release Salvo?
Let's see. It's like, here's the mail.
Oh, he released it!
Baby! And out to the old man he goes. Gunner does not deal well with youth. He's getting pumped like a pinata.
Yeah, GH doesn't deal very well with youth because he's been reborn now as he also commits to Supernova. Right. Nice kill there, right? It's just about slowing the roll here of this Coddle, making sure that he does need to kind of restart that momentum, getting back on the map, re-pushing his wave all back out, and I do have to say Mind Control's doing a phenomenal job of this, pushing a wave out of the tier tower. This is why I also like the purple key pick. I do think this makes life a little bit more difficult for the Coddle when he has to kind of be the one this game to de-push the waves. Mirana can do it just fine, and she's doing that, and she's holding her own against Beastmaster. This is why you pick this hero into Beastmaster. But Nigma, you know, he's trying to do his own thing. He's trying to push his own wave top lane. You can't call on him to rotate mid and clear a wave. You know, it has to be Coddle.
Yeah.
He does a good job of this, don't get me wrong. Like, he's got Illuminate, he's got BOTs, but I also do think, like, these Coddles need to make a lot more happen these days. Like, it's not as strong as a hero as it used to be, right? The big strengths that we would see in the SEA DVC region, for example, was when SMG would pick it off lane with a little bit of a Coddle combo and really play off of their timings, right? In terms of other heroes and really abusing the chakra magic. So, see, I think for Nouns it's still proving to be a valuable pick, but they have kind of slowed the roll and everyone's more or less settled into a bit of a farming pattern.
Of course, team
that being
Midas. They were 2 Midases, and I have to comment this. Musto went back for the Grease.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Or kind of Enigma. I thought he would build like BKB Lincolns and just be like Coleman. Or Enigma, but slower.
Yep. Slower, but he will scale better if this game goes late enough. And so will Yamsum, who also has a Midas, right? So there's 3 Midases in this game. Honestly, I think everyone should just start building Midases, because it seems like both teams are very happy to try and hit their item timings. Lelis is looking for a friend to play with right now. He has Blink Dagger. He'd hate to reveal it on a mid-wave just to farm.
Yeah.
Is Yamsum ready to fight? Not really, right? Because he went for a Midas. So
you wait. I mean, this is the quintessential Dodo. Just wait 60 minutes until your carry. Right? That's what pops apparently. So, I mean, I can see this, right? I feel like their late game is pretty solid. I don't think there's many issues in this play, except for the fact that you don't really utilize all of it.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Hard, but wouldn't it be nice to use this time?
Yeah, and I just feel like Nigma Galaxy actually have a timing now, right? Because there's Helm 2 finished for Mind Control. He just pushed the top tier 1 tower. BKB is about to be finished here for Sumail. Has a BKB already and nearly has his Death Zone online. Just needs a little more for that Blightstone. I think this is a really big timing now, actually, for the side of Nigma Galaxy. And you only really have a Nigma on the side of Nouns to try and equalize here. So he doesn't have Blink, right? He's only got the Guardian Greaves. And he's to scale because of Midas, so it has to be on Mullis here to get this initiation right. Because there's a big timing, really rapidly approaching for Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And
Dire's middle
I mean, this is a mid game as well. The draft is a mid game. Like Beastmaster Lifesteal DK. Once they all get online, they hit those timings. I think it's the BKB on Sumail that will finally solidify this timing you're talking about. And all of a sudden.
Sorry, I was going to say, you gotta wake up pretty early morning against Nigma Galaxy for them to take a fight like that. Yes, they've seen this Tiny missing off the map for like 3 minutes after he was non-stop farming top. You know what's going on here.
Tiny dies for creep still. Yamsum's like, I'll kill Dicer. Oh no, oh, he got baited the whole time. Toss back, that was trying to save him, but he's moonwalked in. So the fuck won't get you that far. And Yamsum will die, Lelos does too.
Oh no. Guardian Greaves not up there. Midas off cooldown here in a couple seconds, so Nigma's going to continue scaling, but Nigma Galaxy in the meantime are going to be the ones to move into the Rose Pit. Deso online. It's finally, they've wedded the Deso now. It's growing stronger, which I love that change to Deso. 4 damage now, of course, most utilized at this stage to repair right in Roche. Down it goes. Such a lovely draft here with this Lifestealer. Not the strongest in the meta, but I do think when you enable him with a draft like this, you know, you've got a vehicle for him to get his Infest initiations, and a great one at that with the DK. You have Inner Beast Aura to just amp up all of his, well, both of his passives in order to get on top of enemy heroes using the DK, Lifesteal, and sustain more. Good stuff here. I've been really liking the Nigma Galaxy draft so far.
The play as well. I do feel like Nouns game a bit of an opening, you know?
Yes.
And I kind of question what the plays Nouns have. But he's a bit of an obvious play.
Who is here to farm? I'm sorry, but he's going for the Malefice. He bought it already. He's gonna go. You know, which they changed, right? It's no longer the Hoover vacuum effect. It's now instead, it spawns an Eidolon. Makes Malefice stronger, and it spawns an Eidolon on Malefice.
The stun duration on Malefice, but I don't know what role was to throw in this game. To be honest, like, he's kind of an okay-ish initiator, has 1 aura, which is fine. I don't know, he's sucking up a lot of farm for sure, and I can see his potential 20 minutes now, but right now I just feel that this is why they don't have any plays. They have nobody to play around, really.
And meanwhile,
the timing is off.
Yeah, for the side of Nigma Galaxy, it's a lot easier, right? Sumail says, okay, Miracle, time to go again to the kill factory. And he sprints ahead of his team. Blink Dagger ready, Elder Dragon Form ready, BKB ready for Sumail. We'll see if we get any more +2s here from this. Yep.
It's a 1 for sure. Sumail takes it as well, breathe fire. He says it's my kill, I deserve.
Yes, I'm the king.
I'm the king.
For me. Don't forget.
And they can just push me on this. I mean,
Radiant's
I don't know, wouldn't have
is under
to
attack.
shove waves now.
Waves. Yeah, I really thought going for this vessel. I think Gunners had 2 vessel charges for like 6 minutes, and the same 2 vessel charges. Do they go in there, do you think? With the spirits?
Yeah,
get a little upset.
It's like rat poison.
I think they have a shelf life.
Oh, nice blink, nice blink.
Nice blink. You like try and use the spirit vessel. Nice Midas there by Sumail to cancel the bots in. They use the vessel and the spirits just start like talking shit about you, and you're like, man, this Coddle's real. Let me tell you about him. I've been looking for years.
Really not dealing damage, This guy, he's trying with his Illuminates. He should retire.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's time to my ass.
I mean, imagine a kind of guy who can choose any form he wishes, and an old man and a horse, and he talks to the horse. He pretends it's a different unit. What's up with that kind of guy?
That is pretty weird. Actually, Cuddle lore is very messed up. This guy, I think he's just a man with dementia. I think that's actually what the lore is. He believes he's the spirit of light, but he actually has no clue. He's just been running around naked for a while. Yamsun is farming a really aggressive camp, which Sumail, of course, will find. They're trying to turn him invisible. Will this work, or do they have dust? No, they have dust. They don't have any stuns for Yamsun. Good arrow actually covering his escape.
And Husky's gonna get out too.
I mean, these plays, I guess he gets away with it, but he's also not making that much. They're just perma farming now.
Yeah, but you're perma farming with 2 Midases in Avo. 2 Midases is better than 1 Midas, right?
Sure, it's simple math. Maybe that's what a Steve was screaming at before. Guys, they like to buy Midas. We just buy more Midases, and then eventually we'll win. I used to trade the stock.
I
coach now.
I coach for now. And the way you need to beat Nigma Galaxy is buying 2 Midases. Look at how can you put in? I mean, look, for now, Nigma Galaxy only feel compelled to act.
Okay, they made a play, even though the snipe players, they killed Mount Controller. They're still surviving, despite Crow's best efforts. And then you might have to find GH. But GH, however, turned into an egg, and this is difficult to fight into. Yamsun's forced to BKB and save himself.
Yep. Alright. Oh, and actually Nouns, they're going to smoke up and fuck into the Galaxy. They might be keen to fight here as well.
Yeah, Sumail has a lifestealer.
Oh, they went away.
Discovered the smoke.
They smoked to gank the mid wave, and then they got scared when they actually saw a hero.
Chad King just walks in and goes, you're going to smoke on me? I have 3,000 HP.
And the real reason, of course, is because Sumail also didn't pop BKB in that skirmish, right? So he's still actually strong, and I don't believe he's the right hero to try and kill. Even with Black Hole here, it's going to be quite hard. And I want to ask you here, I mean, they're going for Blink Dagger next, and obviously the answer to this question is yes. Right? But just to have a bit of fun with it, Hoppo, do you think we're going to see a Black Hole onto anyone other than Kuro this game?
I don't know, Black Hole surprised me. I think they have to with the Blink Dagger. I don't know if it lasts more than a second, though.
That's right. and he full channeled at that, which was my favorite. Like, the Kuro died 2 seconds into the black hole, and he's like, nah, you're going all the way like into the center of the black hole. You're finding out what's gonna be there.
After that black hole, the first thing I did is I alt-tabbed, I checked Reddit from who's out, and I think the haters thread to see which one of them he is.
Wow, does anyone think that Kuro's a little bit... No, come on.
Did you see him getting caught in that black hole? His move was timing the game. He had to go mine it to recover after he alt-tabbed for that long. I don't know what it's... This game by Nouns is just a waiting game until their Nigma makes a play and it works for them and they end the game, or they misplay and Nouns gets ahead.
Lelis is almost making a hero move there.
Yes, good explosive. But Lelis is too valuable. I don't think he should be the one making hero moves.
Yeah, no, I was just saying in terms of breaking the smoke, because instead of Yamps him, he's going to find him instead.
Oh, no. He's a much more valuable hero. Is he trying to TP? Yeah, he does.
Maybe too late. Oh.
I think he was dead regardless. Like, killed him in 2 hits. There's no chance.
Yeah, no chance there. Ski is fighting the Black Dragon lane. Even popped the drums charge for this.
Guys, the dragon is too strong.
Oh no! He's called his big brother. Sumel's here. The bigger dragon.
Okay, Husky. That's leaps.
I heard you. Are you in class with my brother?
Oh no, he didn't get him. He's too slippery. Look at this princess castle guarded by the dragons.
Good leap
Shrek
away.
was wrong. You don't need a knight to save you.
Did you say Shrek?
Yeah, because that's where they say princess.
That's right. But part of the story. Yes. Okay. Listen, I just watched that movie. Okay, that princess could fight for her own. Okay, she wasn't there of her own volition.
Yeah, but Shrek saved her. Donkey.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That's the only fair kill on Shrek. So that's my take.
There you go.
My control is going for his own blink. I want to point this out because we talked about the possibility of a black hole. It gets harder and harder the more mobility Mike controls.
That's right. But now, when Wu has this point dagger, actually pretty strong.
Perhaps this is a kill.
Yes. He bladed him.
He flew into the arrow. That was like
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh no.
Right into the jet engine there.
It's because the arrow's transparent, right? So the birds can't see it.
You actually, so I did 2 years of an aerospace degree, not enough to be an actual engineer, but that reminded me of the stories we used to tell about how they test jet engine turbines. You know what they do is they freeze turkeys and they just fire them into spinning jet engines to make sure they don't break.
That's really like hitting them.
Yeah, that's basically what GH did. Just right into that arrow.
But Nigma still finds itself strong enough to fight, and I would probably agree. It's a little bit tough with an Enigma always, right? But you're Nigma, so yeah, he's your namesake.
Of course. And again, you actually still have a 9-second BKB on Sumail. He's just controlling it beside him.
Low ground. Okay, he's gonna fight Lilith. This is a very valuable kill because there's a lot of the team fight from Nouns. Nouns is trying to retreat.
Kuro got the kill there. He's beginning to power up.
What build is he going for? Oh, he's actually full support. He's not puppying this. Where he goes Dragon Lance and carries.
Is that a full Ags, by the way, here for Sumail already? Where's his courier?
He has it in him.
Oh, he does. Okay, so it's gotten delivered, right? Okay. Yeah, he's got a full Ag Scepter already. He is level 18, so now he's got that ultimate level 4 Ancient Black Dragon. Pretty useful in these kinds of matchups, right? Because it allows you to jump around in the trees, up and down cliffs, which I think is something that Nigma Galaxy have been waiting for here. Obviously, Second Rush is instrumental, right? When you have heroes that kind of just sit there and hit tower from not that far away against an Enigma, against a Coddle blasting your waves. It's scary stuff, right? Going to high ground against this team. But now with this Ag Scepter, not only are you going to continue scaling, as we do expect Sumail to go into the Manta style build up next for more vision, for more push, for more damage, but also you're just giving yourself more tools to get up to high ground, right? And make ending this game a bit easier. Now, though, you're going to fight into this. We're in the Roche window where it could spawn, so this is a very expected move, I want to say, for both teams to be making at this point. But there's a Shadow, a Silver Edge on Miracle.
Yeah, the Moonlight Shadow, they don't see him. They put a sentry down. They're going to take the long way into the triangle. They also use the Phantasm.
But it's a bit troubling for them because they're at a major loss right now in terms of the vision game. Not only have they basically been spending the past, we'll call it 3 minutes straight, basically turtling inside their base, they're playing against an Ench, they're playing against a Beast Monster, right? Like, there's just so much vision on the map right now for Nigma Galaxy. It's very unlikely you're going to be able to catch them unless you already have an existing ward. And again, because you spent so much inside your base, really catching much. Now, Sumail is gonna... Oh my god, he was so fast. 550 move speed. Oh, here he goes.
So he saw nobody was defending the tower, so he assumed they were all trying to wait for a smoke, and he was right about that. He'll find the Tiny. I don't think that's the target. Moo is a much better target. Avalanche still stops this. For now, saving Moo. Lella's the hero. Again, and they toss him. Ooh, execute with the black hole here. His two best cores. Immediately though, and Moo realizes not very useful. However, Miracle really low on HP thanks to the Illuminate. Yamsun doesn't want to fight him just yet. Activates the Silver Edge and fights the CK head on. Lella's against the hero. Kills some Miracle here as Yamsun TP's in the face in danger. Damage is lacking and you make it back home.
All right.
Now Sumail
actually, he's struggling
as well.
But they're out of vessel charges.
No, he's gonna kill Husky easily. And now Gunner tries one last time. The Gunner needs to run away. He still has the 4-step though, so he knows he can play around this. Lelas is setting up for another potential kill, but his Blink Dagger will get canceled for the Spirit. Gunner now in the low ground. He's lacking that vision, and they're gonna catch him in a really bad position. Forces himself. That's not gonna be enough. Avalanche is not gonna work either. Yamsun joins in again, but he gets free fire, so his illusions don't have much damage. They can't even kill the Phoenix. GH might just walk out. No, he dies fine to the illusions, but in exchange for Yamsun though, it's not a worthwhile trade.
Yeah. Lotus there by GH, right? Reflects the 4-second stun. You know, it's pretty funny, right? Because when you cast a spell with Lotus, you're actually the spellcaster, right? So you don't cast an exact replica of whatever Chaos Bolt. So we just got a really good roll there, honestly. It could have been a 1-second stun onto the CK, but it was actually a 4-second stun. Good stuff there, and an even better fight out from Nigma Galaxy. Although, I gotta be honest, that was a much better black hole than I was thinking Moo would ever get in this kind of a game.
That was a good black hole.
As you correctly predicted, Oliver. Mind control with his own Blink Dagger easily repositions around the black hole and is able to get an amazing stun there because that fight was actually pretty scary, right? They actually still end up killing Miracle, who has respawned since then. No need to buy back on him. And if he dies that early on in the fight, there's probably still a good chance Nouns can take the rest of the fight. But Mind Control just too darn good at Dota 2 here with the counter initiation. Finds a perfect roar from a phenomenal angle. Really breaks the team fight apart. Good effort, though, by Nouns. Have to commend it.
I want to give a lot of credit to Lelas, which I think was the hero of that fight, honestly.
Yes.
I think that guy did so much in that fight to initiate, and I think, ironically, what Lelas did wrong is he got his team's hopes up that they could continue that fight as long as they should.
And you're right, because actually I do want to point that out, because what Lelas got right was not trying to max stun Avalanche toss, because of course you can activate BKB in between the mini stun of Avalanche, and then they would have probably lost the fight, right? He went for the toss first, which prevents you from activating BKB for, I think, a bit longer, if I'm not mistaken about my tiny gameplay, or the lockdown. And, of course, Sumail's just too much of a gamer and still got it off before the black hole came in. But still, you know, I think he was playing an excellent game.
Sumail, though, he's carrying a life inside of him, and they know because he has 4k HP and dragons are not as strong.
Dragons aren't that big, though, quite naturally.
Yes, so now Miracle's like, whatever, I should be hitting this tower, and they forced the glyph, I guess. Nigma, they have all the cards though, but black hole is on 1 second. Toss back for Sumail. There's initiation. That doesn't really work against the tankiest hero. Sumail just walks back with his BKB, but at least they forced that out of him.
Yeah, that's an 8-second BKB. I don't know if Nigma's still scared though. I mean, they still have this Aegis. There's a black hole ready. So mind control position in these fights.
They try to toss back with good range. Lelis is now in trouble. Lelis gets saved by the E-Blade and the 4-step. They're using one of his tools to save him. The 4-step is actually Lelis. Miracle gets sent back. That's going to be his first life, and they still preserve the black hole. Yamsun don't beat him on the second.
Look at Mind Control. He's hiding all the way in the trees.
No Phantasm, though, which makes it much more difficult to kill him.
Yep, that's right. Not yet at that really crucial talents for this matchup. He needs this 20 talent, right? Reality with Pierce's spell immunity to be able to easily fight through and keep on top of the life stealer. So until he has that, they're relying on getting those kinds of initiations. Still though, Nigma Galaxy more or less got what they came for. Tier 3 tower is going to go down. They will lose the Aegis, but in exchange pick up the melee racks down bottom. So that lane's going to... Oh wow, just Kobe and arrow, and I caught GH.
Okay. Kobe, yeah, this is you're upset with him this game, huh?
I am. I don't know. I just brought it up, and really it was the jet engine flew into the turkey this time and ended up catching GH, self-guiding. Yeah, exactly. They are setting up to try and kill Yamsun here, though. This could be tricky.
Yamsun had a Shadow Blade, so might be able to survive this just barely.
Oh god, there's a DD.
First hit bash? No. Okay. Now, only one hit off, so it's only fair that Yamsun gets away with his life.
Right. For half a second there, when the Ancient Black Dragon was coming into my screen, I thought that was Sumail, and I was like, oh, he's totally dead. He doesn't get out of here. But it was
he's a different.
Right, he's even bigger.
Even bigger, even stronger, and he can make illusions as well, which are blue, but still as strong. Now he's like, look at him. He's like perched on a tree, waiting for his food to come by, take the rune, and there's the food. Oh,
wait, didn't stun it. He didn't want that food. Meal rejected.
Yeah, he doesn't like humans. He likes tinies apparently.
It was because in that second he saw into the eyes of the Mirana and went, "We have an anime together. I can't kill you."
Yeah,
and in that
true.
moment of hesitation, the Mirana leapt away. Gone. Like
He also blinked away in fear because dragons are notoriously scared of cats. That's right. Kuroki might be confounded. He was putting a really aggressive wall. I don't know. Oh, he's baiting? Is this a classic Kuroki bait? It's gonna work for them. Unfortunately, I mean, nobody gets baited into the fight, but at least Kuroki lives.
Yep, and Sumail also. Oh, hold on.
Sumail.
Okay, pops the
Gibby before the toss can come out. That is regretting his choice to exist in this game. Oh, pain for him. Everyone has BKB.
They enchanted the force. Did you see that? That was insane.
Oh, yeah, that was pretty good. I didn't see that actually. Good catch, good catch. Yeah. You can dispel the force stuff, of course.
Yes, you can dispel force. You can, yes. Which is why for AoE Doom, or actually just for any like Nullifier or Shadow Demon Demonic Purge, right, it does nothing because you can dispel that. So that was really cool by Kuro. I don't know if he meant to do that, but I'm gonna give him the benefit of that. He absolutely did. Sumail has Manta, so now he's just gonna start sending in these dragons to do power damage straight up. Good vision as well for someone else to make a jump in. Kill dragons pretty effectively though on this team.
Yeah.
And
a couple of Shreks in this.
Yep. Although, once again, in Shrek, they don't actually kill the dragon, they seduce it.
Right. I don't think it's gonna work with Sumail.
I don't know.
I think he took that flame back already, so he's held back on Nigma. Lifestealer has the Abyssal Blade ready. This might make a difference against the CK matchup. Now there's no more...
he tossed the real Sumail.
He did, but I wasn't expecting that actually, so Lelis gets confused there.
Now there was Sumail.
Too late. They are sieging like all 2 lanes of remaining racks, and Nouns doesn't seem to have a play. They're just waiting for them to make a mistake so they can black hole them.
Alvaro, help. I need more fantasy references for dragons tearing down the base.
St. George.
Okay.
So he tore down until St. George. Right. Oh, okay, then Lelis almost got Miracle onto the range, but Lelis once again in a precarious position. And he might be killed this time. They get rid of Lelis. Comes a big part of your team. Yamson's also dying, finally. Just to the Phoenix, pretty much. A little bit of help from Miracle, of course.
And it's so difficult. I really have to commend Nouns that they see the pieces, they're trying to put them together, but the execution from Nigma Galaxy is just a bit too good. Husky was in that fight trying to prevent mind control from getting off the Blink Dagger to cancel a potential black hole, but with the Supernova to cover, there's just no reasonable way that Mu can get in there for a meaningful black hole. They are without that tool for now, though, Avo, so it does give them an opportunity.
MCF from a ward. It's pointless.
Right. But like I was saying, Husky identified that, and he was actually canceling the Blink Dagger.
Okay, no, I can't find out. This time's an illusion, though. And he also infests Sumail just in case, so he can't get tossed back. Very clever play there by Miracle. Sumail activates BKB. Yamsun. That's just Megas. This dragon.
Casual Megas here. Careful. Thinking about going back in. Yamsun wants to pull him back in. That was like a you hang up, no you hang up kind of situation there. Eventually they'll leave.
I don't know, man. It feels like now just kind of lost the skill on getting to actually play. I'm honest with you.
Yeah.
It felt like they were just... I don't know if you can blame the draft or the players to some degree. I think a lot of it's just the
I agree. Didn't really ever feel... the fact that, again, we were joking about it, right? And making jokes about how, what does a soul vessel do? You know, what's the shelf life of it, right? But again, I think that's like legitimately a problem when you play a hero like the Kyle mid. You can't just sit on vessel charges and do nothing with them, right? Like, that is a symptom of other problems, right? And
it's Gunner, right? That was more, he has no one to play.
Exactly. That's what I'm getting at, right? It's not like he just wasn't clicking the item or wasn't going for kills. It's just that he couldn't really go for kills with who.
Yeah, I agree. I got a question. You picked the CK on 15. I was expecting a massive, like, wow, this showed me why the CK is so good, and I didn't really see it this game, right? Again, it was some play that, again, I'm missing, but this game didn't demonstrate to me why the CK deserved to be picked in 15 and get countered so hard. He didn't do anything in the lane against the Beastmaster Enchantress. He didn't demonstrate an incredible understanding of the game. He kind of got destroyed by the deep the whole game. Lelis, once again, the real playmaker in this team is just being targeted all the time. The 2 illusions are kind of keeping Yamsun at bay right now. And they went in the Moonlight Shadows, they're safe for now, but Sumail's just looking in the trees, waiting for his opportunity to strike.
Look how long it took him to kill that illusion. That's an illusion.
Yeah, Dr. Eve core, dude. This Gunner's build being used against him. Miracle, okay, Rage, he's fine. Last ditch smoke, sure, go for it, Levels. It's like, I could do it on Sumail, but there's no point in doing anything against Sumail right now.
Okay, pull him down. 8% less HP for everyone on the side of the Galaxy. Now it's only 4,000 HP on the DK. Good toss back.
Really long range toss back, but Sumail has a big heavy. And he's got, they can't keep him at base. He's actually fighting against four. Boom, gets a block home onto Miracle. Is it going to cancel? Yeah, there's the cancel. Miracle's fine. And they kill Yamsa. They tear through Mo, G, and through the throne as well.
Okay. Oh, hold on. Kill Kuro before the game done. Yes. Okay. Not a problem there. My control as well with the tip on to Kuro. Red luck. You're ready to count, boys. Kuro took another death here. But yeah, I mean.
Cloud, if he's got these hawks coming through, you know, if there's no... We'll come back to this as they get the dive on, and everything I was saying is now inconsequential because Cloud has gone down, so Kami has to move away from these multiple kisses. There is still that buyback to the Beastmaster though. Let's see. Wants to get himself back into this, the dive onto the back lines, he's in the vortex as well. There's going to be a real nice dismember. The hooks come. Nice save though. He saves it. Cloud gets himself back into this now, and Kami is losing so much time. Kami's going to go down. They do get the kill onto Leffington there as well. So Mira with that freezing field, Mira will go down. Going down to the hooks. Yatsuro's still in that push roll. He's getting them back. They get the buyback out from the poaching Storm Spirit. Everybody from the side of Hydra. They don't want to be giving this one up now as well, but they take down Leffington once again. That's the dieback on the Disruptor, and Yatsuro, what can he do? The hook, it's going to be blocked mid hook. This is the dieback on the Cloud. Cloud, can he get himself away from this one? He's still being harassed up by Collapse. One more right click, he goes down. That is going to be the Beastmaster dead for 115 seconds, and now the chase is on for the rest of the side of Hydra.
This Aghanims on the Morphling is just making him impossible to deal with. First of all, they use the little shredder on the Pudge to get rid of his armor. He has solid amounts of it, but it is just not enough. And then Yatoro just destroys it, and he knows that he can stand his ground because he cannot be stunned. He literally cannot be stunned. How do you stun water? Well, a lot of their damage, if not most of it, is on the Morphling.
Oh, the glimpse comes back though. Inside the Static Storm Mirror, he has that Lotus going, and now if Zofra actually dives a little bit further, the Thunder comes out. The Podking, he's dove in, yeah. They're going to be able to get the kill onto the Storm Spirit. Can they take down the Pudge? They're going to be able to get the cancel off the TP. He's going to be dead. The Storm Spirit though, he has brought back, and they've got no kinetic field, no Static Storm. And like you say, they're even going to be able to get a lockdown onto Cloud. Everybody inside of Hydra, they just overextended, and we praised them in the first game for respecting the power of Team Spirit here, but Hydra might have just lost the heads a little bit, and the buybacks, they're going to be forced out, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to defend the space with the Pudge being down, with no Static Storm for the next 27 seconds. Spirit, what can they get from this? Diving Warwick though, they're going to be able to get them. They get two, they do! They take them down, the cookie comes out, the Yatoro, freezing field, they might lose Happy. Is this the dieback? They do the break the Linking Sphere though. Morphlin. Law wants to come right back into this fight because you have the boots of travel to do it. It might take him a little bit longer now. No boots of travel though, so he's going to have to use the blinks, you know, just do it by foot, it seems.
Level 25 Storm with a beast master, so much damage. They're going in for the Morphling. He doesn't have a buyback.
No, he gets. Do they get the kill? He goes down. Warwick has to go down though. It's going to be him left alive. No, it's not. The creeps are pushing in. There's no buybacks available on the side of Hydra, and this is going to be 4 heroes, even with the death of the Morphling. No way Warwick defends this.
It's pretty much over. They don't have the glyph. The game is over. They gave it their best. Hydra, they made Team Spirit work for it. The team that is most likely going to be at the top of Eastern Europe DPC Division 1.
middle base has fallen.
Gouts, you want to commit. There's just not enough damage. Crimson Guard, Atrophy Aura, Rubik's Fate Bolt, all this damage reduction. Let's see the combo. Get a Palace.
Strong in by the Disruptor, and now we're going to be hitting from when it's back up once more. Get a Palace, and Sumail is in it. They'll lose him in mind control. Right it back towards tomorrow. Trying to run from everybody on the side again. Go ahead.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Siphoning
attack.
and getting back into the base.
Has fallen.
Alive.
Yeah, I think when it's time to call it, it is time to call it. They have no business left in this.
And didn't get the tether off or something. I think it got broken. Either way, I like the ghost up to purchase. That was pretty heads up, but we are back and there's a smoke action.
There's a
23
divide
looking
right
to end.
here. They're going in on Q. There's the hit. Can he get that hit off? 123. Knocked great damage. He's dead.
Oh my god! Nothing! Less than 10% of his health.
I mean, I'm assuming that's just the game.
That, yeah, 100%. There's no point in talking about the
AU picks it up. I got it, boys. It's the dive. Let's go, AU. Oh my god.
We finally get to see them have a little bit of lead. They need to have good vision, good
Radiant
execution
are
engage.
scanning.
We're down up on high ground. Or Bulbaca, Red Panda. This would be huge if we can find a Static Storm before the Tombstone. Not bad. Stun from Lulu. He's thrown now. There. Starting to drop down. I love TK control at the moment. He does manage to get that one away. And the Supernova down. TK barely surviving. And it's just going to be one down as all White Album. The dodge. To hide away. The heal's coming in. They hoping for a save, but the PKB is out, and they're going to jump onto him. He has to back away. We have lost White Album again, and now Tango in trouble. Who is going to drop? Aster, these fight so well, and they couldn't take down that Undying.
And remember, it's ages so they didn't really care about giving away. Big finish for it.
Stun is out on the play. Didn't have a BKB available. Bulbaca dropping low, the 10th toss back in. They have a off Bulbaca. Doesn't look like he comes. The black hole is there. That's on the agent. He doesn't have multi to come back. And Aster, they might take full advantage. Move.
Radiant's bottom
Rax
has fallen.
Up the bottom. Finally, Aster full advantage. They're building.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, just for a brief second, had more network. There it is, back again with the higher network. When you click on the L, it's not really an inspiring network. Blink, BKB, Radiant. You might be able to get on top of a hero, but that's not the shot. That's able to 100-0 here. Like even this Undying inside Static Storm, able to then get up the Slash Golem from away.
Back, they have that to keep him alive. Makes the move, and again, into this fight without Monet here. Pretty good for them. Right album, but now Monet is out now. A lot of trouble, but they he managed to kill him. Okay. All right. Pops ulti. Now the turn. Punching. Blade getting away. Sort of survived that first salvo. Very strong. Supernova down, pops the PKB. Ooh, he's just caught here. They want to get the kill. That's really himself up. And now the chase. With the avalanche, the toss. Thinks he's going to give up his life also. Then Monet is way too strong. This might just be the full set of racks going down bottom. Aster, way too strong for Ares.
Like Ares did
JP. Oh, they're done. Okay. I was wondering. It looked like it was that type of game.
Yeah, it kind of was. It's like a game where you're an out, not really ever been in the league. Victory. He hasn't really never protected himself.
Night silence.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Boom.
Everyone's just standing. How are they just standing right now? I can't help but fidget with my hero half the game.
I'll be running around in circles.
Yeah.
Pirouetting on the spot, the song, blinking from Pure. They see Yatoro, 3 lined up. Potentialized path play. They're trying to go in. Toronto Tokyo, blown up by Collapse, has to buy back. Yatoro gets up with BKB. Pure with another song, sprints in. Who are they aiming for? Where is the target acquisition? They can't catch anybody. Collapse, BKB runs down south. Lol being chased out as well. Oh my god, Nightfall. Hazy on disc and refresher, blinks to high ground, gets away from danger for now. Pure, what's he up to? He's back to the high ground too. Mirror image out, Aegis claimed, lol in the fire, still surviving and blowing up GPK. Team Spirit
nothing to do.
Sprinting out their base. They don't catch Nightfall on the way out. He's blinked out of the range of Mirror. They're still hunting though, and he's going to find Toronto Tokyo. Who cares, Gem? I see Jakiro. Eon disc popped. And with his rapier damage will make short work of a twin-headed dragon.
Unstoppable.
Laurel, the collapse waiting in the back line actually worked. He stormed out of the tree line and he just then started eviscerating the 2 supports with the help of Laurel. He completely jumped over. They dodged everything that Naga was trying to set and prep there. And Yatoro was also just firing the cannon from the top there. Did the combined damage of Collapse and Laurel together. He is 11,000.
Oh, Pure. Lol. Oh, God. Nightfall's going to get a bit of vision here with the Hawk.
Imagine.
Can they?
Imagine.
Will they?
They have to do something kind of crazy.
They're going to be losing their base pretty soon. Lash has buyback. Naga Beastmaster have to get back to base to defend. Drow Rangers up here. Tier 3 gone. Barracks to follow.
There is no buyback of Collapse though. That's a big one. And Mira.
Radiant structure.
Look at all the wolves. Look at all the summons. It's vulnerable. Mira gets away from there. Help of the Glimmer Cave to jump in for the lull. Disruption of self-save. Barracks taken out. Lull. Oh, tries to fight. Nightfall. He'll just pop, but he can't get any control of the lull. It's low. Puck is all over the place. Now they go into the GPK though. Aiming for the puck. They're going to find him at long last. They get him and the rapier's on the floor.
He messed up the phase shift. He canceled it.
Oh no.
Did you see that? I'm not crazy, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, he phase shift and accidentally ended it.
There's an Axe Blessing recipe. There's a rapier. There's all sorts of stuff everywhere.
An Axe Blessing recipe. What's that there? Okay. Not sure what the story on that one is. Meanwhile, Save, I think he had a refresher charge, right? Because Laurel dove him, he disrupts himself, and he tries to kill him again after it Save just refreshes, and then uses it again. How have they not got the breaker?
Now there's another DD. I don't think they care. You know what, Toronto Tokyo is going to take it, is he? Oh yes, the Jakiro with a rapier.
Coming to feed it back to them, guys.
My goodness. There's Mega Creeps on one side. Top lane Barracks still standing on Team Spirits. Are we waiting for next Roshan, Trent?
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like BetBoom have such a good chance of winning these fights right now. They just can't get, like, swarmed in the back line.
They missed the stun on BK. He's trying to hold his ground, but look at my dodge! Oh my god, Yatoro shreds. Where'd he go? Daedalus hits, refreshes, blinks forward, kills off Save as well. SD's gone, TP home. Get the hell out of here, BetBoom now.
Lucky he didn't get coiled. Dude. Left track vanished.
He looked okay until he didn't.
Until he got hit for 1,350 damage from a single right click? Yeah. Oof. Yeah. Right until that.
Ow.
Luckily, Toronto Tokyo was not there to feed the rapier back, so that's good.
And now Team Spirit running down lanes, coming for the Radiant base. Balls are still there to hold on to. But this has got to be mentally debilitating for Bet Boom.
Mini 71 minutes.
Team Spirit is wearing them down.
The admins have been on, you know, they told them, nope, these guys. The longer this game goes, the harder things are.
Well, it's like Moomiander was saying in that Seb documentary. You know, this isn't Dota you're playing. This is a slogfest. You're going to wait it out and play 60-minute games. Long as one. There's a long line. Watch go very far forward. He unders from Mira, but the Undying will fall inside the Radiant base. He'll as Mira gets off one last ring of death and the turns will go. They kill GPK. It's a dialect on the ledge. Naga now in trouble. Song of the Siren trying to buy a bit of time, but Yatro moves forward, gets the damage in. Bill is dead. Oh god. It all comes crumbling apart for that boom now. Wait, back. They're on to Mira. The kill off Nightfall save though, and lol. He opens up on them. The howitzer is here. Massive 40 mil cannon just shattering into that boom. Drow saved by the rip. The soul is dying.
I think I can parsec in and see if that'll work for this game. Just so we have...
Nouns, turn to ban.
Hopefully it doesn't come
Radiant
to that, though.
Team ban. Nouns, turn
Yes,
to
please.
pick.
Yeah, because I have not observed in a while, so it would definitely not
Radiant
be ideal.
team pick.
Okay, yeah, that scared me. Okay, we're ready then. Hmm?
Hello guys, and welcome to the DreamLeague Season 19. We have Nouns versus Nigma Galaxy as your second match of the day, and the first game was, one-sided because only one team really got to play their turn, and that was Nigma Galaxy. They absolutely destroyed Nouns in that game, and it looked really good for them. We're hoping for a different route here, a different draft here for Nouns, who apparently did not want to deal with the Beastmaster, which is why they banned it in game number 2.
Yes, I think that was pretty detrimental to their lineup. You know, I think, unfortunately for them, I
think CK was an answer to that. I think that's what it was.
Yeah, but it addressed it for the lane, right? Yes. And fair enough, right? However, I think I would have preferred, like, I don't really think you, pardon me, need to necessarily answer this hero in lane, because unless you, like, really dedicate to absolutely killing him and just picking a kill combo in a lane, which is an option, he's gonna get his Helm online. He's gonna get his Helm 2 online. He's gonna take you over your map. Like, it's just, he just does it, right? It's just a matter of, like, how quickly is he gonna get there, right? So I don't, and then they didn't really address his impact in the mid game, to late game, honestly, which was really the problem he had, right? Perhaps there's a hyper focus on that and then trying to snowball out. Look, I'm not gonna lie to you, Alba. I don't really know where I rate this CK hero on my tier list right now as a carry.
Unless you're Skitter.
Yeah, but I just don't think he's still the kind of hero that can go super early, you know, in terms of like, okay, we beat him in lane, now we're going to continue playing more of a tempo kind of a lineup and keep playing from there. All in all, Avo, basically, because our draft is now underway, I'd be surprised if Nouns do end up going back. Well, in fact, and they're not going to go back, right? Because they've already picked the Drow on 8.
Thank God. Another Yamsuna hero as well, and very much better this game, right? Because you have Drow against Death Prophet, it's great. Arrows prevent healing with a shard, and also Death Prophet struggles against burst damage. Even though you go, if you go offlane Death Prophet, it's not as bad because you go Greed. You usually go Shivas, have a lot of armor that you bring up, but still not great against Drow. And obviously the lane is a nice lane for Drow Rangers. So I actually much rather see your carry on 8th. Of course, this is a much better drafting in my opinion from like the conceptual standpoint, as you get 3 bans to protect Drow right now. And I definitely like that Lycan ban. It's something that a couple of teams have been doing in Drow. In C, we see it a lot from the teams that do play Lycan, so I think it's a very heads-up ban. Just protect her with a couple, 2 others. I mean, maybe you get rid of Spectre, honestly. It is a consideration always with Drow. And, I don't know, something else that can jump you. I think there's many heroes that counter that, to be honest.
Yes, pardon me. Excuse me, Elrod. Thanks for covering me there.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, earlier we saw the Riki, right? I mean, there was 2 Drow contests, weren't there? There was the Riki Maru and something else in the series we just casted.
Radiant
and it didn't end up being enough versus the Palos carry Drow Ranger. So just in that alone, you know, just getting heroes that can actually stay on top of this hero, this Drow hero, break the passive, be super annoying, right? Super viable playstyle against this kind of a hero. But it is already looking like a really strong lane, especially into this Death Prophet. I do wonder if there's any wiggle room for this DP to go anywhere but the off lane, honestly, because this is already a really, really brutal lane, right?
I think mid DP is really bad against. I feel like you're just sacrificing your mid lane.
Okay.
And I'd rather you sacrifice mind control instead, right?
Right, because then at least he can still, like, he'll get his farm, right? You just go Crypt Swarm and recover a little bit more in the jungle, and then you come out with items, and you're still a little bit useful, right? Is basically what you're saying. And you can look to force objectives. I think even a safe lane Drow Ranger is not going to really want to stick around in lane that long to be contesting for, like, the first or second exorcisms, right? When she's looking to siege towers. Mid lane siege is a whole different story. But that is something to consider. Something as well to consider for Nigma Galaxy. It's, you know, not their #1 priority right now, but this Undying is still relatively unaddressed as far as the Tombstone threat, or someone that can really chase him out of lane. He's just a hero that lanes super well and will scale if given time. That's maybe something. But a good ban from Nigma who take out the Rubik. One of the best solution, honestly, to disrupt her full stop, I think.
Remaining.
So good.
I am a little bit... It's weird, these bans of Nouns, right? Like, I feel like there's a bunch of more obvious counters. I think PK is fine. There are some more surprised by, right? And I think this 18 pick by Nigma, if they don't have heroes that can deal with the more traditional Drow jumpers. First that comes to mind is Spectre, but there's a fair amount. Like you said, the Ricky, right?
Yeah.
I feel like you're going to get destroyed by the 18th pick, because it's just a freebie right now. You get 18th, you ban 2 heroes that counter, and then you're good to go, right?
Okay, well, why not for Nigma just pick another support, right?
Yeah, now Nigma's going to pick up 15 for sure.
Yeah, so 15 supports. That means Nouns won't be able to pick their hard carry on 15. Yeah, could be a 4, right?
That's how you save them. You don't let them get 15 pick first.
Yeah, maybe they're the... Okay, anyway. They don't deserve that.
But he does. They don't.
Do wonder then what Nigma are thinking with this. Thinking of supports. I don't know. What do you feel about like a Snapfire here?
I like the Snapfire.
Ranged hero has the little shredder to take down the Undying Tombstone. I think it plays really nice into this disruptor, given that you have just more AoE with the ultimate. And I like Cookie in this kind of a game, right? Against a Tombstone. Just in general, just nice follow-up stun. Scales pretty decently. I wouldn't mind a snap.
I like the pick a lot, actually. I like it because Disruptor, I've always mentioned this, he has damage problems. That's the only thing a support lacks. And Snapfire brings that in loads, right? So you're pretty good at that. The only concern with Snap is then you have 3 ranged heroes, right? And your lane might be Death Prophet Snap, which is not the greatest because it's too ranged. So you're very obsessed about these ideas. And then you might want to do something more similar, like Tiny.
It is too ranged into an Undying, though.
Yeah, exactly, which is why I think it's fine still. I like the Snap. I like the Snap very much.
That's the only thing I'll say on that. I like what you bring about damage. Potentially, if you want to do something a little bit more different, you could look for another playmaker alongside, or just Kuro Edge. Okay, fair. Yeah, that'll work too.
Nouns, turn to pick.
Witch Doctor.
Okay. Witch Doctor.
Yes. Dude, I am so happy. Shut up, Alvaro. This is my time to actually do some real analysis because I think this hero is incredible. And he absolutely destroys this DP, these heal-based heroes in the mid-game.
10 seconds.
No, I will say. Much like the Maiden we saw earlier versus the Disruptor, he's going to have a really hard time actually utilizing that ultimate here in this kind of a game because of Disruptor Glimpse, because of DP Silence. Like, it's going to be hard. But the bread and butter skill on this hero, which we're really going to see, I hope, shine in this kind of a game, because it's been buffed for almost 3 years straight continuous, it's Maledict. It's amazing. It's such a strong ability, especially if you can go for the 10 talents and get an Aether Lens, because if you can place it before BKB gets put down, with Earthshaker to initiate from long range, it does feel like almost guaranteed. It's really hard to fight through that ability.
Can I just
Super hard to fight.
That the Switch Hunter is most likely an offlane?
You think? I thought it was a Shaker offlane.
You think it's a Shaker offlane? Really?
I do, yeah.
I think they're copying the Gaming Gladiator strat.
Yeah, and I think, oh my goodness.
They don't have IO, though.
You know, there's so much. I saw a Witch Doctor pick earlier. Was that Gaming Gladiators? I don't know if it ran offlane. I heard Lyrical get super excited by it, and then I think they picked Darkseer, so he started getting excited over the Darkseer instead. He's so cute.
Remaining.
But, like, I'm not sure if you really want to run the Witch Doctor offlane, because I think that does usually depend on having a second healer on your team, which you have the Undying. I don't know. Against some Morphlane, I do think it's going to be rather difficult, because the only strength of Witch Doctor you have in lane is that it's the only time where Maledict is like truly an OP spell, right? Sorry, not Maledict. I meant the Cask is truly OP, because you're forced to play around the creeps. There's no option about it. Super strong into the Ench, though, so maybe that is something that would want to tempt you into picking this. So I could see it, but I think his lane's just too hard into Morph lane. And between you and a Shaker, I don't think you have enough kill threat either. It's like he takes 1 point in wave form, and then he just gets away, you know, and he just resets, and the Edge heals him up, and then he just out CS's you. I don't really think it's doable. I like Shaker better, because then at least with Enchant Totem, you will at least get a little bit of a CS advantage over it.
Remaining.
Okay, and that's the case. I hate the Shaker offlane.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
View on the spoilers, I think that's fair, and it should be for Witch Doctor 3, sure. If you're not doing Witch Doctor 3, I don't know why you would pick an Earthshaker as your off. So that's my concern. Because Earthshaker's a good 4 right now. I think he's fine. He has a great mid game, but as a 3, I'm not very sold on it. So I don't disagree with what you're saying. I just think there could be better offlaners if this is their actual offlane pick. I guess you could also say that for Witch Doctor 3, but I'm reserving my judgment because that's a bit more unique, and you know I like cool things. And I've seen it all the guy where they're picking bad in mid, everyone's like, we can just pick Slark. He went bad in mid. So I also believe that he is that kind of guy that breaks the box no matter what, right? And I think that's what makes Nouns fun as well.
Sorry, let me look. Nouns have actually picked it before this Witch Doctor. I completely missed out on it, and it was a support.
Yeah, I mean the Husky plays a Witch Doctor.
Beast Coast also picked it, and it was also a support. Okay, so that was the game I was referring to. I was watching the Lyrical Fearcast, lovely little duo, when they were casting Beast Coast and Nigma. Beast Coast did beat them that match, of course. I
mean, these bans don't indicate much to me, to be honest. Could be. I mean, the Pango ban is interesting considering you have an Earthshaker. But I guess Drow.
Turn to pick.
And
the Gunner Kalo gets another ban.
If you ban the Puck, to me that says I want to play Spirits mid.
Yeah. Not the best setup. Cask is, again, it's extremely unreliable outside of the lane. These guys are literally pros, so they will have no problem really being too careless around the Cask on the laning stage. But again, I just want to bring it up. That's where this ability does really shine. They did remove this. The Cask used to do like a ton of damage to creeps. It had like different damage values. Now it actually ramps up in damage instead. It actually is a little bit better for Witch Doctor and does allow him to scale, as you naturally want to max this ability unless it is off lane, and then of course you go for the Voodoo Restoration. But it does make your early game a little bit weaker against the Edge.
I like this pick. It makes the Ember not so desirable a pick, right? The Storm is fine still. It gives you catch, gives you scaling. It gives you a potential Vessel buyer if Witch Doctor doesn't go for it,
that's
right?
Very true.
Like
yeah,
this,
I love
I think it's
Vessel
solid.
and Witch Doctor.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I was even just hoping for a fact that for a second rather that it would end up being like a Chen mid, and we'd see some like ridiculous Witch Doctor, you know, like really go all out. I don't know. Nigma Galaxy instead, it can pick a mid laner. Will they just DK it again? Honestly, no, they can't because it's banned.
I think you Ember or you Storm, honestly. I actually think the Ember is based.
Ember Spirit.
Okay, they didn't random. I was going to point out, I believe someone randomed yesterday, and it might have been Nigma.
It is Witch Doctor offlane. Oh, thank God.
Okay.
Oh, thank God. Oh, I was about to go off on this Earthshaker offlane. I was reserving my hate until I saw it fixed.
I have to be honest with you. The only reason I'm not a fan of it is because I think if this gets played anymore, the hero's finally going to get a nerf, you know?
Okay,
but,
at least your honesty is appreciated.
Yes.
I will say,
go on.
The only times I've seen this Witch Doctor offlane have been, I mean, besides pubs, obviously, has been the Gaming Gladiators Liga Major, and that was the IO. And they've done it in the DPC as well, and that was again with IO, right? I've never seen this hero IO less and still succeed.
Yeah.
So I'm very interested as to what they...
And that's really my concern here as well into this ranged, very strong laner of Morphlane, you know? I don't necessarily think Moo's going to get ran at all laning phase, don't get me wrong. I think that's where Witch Doctor actually is going to have your bones and a little satchel around his neck, as he likes to say. But I do think you just don't really have a lot of kill threat here. And in my opinion, I think if you're going to play the Witch Doctor offlane, that is something you want to play around. It's the strength of Maledict with more damage.
You want to briefly explain to people who might have not watched it what the purpose of this Witch Doctor offlane is?
Oh, right. I guess,
or
yeah, people might not actually know, right? Because they made a small change. Again, in one of the very strange buffs that Ice Frog tends to give heroes that do breathe a lot of life into some people is that doing damage now in an AoE for I think half the value. Voodoo
Restoration.
Yeah, Voodoo Restoration. Yes, I just said it. Voodoo Restoration does half damage to hero or enemy heroes caught inside of its AoE, which is not that bad. It does 100% of the damage. It's even better. And he has taken it level 1, right? So you're going to see him look to play a lot in the AoE and very aggressive here against this Morphling. honestly a really, really nice spell here, Voodoo Restoration, early on in the game, because it's a phenomenal value heal, especially considering it's an AoE heal. Like, you can really get some bonkers healing. Oh, well, he's gonna maybe get caught here for first blood. There is Glimpse if they can catch him. And Voodoo Restoration, it's not good enough to save him here, unfortunately.
Nope. Does it deal some damage though?
Yes, indeed. And everyone's going to heal it off right away.
I want to give you the chance to just rave on how much you love this hero, but as he died, I'm going to take this away from you and just say he is Lesh, but from the off. That's what the goal is of the Voodoo Restoration. Very similar to the Lesh idea of the Bloodstone. Just tank, deal damage in an area and never die. That's the goal of this.
You're also kind of extremely incentivized with this kind of a lineup, right? You want to be surrounded by enemies to go into your Voodoo Switcheroo kind of a build, which again, I'm not really know how it feels hopeful this game against double silence, especially because they're really big AoE silences. But Voodoo Switcheroo is super strong, especially with the reaction time of a pro like I wish I had. I do expect Moo is going to be able to evade death maybe once, maybe twice this game, but again, they've got really good chase for him. But it's super good into these kind of lineups that depend on heal, because this Nouns matchup, this Nouns lineup, pardon, has no real no real difficulties in terms of actually getting their damage in. Like, it's a very high damage lineup, especially here with the Exort Invoker that Gunnar is going to be running. Really excited to see that. It's just a matter of having something to combo it when you do eventually get this point to Maledict. Who's TPing to lane?
You know, what if... I guess the both lanes are good. Like, I would say that one thing that Nouns actually has really... lanes are really strong.
Yeah.
So if they can get off to a good start from this, the only lane I'm being a little bit more doubtful for is mid, but Gunnar went for a Quas Exort, which is the lane winning Invoker. Even though against Ember used to go Quas Vex all the time to dispel Flame Guard, Embers don't go for Flame Guard these days, so you need to Quas Exort to actually win this lane against the... Otherwise it's tough, but the Forge Spirits help out a lot. However, is there much Sunstrike setup? Not really. So how do you play this Invoker?
Sunstrike setup, yeah.
Like usually Quas Exort is only like, I have something to set up Sunstrikes and then this works, right? But they don't have any.
I don't know. I mean, I could very well see Fissure working in the laning stage, especially with the way that Lolos is playing around these trees down bottom. I don't know. I mean, in general... Max it. Yeah, I mean, look, in general, I agree with you, but... You know, it's something. I think Mind Control in the DP is a hero that's highly incentivized to kind of just run at enemies, given that you have Spirit Siphon. Makes her pathing a little bit more predictable, right? Either that or she breaks off the Siphon. You have Tombstone, which is pretty strong in this top lane, actually. Yeah.
It's like, oh, they have Frost Arrows. If Gunnar's really good, that can set up for a Sunstrike.
Look, I mean, I imagine he called for the hero, right? He's a Grandmaster Invoker.
No, it's a good Invoker game overall, but definitely the early game is what I was questioning, right? Because Quas Exort Invoker, he's slow if he doesn't get this, and if he doesn't get Sunstrike kills, his contribution to the team will be none, as you can already see him queuing the Midas with a Gloves of Haste.
Needs to try and scale, right? As well as with a nice pick off there, we'll kill the Warrior of Husky. Might be in for some trouble, but he's got 6 stick charges. Some of them now. It's down to Tombstone.
And the Magic Stick stays with the Crypt Swarm. He's actually gonna get the kill against GH. No! He lets Yamson take it, but Husky gets it back with a zombie. Sunstrike in the bottom. The setup is the paralyzing cask.
There it is.
That was really impressive. I hope the Observer caught that. The cask was actually timed perfectly with the right Sunstrike to keep him in place for the just second to get hit and killed.
Yeah, that's actually
on Gunnar.
That's also something I was going to say, is that Cask is a really interesting stun because it is a projectile, right? And it's not that fast, honestly.
So the time is really impressive.
Oh, no, 100%, right? But it does kind of... It's a little bit like when you know you're going to hit someone with your Earth Spike or your Burrow Strike, I believe it's called on Nyx Assassin, where like the stun does take time to actually hit. And if you're really good, like you can time. There's another Sunstrike down bottom. This time it will not kill Kuro.
This time is much harder.
Yes.
Enchantress has more movement speed too.
That's right, actually, good points. And the Morph doesn't, right? So that's why it does make that kill a little bit more doable. Doctor, not the kind of hero who wants to be tanking too many tower shots, though, but with Brown Boots already now from Moo, be a little bit of a happier Doctor here. Got a stipend with that kill.
He really needs Arcanes, though, to actually Husky just guzzles mana with his build, and you need the Arcane's 100%, and eventually lock it. I think that was the build too, as Husky does in the top lane. But Yamsu's still fighting against Mind Control, realizing this is Death Prophet, and she just hit a level 3. That Spirit Siphon sucks you off, and takes away your HP. You have to run away. I did not mean to say that. I am sorry. Sucks you off.
Sucks you out of the lane. That's what you
Yeah, there you go. Thanks
for saying it again, just to make sure everyone heard it twice. For the now you have 2 samples, great, to edit into your highlight reel compilations of Avo Plus. No, it may be incredible that one.
Look at it go!
He's gonna still die to Miracle.
Is under attack.
But in the top lane, they're trying to get a counter kill against GH. The zombies getting vision. Okay, they kill the zombie. Mind Control. Very caring for his teammates. They do have Sunstrike. Will you use it? There it is. And the Frost Arrows is an actual setup. You were right, Richie. Yeah, you were totally right. And GH also went back in to die.
Why?
Dialogue.
Man, I watched. Okay. I don't really know what that was. That kinetic field was like a last-ditch attempt. Maybe he wants to TP mid to refill the bottle.
Okay. Cask. Oh, it actually still hits Morphling. Once it's selected its target, it's going to chase you. I'm sure we've all seen that clip of the Witch Doctor throwing a cask, someone TPing away, and then Sistine in like a double kill top. Another Sunstrike.
And Fissure sets up for this one. These Sunstrikes have been on point, honestly. And now, with only 2 creeps, Cask will hurt a lot. Miracle might just die very close to it. He's actually shifting now, though, and it's level 2. It's very difficult to bring any more damage as Witch Doctor. He's struggling, though. He's trying his best.
Trying. Okay. Now you're out of mana, though, and you're getting beat back by this Ghost Creep, which is a little bit more painful. That's kind of the problem here. But
as well.
He's almost going to have his mana boots online. He's actually going to be a little bit more in business. He can open up a little bit of a clinic, maybe in this bottom lane, maybe look to serve the community. Lelis is going to not get any help from that Sunstrike, unfortunately. I think Kuro outruns him here. Maybe not, actually. Never mind. Sorry. Lelis is it's got the brown boots.
Lelis once again just kind of lifting what his team
top.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You ready? No,
he doesn't get it.
And cooldown.
Gunnar was really itching for that Sunstrike, though. He's actually doing a phenomenal job with these Sunstrikes.
They're trying to do damage here with this first wagon. Is this like a push that they actually want to commit to? As mid lane, they are also rotating support from the side of Nouns to contest runes.
Lelis is like, it's not here. Gunnar, go for the other one. And the 49 just denies it because he doesn't even want it.
Not even going to waste his time. Not missing any CS here versus Sumail. Sunstrike did miss in the top lane in the meantime. He missed. Not enough damage in any case, and the DP is going to live. Kill attempt and just sustain off of the wagon.
Structures are
They're doing a really great job though, keeping Mind Control a bit down on his Spirit Siphon count, as well as CS. Denies though, an impressive 7, I have to say.
Good number. And Drow only has 21 lasses, which is kind of the show, right? Like,
yeah.
It's not really working out for this Drow, despite this matchup not being that bad for Drow. It's still not great because you're still up against DP. However, I have an inkling that Drow might not be the real win condition. Like, you're actually much better off getting Invoker and Witch Doctor to a good start, and Drow will eventually just come back in anyway, because she does well even without many items, honestly.
Right. Okay, so this Witch Doctor heal and therefore damage is up to level 3. And again, you know, unlike when we all tried this build in the Ags Labyrinth Part 2, this is actually pretty good this early on. It does require you to really build into it as mid lane. Gunnar getting dove.
That Forge Spirit to block, force the Spirit out, and now you can fight Sumail head on somewhat with the help of the Forge Spirit. Sumail forced to retreat. Here's the TP from Husky. Husky comes without any stuns. Sumail though has 2 remnants. Maybe 5. 2 tombstone here just to force Sumail away.
Yeah.
They know they can't kill him, but at least will annoy him.
The crappy part is it's Tombstone level 1. Oh, they actually got him. The
Sunstrike in base.
Unbelievable.
Actually incredible.
Wow. That was based.
Oh,
right there.
wow. Gunnar. That's why he did the solar. If I was wondering when he was trying to do as much damage as possible, it was clearly TPing to base.
Make sure you get it with that now. The Midas, the boots, everything coming online now for Gunnar. Top lane. Mind Control looking to get aggressive. I mean, look, again, it's just impressive, right? You're going to play Invoker in these kinds of games. You say setup?
Yamsun? Oh no, Spirit Siphon. Yamsun. He's getting away with Mind Control, but Mind Control, luckily out of mana. Well, that's Scripture. Sumail's back has left the Remnant earlier, and that's allowed to get the kill against Yamsun. They forgot about that Remnant. He didn't need a TP. And now you can get Husky as well, walking into the kinetic field with a Flame Guard. He knows Husky cannot take it away. And it's just a matter of a sleight of fist. And
got him. Yep, down bottom, I don't know if you heard Sunstrike on the Observer stream, but they did go for the first Death Ward play onto this Morphling. Unfortunately, didn't quite get it there. Looks like they're going to catch Kuro there. Nice combo on the stuns, and Lelis rewarded with a kill. A little bit hard, actually, to kill this Morphling without actually, even with Maledicts, to be honest, because you need to out... So it's kind of weird, right? Because it's good and bad. The way that Maledicts gets calculated is it's a burst amount of damage based on the delta in health, basically, for those of you that know math. So it's not really based on, like, percentage based on health, but it frequently is thought of in this way. So Morphling is actually somewhat good against the Maledict because he just shifts into more HP, and because you struggle to do damage, because it's about damage you actually, like the difference in the number, really,
right,
is
between
all
the original HP when you cast it and the HP
and then the tick
when you check. Yeah,
correct. Yeah, so Morphling's deceptively good against this ability, unless of course he's perma-stunned and he's not. Then he died. But
I see, because you increase strength means HP pool is higher than the old one, and tick doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. So the issue for Morph is that he does need to basically morph into strength into this. It's not really an option for him to morph into Agi, because then he just kills himself like pretty much instantly, right? So that's the only little caveat here as far as the Witch Doctor Morphling phase. This is pretty bad for Witch Doctor until there's a Vessel or some other lifesteal or some other HP regen block.
Oh, that was a good clip by GH. Prevented the fissure that was coming out. Yamsun can't get to them quick enough. They'll win. And the Tombstone got wasted. I mean, it's level 1. Honestly, Husky's going for the DK build. I don't think the Tombstone is as valuable in this. More vision. However, Nigma wants to reinitiate. Kuroki's like, guys, let me at him. I will initiate. Mind Control instead takes the lead in the high ground. Kuroki's just bait right now. He enchants Lelis. Takes the beating. He gets the Sunstrike. He misses. They miss, sorry. Kuroki has actually successfully initiated against Lelis.
Yeah. So Mal connects as well with the DD rune. The Exo active. They're going to look for the tower here. Husky can't TP away, and he will unless they catch him with a glimpse. No, it's on cooldown for 5 more seconds. There. Okay, that was pretty funny, actually, because Kuro literally just right-clicked the Tombstone, even it was about to expire, and he had me fooled. I was like, come on, Kuro. Lo and behold, man, he even got me.
Yeah, it's part of his strategy. He's been playing Ench every single game to conditioning people into thinking.
I think they might try for a Sunstrike kill onto Miracle Bottom. Now, a bit difficult. Good positioning by Miracle. Lelis, though.
Oh, I think he might die. They just get the fissure off. Oh, but I think it's really quick enough on edge with shift.
Yeah, might be able to snag on the ball.
Yeah, okay. That was the fissure afterwards. Lelis actually wanted that kill instead, huh?
Got him.
That was well played.
Well, I think he wanted to guarantee it, right? If the fissure comes out, there's a chance. But looks like first. Not fast enough.
Oh, right. I see what you mean. So he's trying to time it as like so they be simultaneous essentially. So
yes, just peaking damage, right? Nothing to do with lockdown, nothing to do with setup. Again, it's you ask for an invoker and you're saying I'm building Quas. You better hit your Sunstrikes, you know.
He's incredible.
And I think what's really cool about Nouns is, well, first of all, the Gunner's been proving, yes, don't worry guys, I got you. But second, that Nouns have complete trust in him every time. It's the only way this works, you know.
I know, right.
So it's really cool to see that.
This time. Oh, they do it. Never mind. I spoke too soon. And Lelis will control him. There's their setup. Earthshaker finally come online. You actually have enough setup with the Aftershock, level 3, and that post vision will always guarantee a Sunstrike. Sabel's next target, but he has remnants. He should be fine.
Yeah, he's a hard kill.
Impossible.
Yeah.
Mo's chasing him down, though. Taste my voodoo restoration, heathen!
I mean, look at it. It's decent damage, right?
It is.
46
holy locket now, and the arcade boots and the soul ring.
Something to sneeze at. And this is an item, or sorry, an ability that does synergize really nicely with Maledict as soon as he starts lowering it.
Yes, Guts now. And that's something set up too. And with the Endless on the key in place, it's going to be enough to kill off Sumail. But in comes Miracle trying to help not. Cask is actually what stops Miracle's onslaught. Yamsun gets body blocked ever so slightly, but barely gets out. Now he's adding some damage. Deathward's also been set up, and they're going to kill Miracle with this as Kuro snipes Yamsun. They got a little bit too cocky with that play. Kuro now has been slowed though by the King of Zombies and
really
killed off by the King of Cows.
Alright, I'm sorry to keep doing analysis only on Witch Doctor, but I promise you guys, I really don't get to cast very much of this hero.
Go. I allow you.
Another thing I forgot to mention about this Morphling interaction into Witch Doctor is in situations like that where you just can't simply Adaptive Strike to cancel the channeling. When you do start morphing into strength against Death Ward, it really sucks, right? It's basically the support equivalent. I know he's offlane here. but it's the support equivalent of Morphling trying to strength gain through an Ursa. It just doesn't work.
He's off lane now, he's off position, and then he's going to be off this world.
Because it's all physical damage, right? So even though you do become tankier, you just end up taking more damage because you lose all your base armor. It's a rock and a hard place kind of there for the Morph lane, especially in situations like that where there's just simply no cancel available. Good kill on the Witch Doctor, but you can see he's already looking to go for Voodoo Switcheroo, which does, of course, make you untargetable, invulnerable, and off the map, and therefore prevents you from getting glimpsed back. Not the best use of the Voodoo Switcheroo. You generally want to use it when enemies jump you and you use it to counter-initiate, much like the Visages do in the offlanes these days. But if it'll save your life, that's very well worth the investment of 1,400 gold, pardon me, for that cost. That benefit, rather.
Yeah, okay, we avoided the cast this time. Mo is a little bit of a tough kill now. Now that he has Locket and everything, I don't think they can finish him. He also has 5 Claries in inventory, which Samuel just probably cancelled one. Mo just chasing him down, making sure he can't farm effectively. It seems like that's his role right now.
Mo's just like he's like, I'm farming here, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, I don't know how tanky you are, Mo.
He bounce? But there, you can see, like, Cask does damage to creeps now when you use it like this. The hero can scale very well, surprisingly.
200% damage to creeps, and you get the bonus damage per bounce you talked about earlier, which makes it so that it deals a decent damage to here.
Yeah, it's good. And what's really nice is when you play support on this hero, again, don't pick Witch Doctor because then he's going to get nerfed. But if you do, hold on, Static Storm, just to be undying. But if you decide to do it, what you can do is you're excellent in these scenarios where you want to get the last hits, you want to shove the wave out, but you don't want to stick around, right? You see, he throws it. He's actually found a couple stuns there under mind control, but he's safely outside of, you know, any kill range, except for like your storms and your embers, right? So some caution needs to be applied, but he's really nice.
So Lilith just got his blink back. Nigma, they are smoking. I'm not sure what timing though.
They're smoking with the Vessel Exo level 1 still ready. Yeah, they don't even have Static Storm, so just maybe now.
They got Yamsun though.
Nope.
It's nighttime, so it's harder. They don't have any vision. They didn't slide a fist either to see who it was. Yamsun will show himself in the lane though. Not very well positioned. They can punish this with glimpse actually. Long range from GH. Long range change as well. Got this. And MC, he's on to all the same stuff. He's fine for now. Was a blink dagger and revealed his most much like last game ultimate but it's a shame.
Yes, indeed. And Nouns will continue that what is it? That modus operandi, the MO, as they continue to commit ultimates here for this lovely little Ench, who is saving up some money here. Avo has gone now for the power treads. Are we going to see a Glimmer Cape? Are we going to see a 4-staff? Or is it going to be that Kuro favorite of immediately into, I want to do damage Dragonlance item? We'll see what he decides.
I like the Dragonlance person. Dude, what? He's just the no man's land right now. He got saved by the neutral for a second, but not killed by the Drow Ranger. As Moo is the real pusher, but Death Prophet denies in front of Moo, who can't do much because all he can do is auto-attack the tower.
Pretty much.
Yes, Voodoo Switcheroo now ready.
Oh, lovely. Okay, so once again, it's got a little bit of a cast animation. It's not quite instant as like a phase shift, but it is pretty darn fast. So I would expect Moo, if he sees, for example, the silence projectile coming, if MC like actually throws it and doesn't cast it on the ground in front of him, I expect Moo to be able to avoid it. Basically, it's fast enough easily for that. I wonder what 10 talent he's taking. Yes, okay, he has taken the Voodoo Restoration mana per second.
Yeah. This build, there's no other chance, right?
Just to be able to sustain this. This does help a lot, and he's even found Fairy's Trinket, actually. Look, it's a hell of a game, to be honest, for this Witch Doctor offlane.
Yeah. He can
sustained up.
Then you level 15, the 300 HP talent's actually kind of bonkers in this one.
Yeah.
He becomes really tanky.
Does kind of suck a little bit because those 2 cask bounces add, I think, like against creeps, like they do like 380 and then like 450 damage or something. To like, it sucks a little bit to have to lose on those, but like you're an off lane, you need the tank, you need the health, right? It's huge for you. So yeah, there's no really other way around it for him.
Also, these health talents, I don't know if you've noticed this too, but they're the next big thing. Like everyone says, guys, I can build this guy as a tank. It's a 250 HP talent at level 10, you know, and people just do it. It's just kind of, people have realized how valuable getting this incredible boost in health is, because
Radiant's middle
not many items.
This is more to do with them. Oh, hold on.
No, it's definitely not the case for Witch Doctor. This is definitely the Voodoo Restoration.
No, I get you.
A lot of heroes.
With the points I was going to make, because I think that the meta more conditions it. Not to say it's like bad otherwise. It's still really good, and I think it adds a lot to a hero. Like it's just 300 health for free. Like that's huge, right? I think the meta kind of conditions it because all these aura items are so popular, therefore encouraging long fights. Like that's just more effective HP because of the auras you get.
You're very
which is, you know, I feel like if we were in like a nuke or a crit heavy, you know, kind of a meta like with like PAs and I don't know, these kinds of heroes, right? Yeah. We might not see the same kind of with these talents. But you're right. If in this kind of a meta, you are incentivized to have more HP, to live longer in these long fights. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's a good point. I will point out that people seem to have kind of wisened up into the importance of because of this kind of as well. Oh, what? Wait. Oh, that was an interesting whirlwind.
Kuro was like, deny the ages. Live forever.
Kuroki, no Sumail. No, Lilith is gonna die in the bottom lane. And Kuroki distracted them. And they're like, okay, we gotta kill Kuro now. But Kuroki, I don't know if he avoided Tornado or just kind of ignored it. He'll get away just.
Yeah. Not a problem there. Gunnar, by the way, having a phenomenal game still on the Invoker. He is the richest hero in the game. This is tends, pardon me, to be how it goes for these mid lane Quas Exort Invokers. You're either like at the very top and having a phenomenal game, sustaining these kills, farming a ton, pushing with your oh, hold on, Moo? Okay, Moo actually did scare away Sumail there. Gotta respect the move. But you farm a lot with your Forge Spirits and even now taking the Aegis here. I do love this build as well, the Raging Fury Invoker build, going for the Blink Dagger next. So he is going to be the next source of initiation. This is really nice, right? Because this Witch Doctor, this Earthshaker, their time where they can reasonably initiate is not... it's sunsetty, right, shall we say. Still very reasonable for Lelis here on this Blink Dagger, on this Blink Echo, especially onto heroes like the Morphs as we catch them off guard. But it's time for someone else who's a bit tankier, who has a BKB, to start getting involved and jumping into these fights.
Yeah, you can do like, once you get the Blink Dagger, the choices of Shiva's Refresher of Kareem become up. And that's true raging. You see? Now I'll take Voodoo Switcheroo. And he's got the Death Ward ready. He's dead. No, that sounds like missed. And now MC in trouble. Sorry, Moo is in trouble, I mean, as they glimpse it back. The vessel's still on it, he can't heal that much. Uses the mech, but the vessel's preventing the healing, which means Moo will fall in exchange for mind control, though. So not that bad, considering nobody from Nigma was here, though. Kind of a win for them.
Oh, yeah, big Nin. And Miracle does manage to TP away just in the meantime. I was hoping he was going to keep him inside there. That's only a Mal at level 1. Unfortunately, you're just never going to be able to outfight a DP with Max Spirit Siphon with Maledict level 1. Just not very realistic. I got excited there for a second. I was like, yeah, keep him in the Sunstrike. He's going to die. Hit him with the... Oh, no. Okay. But again, you can see this spell does fully pierce BKB. Sorry. Not be dispelled, and it does damage through BKB. So it's very powerful. I think what doesn't pierce BKB is the small ticks that you take, like every second or something, and every third tick, I believe you end up proccing on that calculation. So you don't take that tick damage, but the major ticks you end up going through Magic Immunity. So it's very strong in that respect.
So there's BKB and Aegis, so I think he's fine. He's actually going to choose to go Siphon Vice. So not full Raging Fury Invoker, no Refresher, Octarine, whatever, not even Shiva's. But this advice will allow him to connect on the Morphling, which is probably the biggest thing you want to do. Or even Ember, who they just like stuns for unless it's Earthshaker.
Or even honestly this DP. You know, you take her out of the fight, and that's like the big blocker in this fight. They might kill her.
Gets covered by the Echo Slammer. No, it doesn't run actually, because they have nothing to stun him, so they can't cancel his Death Ward. That's why the Enchantress support can sometimes be not that great. Sumail's been caught as well. He has Remnants, but gets out of the Ice Wall, so the Remnants are faster. Even BKBs to make sure he's fine. And move. Okay. Well, actually, Lelis too. Lelis. A lot of Lelis. Yeah, Lelis.
Look, come on. I want to hype up this Witch Doctor. I appreciate you're giving me ammunition for it, but this is all the Shaker City right there.
Lelis has actually been playing such a good series, though. Honestly, even this tiny last game was actually the saving grace of the team, and I think as Earthshaker again. This guy, you can never tell this guy actually used to play offlane. He looks like a natural 4, honestly.
No, you're right, but even as an offlaner, I would say his spell usage always really impressed me, right?
Yes,
like knowing when Exactly, right? Which is why it was such a shame that he had to play off lane in such a meta where it was like Viper, you know, like just constantly. Even then, he was still pretty good at maximizing the efficiency of the poison attacks in lane, you know, stuff like that. Casting the pits of poison in the right space. Hold on, they're hunting Sumail again. They saw him on the ward.
Pits of poison, they're toxic.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Lelis was always known for laning, and I think his teamfighter was also pretty solid. But sometimes his decision-making in the mid-game was usually what betrayed him. Like, he would go a little bit too far. And as a 4, you don't have that issue, right? Because even if you go a bit too far, you just lost your 4. It's not a huge mistake compared to your offlane. So he has a lot more leeway to make crazy plays, which I think he's really, really showcasing this game.
Okay, that's Guardian Greaves flying out now to move. Big item for him because you do have mana issues on this hero big time. You just have Voodoo Restoration on full time. So zoom it must. Oh, hold on. They see.
Oh, they got him with Cask, actually. Start. Miracle, though. Maldic.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, I can see. Again, it's still too low of a level now. Level 4 is really what you need this late in the game.
Well, as Greaves now, so Zero not that scary. They caught Husky, though. And
what a tornado.
Wants to protect him. A tornado hits 3, but he can't kill GH. Husky will die. And now Moon's being chased down. Mind Control enjoys the freight as the Voodoo Switcheroo, giving a little more space for Nouns to retreat. But they've left Moo behind, and not much they can do there. Moo then sacrificing the Death Ward towards the end of that. Oh, annoy them.
I thought they were gonna kill Kuro off those bounces. No, you need the talent there.
What is Gunner's plan here? He goes up to the high ground. Oh, TPs. Okay. I thought he was planning for something. He invoked the Sunstrike, and I was like, okay, he thinks he can kill the
bounty. Get the hell out of there. And Nigma looked like they were gearing up to get ready to Roche. They were like, yeah, we still have Exo level 2. We have more. Oh, it's not up yet. Not yet. So a slightly risky fight for Nouns to take. And I think in the grand scheme of things, not really a fight. They're probably going to be too happy. Oh, hold on. Wait, Samson got glimpsed back? Okay. I thought they were gonna just sure, but
I don't think they knew who was gonna get glimpsed back.
It's not a punishing fight for them, honestly. They're just eager to take control over this part of the enemy jungle, force Nigma's attention over here to make sure that the lanes continue to be able to be shoved in. Miracle still coming along towards his own itemization. He needs. I wouldn't want to say a lot of items, but when Yamsum's able to farm kind of this freely with his own BKB now, has the Hurricane Pike, right, so that extended attack range, like, you really only need, like, 3 or 4 arrows against a Morphling to proc that marksmanship, and, like, he just melts. It's a scary game for him. So he's going to need probably this full Eye of Scotty before I believe he's going to be able to realistically have a kill threat here against this Drow Ranger, just because of the hero-to-hero matchup.
It's the only stats, though, which is always the problem with Morphling versus Drow. You want to build stats of Morphling, but stats give you base agi with much more chance to right?
Very true. Yeah, it doesn't help chip, you know, because again, like you're saying, like TP, you're not a hero that really likes to build these like ACs, these, what else gives armor? I think Satanic is a little bit, no, I don't know. Hold on.
Just AC. Oh, okay, he morphed Agi, and he got silenced with the Gust, so he's dead. That was a quick one. No armor for you.
Yeah, nice initiation, Gust, and then Gust mid Hurricane Pike there is really, really impressive. And of course, a couple of allies to help support for the kill. Big move out from Nouns. This is a big kill because it allows Nouns to take over this part of the map here on the top lane and prepare for Roche.
And they force him out into Lelis. He acted to the BKB. Lelis says, why? Why did you force him to come to me when he still had his BKB?
Okay, but again, I mean, Lala's upset by that, but his death timer still at this stage is still 40 seconds shorter. Did I do my math correct? 70... Yeah, 40 seconds shorter than the Sumail's BKB cooldown, right? Now I believe here Nouns with their... They just really love putting lane wards down, by the way. They just like have all their wards down all series in the middle of lanes. I wonder if Nigma have looked at their warding heat maps and maybe are prepared to counter this, but they're trying to set up here for this next big rush fight. Could be up in as soon as 10 seconds, but Sumail's back alive. They're still without Lelis, even without BKB on the Zember Spirit. 4v5 is not a fight that Nouns really want to take.
Control doesn't find anyone in his scouting, but Sumail might, and Yamson's a great target. He does have BKB though, so he's not an easy kill just yet. Morphling, if he can jump him.
But they saw Mind Control and I believe Miracle revealed themselves on that ward that Nouns just pushed down in the triangle.
Okay.
So he was able to utilize that vision to easily get out. So this smoke's actually not going to find anything. We'll see if Nouns can put themselves in a position here to be ready to contest this Roche. Up in 20 seconds here, Avo. It's going to be second Roche. Really use that one, right, to give yourself a little bit more of a foothold. Try and put yourself in a position to be able to really secure your big items, to get a huge farm and item advantage over your enemies and close the game out, right?
Hex is up on the Invoker now. This is a big timing to play on.
And Yamsum, even though I don't believe he would have necessarily lacked damage here, it helps him fight more into this Ember and this DP. He has Crystallis ready for this kind of a fight. Has bought out for that, though.
I think you actually hex the Ember over the Morphling, honest, if you can.
Maybe they can get it. Oh, good effort. Oh!
So Gunner still went in. Hex the Disruptor of all heals. So GH is dead. Hex will be up in 15 seconds. He's not that concerned about this. Smail wants to fight this. There's the buyback from the Disruptor. They know they don't have Hex. There's a couple of moments where Yamsum's out of position. No hurt like either. The Fissure, though, blocks him. And only Mind Control can chase after them. The rest of Nigma's trying to get close to Mind Control. A Mind Control holding on the fort. Is that going to work for him? The very side with a lot of healing. Here comes the Jalo with the short Hurricane like use. And slam hits Kuroki. Mind Control. They both die simultaneously. That Miracle is forced to activate shit. Trying to go for Gunner with this BKB. Hex in 9 seconds. Yamsum's running though. He has the glimpse. Oh, sorry, the gust in a second. Not gonna use it just yet. They need something to cancel his passing. Cast the Vision move. Doesn't get it in time.
No. The auto
so the TP completes.
They almost had him. They should have had him there, unfortunately.
Yeah. Doesn't have the direction of movement on, man.
Yeah. First of all, oh goodness, that chase was so risky out from Nigma Galaxy. I believe it was a rather interesting fight though, because on the first fissure that we saw that didn't catch anyone, and then Gunner obviously blinked in. The reason that Nigma counter-initiate there and choose to buy back, one, of course, is because they want to contest the Roche, but two, it's because they saw Yamsum had already used Hurricane Pike, right?
Yes,
so he's
exactly.
like, guys, he cannot disengage. Like, he has to stay inside this tether. He's going to be getting hit by Exo. This is a fight we can take.
Yep.
But Lelos with a phenomenal second fissure kind of makes it a little bit more awkward for Nigma. Then they are the ones to choose, are we going to go over this fissure? Mind Control chooses yes, and he's unable to really get enough damage by himself. Moving a phenomenal turnaround there on the cast. Holy moly. Going again.
Fissure, but he's not controlling them. He already used the enchant totem. He's out of spells. In comes Yamsum. Samael sees him. And Yamsum is happy to just hit the drow. Oh, maybe Samael instead. Samael gotta be careful. Tries to get away. BKB forced because of Lela's presence. This Earthshaker, omnipresent, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
They
really
can't
good
get
stuff.
rid of Lelas.
Really good stuff. You heard a death ward there potentially. It was onto Kuro just to force him out of the fight. Of course, ulti's only for Kuro. And then a phenomenal, by the way, Cask.
Ignore the Witch Doctor this whole game. I just let you talk about it, but I'm assuming some people heard it.
I didn't know there was a Witch Doctor in this game, did you?
I can only hear 15 seconds. I'll let you speak again.
Yeah. Anyway,
on the Witch Doctor.
Phenomenal.
What did Moo do that team fight versus Death Warding that Kuro?
He got a cask up, which set up for the big Echo Slam off of Lelos, honestly.
Oh, that was the fight just now, but okay.
Oh, the fight just now. You know, he tried to kill Kuro, right? But yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a mistake there by Nigma Galaxy. Not only are you into playing into, there's just way too much AoE for you to be able to chase uphill like that, especially into no vision. Super risky move from Nigma. Does cost them quite a bit here, but I believe Miracle gets away from that fight. So the penalty's not too heavy. It's just a matter of what can Nouns do with this Aegis, right? It's on Yamsum. I believe they've given Gunner the shard. Yamsum probably bought it into the Morphling matchups, especially against the DP. You tend to want to buy the item for that Hypothermia shard. Miracle, though, is cutting this mid-wave, so the Galaxy are going to be able to rest somewhat easy. There's a wave down bottom, though, with the tombstone now. So this is the lane they decide to push as they alacrity the wagon.
Yeah, Yamsum's
in the base.
Position. Yeah. I was gonna say, and Glimpse puts you back in the same position, but he hurt him back in time because they glimpsed before they set up kinetic field there.
Right.
So Yamsum's just gonna happily continue fighting with the fissure controlling anything that comes down this way.
Look at the sustain, by the way, on the
Hex. That is the Morphling, but they can't roast this thing just yet. They burn Kuroki down though, as Mind Control tries to create space for Miracle to fight. Apparently, they want to take this. Okay, glimpsing back move, and the move switcheroo will make this effortless glimpse. Now, Moo could be in trouble. The Voodoo Switcher is ended, but he still has the Greaves and
so tanky.
He's not going to go down. Mind Control died in the sidelines. Another Hex. This time on the Ember. This could be an easier kill. Much less armor. Multi-shot, though, will not reach him as they force them to safety. However, it's a win for Nouns, who still preserve the Greaves, by the way. They haven't even committed that. They have an immense amount of healing on the Witch Doctor.
Yeah, so what's also really cool about Voodoo Switcheroo is for some reason you continue healing when you're hitting on the map if you have Voodoo Restoration toggled on. So that's why he did come back with even more HP. Obviously, he's got Locket, right? So his heals are pretty insane right now.
Oh, they went for more, but again, the Hex catches him and he's dead for a single marksmanship proc. So without Miracle, 50 seconds. What's the plan now, Nigma Galaxy? It seems they just have to let all these racks go. Tier 4 as well.
1-1. That's the plan.
Both these teams will drag each other to the depths of this tournament. Full elimination. Nobody gets away. Gunner, Raven Fury Invokers here. Nothing can stop me at the Hex 2. Oh, little piglet. He thought he could beat the big bad wolf, but the big bad wolf can use the sun, and some males dead as well. They use the Voodoo Switcheroo to deal some damage to Kuroki. Moo's only prerogative, killing Kuroki this game. At least they can kill Moo in a counter initiation here. Perhaps Husky as well in a difficult position. The Fisher won't help him enough. But Yamson, he's dealing with the real targets, which are the structures here. Nigma all around. Gunner goes again. There's time for the Ember. Sumail could be in trouble. That's gonna kill him. 5 by Sumail for 100 seconds. There's not Static Storm though. Kuroki's doing his best to deal some damage, but it's just not enough. And Nouns will ignore Kuroki, kill him swiftly. Give mind control. One last team fight. 5 by mind control. It's over. Nouns will take this game.
This one's over. GG it's called. Kuro's gonna throw in the towel. And man, a great Static Storm there. Potentially a way to turn it around is, of course, they're just styling on the now in the fountain. But a phenomenal game there. And look, they are hyped. We can see in the cameras, it's their first win right as well here in the Dream League Season 19 group stage here, group stage number 1. A bit of relief there as well.
If he's got these hawks coming through, you know, if there's no... We'll come back to this as they get the dive on, and everything I was saying is now inconsequential because Cloud has gone down, so Kami has to move away from these multiple kisses. There is still that buyback for the Beastmaster though. Let's see. Let's get himself back into this. The dive onto the back lines, he's the vortex as well. There's going to be a real nice dismember. The hooks come. Nice save. Well, though. He saves it. Cloud gets himself back into this now, and Kami, he's losing so much. Kami's going to go down. They do get the kill onto Leppington there as well. So Mira with that freezing field, Mira will go down. Coming down to the hooks. Yatsuro's still in that push roll. He's getting them back. They get the buyback out from the poaching Storm Spirit. Everybody from the side of Hydra, they don't want to be giving this one up now as well, but they take down Leppington once again. That's the dieback on the Disruptor, and Yatsuro, what can he do? The hook, it's going to be blocked mid hook. This is the dieback on the Cloud. Cloud, can he get himself away from this one? He's still being harassed up by Collapse. One more right click, he goes down. That is going to be the Beastmaster dead for 115 seconds, and now the chase is on for the rest of the side of Hydra.
This Aghanims on the Morphling is just making him impossible to deal with. First of all, they use the little shredder on the Pudge to get rid of his armor. He has solid amounts of it, but it is just not enough. And then Yatoro just destroys it, and he knows that he can stand his ground because he cannot be stunned. He literally cannot be stunned. How do you stun water? Well, a lot of their damage, if not most of it, is on the Morphling.
Oh, the glimpse comes back though. Inside the Static Storm Mirror, he has that Lotus going, and now if Zofra actually dives a little bit further, the Thunder comes out. McParkin, he's dove in, yeah. They're going to be able to get the kill onto the Storm Spirit. Can they take down the push? They're going to be able to catch him, cancel off the TP. He's going to be dead. The Storm Spirit though, he has brought back, and they've got no kinetic field, no Static Storm. And like you say, they're even going to be able to get a lockdown onto Cloud. Everybody inside of Hydra, they just overextended, and we praised them in the first game for respecting the power of Team Spirit here, but Hydra might have just lost the heads a little bit, and the buybacks, they're going to be forced out, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to defend the space with the Pudge being down, with no Static Storm for the next 27 seconds. Spirit, what can they get from this? I didn't worry though, they're going to be able to get damage. They get two, they do! They take them down, the cookie comes out, the Yatoro, freezing field, they might lose. Happy, is this the dieback? They do, break the Lincoln Sphere though. Morphlin, Law wants to come right back into this fight because he have the boots of travel to do it. It might take him a little bit longer now. No boots of travel though, so he's going to have to use the blinks, you know, just do it by foot, it seems.
Level 25 Storm with a beast stats of so much damage. They're going in for the Morphling. He doesn't have a buyback.
No, they get do they get the kill? He goes down. Warwick has to go down though. It's going to be him left alive. No, it's not. The creeps are pushing in. There's no buybacks available on the side of Hydra, and this is going to be 4 heroes, even with the death of the Morphlin. No way Warwick defends this.
It's pretty much over. They don't have the glyph. The game is over. They gave it their best. Hydra, they made Team Spirit work for it. The team that is most likely going to be at the top of Eastern Europe DPC Division 1.
Radiant's middle barracks Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Galaxy want to commit. There's just not enough damage. Crimson Guard, Atrophy Aura, Rubik's Fate Bolt, all this damage reduction. Let's see the combo. In a Palace.
Strong in by the Disruptor, and now they're going to be hitting from Win. It's back up once more. In a Palace, and Sumail is in it. They'll lose him in mind control. Right it back towards tomorrow. Trying to run from everybody on the side again. The Gladiators.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Siphoning
attack.
and getting back into the base.
Has fallen.
Alive.
Yeah, I think when it's time to call it, it is time to call it. They have no business left in this.
And didn't get the tether off or something. I think it got broken. Either way, I like the ghost up to purchase. That was pretty heads up, but we are back and there's a smoke action.
There's a
23
divide
looking
right
to end.
here. They're going in on Q. Where's the hit? Okay, get that hit off. 123. It's not great damage. He's dead.
Oh my god!
Nothing.
Less than 10% of his health.
I mean, I'm assuming that's just the game.
That, yeah, 100%. There's no point in talking about the
AU picks it up. I got it, boys. The dive. Let's go, AU. Oh my god.
Victory!
We finally get to see them have a little bit of lead. They need to have good vision, good execution to engage.
We're down up on high ground. Or Bulbica, Red Panda. This would be huge if we can find it. Static Storm before the Tombstone. Not bad. Stone from Lulu. He's thrown now. There. Starting to drop down. I love TK control for the moment. He does manage to get that one away. And the Supernova down. TK barely surviving. And it's going to run down as all White Album. The dodge. To hide away. The heal's coming in. They hoping for a save, but the PKB is out, and they're going to jump onto him. He has to back away. We have lost White Album again, and now Mango in trouble. Q is going to drop. Aster, these fight so well, and they couldn't take down that Undying.
And remember, it's ages so they didn't really care about giving away. Big finish profits.
Stun is out on the today. Didn't have a BKB available. Bulbica dropping low, and on back in. They have another kill off Bulbica. Doesn't look like it because the black hole is there. That's on the agent. He doesn't have multi to come back. And Aster, they might take full advantage. Move.
Radiant's bottom
Rax
has fallen.
Up the bottom. Finally, Aster full advantage. They're building.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, just for a brief second, had more network. There it is, back again with the higher network. When you click on the L, it's not really an inspiring network. Blink, BKB, Radiant. You might be able to get on top of a hero, but that's not the shot. That's able to 100-0 here. Like even this Undying inside Static Storm, able to then get up to Slash God and from away.
They have that alive. Makes the move, and again, into this fight without Monet here. Pretty good for them. Right album, but now when it's now, they're in a lot of trouble. But they managed to kill him. Okay. All right. Pops ulti. Now the turn. Punching. Really getting away. Sort of survived that first salvo. Very strong. Supernova down. Pops the PKB. Ooh, he's just caught here. They want to get the kill. That's really himself up. And now the chase. With the avalanche, the toss. Thinks he's going to give up his life also. Then Monet is way too strong. This might just be the full set of racks going down bottom. Aster, way too strong for Ares.
Like Ares did
JP. Oh, they're done. Okay. I was wondering. It looked like it was that type of game.
Yeah, it kind of was. It's like a game where you're an out, not really ever been in the league. Victory. He hasn't really never protected himself.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Boom.
Everyone's just standing. How are they just standing right now? I can't help but fidget with my hero half the game.
I'll be running around in circles.
Yeah.
Pirouetting on the spot, the song. Blinking from Pure. They see Yatoro, 3 lined up. Potentialized path play. They're trying to go in. Toronto Tokyo blown up by Collapse. Has to buy back. Yatoro gets off with BKB. Pure with another song. Sprints in. Who are they aiming for? Where is the target acquisition? They can't catch anybody. Collapse BKBs runs down south. Lol being chased out as well. Oh my god, Nightfall. Hazy on disc and refresher. Blinks to high ground. Gets away from danger for now. Pure, what's he up to? He's back to the high ground too. Mirror image out. Aegis claimed. Lol in the fire. Still surviving and blowing up GPK. Team Spirit
nothing to do.
Sprinting out their base. They don't catch Nightfall on the way out. He's blinked out of the range of Mirror. They're still hunting though, and he's going to find Toronto Tokyo. Who cares, Gem? I see Jakiro. Eon disc popped. And with his rapier damage will make short work of a twin-headed dragon.
Unstoppable.
Laurel, the collapse waiting in the back line actually worked. He stormed out of the tree line and he just then started eviscerating the 2 supports with the help of Laurel. He completely jumped over. They dodged everything that Naga was trying to set and prep there. And Yatoro was also just firing the cannon from the top there. Did the combined damage of Collapse and Laurel together. He is a monster.
Oh, Pure. Lol. Oh, God. Nightfall's going to get a bit of vision here with the Hawk.
Imagine.
Can they?
Imagine.
Will they?
They have to do something kind of crazy.
They're going to be losing their base pretty soon. Lash has buyback. Naga Beastmaster have to get back to base to defend. Drow Rangers up here. Tier 3 gone. Barracks to follow.
There is no buyback of Collapse though. That's a big one. And Mira.
Radiant structure.
Look at all the wolves. Look at all the summons. It's vulnerable. Mira gets away from there. Help of the Glimmer Cave to jump in from Lol. Disruption of self-save. Barracks taken out. Lol. Oh, tries to fight. Nightfall. He'll just pop, but he can't get any control of Lol. It's Lol. Puck is all over the place. Now they go into the GPK though. Aiming for the puck. They're going to find him at long last. They get him and the rapier's on the floor.
He messed up the phase shift. He canceled it.
Oh no.
Did you see that? I'm not crazy, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, he phase shift and accidentally ended it.
There's an Axe Blessing recipe. There's a rapier. There's all sorts of stuff everywhere.
An Axe Blessing recipe. What's that there? Okay. Not sure what the story on that one is. Meanwhile, Save, I think he had a refresher charge, right? Because Laurel dove him, he disrupts himself, and he tries to kill him again after it Save just refreshes, and then uses it again. How have they not got the breaker?
Now there's another DD. I don't think they care. You know what, Toronto Tokyo is going to take it, is he? Oh yes, the Jakiro with a rapier.
Coming to feed it back to them, guys.
My goodness. There's Mega Creeps on one side. Top lane Barracks still standing on Team Spirits. Are we waiting for next Roshan, Trent?
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like BetBoom have such a good chance of winning these fights right now. They can't get, like, swarmed in the back line.
They missed the stun on BK. He's trying to hold his ground, but look at my dodge! Oh my god, Yatoro shreds. Where'd he go? Daedalus hits, refreshes, blinks forward, kills off Save as well. SD's gone, TP home. Get the hell out of here, BetBoom now.
Lucky he didn't get coiled. Dude. Leshrac vanished.
He looked okay until he didn't.
Until he got hit for 1,350 damage from a single right click? Yeah. Oof. Yeah. Right until that.
Ow.
Luckily, Toronto Tokyo was not there to feed the rapier back, so that's good.
And now Team Spirit running down lanes, coming for the Radiant base. Balls are still there to hold on to. This has got to be mentally debilitating for Bet Boom.
Mini 71 minutes.
Team Spirit is wearing them down.
The admins have been on, you know, they told them, nope, these guys. The longer this game goes, the harder things are.
Well, it's like Moomiander was saying in that Seb documentary. You know, this isn't Dota you're playing. This is a slogfest. You're going to wait it out and play 60-minute games, long ass ones. There's a long line. Watch go very far forward. He unders from Mira, but then dying will fall inside the Radiant base. He'll as Mira gets off one last finger of death and the turns will go through. They kill GPK. It's a dialect on the ledge. Naga now in trouble. Song of the Siren trying to buy a bit of time, but Yatro moves forward, gets the damage in. Bill is dead. Oh god. It all comes crumbling apart for that boom now. Wait, back. They're on to Mira. The kill off Nightfall save though, and lol. He opens up on them. The howitzer is here. Massive 40 mil cannon just shattering into that boom. Drow saved by the rip. The soul is everyone dying. There's two. And she's called it over. Team Spirit.
Look at them. Look at Mira.
Oh my god.
The shard to anybody who would listen at the Lima Major.
Which was nope.
Which, yeah, nobody's taken him up on it yet. But if you see a shard being picked up by any team that was at the Lima Major that speaks English, you could probably source it.
It's good. I'm like, this shard is actually good. I don't know when, and I don't know how you get there. That's all.
You know, I actually about another game that's important recently with the shard.
Pretty good.
I mean, I think that's really good.
Oh, yeah.
Slark with that shard is crazy. It's actually a broken strat. If Galileo is still on top, he'd be taking that. Maybe that everybody needs to get back on top. Shadow Walk is way back to the top. And then if you're ready for 1,000 comments, but because I say it and nobody
I will say the other good thing about Bounty Hunter is we've got two different memes here. The Bounty Hunter shard, the Magnus Ags. He does have extremely high base armor. And again, he probably has highest base armor, starting base armor in the game, which can make him really good at the laning phase for trading.
Yeah. He's versatile. Terrible.
Oh, yeah.
And frontline a little bit with the shield support. But again,
Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. PSN FTX victory!
Midas was being, they have an inkling that this is going on, but they jump forward, find the Star Spectre. The Doom is there, Force Staff, keeping him alive and on the other side of the fissure, but there's way too much damage, and the rundown is going to be there. MC is gone, GH is gone, and looking for more. 9 jumps back in, finds Kuro too, tries to get out of there, does not have a way to escape. Mar is completely under control, he too is gonna die. Buybacks are coming in. Amar realizes he can't do that kill with TP, but eyes on the prize. Thunder trying to close this one out, close this series out with a quick 2-0 as they set their sights now onto the tier 4 towers. There is a buyback still on Spectre, and no damage to BKB is out though, and now the turn, the break, the finish. Amar dies a second time. MC on top of Snaking managed to find that kill. Sumail still controlled, does manage to get the blink back and away. MC, they're gonna go back in for more. The Wolf can't, but Sumail, away just barely. Sumail got be controlled. They got him there with the Gleipnir, and it's only MC left alive as Tundra start hitting these tier 4 towers.
With this Unleash, with the damage coming through from the sidekick now as well. Watch Buckle though, it's actually going to be the Molten stealing that Pango form. And he's doing anything about this because it's going to be hexed out. Could be having the damage to kill him off. It looks like this one's going to get low. He's going back now as well, but he's not going to be able to get the kill. In fact, he just drag him closer to him. Be able to clean up the side of one move. They have no cause now. Aintrad, the only one left alive in terms of cause. 3 heroes dead for the next at least 70 seconds. And this is going to be it. Yeah, Bedroom just come in. They're going to start to go up the base. Not even needing to go for Baggers here. As you can see, They just want to end it here and now. In fact, even diving into the bounce now as well, where the hook comes out. Morblin is going to be a good. He's got a Satanic. We're going to force that away. That's to save coming out from Dave. He's then really cocky on this Morblin, but it's paying off, and yeah, they're just going to be able to dive into the fountain once again. And the fountain farm these heroes, cleaning it up. GG is going to be called after 45 minutes here. One move. They look great in game number 1. They look pretty good in game number 3 here as well, but Boom, they just had enough out of them in game number 2.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Be right. I keep my enemies close. Mixed up
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant
away from Envy. It's
like your guys are
really
just dying
getting them
because
anything.
generally core with the Bible is also good with the strategy, which is why the reroll was
That first blood.
behind tower, but he's got to be careful. His alchemist is actually pretty dangerous because literally rocks the early points down. And then you get more minus armor out of Massive Spray for a physical damage nuke of an unstable concoction. It's a deadly mixture. You're winning for lanes here for Kingsley. So you're gonna have to play to defend the power.
Won't finish him off.
Radiant's bottom tower.
That's going to be 2-0 here for the side of
Dream's not having a whole lot of fun with this. 10 stick charges, and he did manage to at least hit single stacks off of the Mountain Strike.
refuses to commit.
Sanaba.
Bounty.
Vanish. Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Warriors of the wood.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Сейчас поиграем. Сейчас поиграем.
Set of casters, more games to be played. How you feeling, dude?
Turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Evil geniuses turn to ban. Radiant team ban.
Yeah.
Evil geniuses turn to pick. Radiant team pick. Radiant team.
Yep, indeed they do, and it's the opposite scenario here for Hellraisers, right? They have the complete inverse score, right? They have the 0 2-0s, 2 ties, and a single 0-2. So game is very important for Hellraisers because they need to get themselves a 2-0 to try and push themselves up towards that top half of the groups. But EG's a tough opponent, man. I was talking to you a little bit about this in the, before we came on. This team's really hard to draft against.
Evil geniuses turn to ban.
Bad Rider!
Oh.
Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so I covered a lot of the SADPC recently for the, and this is the #1 most contested hero in the entirety of Division 1 is Bat Rider, which is pretty nuts. Like a lot of other heroes you would think would come first, things like the Brood Mother, the Death Prophet, but no, in South America, it's the Bat Rider. This is a hero that nobody wants to either let through the game, and when it does, it almost always gets picked. So I'm not surprised EG go for it. They flex it a lot. It's something that C Smile can definitely play in the mid lane, and it's great against the Nature's Prophet.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
You never know, man. Yeah. It's so true. He really pioneered the hero, I think, right? Like starting at the last major, a lot of people saw his Timbersaw, they knew it was good, but he was the first person to really go just complete offense with this hero. Like a lot of players would always build that first defensive item and then kind of transition into doing damage, maybe pick up a Dispel and like a Eul's or Lotus.
10 seconds.
Not Whisper, man. He just always went
team
straight damage. He was like, I am here to burst heroes, nothing else. And people realize, there's a lot to be said out of a hero like that, and you kind of just supplement the weaknesses by picking a 4 that can kind of be a little bit greedier and build those auras. So it kind of works, or just have like different
10
pickoff.
seconds remaining.
Right now for EG, what I'm really keeping an eye on is the Monkey King. I think they're
remaining.
really looking for a Monkey King here in their 4 position for the Death Prophet. Like it just pairs well in the lane. They get rid of the clockwork. So we'll see what they decide to do. They're gonna need to pick up some like good. Oh, Hellraisers went back for the Bounty Hunter. We watched this yesterday.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yep. No, it was Antares. Yeah, they do have the flex. You're right.
Evil geniuses turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I can see Matthew taking this 4 because in the lane, this is so impossible for the NP. Like this is like Marcy Death Prophet doesn't allow you to, like a lot of times Nature's Prophet, if he gets pressured, he just like sprouts and TPs or something. And Marcy has 2 interrupts, right? Dispose and Rebound both will stop the teleportation. And it gives plenty of space for the DP to play on top of you. So it might be Matthew's hero, and that's kind of why I was thinking the Monkey King, because you do have really good gap close on the Monkey King. You can scout for NP, but Marcy kind of does the same thing. Like it's very similar. So maybe that was just like a personal choice, but then this also gives you the flex to the safe lane like you're talking about. So it is still hidden. Like you don't know exactly where this is going to go. I think in the carry matchup, it's still very good against the NP. I don't know. I'm curious what Hellraisers come up with. They're going to need to, I mean, you got to pick your mid lane, I think. The question is, what can you grab here? You could go for Pango, but even then it's not great into the Batrider. Maybe you just... Queen of Pain's actually available. You could go Queen of Pain.
Turn to back. Queen of Pain.
There it is.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds
Yeah.
remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Evil geniuses turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking back to the interview we had yesterday with Quinn, right? And their adaptation from game one was like, ban the bounty. He's like, it completely disrupts their playstyle because Hellraisers is just likes to run at you. He's like, that's what he said. He's like, this team will just pick a bounty hunter and they just run at you nonstop. He's like, that is just the game plan. And, you know, they're going to be able to do it again here. Absolutely, with what you're saying. So we'll see if EG has another plan of their own. They get rid of Bloodseeker as well as Abaddon, which makes me feeling like we're looking at like a... Could they? No, they don't need to pick a Slark here. It's already banned anyway, so that was a very good call from me. But
10
yeah,
seconds
I am a little bit curious what Hellraisers want to do with last pick here, because I
5
guess you
seconds
could take the
remaining.
Nature's Prophet to the off lane, which I think is what EG is anticipating here, since that lane would be really rough for a DP and RC. So.
Evil geniuses turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
That's a classic. Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Choose your hero.
Last hero that's good against the bats. I was starting to think about this, and it's like with the Kiyotaka Queen of Pain mid, like what you actually do here on EG is you just throw the Death Prophet mid, who doesn't really care about Queen of Pain, and then you get to take the Bat Rider off. And that kind of forces NP, like NP definitely can't be in the safe lane if you put Bat Rider off lane. So yeah, they respond with Lifestealer. We get the Owl Rider, dude. I love this set. It's so cool. Yeah. Yeah, I'm so excited, man. I love casting EG games. Hellraisers was super fun yesterday. So just the fact that this is how we're gonna start things off. It's gonna be a great time. So everyone, welcome on in. If you're just getting here, you know, congratulations. It's a good time. It's gonna be Hellraisers taking on EG here in this best of 2. And you know, 2 drafts that I have to say I'm very excited to watch. Like you got, like you said, high aggression from both teams. The Bounty Hunter, an Hellraisers classic that we saw yesterday that worked really well for them. Bot lane, smoking the smoke. Gonna get found though is the question. Oh, he's got the dispose. So it does not get in range for the rebound instead.
"30 seconds to battle."
Yeah, that would be pretty scary. Ramses, I mean, if he gets forced to rage level 1, he's in a pretty rough spot. We'll see. He does obviously start with a magic stick here. Gets the Bat Rider lane, so we'll just kind of chill with that.
The battle
Solo
begins.
and him. Go and start stacking up the napalm. Like we said, he did go dispose 1, so Ramses body blocked up, and there it is. Forced to go rage. Yeah. Marcy, you know, will win these trades. She's strong, man. But yeah. Again, Ramsey's just being forced to pop the rage there. It does not want to risk, you know, letting these napalms stack up. But you can't really blame him. That spell, it ramps really fast. Dude, this Matthew and Solo are just wailing on each other. It's just been non-stop.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'm talking about this one. Looks pretty even. I mean, this is kind of expected for the most part. You get level 2 dagger now in Kiyotaka, so Z-Smile gonna struggle probably a little bit now that this is up. But for the most part, pretty even lane. A lot of harass that's gonna come out from both of these heroes. Yeah. Bottom lane, that is 6 stacks almost on the disruptor, and yeah, Whisper is gonna run you down eventually. It's a slow but fiery death.
First blood, right off the bat. No.
Yep. more aggression coming out from the side of EG as they put the hurt onto Miro. It is an NP though, so he will just, you know, be able to teleport back to base, teleport back to lane. So a lot of that damage doesn't really stick, which is one of the benefits of that Nature's Prophet. But the thing about Batrider, like the way he's played currently, is this hero's he's like, you're like fighting a war of attrition. It's kind of like old Venomancer, where it's you can't, unless you can push Batrider to lane, like you're never going to be able to actually out sustain him, because the new build is just double null tally tranquil boots. So he has infinite sustain on this hero.
Dire are scanning.
Beautiful.
Warriors of the wood.
Yeah. Top lane's quite funny. Just Bounty Hunter again being a nuisance, stealing that gold out from the Chaos Knight and Pause, realizing contesting into that creep way. Ooh, bottom lane, another dive. Yep, they go ahead and get themselves a kill onto Solo. And yeah, just the Disruptor, even though you have Glimpse, you can only glimpse one target, right? And Marcy is no problem, you know, trying to re-engage on you. Speaking of Lifestealer, gets taken out bottom. Rage just on cooldown. It's only level 1, you know, 21-second cooldown. Matthew might die as a Fairy Fire, actually, so he'll be okay. But top lane, they almost got a kill on the Miro, but again, NP, he built fairly tanky. He's got Wraith Band for the extra armor, the infused rain drop as well, so able to tank up some of the damage, just TP back to base, reset. But overall, fairly even in terms of CS, right, across the lanes. It's just the kills that are the advantage for EG right now.
Come to me.
See another attempt here at bottom as Matthew was in some trouble. The Rage comes out from Ramses, and he will be able to chase down the Marcy. Well, gonna get some help from Kiyotaka instead. And now Whisper gets daggered up, trying to make it to the low ground, maybe for a TP out, but it doesn't look like he's gonna escape. Kiyotaka with a double kill with that beautiful rotation, putting that arcane rune to good use. So they needed this really badly.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Lane, they're getting aggressive. I mean, Seasmouth does have the Exo. It looks like he is going to go ahead and pop it, which is a little bit surprising as the dagger's just slowing him up so much. Wanted to prevent himself from dying, I suppose. He can try and use this to push the wave a little bit. It's going to be really hard to push the tower, though. Indeed. Ooh, off the mark there with the Breathe Fire, and just use the rebound to disengage. They will get the D ward as a result. So good wards being played out here from Hellraisers in general. I mean, they've managed to get both in a glimpse. Bottle DD for the Queen of Pain instead. play there onto Solo. C-Smile will just TP on home, it seems. There's no way to... I mean, he maybe could have just Sonic Waved that for damage, but... held it instead. Bottom lane, Whisper up against Ramses. He's going to go for the lasso here, start building up these napalm stacks once again, and Ramses does need to be careful now. He gets...
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, not all.
Can see the forest.
Yeah, they do finally manage to take him down. Whisper, he's gonna get found in a gank here, and Solo on the disruptor, gonna make this a little bit more difficult to run down. And Whisper doesn't have training 1-for-1. The question is, can Kiyotaka get out? He has a blink in 1. The ice path was not gonna connect. We'll get down to the low ground. And C-Smile, I mean, he's got an ace through it. He could just keep chasing. I don't know if he's gonna make it to the Queen of Pain though. Instead, they'll turn their attention on over to Antares. The dust does connect. They get the rebound as well. They do protect their stack, which is good for the Batrider because he does need this.
I can assign you to dust.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Just looking for an opening, right? You don't actually have the silence yet on the Death Prophet, which you would like, but getting to 404, like both these spells are so strong at their level 4, so it does kind of make sense that he would hold off on it. And, you know, now later as they go, it'll just be that much more scary to play into. See the runes here as it will spawn bottom, and it's an arcane rune panda pinging that out for his boy C-Smile, which, I mean, saving this for next Exo would be really nice. Unleash out from Matthew as Ramses thought he could fight. Turns out you can't. This hero does way too much damage. Huge Wrath of Nature though, and they do manage to finish him off. C-Smile trying to chase after Kiyotaka. Does he have the damage? He does, and now it's the question of Ramses being able to hold his ground. Nice silence comes through, but you're gonna have the Nature's Prophet possibly joining Antares, getting these tracks sent out as well. Whisper will pop the drums. Does he pop the dust is the question. He does, and he's read him like a book. He's managed to find the balance. He does send him back. Does he burn down? It's so close to 70 HP. Doesn't look like it's gonna be enough. Antares will survive.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, they're still chasing Ramses on the top. He's at the top of the map. C-Smile's looking for the NP. Ends up just popping the Exorcism again. This is going to be with that arcane rune, so it's coming back here pretty soon.
Top tower is under attack.
Dude, they're actually just non-stop aggression. C-Smile does get the Spirit Siphon, but you're playing into the rest here on the side. You need to manage to grab that that Death Prophet, and it's a big win. You trade for the Disruptor. Perfectly happy with that. Ramses pops that rage, has to try and get away. These track kills, they're stacking up, baby. 2 dead now. About to be a third as Panda's gonna fall, but in comes Whisper on the Batrider. He's gonna lasso up Kiyotaka. Look for Antares as well. He's underneath Ward Sentry, and with the help of Bakaz, they burn him down. Double kill there for the Batrider. It's an absolute bloodbath in this game right now, dude. We are 15 minutes in. 22 kills.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, he didn't pull back.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yep,
Radiant
absolutely. And Whisper's cleaning up a massive stack of Ancients at the moment, so he's going to be closer and closer to the BKB. And this is the Batrider build nowadays. If anyone is trying to figure out how to play Batrider, double null tallies, tranquil boots, grab drums right into BKB. This is everything that you can ask for. It's really strong.
Are scanning.
They're going to get the scan. They managed to catch Kiyotaka. The Antares will break the smoke here as they look to go in aggressive. Latos off the mark. Does Matthew pop the dust? He's holding up. He has no idea. So dropping the sentry. Antares looks like he's going to be okay. All right.
Radiant's
Misconnection there.
tower
Nicely done.
is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Well, the dust comes out. They don't manage to connect, though. And Static Storm does get spent, as well as the Liquid Fire from Penta. They're just trying to whittle down this tower. They did have the catapult here. It's not going to be enough to finish it off, but with the rotation from C-Smile as well, who does manage to find another Arcane Rune, we'll be able to grab the mid tower. So tier 1 will fall in favor of EG, but like you said, Radiant's now done on the Lifestealer, man. This is the item against this CK, and I'm sure he just goes Halberd after this. Smoked up once again. Taurus. He plays a really good bounty hunter. Like, I'm impressed because this has been a hero that like has felt super underwhelming for quite a while now. Whisper gets some glimpse of vision on him, and they're just gonna dive him. They know Ward Sentry in the lane's gonna scout him out. They will take him down.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really curious what's
the seeds of fortune.
Like Marcy has like a drums queued up, which seems a little bit weird because you already have the drums and what'll eventually be the boots of bearing on Batrider. Which, speaking of which, he managed to find a disruptor all by himself. He will get Glimpse trying to finish off the kill. Did already pop that lasso. Miro reveals himself though to try and offer some assistance, and they will find him. Atos as well as the stun from Pakaz ends up being 2. Meanwhile, top lane, a fight of their own. Panda getting ran down here by Bounty Hunter will drop a defensive Ice Path to try and run away. And honestly, that's one of those changes to Ice Path you kind of forget about. It lasts so much longer on the ground. Ooh, Kiyotaka, very nice. Little snipe there. Taking advantage of that track vision. That's pretty good.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
No, he's in the trees there somewhere, but they don't have a gem quite yet, and like you said, the dust does miss, so he's gonna survive. Be annoying another day. This is Matthew's ward, man. Like, I'm not sure if you've ever watched like Matthew play Ricky, but this is what he does. He puts a ward right on the high ground and just punches couriers the whole time. And they know this. Like, this is what EG does. They know it, dude. They got him. The BKB gets delivered anyway, and Bounty Hunter is going to get punished. So, very funny. They get the D ward too. I guarantee you Matthew is pinging this. Like, guys, I know what he's doing. I invented this tech. Whisper's got a BKB. I don't think he's really all that worried, and they will just go for the disruptor here instead as they dispose him right back into the hands of this Batrider. So Matthew cleans it up there, popping the unleash. They still have lasso, right? They didn't actually have to commit really any too big of cooldowns.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
God, oh my god, Pakaz has BKB Mage Slayer now.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yep. They buy the gem, they pop Exo, go straight into Roach. I think this is really smart. There's no reason to kind of delay this. Like, they've kind of taken all the objectives they want to take at the moment, right? No tier 1 towers remain. And I think going tier 2, you're going to want an Aegis.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's smart. I like it a lot.
Roshan has fallen to the dark.
It's still so even.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Really are trying to aim for Ramses here as the Ice Path comes to the fog. Doesn't manage to connect. Bottom lane, though, we're getting the fight as they do pick off Antares here. There will be a 3 versus 1. Kind of unfair, you know. Nice pickup once again for Whisper. 10-2 on his Batrider already, man. He is just having a great time. This looks like he's gonna go for the Aether Lens, so potentially the Octarine after that. Just wants that extra cast range.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Illusion.
Nothing wrong with that. Oh, they're looking for Ramses. They're gonna try and chase after him, but he's super fast. Whisper gets caught by the root. Nicely done there from the Nature's Prophet. Double hold him in on the backside. Panda gets grabbed by Kiyotaka. Huge ultimate here from Solo as well. Forcing the BKB out from C-Smile. He's 3 seconds away from the Exorcism. He's gonna be able to use it. In comes Bakaza on the CK, and Taurus is gonna fall. They get the last one to the Queen of Pain. Can they bring him down in time? The defense should be there to save him. But Kiyotaka, he's gonna barely survive on just 100 HP. But Bakaza, the blink forward, will be able to find the finish. And C-Smile trying to hold his ground here against Miro and Solo. And he's just gonna chase the Disruptor instead. Turn his attention back to TP out, but now it's just Pakaz versus Ramses, and EG will clean up a 3-for-1. They only lose the Marcy. I guess they lost Jakiro. Never mind. 3-for-2. Yeah, it's very different than what we saw yesterday, right? And I think some of that is just like the draft, right? Gaming Gladiators wanted to play a little bit more of a greedy kind of farming draft into this yesterday. They ended up kind of changing things up, and EG give them the bounty hunter knowing like, hey, we'll let you play aggressive, man. This is what we do in SA Street Dota, man. We just run it. So they're gonna look for Ramses here. In comes the Rage right away. Matthew is there. They don't manage to connect with that Static Storm. They will glimpse Whisper, but pops the BKB. Gonna be able to continue just chasing down this Livestream. They even just popped the lasso for good measure, and now Solo on the run here. And Taurus, Kiyotaka all coming in though. The wrap around the nice root onto 3 as Miro's gonna TP it as well. Batrider has already popped that BKB. The BKB in response here from Kiyotaka as they look for this Batrider. C-Smile is here, trying to save his boy, but he won't be able to. It's a 3-for-1, a great turnaround as C-Smile now looking for the NP. Pops the Exorcism, pops the BKB, just trying to run him down, gets the life drain. Finally is Solo, gets the Force Staff to save him. The Atos is there. Miro's gonna survive. Is it really? Oh, wow.
My beauties.
Worthy tribute.
That's the thing that blows my mind right now is like you look at this game and the largest gold lead we've had has been like 2,600 gold. Like it has been almost dead even the whole time. And like part of this is just track, right? Because it is EG kind of feeling like they are dominating the map, but track, you know, is inching out. At this point, it's probably made them thousands of gold, right? That they've managed to pocket from these fights, like 14 kills. You know, it adds up for sure. So one of the benefits of this bounty hunter.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, they've caught Miro. Yeah, nice ward there. It sets up a nice kill onto the Nature's Prophet. And this is a big kill. We saw in these fights like how instrumental that AoE route has been. I don't want to say AoE, global route has been. So pretty good. I also wanted to bring attention to Pakaz's build. So obviously you have the evasion out from the Lifestealer, but one of the big counters to that is CK is a natural hero that likes to build Bloodthorn. So you have your True Strike now, and without Manta, you actually can just lock it down.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yep. Oh, they jump in. Pakaz just BKB Sonic Wave off the mark there. He's able to just get away. There's going to be the last of that bonus rave, the Infest to try and save him. The silence is there. Queen of Pain can't blink out, and Ramses, he's like, man, I don't want to be here either. Trying to run away, and Taurus goes down. They're going to be able to just chase him. Silenced up by the Bloodthorn as well. 3 to fall right outside the base. And C Smile with that Exorcism going to get to work on the high ground. They do have the fort. They will get a refresh here after the tower falls, but no buybacks. Oh my gosh, he just jumps in because he's gonna pay for that one as Miro slaps him down with a BKB, but a buyback in from Solo as well. The drums to try and get them away.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, Pakaz, you know, maybe a little bit too spicy there, but we'll see.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
It's time to get out. Yep. Yeah, they didn't get the racks, but they also didn't force the second fortification, which is a big deal. Because that second fort would allow them to at least potentially like crack a base pretty easily if they ever make that mistake again on Hellraisers. But now they can bide their time with another fort, so we'll at least slow that down for a moment. It is like you said, kind of the first real lead we've seen this game is Hellraisers are going to smoke and just go right into the Roche pit. They know? Do they know? I mean, they scan now. They definitely have to know. The question is, can they do anything? It's falling so fast. The mid lane looks like they want to try and group up here, but the Wrath of Nature just rooting them down, and that's it. Roche is dead. Aegis will go to Kiyotaka as they go for an Infestor. Whisper goes in, looks to just jump down Solo as he will just pop the lasso for that for sure commitment there. Disruptor's down, Kiyotaka looking for these heroes, doesn't have the DD still available, but Antares is gone. Miro just trying to TP on home. He's gonna make it. Panda in some trouble, will have the Ghost Scepter to buy him a little bit of space. He dodges the Sonic Wave TP, dude. Breaking some ankles on this Jakiro. Whisper not going to be as lucky as Kiyotaka finds that kill. Silenced up here on the Queen of Pain, trying to run. We've got a whole other fight happening on the bottom as Ramses is trying to get away from Pakaz. Does he get vision? He needs the Chaos Bolt. He's going to look for Matthew, but he gets him anyway. Dude, these fights are just so scrappy. They are in every different area. Miro, wait a minute. He thought he could help, and you know, he helped Pakaz instead. Feed the trees, indeed, sir. Oh no, that is an unfortunate mistake there.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, he TP'd in. I think he was checking for an obs there or something, and then also thought he could maybe help the lifestealer. I don't know.
Thank you,
Yeah.
beauties.
Yeah. Yes. Well, he does have a sight, that is true. Does manage to stop the Chaos Knight initiation, and they're going to try and get aggressive. You can just turn with the BKB. Ice Path Macro Fire here will hold down the Kuda Pain, and it's also slowing down the backline. They can't really chase. Kiyotaka does look completely aggressive, but Batrider, he just gets the lasso. He doesn't care. The Hex onto the Lifestealer instead. He's trying to get out, but the stuns there from Kaz will hold him down, and Kiyotaka will lose his Aegis as Chris Luck just running down the back line, man. Takes down Solo, and Queen of Pain silenced that, forced to BKB here. Pakaz needs to be a little bit careful as Miro's here as well. He's trying to just lifesteal his way through, and it is kind of working. Miro gets pulled in, the Reality Rip, it pierces the BKB, gets the triple kill for C-Smile. Dude, what insane fights from EG.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Fake back. Whisper's got a lasso. Oh, they just go right in. They isolate. And they destroy. Ramses is gone, man. They thought like, oh yeah, they're backing for sure. You know, it's just one Rax. They'll let it go. No, man. Not EG. These guys don't give you an inch.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, they just hit a couple timings and just were like, all right, let's just keep going. Because of the BKB is going to protect him as he just destroys Kiyotaka. This CK level 24 with an AC. Good luck, man. You will not stand your ground. I think I see the GG's coming out as Bounty Hunter disconnects from the game. And that is going to be game one going the way of EG. Well played. A valiant hold from Hellraisers for a while, but eventually start to crumble under the pressure of Evil Geniuses.
If he's got these hawks coming through, you know, if there's no... We'll come back to this as they get the dive on, and everything I was saying is now inconsequential because Cloud has gone down, so Kami has to move away from these multiple kisses. There is still that buyback for the Beastmaster though. Let's see. He wants to get himself back into this. The dive onto the back lines, he's into the vortex as well. There's going to be a real nice dismember. The hooks come. Nice save though. He saves it. Cloud gets himself back into this now, and Kami is losing so much. Kami's going to go down. They do get the kill onto Leppington there as well. So Mira with that freezing field, Mira will go down. Going down to the hooks. Yatsu still in that push roll. He's getting them back. They get the buyback out from the potent storm spirit. Everybody from the side of Hydra. They don't want to be giving this one up now as well, but they take down Leppington once again. That's the dieback on the disruptor, and Yatsu, what can he do? The hook, it's going to be blocked mid. Hook. This is the dieback on the Cloud. Cloud, can he get himself away from this one? He's still being harassed up by Collapse. One more right click. He goes down. That is going to be the Beastmaster dead for 115 seconds, and now the chase is on for the rest of the side of Hydra.
This Aghanims on the Morphling is just making him impossible to deal with. First of all, they use the little shredder on the Pudge to get rid of his armor. He has solid amounts of it, but it is just not enough. And then Yatoro just destroys him, and he knows that he can stand his ground because he cannot be stunned. He literally cannot be stunned. How do you stun water? Well, a lot of their damage, if not most of it, is on the Morphling.
Oh, the glimpse comes back though. Inside the Static Storm mirror, he has that Lotus going, and now if Zofra actually dives a little bit further, the Thunder comes out. McParkin, he's dove in, yeah. They're going to be able to get a counter to the Storms for it. Can they take down the Pudge? They're going to be able to catch him. Castle off the TP. He's going to be dead. The Storm Trader, he has brought back, and they've got no kinetic field, no Static Storm. And like you say, they're even going to be able to get a lockdown onto Cloud, everybody on the side of Hydra. They just overextended, and we praised them in the first game for respecting the power of team spirit here, but Hydra might have just lost the heads a little bit, and the buybacks, they're going to be forced out, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to defend this base with the Pudge being down, with no Static Storm for the next 27 seconds. Spirit, what can they get from this? I've been worried though, they're going to be able to get it. They get two, they do! They take them down, the cookie comes out, the Yatoro, freezing field, they might lose Happy. Is this the dieback? They do the break the Lincoln Sphere though. Morphling. Bilal wants to come right back into this fight because he have the boots of travel to do it. It might take him a little bit longer now. No boots of travel though, so he's going to have to use the blinks. Just do it by foot, it seems.
Level 25 Storm with a beast stats of so much damage. They're going in for the Morphling. He doesn't have a buyback.
No, he gets. Do they get the kill? He does. He goes down. Warwick has to go down though. It's going to be him left alive. No, it's not. The creeps are pushing in. There's no buybacks available on the side of Hydra, and this is going to be 4 heroes, even with the death of the Morphling. No way Warwick defends this.
It's pretty much over. They don't have the glyph. The game is over. They gave it their best. Hydra, they made Team Spirit work for it. The team that is most likely going to be at the top of Eastern Europe DPC Division 1.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
There's just not enough damage. Crimson Guard, Atrophy Aura, Rubik's Fate Bolt, all this damage reduction. Let's see the combo. Bit of Malice.
Strong in by the Disruptor, and now we're going to be hitting from when it's back up once more. Bit of Malice, and Sumail is in it. They'll lose him in mind control. Right back towards Amara. Trying to run from everybody on the side again.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Siphoning
attack.
and getting back into the base.
Has fallen.
Alive.
Yeah, I think when it's time to call it, it is time to call it. They have no business left in this.
And didn't get the tether off or something.
I think it got broken. Either way, I like the ghost up to purchase. That was pretty heads up, but we are back and there's a smoke action.
There's a divine right there. They're going in on Q. There's the hit. Okay, get that hit off. 123. Not quite damage. He's dead.
Oh my god. Nothing. Less than 10% of his health.
I mean, I'm assuming that's just the game.
That, yeah, 100%. There's no point in talking about the rest
AU
of it.
picks it up. I got it, bro. He's the dive.
Go away, you.
Oh my god.
Victory!
We finally get to see them have a little bit of lead, but they need to have good vision, good entry to engage.
We're down up on high ground. Bulbica, Red Panda, this would be huge. If you can find a Static Storm before the Tombstone, not bad. Stun from Lulu. He's thrown now. There, starting to drop down. I love TK controls for the moment. He does manage to get that one away, and the Supernova down. TK barely surviving. And it's going to take one down as all White Album to dodge, to hide away. The heal's coming in. They hoping for a save, but the PKB is out, and they're going to jump onto him. He has to back away. We have lost White Album again, and now Mango in trouble. Q is going to drop. Master, these fight so well, and they couldn't take down that Undying room to that.
And remember, it's ages, so they didn't really care about giving away. That's the ball. like 10 days for us.
Stun is out on today. Didn't have a BKB available. Mobica dropping low the 10 on back in. They have an Mobica. Doesn't look like it because the black hole is there. That's on the agent. He doesn't have multi to come back. And Aster, they might take full advantage. Move.
Radiant's bottom
Rax
has fallen.
Up the bottom. Finally, Aster full advantage. They're building.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, just for a brief second, had more network. There it is, back again with the higher network. When you click on the out, it's not really an inspiring network. Blink, BKB, Radiant. You might be able to get on top of a hero, but that's not the that's able to 100-0 here. Like even this Undying inside Scatter Storm, about able to then get over the Slash Golem from away.
Alive, makes the move, and again, into this fight without Monet here. It's pretty good for them. Right album, but now Monet is out. Now, a lot of trouble, but they managed to kill him. Okay. Alright. Pops ulti. Now the turn. Punching. Really getting away. Sort of survived that first salvo. Very strong. Supernova down. Pops the PKB. Ooh, he's just caught here. They want to get the kill. That's really himself up. And now the chase. The avalanche, the toss. Thinks he's going to give up his life also. Then Monet is way too strong. This might just be the full set of racks going down bottom. Aster, way too strong for Ares.
Like Aaron's the
GP. Oh, they're done.
Okay.
I was wondering. It looked like it was that type of game.
Yeah, it kind of was. It's like a game where you're an out, not really ever been in the league. Victory. He hasn't really never protected himself.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Boom. Standing. How are they just standing right now? I can't help but fidget with my hero half the game.
I'll be running around in circles.
Yeah.
Pirouetting on the spot, the song, blinking from Pure, they see Yatoro, 3 lined up, potentialized path play, they're trying to go in, Toronto Tokyo is blown up by Collapse, has to buy back, Yatoro gets off his BKB, Pure with another song, sprints in, who are they aiming for? Where is the target acquisition? They can't catch anybody, Collapse BKBs runs down south, Lol being chased out as well, oh my god, Nightfall, Hazy on disc refresher, blinks to high ground, gets away from danger for now, Pure, what's he up to? He's back to the high ground too. Mirror image out, Aegis claimed, Lol in the fire, still surviving and blowing up GPK. Team Spirit
nothing to do.
Sprinting out their base, they don't catch Nightfall on the way out, he's blinked out of the range of Mirror. They're still hunting though, and he's gonna find Toronto Tokyo. Who cares, Gem? I see Jakiro. Eon disc popped. And with this rapier damage, like short work and a twin-headed dragon.
Unstoppable.
Laurel, the collapse waiting in the back line actually worked. He stormed out of the tree line and he just then started eviscerating the 2 supports with the help of Laurel. He completely jumped over. They dodged everything that Nogma was trying to set and prep there. And Yatoro was also just firing the cannon from the top there. Did the combined damage of Collapse and Laurel together. He is
a monster. Oh, Pure. Lol. Oh, God. Nightfall's gonna get a bit of vision here with the Hawk.
Imagine.
Can they?
Imagine.
Will they?
They have to do something kind of crazy.
They're gonna be losing their base pretty soon. Lash has buyback. Naga Beastmaster have to get back to base to defend. Drow Rangers up here. Tier 3 gone. Barracks to follow.
There's no buyback or collapse though. That's a big one. And Mira.
Radiant structure.
Look at all the wolves. Look at all the summons.
Pretty vulnerable.
Gets away from there. Help of the Glimmer K to jump in from Lol. Disruption self-save. Barracks taken out. Lol. Oliver tries to fight. Nightfall. He'll just pop, but he can't get any control of Lol. It's Lol. Puck is all over the place. Now they go into GPK though. Aiming for the puck. They're going to find him at long last. They get him and the Rapier's on the floor.
He messed up the phase shift. He canceled it.
Oh no.
Did you see that? I'm not crazy, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, he phase shifted and accidentally ended it.
There's an Axe Blessing recipe, there's a Rapier, there's all sorts of stuff everywhere.
An Axe Blessing recipe. What's that there? Okay. Not sure what the story on that one is. Meanwhile, Save, I think he had a refresher charge, right? Because Laryl dove him, he disrupts himself, and he tries to kill him again after it Save just refreshes. And then uses it again. How did they not got the Rapier?
That was another DD. I don't think they care. You know what Toronto Tokyo's going to take it, is he? Oh yes, the Jakiro with the Rapier.
Coming to feed it back to them, guys.
My goodness. There's Mega Creeps on one side. Top lane Barracks still standing on Team Spirits. We're waiting for next Roshan, Trent.
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like BetBoom have such a good chance of winning these fights right now. They can't get like swarmed in the back line.
They missed the stun on BK. He's trying to hold his ground, but look at the dodge. Oh my god, Yaturo shreds. Where'd he go? Daedalus hits, refreshes, blinks forward, kills off Save as well. SD's gone, TP home. Get the hell out of here, BetBoom now.
Lucky he didn't get coiled. Dude. Leshrac vanished.
He looked okay until he didn't.
Until he got hit for 1,350 damage from a single right click. Yeah. Yeah. Right until that.
Ow.
Luckily, Toronto Tokyo was not there to feed the Rapier back, so that's good.
And now Team Spirit running down lanes, coming for the Radiant base. Balls are still there to hold on to. This has got to be mentally debilitating for BetBoom.
Mini 71 minutes.
Team Spirit is wearing them down.
The admins have been on, they told them, nope, these guys. The longer this game goes, the harder things are.
Well, it's like Moomiander was saying in that Seb documentary. This isn't Dota you're playing. This is a slogfest. You're going to wait it out and play 60-minute games, long-ass ones. There's a long line. Watch go very far forward. He unders from Mira, but the Undying will fall inside the Radiant base. He'll as Mira gets off one last finger of death, and the turns will go through. They kill GPK. It's a dialect of the ledge. Naga now in trouble. Song of the Siren trying to buy a bit of time, but Yatro moves forward, gets the damage in. He's dead. Oh god. It all comes crumbling apart for BetBoom now. Wait, back. They're on to Mira. They kill off Nightfall, save though, and lol. He opens up on them. The Howitzer is here. Massive 40 mil cannon just shattering into BetBoom. Drow saved by the rip. The soul is everyone dying. There's two. And she's called it over. Team Spirit.
Look at them. Look at Mira.
Oh my god.
The shard to anybody who would listen at the Lima Major.
Which was nope.
Which, yeah, nobody's taken him up on it yet. But if you see a shard being picked up by any team that was at the Lima Major that speaks English, you could probably sort of it's good. This shard is actually good. I don't know how you get there. That's all.
Pretty good.
Oh yeah. Slark with that shard is crazy. It's actually a broken strat.
EG, they get the 2-0 here. I mean, clear front runners for the tournament, obviously, right? Like they're going to be in a really good position.
Evil geniuses turn to ban. Evil geniuses turn to ban. Dire team pick. Evil geniuses turn to pick.
Dragon Knight.
Yeah, and they actually go for an interesting first pick. Overall first, too. Like, this is really bizarre to me. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Monkey King Snapfire like as the immediate response here from EG. I think those are heroes that like already would give them a really strong opening to, especially when you already have second pick. So we'll see what they want to do, but it definitely fits their play style, and they play decently well into the Dragon Knight too. So we'll see. But it is EG. These guys, they flex a lot of stuff. So we'll see what they want to go for.
Evil geniuses turn to pick.
The sack.
True.
Dire team pick.
Clockwork.
Dire team ban.
Disruptor.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Evil geniuses turn to ban. Dire team ban.
True. They're really focusing up Antares here because they just go ahead and ban his techies, which we saw, as well. One of the heroes he likes to play. They're like, we dare you to pick the bounty hunter again. Like, go for it. And we haven't really seen Antares play a lot besides, the techies and the bounty hunter. Some of his like go-to picks. So we'll see, what they end up doing instead. But I like the attention that EG's giving him because I think he is a very good player. The IO makes a lot of sense. We've seen a lot of teams run the Lesh IO, one of those few combos that just makes the Lesh so much stronger, makes him a lot more difficult to bring down. Are you surprised that they went back for the Disruptor here on Hellraisers?
Evil geniuses turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's actually a really good distinction because I agree with you. It definitely did feel like the Disruptor ults were a response, to what EG was doing, which a lot of times you want to be the one that's like glimpsing into Static Storm, finding these kills. They do go ahead and respect Whisper. They ban his Timbersaw. I do want to point out that EG and Beast Coast are some of the only teams that still like to run Leshrac in the offlane. So if they give themselves a bad matchup in mid, C-Smile will just opt for potentially a different hero, and they might just let Whisper take the Lesh off. It's not that common, but they still do it. They are some of the only teams that I see that still. Yeah.
geniuses turn to pick. Dire team pick.
Riki. There it is, baby. Yeah, did you know they named this hero after me? Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Ice Frog and I go way back. Dota 1 days, he was like, you know, what can we name the hero? And I was like, make it a little bit incognito, you know, name it Rikamaru.
5 seconds.
Dota 2 comes out and he's like, nah, you deserve it. Yours. I literally can't think of a single thing. Probably. Yeah. I love this. I think this is really smart. They pick this a lot of the time with the Lesh specifically, because when you go for the Riki 4, it is really important that you have a high tempo mid laner that can follow up the dark plays. So you have, of course, the split earth and the huge amount of magic damage that Lesh can bring to the table, which makes a lot of sense. They go in and actually pick the Enigma into the Riki, which I find incredibly surprising, because yesterday we saw a mid Riki versus Miro's Enigma, and it absolutely destroyed their lives. So I'm curious, like, if they want to flex this, because I've also seen Whisper play the heck out of a 3-position Riki. So it could be the off lane, but most of the time when EG play it, it's going to be for Matthew. He has. I don't know if it's been in competitive though. Like, yeah.
Dire team ban.
Admiral Kunkka.
There's your C Smile hero. Actually, this is Pikaz's hero. I think this is safe lane Kunkka. We see a lot of the time it's Kunkka picked into Enigma. But they can flex it. They can flex it.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, not at all.
Evil geniuses turn to ban.
It's the reason Enigma is still viable is demonic convert. Right? It is just one of those things that, like, you just convert in the lane and you just slow down the carry's ability to gain net worth. And unless they can guarantee they get the Eidolons, like, worst case scenario, you just don't farm with the Eidolons and you're still just denying XP and gold to carry, which is, and it's kind of dumb. It's exactly like how old Lich used to be, if, like, with Sacrifice. It was the reason they just removed that ability entirely. They're like, yeah, this is very anti-gamer, like very not fun. And it's like what keeps Enigma super viable. And eventually, like, your carry leaves the lane to go farm, right? And so you eventually can just push the Eidolons down. But it is really just that early lane stage that makes this hero pretty much always good.
Ten seconds remaining.
Yeah, true.
5 seconds remaining.
The Rubik.
Dire team pick.
Evil geniuses turn to pit.
Dude, EG always does something crazy. Like, C-Smile loves mid Rubik, actually, specifically, and it's a pretty decent mid Rubik game. Like, getting Dragon Tail, getting any of Nigma spells would be cool. I believe... Well, is this mid lane or safe lane OD is the question, because both of these heroes can flex back and forth, and I don't know for sure. But, man, these drafts are cool.
You may now select your hero.
There it is. That's Whisper. That's what they do. Yeah, I will say Primal Beast, it is a good hero this game. It is going to be really hard for him to find kills in the lane because you're playing into Kinetic Field, Glimpse, and Dragon Tail. So he doesn't really have a lot of options in terms of being able to like threaten the DK or the Disruptor, unless Disruptor gets, you know, picked off solo, which is very, very possible, especially with the Riki. So he's going to have to really watch his positioning. But yeah, I agree with you. I think EG has a fairly easy to execute lineup. They have a lot of tower push that comes out from the Lesh. I think Kaz should have a good lane into the Enigma. And this last pick, Primal Beast. Once he has BKB, there's nothing that's going to stop him from killing your heroes. So we'll see. Hellraisers, they gotta see if they can actually pull this back, tie up the series. John, what do you think? Can they do it?
Prepare for battle.
Straight to the bottom with you. You don't have the sand.
Stare into the abyss.
Yeah. Matthew does this every game on Riki, by the way. He opens Orb of Venom, and he will go Blink Strike, and he will just run at the Disruptor. I've seen him pick this hero in the Disruptor probably 5 times. And every single time, he does this exact same thing. He goes Orb, Blink Strike, and just runs at the Disruptor. And he either solo kills it, he'll solo kill the Disruptor if he doesn't like glimpse him away. Because there's like really nothing you can do about it.
To battle.
Yep. Oh, they found solo, the glimpse. Oh, big onslaught there from Whisper, ends up just kind of going past everybody. So they're not gonna be able to find the kill, which I'm surprised he goes the onslaught here. My guess is it's exclusively to secure last hits on the range creep, because you don't really get that from the Riki in this lane. So he's just gonna onslaught through the creep wave, make sure he can get the range creep. Ramses did open Blade of Attack here, so he knows he needs to get base damage to CS against this Primal Beast, so smart play from him.
Impure.
Para todos ustedes, potitos.
He is playing right on the edge of the tower aura, which is smart. He's just kind of toggling back and forth into it, so he's getting that extra 3 armor to reduce some of the damage from the Riki, which, you know, does go a long way. But yeah, eventually, like, he can't actually play in the jungle here. Like, Matthew will just kill him eventually if he gets too far away from the tower.
Nice.
He's been doing a really good job at microing the Eidolons to keep them pretty far back and hasn't really fed any of them away at the moment. But you're right. Once you get level 3 on the Kunkka, it becomes a lot easier to actually secure those last hits on those range creeps. Or onto the Eidolons, rather. All right.
Dire are scanning.
Yep.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Nice dodge there on the stun. That would have been a ton of damage. But yeah, you're right. I also do not like OD Meteor Hammer. It's just one of those builds that just... it's so frustrating to play against because you just die, you know, as soon as Meteor Hammer is up. But yeah, we'll see if C-Smile is able to slow him down. Yeah, I mean, he's just applying a lot of pressure right now. He knows he has the regen advantage since there's no bottle. So if he can just continue to secure these water runes and play aggressive in the Kiyotaka, he might be able to snipe a kill onto the OD before that Meteor Hammer comes out. Yeah. Yeah. Well, top lane in a fun position here, of course, is Matthew taking considerable amount of right clicks here from the Disruptor. Actually not willing to get too aggressive onto solo. He does at least have us out. He can tricks this to dodge, ends up dodging the damage as well, and pops us out. Yeah, he knows there's a ward now, so he'll be able to play with that. Nice play here on the bottom. They do get the toss away, but Panda, they're just gonna try and run him down with a little bit of extra damage there from
has been killed.
Good old battery assault, but
I think not
enough yet. Not enough damage quite yet. Only level 2 on this Clockwork Cause. Level 4, so we don't have that 3rd point in Tidebringer yet. And like you said, lanes, I mean, huge difference this game from what we saw last game, right? At this point, I think EG had like 6 kills or something like that. They were just playing super aggressive. Looks like they're gonna try and get aggressive here onto Ramses, as there's gonna be a rotation from C-Smile as well, stuck inside of the smoke screen. There's gonna be the split perfectly timed as Ramses connects with the Dragon Tail, but the chase continues and C-Smile grabs the first blood. That might have been a little bit of the caster curse. That's my bad. There's another split earth comes through as well, and a double kill for the Lesh. They're on the board finally. A little bit of a slower start, but they're on the board finally.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tied to the impurities.
Dashed on the rocks.
Invisibility.
Yeah. That was just a weird play by him, because he was definitely alone and he just thought, I guess, he was going to be able to... I think he missed the Tidebringer onto the Eidolons and suddenly was like, oh crap. Oh yeah, nice play in the mid, but no way to cancel the TP. So the good, really smart TP from him too, just staying at the tower instead of going all the way base.
Not for you.
They're going to be able to X up Tiny here. The pullback into the splitter ends up getting canceled, and a nice toss as well, but it will eventually just burn down the Tiny as C Smiles tired of the shenanigans. They end up finding a solo kill mid lane, so that's the Meteor Hammer. No, it wasn't even Meteor Hammer, just drops the other hammer, the Sanity's Eclipse.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Steal will be able to deny that arcane rune on over the Lesh, which is quite big. As he's looking for the Astral, won't get it as C Smiles poking on the backside as well. Side lanes are pretty much just core v core at this point. I think there's so much attention being focused on mid because of this Meteor Hammer, because of this OD. So it is going to be, I think, pretty good for Hellraisers eventually. The support's got to be very careful mid lane as there it is. There's going to be the Astral into the Meteor Hammer. Ends up missing the Meteor Hammer, but does clip the tower, so that will force the fortification. And one Meteor Hammer away from taking that tower down.
Revive. Boom, there it goes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, you do see that. He does get the defensive Astral, but Whisper is here off the mark with the split Earth, and now you're just in super deep for Panda. So, big punish there. Kiyotaka's gonna grab that kill bottom lane. There's gonna be an X the boat. The kill is not enough. Miro gets the black hole onto 2. The Astral to save him, but Kaz is waiting with a Tidebringer. Does he get the attack? He does. Finds the kill. Kiyotaka does drop the Sanity's Eclipse there, and now he's turned his attention on over to Kaz. Can he find the kill? The Coco's rum is expiring. He needs to get into the trees and TP, but he knows this one's over. Kiyotaka gets it. Triple kill for him.
Where your heart does not.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing Astral removed from the game in this upcoming patch, to be honest. I'm pretty sure this hero is getting a rework. It has just been like pros don't like it, like the general community doesn't like it. It's just a very unfun way to play Dota. Top lane, we're going to see the push comes through from EG. Only 2 points in Edict, though, so it's a little bit less, you know, less impactful here. Whisper will just cut the wave, though, with the help of the catapult. They should eventually bring this one down.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Balance.
He just popped the Astral.
Dire's top
That's going to be the Avalanche into a great Pulverize there. The X will be able to hold Antares in place. They get the kill, so it is going to be a tower trade. Getting mid, though, the much more important tower is Matthew snipes a courier on the backside. And needs to be a little bit careful here. He will just walk away under the smoke screen.
A tithe to the impurities.
Gold from my chest.
Split Earth, nice hook shot from Panda to stop the chase. They get the glimpse. It's gonna actually save Whisper in the end, and now Panda's the one who just needs to get out of town. Solo looking for a kinetic field setup here, but I don't think he's in range to do it. Pig mode activated. And EG's out. They get Ramses for the Clockwork. That's a great trade.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're smoking all the way around from mid. They don't even want to deal with. They saw the Riki there and they're like, yeah, maybe. But look at the read, man. Pakaz is like, see ya. He's already out. Yeah.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I would be shocked if this is a Radiance DK.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Because I don't know how that works. Meanwhile, Panda will find Kiyotaka, the smoke screen to come out. He just has to stand here and watch as the hook shot to follow the split earth. A nice avalanche from Antares might be able to buy him some space, and it does. Astral into the Meteor Hammer, ends up canceling it, doesn't want to risk it as they will just run down the Tiny instead. And now Matthew looking for Solo. Let's just leave him be for the moment. I mean, yeah, I think he saw the Primal Beast and he was like, nope.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, there's no way. Rushing Nullifier would probably be like bottom 3 biggest biggest griefs you could ever do in Dota, I think. Yeah. Yeah.
Death's bounty.
It's definitely Radiance, but I'm not sold.
Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yep. Panda in some trouble. Does have the hook shot, will throw to try and lock down this OD as Pakaz making his rotation in as well. I mean, he's got a BKB, but they'll just let it go. They committed Static Storm for this, so Nice pick off. It was good play there from Hellraisers sitting on the high ground, and I think they will probably guess there's a ward there eventually. Matthew, though, setting up for Ramses. There's the dart, the run in now from the Primal Beast. They've got the pulverize. Plus the split earth. They got him, but you're right. Pakaz top lane dies to the black hole, so they managed to grab each carry. That is funny. But they're going to just continue to dive. Whisper does not seem to care, and C Smile just running them down, looking for Kiyotaka. They know they don't have the black hole available, but he doesn't have that bloodstone for a few more seconds. He's out of mana. Now looking for Solo. It's just going to be the Clockworks rotation in, and that will help them find the kill. Matthew still looking for more on the backside. A nice dart sets up for Whisper. The pulverize onto 2. They get the kill, and now he's looking for Miro as well. The Lotus Orb, the Reflect. Whisper, my goodness.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The Lotus Orb.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, smart.
Dire are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
A tithe to the impurities.
Scouting the whole rotation in. The boat will instantly take down the Disruptor, and C Smile gets the Bloodstone on to turn it on to Antares as well. They had the ward on the backside, and they're like, oh yeah, we can get the rotation, but EG had the ward on the front side. They saw this whole movement. And also, I'm not sure if you noticed, Matthew is doing the Matthew things. He's got the ward inside the base, and he is gonna sit here and wait for couriers. He's also going to find Miro. Sets up a kill here. It's just going to be Whisper running him down. He's going to find OD. Gets the nice sleep. The silence now onto the Enigma as Panda deciding maybe to go in. No. He's going to get glimpsed. Ends up sending the Disruptor back to the base as well. And a nice hook shot into the cogs onto 2. The split earth from C Smile to follow it up. The damage is there. He drops the he's eclipsed, but is it enough? It's Whisper with a trample just running him down, and Antares will fall as well. 3 for 1. The beautiful cogs there coming out from Panda, and Solo catches the next up on the high ground. He's gonna know there's a ward there now. The aggression from EG, man. It is 19 minutes into the game,
Dire's top
and they are just diving you behind towers.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, dude.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh man, it's so good. I will say this has to be one of the most like unexpected Lotus Orbs, and then you look at the game, you're like, okay, I guess it does make sense, right? There's so many good items to reflect. Neither of these heroes are going to be building an early BKB. It's devastating. They're looking for these heroes. I mean, they still have that ward up on the high ground, so if they see them go into their base, they will reveal everything. Miro gonna catch the dart, the silence, stopping the Disruptor. There's gonna be the X. Miro, Force Staff the way they just didn't have Torrent. They will just grab the tier 2 instead. They'll grab the Outpost. That's the first time I've seen EG show restraint. Nice attempt. They're looking for Antares. They know he's down south. There's nowhere else he could be. And he actually just is short on mana for the TP. He can't get out. And that will be a nice little pick off there for C Smile with the help of Matthew. Beyond godlike, man. This Lash 10-0 and 5. That's a problem. Meanwhile, Pakaz pops the BKB. Will just punish solo here. Why not? Dude, he's going Scotty.
Regeneration. You don't have the sand.
Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah, that is a really good point. It does reduce a lot of the damage you're going to take from the OD just with those all stats and the bonus mana. So smoke comes out as they just know that there's something up. Roche on the docket here for EG. Matthew's going to break it. He looks for the opening. C-Smile gets the BKB. Miro needs some help. There's going to be the black hole, but the dart, they just bait it out. They knew Disruptor's going to go down first. Looking for the Enigma second as the rest of the team try and just get out of here. And Ramsey's not even close to his BKB. Learning the hard way here as the X from Pakaz is there. The split earth as well. They surround the DK. 3 dead once again, and Matthew still hunting for more as he finds Antares. The jump in now from the Primal Beast gives him a good old whip. It is all EG now. 23-9, a 14,000 gold advantage. They just go back to what their original objective was, the Roshan.
Immortality.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
A tithe to the impurities.
Yeah.
And it's off.
So
Radiant are scanning.
yeah, absolutely. I think the reason, you know, we see the Radiance this game from him is not necessarily like it's not a great Radiance game, which is the reason I was a little bit confused by it initially. But I think the main reason we see it is because when you go this mid OD Meteor Hammer, you're really expecting to have a lot more of an active mid lane presence, and instead it's C Smile, who's just double, you know, he's just, I guess not double net worth, but he's 5,000 ahead of this OD, right? Like, you're just in a really rough spot in bottom lane. They're going to find Ramses again. It's just Matthew setting up here. They're looking for the backside. The reflected stun. This DK, he cannot get away, and the trample will eventually fit. He's got the the onslaught as well as the pulverize available. If he really needs to use it, he will. Just to make sure that they bring down the DK. And Panda does end up falling to Kiyotaka. You know, he was just trying to find what he can. Pakaz gets the X into the boat. A blind torrent. There will be a defensive disruption, but the Riki is here. There's going to be the sleep to catch him, and Whisper once again as he's charging on over, and it's just going to be another big kill for EG, man. They're just bleeding so many important kills.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
No, it's not.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's middle
Lane, Watson from C-Smile. He's going to get glimpsed, but I think he's done all he needs to do. Just stun up the Disruptor. He's got the battery assault, the cog, solo, trapped in a different kind of cage there. The thing is like, I look at DK in the safe lane, and the way I traditionally have known to play this hero, and like I'm saying, I'm sorry, it's like we don't know better than the pros. But if I see safe lane DK, most times I'm rushing a Maelstrom and going BKB. And then after that, it's like you go Blink Dagger, you go Manta, you go Ags, like all these other items that give you good actual carry potential. But it didn't really work with his Radiance. He didn't get the space he needed to get to his next items. Oh, nice toss back. Oh, he's got a BKB now. That's a black hole right away from Miro, and that a BKB of his own. They can't cancel, but Whisper's just too tanky. He gets away. Kiyotaka with the pike, throwing a lot of damage into C-Smile. It might be enough, and it is. It will crack that Aegis. Because they've got to look for more. They didn't buy back here on Antares. And Matthew is just still super deep in the base, has a ward. He's got a Blink Dagger. He's very hard for them to catch. They will just TP out on both supports once that Aegis has been claimed. That's a whoopsie BKB there from C-Smile.
Swiftly out of balance.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they get double BKB deliveries on Hellraisers. The problem is you don't have Black Hole for another 80, so you can't really take a fight. That being said, they could try and bait Ramsey's here as Kiyotaka is sitting behind him in the trees. They do have good ward vision as well. My biggest concern is I don't know where your damage comes from on Hellraisers right now, right? Like, unless you catch someone without a BKB, it's pretty much just OD, right? That's just going to be laying into them with the Arcane Orbs. But if BKBs come out from EG, I feel like they're mostly untouchable.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
The astral play, but C-Smile, he's out. Status resistance actually helps out a lot with that astral duration though.
A tie to the impurities.
Dude, I've never seen this before. This is actually so sick. I did not know this was a thing. Like, obviously it is. Like, it makes a lot of sense since you can disassemble them, but it's so funny that it works. He's hiding a DD rune under his body, and it kind of works as Makaz goes to pick it up. They will just black hole down. The Primal Beast, the hookshot comes in. He responds to the BKB. The Lotus Whisper, no way. He gets out of here. The OD trying to chase him. Does he survive? He gets the disarm into the pulverize. No way. The Astral will be able to do it, but it's Kiyotaka versus the world. The rest of EG here ready to go. And they clean it up. A 5-for-1. The GG comes out. Panda with the hookshot of the game.
Evil geniuses, victory!
Cloud, if he's got these hawks coming through, you know, if there's no... we'll come back to this as they get the dive on, and everything I was saying is now inconsequential because Cloud has gone down, so Kami has to move away from these multiple kisses. There is still that buyback to the Beastmaster though. Let's see. He wants to get himself back into this. The dive onto the back lines into the vortex as well. There's going to be a real nice dismember. The hooks come. Nice save. Though. He saves it. Cloud gets himself back into this now, and Kami is losing so much. Kami's going to go down. You do get the kill onto Leppington there as well. So Mira with that freezing field, Mira will go down. Going down to the hooks. Yatsuo still in that push wall. He's getting them back. They get the buyback out from the poaching Storm Spirit. Everybody from the side of Hydra. They don't want to be giving this one up now as well, but they take down Leppington once again. That's the dieback on the Disruptor, and Yatsuo, what can he do? The hook, it's going to be blocked mid hook. This is the dieback on the Cloud. Cloud, can he get himself away from this one? He's still being harassed by Collapse. One more right click, he goes down. That is going to be the Beastmaster dead for 115 seconds, and now the chase is on for the rest of the side of Hydra.
This Aghanims on the Morphling is just making him impossible to deal with. First of all, they use the little shredder on the Pudge to get rid of his armor. He has solid amounts of it, but it is just not enough. And then Yatoro just destroys him, and he knows that he can stand his ground because he cannot be stunned. You literally cannot be stunned. How do you stun water? Well, a lot of their damage, if not most of it, is on the Morphling.
Oh, the glimpse comes back though. Inside the Static Storm Mirror, he has that Lotus going, and now if Zofra actually dives a little bit further, the Thunder comes out with Podking. He's dove in, yeah. They're going to be able to get a kill onto the Storm Spirit. Can they take down the Pudge? They're going to be able to catch him and cancel off the TP. He's going to be dead. The Storm Spirit though, he has brought back, and they've got no kinetic field, no Static Storm. And like you say, they're even going to be able to get a lockdown onto Cloud. Everybody inside of Hydra, they just overextended, and we praised them in the first game for respecting the power of Team Spirit here, but Hydra might have just lost the heads a little bit, and the buybacks, they're going to be forced out, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to defend this base with the Pudge being down, with no Static Storm for the next 27 seconds. Spirit, what can they get from this? I've been worried though, they're going to be able to get it. They get two, they do! They take them down, the cookie comes out, the Yatsuo, freezing field, they might lose. Happy, is this the dieback? They do the break the Lincoln Sphere though. Morphling. Bilal wants to come right back into this fight because he have the boots of travel to do it. It might take him a little bit longer now. No boots of travel though, so he's going to have to use the blinks. You know, they just do it by foot, it seems.
Level 25 Storm with a beast. That's just so much damage. They're going in for the Morphling. He doesn't have a buyback.
No, they get. Do they get the kill? He goes down. Warwick has to go down though. It's going to be him left alive. No, it's not. The creeps are pushing in. There's no buybacks available on the side of Hydra, and this is going to be 4 heroes, even with the death of the Morphling. No way Warwick defends this.
It's pretty much over. They don't have the glyph. The game is over. They gave it their best. Hydra, they made Team Spirit work for it. The team that is most likely going to be at the top of Eastern Europe DPC Division 1.
Radiant's middle barracks Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Galaxy want to commit. There's just not enough damage. Crimson Guard, Atrophy Aura, Rubik's Fate Bolt, all this damage reduction. Let's see the combo. Bit of Malice.
Strong in by the Disruptor, and now we're going to be hitting the win. It's back up once more. Bit of Malice, and Jamil is in it. They'll lose him in mind control. Right back towards tomorrow. Trying to run from everybody on the side of Game. Go ahead.
Radiant's middle barracks
siphoning and getting back into the base.
Has fallen.
Alive.
Yeah, I think when it's time to call it, it is time to call it. They have no business left in this.
And didn't get the tether off or something.
I think it got broken. Either way, I like the Ghost up to purchase. That was pretty heads up, but we are back, and there's a smoke action.
There's a divide right there. They're going on IQ. There's the hit. Okay, get that hit off. 123. Knocked great.
He's dead. Oh my god. Nothing. Less than 10% of his health.
I mean, I'm assuming that's just the game.
That, yeah, 100%. There's no point in talking about the
AU picks it up. I got it, bro. It's the dive.
Let's go away, you.
Oh my god.
Victory.
trying to get to see them have a little bit of lead. But they need to have good vision, good entry to
Radiant are
engage.
scanning.
We're down up on high ground. Bulbica, Red Panda, this would be huge if we can find Ascetic Storm before the Tombstone. Not bad. Stone from Lulu. He's thrown now over the Bulbica. There. Starting to drop down. I love TK control for the moment. He does manage to get that one away. And the Supernova down. TK barely surviving. And it's going to be one down at this White Album. To dodge. To hide away. The heal's coming in. They hoping for a save, but the BKB is out, and they're going to jump onto him. He has to back away. They have lost White Album again, and now Tango in trouble. Who is going to drop? Master, these fight so well, and they quickly take down that Undying.
And remember, Aegis, so they didn't really care about giving away. Big teenage profits.
Stun is out on the play. They have a BKB available. Bulbica dropping low, the hand toss back in. They have another kill off Bulbica. Doesn't look like it because the black hole is there. That's on the Aegis. He doesn't have multi to come back. And after, they might take full advantage. Move.
Radiant's bottom
Rax
has fallen.
Up the bottom. Finally, Aster full advantage. They're building.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, just for a brief second, had more network. There it is, back again with the higher network. When you click on the L, it's not really an inspiring network. Blink, BKB, Radiant. You might be able to get on top of a hero, but that's not the that's able to 100-0 here. Like even this Undying inside Scattered Storm, able to then get over the Slash God and throw away.
They have that trying to keep him alive. Makes the move, and again, he keeps this fight without Monet here. It's pretty good for them. Right album, but now Monet shows up. Now they're in a lot of trouble, but they the team should kill him. Okay. Alright. Pops ulti. Now the turn, punching. Getting away. Sort of survived that first salvo. Very strong. Supernova down, pops the BKB. Ooh, he's just caught here. They want to get the kill. That's really himself up. And now the chase. The avalanche, the toss. Thinks he's going to give up his life also. This is Monet, he's way too strong. This might just be the full set of racks going down bottom. Aster, way too strong for Ares.
Like earned the GP.
Oh, they're done.
Okay.
I was wondering. It looked like it was that type of game.
Yeah, it kind of was. It's like a game where you're an out, not really ever been in the league. Victory. He hasn't really never protected himself.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Boom. Standing. How are they just standing right now? I can't help but fidget with my hero half the game.
I'll be running around in circles.
Yeah.
Pirouetting on the spot, the song. Blinking from Pure. They see Yatoro, 3 lined up. Potentialized path play. They're trying to go in. Toronto Tokyo is blown up by Collapse. Has to fight back. Yatoro gets off his BKB. Pure with another song. Sprints in. Who are they aiming for? Where is the target acquisition? They can't catch anybody. Collapse BKBs runs down south. Lol being chased out as well. Oh my god, Nightfall. Hazy on this refresher. Blinks to high ground. Gets away from danger for now. Pure, what's he up to? He's back to the high ground too. Mirror image out, Aegis claimed, lol in the fire, still surviving and blowing up GPK. Team Spirit,
nothing to do.
Sprinting out their base, they don't catch Nightfall on the way out, he's blinked out of the range of Mirror. They're still hunting though, and he's going to find Toronto Tokyo. Who cares, Gem? I see Jakiro. Eon disc popped. And with his rapier damage of like short work and a twin-headed dragon.
Unstoppable.
Laurel collapse waiting in the back line actually worked. He stormed out of the tree line and he just then started eviscerating the two supports with the help of Laurel. He completely jumped over. They dodged everything that Nigma was trying to set and prep there. And Yatoro was also just firing the cannon from the top there. Did the combined damage of Collapse and Laurel together. He is 11,000.
Oh, pure. Lol. Oh, God. Nightfall's going to get a bit of vision here with the Hawk.
Imagine.
Can they?
Imagine.
Will they?
They have to do something kind of crazy.
They're going to be losing their base pretty soon. Lash has buyback. Naga Beast Master have to get back to base to defend. Drow Rangers up here. Tier 3 gone. Barracks to follow.
There is no buyback and collapse though. That's a big one. And Mira.
Radiant structure.
Look at all the wolves. Look at all the summons. It's vulnerable. Mira gets away from there. Help of the Glimmer Cave to jump in from Lol. Disruption and self-save. Barracks taken out. Lol. Oh, tries to fight. Nightfall. He'll just pop, but he can't get any control of Lol. It's Lol. Puck is all over the place. Now they go into the GPK though. Aiming for the puck. They're going to find him at long last. They get him and the Rapier's on the floor.
He messed up the phase shift. He canceled it.
Oh no.
Did you see that? I'm not crazy, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, he phase shift and accidentally ended it.
There's an Axe Blessing recipe. There's a Rapier. There's all sorts of stuff everywhere.
An Axe Blessing recipe. What's that there? Okay. Not sure what the story on that one is. Meanwhile, Save, I think he had a refresher shard, right? Because Laurel dove him, he disrupts himself, and he tries to kill him again after it Save just refreshes, and then uses it again. How did they not got the Rapier?
Now there's another DD. I don't think they care. Toronto Tokyo's going to take it, is he? Oh yes, the Jakiro with the Rapier.
Coming to feed it back to them, guys.
My goodness. There's Mega Creeps on one side. Top lane Barracks still standing on Team Spirits. We're waiting for next Roshan, Trent.
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like BetBoom have such a good chance of winning these fights right now. They can't get like swarmed in the back line.
They missed the stun on GPK. He's trying to hold his ground, but look at my dodge. Oh my god, Yatoro shreds where he goes. Daedalus hits, refreshes, blinks forward, kills off Save as well. SD's gone, TP home. Get the hell out of here, BetBoom now.
He's lucky he didn't get coiled. Dude. Leshrac vanished.
He looked okay until he didn't.
Until he got hit for 1,350 damage from a single right click? Yeah. Oof. Yeah. Right until that.
Ow.
Luckily, Toronto Tokyo was not there to feed the Rapier back, so that's good.
And now Team Spirit running down lanes, coming for the Radiant base. Balls are still there to hold on to. This has got to be mentally debilitating for BetBoom.
71 minutes.
Team Spirit is wearing them down.
The admins have been on, you know, they told them, nope, these guys. The longer this game goes, the harder things are.
Well, it's like Moomiander was saying in that Seb documentary. You know, this isn't Dota playing. This is a slogfest. You're going to wait it out and play 60-minute games, long-ass ones with a long line. Watch go very far forward. He'll just from Mira, but the Undying will fall inside the Radiant base. As Mira gets off one last finger of death, and the turns we got through. They killed GPK. It's a dialect on the ledge. Naga now in trouble. Song of the Siren trying to buy a bit of time, but Yatoro moves forward, gets the damage in. Bill is dead. Oh god. It all comes crumbling apart for BetBoom now. Wait, back. Throw it to Mira. The kill off Nightfall save though, and lol. He opens up on them. The howitzer is here. Massive 40 mil cannon just shattering into BetBoom. Drow saved by the rip. The soul is everyone dying. Oh, there's two. And she's called it over. Team Spirit.
Look at him. Look at Mira.
Oh my god.
The shard to anybody who would listen at the Lima Major.
Nope.
which, yeah, nobody's taken him up on it yet. But if you see a shard being picked up by any team that was at the Lima Major that speaks English, you could probably source that.
It's good. I'm saying this shard is actually good. I don't know how to get there.
Pretty good.
Oh, yeah. Slark with that shard is crazy. It's actually a broken strat. If Galileo is still on top, he'd be taking that. Maybe that's what he needs to get back to the top. Shadow Walk is way back to the top. And there you ready for the 1,000 comments, but because I say it and nobody tells me
I will say the other thing about Bounty Hunter, but we've got two different memes here. The Bounty Hunter shard, the Magnus Ags. He does have extremely high base armor. I guess he probably has the highest base armor, starting base armor in the game, which can make him really good at the laning phase for trading. Yeah. He's versatile. Terrible. Oh, yeah.
And frontline a little bit of this year, but again,
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. PSN FTX victory!
Midas was being, they have an inkling that this is going on, but they jump forward, find the Star Spectre. The Doom is there, Force Staff keeping him alive and on the other side of the fissure, but there's way too much damage, and the rundown is going to be there. MC is gone, GH is gone, and looking at it for more. 9 jumps back in, finds Kuro too, tries to get out of there, does not have a way to escape. Mar is completely under control. P2 is gonna die. Buybacks are coming in. Amar realizes he can't do that gift TP, but eyes on the prize. Thunder trying to close this one out, close this series out with a quick 2-0 as they set their sights now onto the tier 4 towers. There is a buyback still on Spectre, and no damage to BKB is out though, and now the turn, the break, the finish. Amar dies a second time. MC on top of staking managed to find that kill. Sumail still controlled, does manage to get the blink back and away. MC, they're gonna go back in for more. The Wolf can't, but Sumail, away just barely. Sumail got he controlled. They got him there with the Gleipnir, and it's only MC left alive as Tundra start hitting these tier 4 towers.
With this Unleash, with the damage coming through from the Psychic now as well. Watch Cookle though, it's actually going to be the Molten stealing that Pango form. They do anything about this because it's going to be hexed out. Do they have the damage to kill him off? It looks like this one's going to get low. The Dark Pack now as well, but he's not going to be able to get the kill. In fact, they just drag him closer to him. Be able to clean up the side of one move. They have no cause now. Aintrad, the only one left alive in terms of cause. 3 heroes dead for the next at least 70 seconds. And this is going to be it. Yeah, Bedroom just come in. They're going to start to go up the base. Not even needing to go for Baggers here. As you can see, they just want to end it here and now. In fact, even diving into the bounce now as well, where the hook comes out. Moblin is going to be a good. He's got a Satanic. We're going to force that away. The Telescope to save coming out from Faye. He's then really cocky on this Moblin, but it's paying off. And yeah, they're just going to be able to dive into the fountain once again. And the fountain farm these heroes, cleaning it up. GG is going to be called after 45 minutes here. One move. They look great in game number 1. They look pretty good in game number 3 here as well. But Bedroom, they just had enough out of them in game number 2.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Be right. I keep my enemies close. Please, I get mixed up in this.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant victory.
Away from enemy, it's
like your
not
guys are
really
just dying
getting them
because
anything in the next one.
generally core to fighting DPs is also good with the strategy, which is why the reason
that first blood. Easy pickup. Behind tower, but he's got to be careful. This alchemist actually pretty dangerous because literally rocks the early points down. And then you get more minus armor out of acid spray for a physical damage nuke of an unstable concoction. It's a deadly mixture. You're running through lanes here, Ricky. So
They
have to play to defend power.
Won't finish him off.
Radiant's bottom
That's going to be 2-0 here for the side of
Dream's not having a whole lot of fun with this. 10 stick charges, and he did manage to at least hit 2 stacks off of Bound Strike.
Death upon the surface then refuses to commit.
Sanaba.
Bounty.
Vanish.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Warriors of the wood.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Talon Esports turn to ban.
Ten seconds. Dire team ban.
Talon Esports turn to ban.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Talon Esports turned.
Thank you very much to the promiscuous pandas as we get into our final relaxing series of the day. Well, at least Talon's probably relaxing. Talon's sitting back, they're chilling, they're enjoying the sights. Nigma Galaxy, they're melting under pressure right now.
Neil, can I have some of your ice cream?
No, shut up. They got one win right now.
Can we just talk about this for a second? When we order food, you get a spreadsheet to a website, right? And one at the end of the desserts, there was pint of ice cream. Neil's like, yeah, I'll just have a pint of ice cream as my dessert for dinner. And this jerk won't even share. He's got a whole pint. He's not gonna eat that whole thing.
It looks
all right. Look, he probably can. We all can. I know all of you guys have eaten a pint of ice cream.
Yeah, I know. We're up there eating some goat cheese salad. Look at this.
Imagine being
just
healthy.
ice cream. Yo, what's up with Europe? Well, I guess it's just Sweden. But every time I order a goat cheese salad, they give you a whole thing of goat cheese. It's an entire like circle of it. And I will keep talking about this nice healthy option as you ruin our views. We already did the NA versus NA series. All right, put the ice cream away. All right, come on now. All right, fine. Our co-host. My guy's busy cleaning his beard.
You want to talk Dota?
The draft? No, you're fired. The draft has started over here. We have ourselves a Tuscan and a Doom to start things off here. And the Spider's gone. Check. All right. Already done. Nature's Prophet gone. More summons out of the way. And finally some Disruptor. Respect. Okay. This hero's been a bit too good.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Death.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
He struggled this morning on the Death Prophet. There was a pretty rough jabs game. I hope so. I'll tell you that much. So, you know, he's jumping back on that horse despite falling.
Was it one of those Death Prophet games where like you just get like zoned before level 3?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, level 1 Siphon against the Drow. Died a lot in lane.
It's always a Drow in that lane when she like really struggles. Where you just keep her away through support and then don't give her level 3 and then she can't trade.
Yeah.
Talon Esports turn to ban.
You know, you guys, and you're not the only ones. Almost everybody was talking bad about Nigma Galaxy and saying, "Oh, they're 0-4. They're not doing good." They actually did okay in some of their games, though. Like they had potential. I genuinely feel like they're still a bit of a wild card in their ability to win games. So I think, like, yeah, sure, they disappointed in EU DPC. Yeah, they disappointed in, you know, handfuls of tournaments before that. But they're still like
thousands of fans.
But they're constantly disappointing millions of fans around the world. Actually, not an understatement. But they can still, like, they're close. They're close to being good. I swear. Like they could win.
5 seconds remaining.
Look. I just they're not my favorite team, so like I'm just telling the truth. I've got like a true real look at them as a team. No copium involved. I think they have potential. They're close.
Oh, there's no doubt about potential.
I can't be disappointed because they're not my favorite team. So like I'm just like, look, they can win. Talon's good though.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team back.
Okay.
What are you looking at me for, Trent? You fired me.
I just had
to make sure he was still over there.
Can you calculate how many calories you've just eaten on camera?
I will finish this whole thing if you want me to.
All right, they're about 1,000 calories at least.
Yeah. Well, it depends if you count the stuff that gets stuck on his beard.
Yeah. That's just seconds for later. You just apply water, squeeze it out.
Oh, this is kind of impressive.
Neil,
oh god, brain freeze!
God, he's so American.
Oh god!
Do you actually have brain freeze? I've never had that my whole life.
You've never had a brain freeze?
I'm like genetically immune or something. I don't even know what it feels like.
I'm actually shocked. What do you mean you've never had it?
I'm pretty sure I've never had it. Yeah.
Yeah, brain freeze. He says he's never had a brain freeze. I have millions.
I've never had it.
Well, I mean, every time I have ice cream, I feel like it's just so good. You know, how do you not get a brain freeze? I'm trying to figure out right now. I've heard that like you put your tongue on the roof of your mouth and it stops it. Does that work? We can do a live experiment.
So I see this Death Prophet first phase picked up, and I'm wondering, I did see Champ struggle with it early on. They still opt for a first phase yet again.
Clearly he's been paying attention to the panel, guys.
The IOS track strategy no longer viable. Nature's Prophet that they've been relying on time and time again. It seems that Nigma Galaxy did do their research. But what has Nigma Galaxy been doing well that Talon is worried about? They take out the Drow Ranger. Miracle's been doing work on it.
Wow.
Take out the Terrorblade. You gotta target Miracle now. Take out the Morphling after that.
The Sumail Dragonite. Okay. Every game's Sumail Dragonite. Careful, watch that ice cream. Branding. Oh, thank God. You guys almost saw that he's eating cookie dough ice cream. It would have been really
Please
scandalous.
stop breaking the magic of Hollywood, Kevin. Tell me about the Dota. They banned out the Morphling. They banned out the Lone Druid. Carries getting taken down left and right.
I love this making up for lost time draft style that you have. This is great.
I'm gonna tell you about Silencer. Southeast Asia, they consider Silencer not to be necessarily a team fighter, a lane dominator. That's the reason why they pick him. It's not so much about the global silence, it's about bullying someone in the first 7 minutes of the game.
5 seconds.
He's like, wow, look at this great scoop of ice cream.
He's like, I'm a little busy with my ice cream right now, guys. Oh.
All right, let's see
that guy knows
who's right.
About Dota.
Is it Neil?
Hey, let me tell you something. I would have banned Magnus in Grand Finals of TI. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, I love getting someone who's not here to defend themselves.
That was a perfect time for the...
Anti-mage.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Pack.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Oh, I mean, production was on though with the puck dancing. Makoto, one of his known heroes, Sumail as well. So
I would, in Neil's defense, I would say this is a great game for a lane dominating Silencer though, because he's probably against a Shadow Demon, right? So you just say like, oh no, I've got 2 stacks of Shadow Poison now, or 3 stacks on me, and that's when you throw the curse. You're like, all right, you're gonna pay for this if you go for that big trade. So
how are we liking Lich as a support? Seems Nigma, they enjoy it, but globally, I'm not really seeing so much popularity for this Icy Boy.
I mean, it's
double up on the ice armor.
Yeah, you just slap the ice armor on. There was a game earlier today. There was a game earlier today where they bought Nullifier abnormally early to like help break through it. I think it was also against an Ursa, so it was like a double benefit or something. But get that shit out of the way. Oh, you can remove Disseminate, the least understood spell in the game. That's actually it's good. It's a good skill. You throw it on your tanky boy, he reflects the damage he takes.
Do you prefer putting on allies more or enemies more?
Well, it just depends on the circumstances. Slap it on an ancient creep when you're clearing stacks. Slap it on your Doom when he's dying.
Here comes the airplane.
Oh, I am so jealous. He didn't even ask, Neil. What is this bias? Is he just because he's your co-host?
Exactly.
Are you thirsty?
I'll take a sip later.
Oh, doesn't go back the other way.
10
lick the table.
Is this what happened to the panda? Am I being told a message? Yeah, he shared food once.
That's what happens next.
Yeah.
Purge, if you keep giving me lip, you're gonna end up on that wall.
You're gonna decapitate me?
As my trophy.
Right, cool. Well, then I'm gonna bleed all over the place, and you're gonna have to clean it up afterwards. How about that?
The set will look awesome. Amber Spirit banned out by Talon as Nigma Galaxy looking for what to give Sumail. And Nigma Galaxy, they take out the Monkey King. Chances are you're looking at 23 Savage heroes on the radar for Talon. Again?
Yeah, they started with
Esports turn to ban.
yes, because they picked Doom first overall.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Talon Esports turn to Templar
See, it's tempting to go TA versus the Puck, but you would think that with the Anti-Mage, that's a little bit like they have Anti-Mage and Doom as their other cores. That seems crazy greedy. I was not expecting that. I was just thinking about how TA does not work here.
With Nigma, I've learned to expect the unexpected.
Is it okay at pressuring DP like early level? So like you could potentially drain a lot of her mana pool
remaining.
with Frost Blast and right clicks or something.
Yeah. Can they PA or is that hero just totally dead?
I mean,
it's too
people
slow,
have been picking
I guess. Kind of slow. I feel like they want to play fast, take advantage of this. Because like PA is like decent versus Anti-Mage, but I don't know if I want to put all my eggs in the basket against Doom.
Meepo.
Yeah.
Meepo? That works too, whatever.
Choose your hero.
It's got some catch against the Anti-Mage.
Yep.
Good trade against the Doom as long as you don't get doomed. That's pretty good. The supports can't really do that much against him. Yeah, looks good.
I really did want to finish it before the draft ended. I don't think humans can do that. I don't want to experiment.
Well,
and
we're
find
gonna
out.
put one on the desk for Sheever tomorrow.
There we go.
We'll see
Wait,
how
aren't
she
you
does,
lactose
know?
intolerant?
That just adds to the fun, my friend. I can't wait for our green room experience in just a few minutes. But for right now, the analysis experience, Kazu, which draft do you prefer?
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
It looks pretty good. They're gonna need basically Doom to kill some of these heroes for a while. Shadow Demon ulti is gonna be great at killing like Death Prophet and some other heroes, but I just feel like it's gonna be hard for them to get pickoffs until they get like Abyssal Blade type areas. So yeah.
I worry about dealing with Makoto. If he gets a couple like it's a Lich and a Shadow Demon, you know. In terms of supports, yeah, they're just like munchies right there. So key for Nigma is don't feed early. Like that's the plan. Don't feed. And you know what? They have the Doom who devours stuff. So he should be the one who's just feasting, not being the fed upon. Yes, quite. That would be nice.
Food is on the mind for all of us. I believe dinners are waiting. And for the record, I got pretty close. All right, I'll give you That's
props.
progress.
To be fair, I did help.
And you would have gotten it done in time.
Yeah, he would have.
I'd like the assist.
I did not have the commitment. And now I have to see what Nigma Galaxy is going to do as the clock is ticking for them to remain here in this group stage. Can they pull out a victory against Talon? At least a split against Talon would be good progress. I'm going to find out, and that is with our casters. It's Cap in SVG.
Oh, the panel made a big deal about this Doom on the side of Nigma and how much he's going to have to do in this game. But I'll be honest, I'm expecting him to have some indigestion, much like Tsunami, after his lactose ass was eating a whole tub of ice cream. So,
yeah.
He's fucked.
Thank you, Avery. A man of few words.
That's my one curse word for the tournament. I get one. It's in my contract. I'm allowed to drop one. Otherwise, it's PG stream. So that's it. But that seemed like it was a good use.
It was. Am I crazy, or does Nigma just have to like hard win the lanes, otherwise they just lose the game?
They have to win it.
Right? They pick TA against Puck like you must win this lane matchup because it is favorable.
Sumail needs to channel his 15-year-old energy or go back to TI6, TI5, and just dumpster Mikoto into the Nether Realm, or at least make sure this Puck does not get ahead of him and is not getting power ins, because as the panel talked about, this Puck is going to demolish your backline here. You have 0 stuns technically. I mean, you have a Sinister Gaze and a Mana Void. Until you get the TA Shard, this Puck's just going to have free reign. So if Mikoto has a good game, I see this really rolling fast for Talon. And I think if anything, they just control the whole tempo of this game. This is a really slow lineup from Nigma. They have 3 carries plus a Shadow Demon. Plus a Kuroki. Who's a carry player originally. Yeah. That was the implication of that comment.
Okay. So, there are a lot of ways I could have taken that comment.
I mean, days are rough for this.
I thought maybe you were talking about. Never mind. I won't go.
I don't know where your mind went. I was just saying, to take me back those early TI days. Kuroki carry Tiny. Spooky territory. I think he's still the only player in Dota who's played every game in Captain's mode.
What?
Yeah.
Every
hero.
Yes, every hero in Captain's mode. Yes. I was like, you started that sentence and I was like, oh, he's probably talking about how he's played every hero.
Yes, that's what I meant. Well, he's also played every game. Right?
Every game. My God. Kuro's been everywhere.
He has. He's been in your dreams. He knows when you're sleeping. Knows when you've been naughty or nice. The question is this game going to be naughty or nice for Nigma? It is Miracle Anti-Mage. If I'm going to put money on a hero player combination to carry me when I need it, it's maybe that. As 23
is dead. Yep.
You're gone.
He's going to get burned out.
So 1 kill. God damn.
That really shouldn't happen.
No, he's just getting disrupted into the beatdown. And that is a good sign here if you're a Nigma fan. Because suddenly you get an extra creep eaten for MC. Slark's going to miss some experience. Always nice on this Slark lane, especially versus a hero in Doom. If you get to that 6 first, you're Doom and kill him. And then you can maybe snowball this Doom into the early auras, which is what I would like to see because your other 2 cores are greedy.
Frost Armor helping Miracle there as he does manage to kill that creep to get level 2 to be able to blink away. That was quite the series of events there. So if they're winning bottom, and they should win mid, because nothing has really changed about this matchup, right? It's still this is an old school matchup, TA versus Puck. You would see it all the time. It's still pretty heavily favored for TA, right?
You just outtrade with a refraction. Pretty hard for Puck to break it. I think the early waves are okay-ish for Puck, but honestly, Mikoto is just going exactly even here. So matchup be damned. Mikoto is just showing up then. That's a decent sign for Talon because they have the tempo control between the Puck and the Death Prophet. This Death Prophet is eventually going to kick your AM out of top. I don't think you can really prevent it. You can't really bring anybody up here to stop that happening. So it's just a matter of what you can get out of this early game before that tempo hits you like a wall. And Kuroki, my friend, it's looking bye. You do not want to be feeding this Death Prophet extra gold up here. It is not good, especially on a hero like Lich when you're not really winning that lane either.
Yeah, you're talking about how Kuro, knows whether you've been naughty or nice. Much like Santi's giving away presents. Giving away a little extra golden experience to Jabs and Q.
No. What can you do? It's unlucky, Sometimes you just get caught. This is also a duel. You remember there was a period where Nigma were playing this Lich Ember safe lane a bunch?
Yeah.
They were one of the originators of this idea where you could use Lich to buff up the heroes with magic resist because they're only susceptible to the physical differential. I feel like it's kind of going back to that a little bit. So this is a dual lane concept that they're very familiar with, albeit AM's a different hero than the Ember. But basically it's just pick a hero that gets Miracle through the lane stage and then he'll carry. I mean, it's an old school Nigma concept. He's used to trialing for this guy mid, so he's used to the babysit.
I feel like you've got, now that you say that, You've got 2 core players on this team who did very well off of somewhat similar concepts, which is, you know, just set up this guy for success and he will carry the game. Both Miracle and Sumail had those roles on their most successful teams. 23 is not going to win this fight, I don't think. MC is keeping his distance, and they do manage to pick up the double kill in that lane.
That was cool. That was really close. Like one more hit, you kill MC there, and then you get an extra stack. But that first blood made the difference.
It makes the difference there. Now it's just going to keep snowballing. Now MC is definitely going to hit level 6 before the Slark. In which case, Talon just they have to make it up in this top lane. There's no other way about it.
Yeah, mid is not going that well for Sumail.
What is MC doing? Like he was using the Scorched Earth. Was he trying to CS the Scorched Earth?
Sending a message. Even if I'm in the trees, you're not safe. And
well, the message is...
Oh, the tree!
Oh, that was sick.
The message is dab on the haters. You think I'm washed? You think we're struggling? Hell no, brother.
All right, so for those of you guys who don't know what just happened, he got pounced. He went to the edge of the pounce range, and then he dropped a tree on himself to be able to push himself out of the pounce.
You can do that with kinetic field, too.
Yeah.
And I think the kinetic field one is slightly harder, but this one's, it's still not easy here. Just putting on.
So you see that Ironwood branch he's got? Beautiful stuff. Fairly certain he was dead there without that.
Oh, yeah. He's gone. They're going to try and kill him again. They're bringing Makoto down here with the coil rotation, so dancing shoes were on, but not going to save him from this. And that's
get that one, and they actually don't chase for GH.
Yeah, but the thing about this rotation is it's just to get 23 back in the game. Like, they want to give this Slark some extra XP so he doesn't fall behind in that level 6 Doom versus level 6 Slark differential, and then it gets really out of control. So I kind of like this move. It's honestly okay for Makoto. It gives Sumail a lot of time to pull ahead here in the one-on-one. He shoves the lane in, gets a power rune. So this move is not amazing for the puck, but it's pretty nice for a Slark in a lane that was honestly going pretty bad for Talon. So in that sense, I do kind of like it.
The problem is he is still behind in experience. So unless they're going to make another rotation like that.
The thing is, Miracle is not having much better time. In fact, he's having a worse one up here. He is bottom of the CS chart, bottom of the network chart, just getting beat on by these siphons. And this is a triple range creep wave with a catapult and a flag bear.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like it's actually better for Nigma the fact that Kuro is going to die for this, because it gives Miracle a chance to hit all those range creeps.
This is one of the instances where you should not kill Kuroki, and you should go and kill. You should pressure Miracle off that wave. He got 8 CS for free, and your catapult died. Kind of sad for Talon.
Heavy pressure here in this bottom lane. Cutting the creep wave. Talon just huddled underneath their tower.
Still both carries staying on the lane. Like, that's what's important here. And that pushed Miracle to his Vanguard, so he's a lot stronger up here, whereas 23 still has to push towards this level 6. He's far ways off.
Yeah, with Frost Armor and a Vanguard.
You should have Doom before. In fact, they don't even need it, right? They're just charging in. There's not much to stop this dive.
Yeah, Polly's just dead.
You don't have a puck teleport, if anything.
And they can keep this momentum to still maybe chase 23 and do a bit of damage to him.
I mean, you have Doom, and he is a long way from 6. Wouldn't be surprised if MC just tries to force it and just Doom him straight up. You do have to think about that puck counterplay, but if you're looking at his teleport being absent on mid, it's just not there right now, and there's no way Jabs wants to go bottom. Then you're just giving Miracle absolute free farm, and you're losing that tower pressure. So honestly, this early game looked like it might have been
on the creep wave. They're going to go for him. Disruption.
I think he's dead here.
Okay, he hops into the trees, but now he's still going to be hit by some shadow poison. He goes to the TP out. Oh, they got him! That's even worse, because now he's going to die, and his TP's going to be on cooldown.
Damn. Very nicely played. This is like the old MCGH I remember.
Yeah,
they're just dominating fools.
And I feel like I have not watched many of their games, but other birdies have told me that MC has really been struggling. He has not looked good.
No, he's struggled in some of the games.
Game like this,
Dire's top
it goes a long ways, especially since Talon is a fairly strong opponent. There's a reason they got third of the major, and once again, well, not once again, but they topped out the CDBC.
And I like he's just going the auras here on Doom. I think this is necessary for this type of game. Just buff up your other two carries.
Yeah, please don't have a third carry in this game. When you have TA and Mage, yeah, go as many auras as possible.
I mean, Shadow Demon's a greedy support too. He kind of wants a lot of farm. GH is going to go drum here, so more auras. 23, going to try and get his...
Kodo's here. This is a tanky Doom, though, and Sumail's going to join in on it. This is not an easy kill, not an easy fight. They're going to go for an easier pick-off, though, and Shadow Demon GH, he will fall, and not much that Sumail can do about that, so he heads back to mid.
I have a single Ancient stack for this Dire Triangle, but not a huge amount. GH was playing off the lane pressure.
He got hit by that second TA trap. Sumail is not going to be able to get it.
It's a high kill support if you give it to him. And 10-minute power rune coming up. The Kodo wants it here. He has vision. Won't get it.
Radiant's middle tower.
That's another good sign for Nigma.
Going back into it. And with the pounds, Q. Again, MC is so tanky. He still has 21 charges. There's no way you're bringing him down.
It should be Jabs down here.
Okay, they're really going to try for this one, but they don't have the shards anymore. They have no way to be able to catch him.
He's just out.
Oh.
Now they're going to turn.
Yeah.
This is a disaster of lane for Talon, man.
Ugly.
GQ playing him.
Gets hit by a third Shadow Poison. Not quite enough damage, I think.
Radiant's courier.
MC's killing couriers? What is hat? This is like... This is just turned into a clown field.
Styling on him.
I can't believe they managed to bring DP down here. It's so big for their game. I mean, you do get this top tower before Jabs decides to make that rotation, but I feel like now you're just stuck down here, and Miracle has all the space in the world. He's just gonna sit top. Cheat, Matt, chilling.
He's gonna go back for the Battle Fury now.
Under attack.
Yeah, in a game that you need to be pressuring the Animage and the TA as much as possible, being in the lane with the one hero
they're gonna try
that is okay to fight right now, the one hero that's fairly durable.
Latch used Exo.
And they're gonna throw the coil for this one. I mean, they're gonna get the kill because they just threw out everything, including the kitchen sink, to be able to get that one kill. But now it looks like Sumail TP'd into it, and then kind of a bad area to be. His refraction gets burned down pretty quickly. Kuro ends up dying to the orbs. Ooh, wow.
Careful, son.
How many stacks did he have? The full 5?
He had 4. But those the tower hits too. Wow. Tanking that aggro. Still, he uses all his siphons. Decent ult. I mean, at least you're getting something out of this if you're Talon. Because if you take that fight and Nigma managed to walk it off, your game is shot.
Yeah, look at them. They're planning to stay. They're stacking up over here.
I mean, they're all stuck down here. There's not much else you can do.
I guess so.
But keep in mind, this whole time is you're fighting this utility Doom while AM is empty lane top. There's nobody up here for Miracle. He's never had an easier lane in his life. This is the break creep farm simulator that the Twitch chat is using.
Yes. Farm and chill.
Farm and chill right here for Miracle. Isn't this relaxing? It's like ASMR Dota version. Doesn't this take you back to 2000?
It actually just makes me angry.
Why?
I'm an off-lane player. That sound? I hate that sound. That means my mana is being burned. Everybody says that, oh, the mana burn sounds is so relaxing. No, it's not. It's infuriating is what it is.
I don't know who you are.
Two-man smoke up is going to be able to catch Miracle. But do they have enough damage? It's going to be close, but they do get there in the end. 23 actually even nabs the kill. But bottom lane, they brought so many heroes up there with the smoke. It does leave the Death Prophet exposed. They're going to TP on in here. Jabs. Maybe they can TP in and get the deny. Oh, they didn't get it. MC, though, is still stuck. And wait, the disruption. MC got out because of the disruption save.
No, he didn't have pounce anyway.
Oh, really?
He was out of there no matter what, but it looked pretty good.
Oh, is it on cooldown
from top? It's a level 1 pounce.
Yeah, I guess so.
22 seconds there. still, that AM kill is huge. I think you're okay with trading DP in that scenario. It's good that Nigma are finding his lane. They're continuing to accelerate this Doom to his auras. It's going to be a really big deal. But shutting down this AM tempo is really valuable. They're going to try and poke him again here. They have Witchblade. Probably not a kill, but it's going to annoy him.
Yeah, they got the global silence, so it is a kill.
Yeah, I forgot about that one. Coming off cooldown, and that's really nice, because now you didn't need coil for that kill.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It is no longer farm and chill.
No, not chill at all.
It is farm and despair.
Very unchill.
Regeneration.
Another Exo mid, trying to pressure his tier 1. Do you have Deso up for Sumail? So there is some early firepower that can come out, but again, pretty greedy lineup for Nigma. No real initiation. Exo is king right now.
Man coil behind the tower. The exorcism is already wrapped up, so they don't have any firepower. You still have a chance to take this tower, though. Finish it off. Nigma not going to be able to stop it. Maybe could have gotten the deny. Sumail a little bit off the mark there.
You just gotta keep greeding it up if you're Nigma. You gotta try and get these lanes as deep as you can while the group up half from some Talon. They're probably gonna get the first Roshan in this game. I don't think you're contesting that one, which it's gonna be unfortunate for Sumail if it happens.
Yeah, TA lineup that can't get Roshan.
Just feels like how the game is going, but maybe if you get enough farm on this Doom, you can just force the fight with the auras before 23 gets to that Ags. It's a pretty decent window.
Radiant are scanning.
They're smoking the bottom, looking for the Slark kill plus the tower, but I think they'll just settle for the tower.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I think he got spotted by the Shadow Poison, but he thought there was like a ward or something. He was really scared.
Yeah, might have thought they warded behind the tower. Oh, I'm getting ganked.
Yeah.
That worked for him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Worked for Nigma because they get a tower.
An instant shard pickup for Sumail on this Templar Assassin. So he is really looking to enable the one tool they have to punish this puck before a defensive item comes out, if it comes out.
It's nice versus the Slark too.
Does reduce his mobility in an early blink or pike, and as we see here, he can just get run down.
Need some help. What can Kuro do? He's going to throw out the Chain Frost. It's going to bounce around a little bit. It does some decent damage. Makoto is going to die first. And okay, Jabs does manage to get that one, but the neutrals killed him. Oh dear.
And now Mana Void for Miracle. Absolute disaster for Talon. They get nothing out of that.
Delivered a big kill, the Miracle, on a silver platter.
I will say those bounces were a little sus. I'm not gonna lie. There was a stacked big camp there, and all those bounces went onto Makoto.
Yeah.
Somebody didn't update Dota Plus, renew the subscription, because we'll see here. They get the chain. It goes to. I mean, what is that bounce back? I mean,
yeah, that was pretty crazy. There's so many creeps there.
Absolutely brutal. Still, this type of fight is. It's rough, and that's the type of engagement that Nigma want, where Talon are taking it into them. They can play defensive with the Frost Shield, which is still going to be pretty powerful in this early game, and then Miracle's to come in and clean up a kill with Mana Void. That's what he wants, farm and chill and Mana Void. And chill and farm. A little despair mixed in.
Just to keep things interesting.
I mean, you got to have some spice in life, you know?
Q is stuck here, has a snowball. Buys him a little bit of time. He could shard block. MC is going to be the one on the other side of things, but can't do anything. Looks like the Battle Fury is done for the NMH.
I think they thought he would snowball on them. So they all ran back.
Yeah.
Like, no, I'm on a creep later. So MC is going pipe as well. He will just double aura it up, which will help since there's no fast BKBs coming out from this Nigma side. You're just going to have the blink for the Templar Assassin and straight Manta for Miracle. Talon are looking to pick up the pace here. Blink for Makoto. The initiations are free.
Drums initiation on Jabs. Turns around, silences them. Something happened there. MC did not... He didn't feel comfortable with that. Something went on there. Little stutter steps. Sumail in some trouble. Miracle once again is going to come in to bail him out. Makoto is low. They get a Mana Void. He's dead. And sure enough, falls. Now all is going to get cleaned up. 23 did manage to cut in through the side and collect one. Jabs is out with the Exorcism and a lot of Spirit Siphons for Unfortunately, they do have that purge to be able to slow him down, and Miracle's committing for the kill. They got the Doom onto the Slark. 23 is dead. Miracle is just cleaning house here. Ultra kill, give him the rampage, and there it is, an 18-minute rampage.
God damn.
What?
Where did that come from?
Middle tower.
He looks unfazed. Ah, yes, lads, just like the old days.
Welcome back, Miracle.
Radiant structures are
I
fortified.
mean, Nigma looked pretty damn good in this game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Miracle's honestly one of the best carries in the world at joining fights and making sure he does it in a proper fashion where he doesn't overextend. And it is just doing wonders for him in this game. This is a very active anti-mage. Off a rough laning stage with just Battle Fury Vit Booster, he is joining his fights and destroying them.
Yeah, if he gets a full-out Manta, Animage, a combative Animage is terrifying.
Or I'm calling it, Nigma are back, Miracle's back. They're going to win this tournament. Right here, it turns around. The whole franchise, it was going through some rough points, but they're about to turn it around off that rampage. Bold claim of the day. Unbiased.
They're currently sitting at a score of 1-5, so a comeback is not...
I mean, 1-5.
That's not entirely
that ain't nothing.
Impossible.
That ain't nothing. I've seen worse.
How you doing, Nobel?
I mean, positive scores are for bitches, right?
Basically, what we think about it, they have to play 14 games, so you kind of are expecting, like, you kind of want to be able to get in that 7-win, 7-loss category.
They could end 9-5
weekend.
That's a damn good score.
They could end up with a score of 9-5. I highly doubt that's going to happen, but according to you, they're back into their TI7 form. So,
I mean, this game's looking pretty solid, honestly. I like it's also really important that Miracle joined the fights this game because their lineup's greedy. When that fight comes to them with the Talon tempo that maybe 23 doesn't want to join, they can just outnumber them. And man, he has really good mana void targets this game between DP and Puck. These are two heroes that already have over 1,100 mana each. It gets burned pretty fast. Like a single gaze, you get 2 or 3 hits in, pop.
I mean, when Death Prophet goes into a fight, she's using up you know, a healthy amount right away.
And the Frost Shield is also enabling him to go into these early fights because he's really tanky.
Yeah, he can actually survive underneath that Exorcism pretty
Plus
nicely.
MC Auras. We have finished Pipe and Greaves on this Doom. Nigma are in a really good position. Now, I was thinking they weren't going to be able to contest this Roche. They're in a position where now they're the ones threatening it if you slip up a little bit on Talon. Because you do have level 2 Exo with a Kaya picked up for jabs, trying to amp up his damage power spike as much as possible and force this Roche on. But this is now contestable because of the position Nigma's in.
Yeah.
And Talon just don't feel confident enough to force it. They do have Ags on 23, who's sitting bottom. So this is kind of their power spike as well in terms of level 2 Exo, Ags on the Slark. You have Global to follow up this initiation before the big dispels are there, but Miracle already got to Manta. That's pretty big as well. Can't Global this AM anymore depending on who blinks first. Quite literally blink. Smoke on smoke.
Just gonna get this initiation. Samael showing on the wave. Jab's doing the same here. They found a haste rune for Samael.
The thing is, it's daytime. So you have trap vision for Nigma and no nighttime vision for
Ollie. Was underneath the trap as they smoke disappeared, and Ollie is going to be the first one to die. Gets off the global silence, and the leash there onto the AM. They're holding him into play, and he's just dead. Miracle overextends and dies.
Brutal. Just brutal. Too many things to Manta there. He was holding it, trying to get it at the exact right time, but 23 just with the releash. Too damn good.
And that kill is not enough for them to go into the Roche pit, apparently.
Oh, and now they're looking top on Makoto. He gets silenced.
Opts not to jump to his orb. He's going to TP out now. He'll be fine.
I mean, that's not the worst case for Nigma, considering the AM dies. Because like you said, you might have just been able to Roche off that level 2 Exo of your Talon.
Yeah.
The fact that it's kind of even here and you're still farming up a TA and Doom. I mean, it's okay. You'll take that because I think you're confident in your late game.
Yeah, anything that just like prolongs the game seems okay to me.
And now you can go Roche because there's no Exo. That's the biggest downfall for Talon here. Are you contesting this without Exorcism, without Global Silence?
Without even Coil. 10 seconds left on that.
Nigma, second guessing it, decide to smoke up and take the jump instead. But the fishy is too slippery.
Hey, he's got the shard too.
It's a good shard this game. You can depth shroud whoever gets doomed or whoever gets jumped with a TA trap silence.
Somebody's about to get dumped. It's going to be Q.
Dumped on.
Nice snowball. Buys him a little bit of time. Jab's in some trouble though. He's been doomed up. Only got so many spirit siphons away. There's the save though. The shard comes in from the Slark just in time. Gives him a little bit of extra time to do some damage. But ultimately, it looks like Nigma just really unfazed by any damage that was thrown out by Talon. Hey, they were pretty much all healthy. Did any spells hit?
I mean, Pipe Greaves.
Yes, no.
Unless you're getting stacked, Slark stacks up, or you have this tag team going to work, which neither happened. No Exo. No damage here. Good read by Nigma. Gonna punish Talon really hard for that mid fight. Even when Miracle dies, he sets the game up for his team. And now Roshan, who will take it? It will be Miracle on the anti-mage, of course. Now just looking straight at that Abyssal. It's gonna be a good third item Abyssal game. But he just blinked an Abyssal Puck. And that might just end the fight, because he's going to get blown up. Same with this Depth Prophet. You do have that Depth Shroud save, you have a Snowball save. You're going to need to put them to work here if you're Talon. And you're going to have to make sure this DP Doom interaction goes your way. If you get doomed before Exo, even during it, you're going to try and kill this AM.
Okay, Coil 1 plus the Exo. They need more saves. Manta goes off. The global silence immediately after the Manta. Good timing there. They have the snowball on top of him. They're going to be able to hit that. The pounce a little bit more, but Miracle is still alive, and he's still at the ages to work with. A double damage Sumail comes in through the back line, and Sumail tries to go for the kill on a Q, but he dies. Now it's Sumail who has overextended himself. Maybe that's why you needed 2 carries.
I mean, one is in and one is out.
Yeah.
Not lining it up at all. Miracle did not want to waste the Aegis there, and Sumail misreading the situation. Both carries not on the same page. It's going to cost Nigma some momentum, because I do think that could have been a decent fight for them with how long Talon committed on that Aegis AM. That said, that's another Exo usage that gets Talon no map control here. That does feel bad. Man, even Vlad's on this dude.
Tower is under attack.
This feels like the old Nigma too, in terms of like, all right, we're just gonna buff up Miracle as much as possible. It's a little weird because you also have this Sumail TA in the game. He's like, what about me, guys? Buff me up. Curl says, no, only one of you can get Frost Shield. But when this AM's buffed, he's pretty terrifying. Vlad's boots are bearing on GH, Frost Shield, Pipe Greaves. I mean, how many more buffs can you get? I guess Solar Crest. AC on somebody.
Where's my Solar Crest? GH. Need a Solar Crest now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Look at him.
He has a cleanse too. He went shard on this strategy. So there's another buff actually. Yeah, that's good. Cleanse up the AM. It removes some of these silences.
Has been killed.
Pretty damn good. You can get it off before. You can also pre-cleanse yourself.
Oh, for the global silence counter, so you can make sure you always get a disruption off.
Yep. It's actually an interesting counterplay to this hero because it lasts a decent amount of time.
Yeah, it does.
So yeah, some play options here for GH. And we're pushing into that like mid-late game where I feel like Nigma is very comfortable. Because they just have double the carries here.
Good.
Miracle just cutting some waves. So Talon really can't get out on the map too comfortably. They can't even get control of their own triangle right now.
Well, they have nothing. Gotta split push this map though. Gotta get deep on the side lanes between the Slark and the Puck.
Looks like a Scythe is the choice for 23. No, that's got to be a Linken's, right? Yeah, it's a Linken's. Deal with the Doom.
It is a good Linken's game for the Slark. It's just the damage ramp is not going to be crazy high right now.
Yeah, don't they have damage problems? I feel like I watched that Exorcism and it really just doesn't do much.
It's hard for him to get close with the Exo. You're dealing with Shadow Demon Purge.
Yeah.
She doesn't really have to throw it on anybody else. This DP is the only good Purge target. You have double Force Staff on the Nigma side. You have this Frost Shield and Frost Blast that can cause some slow problems.
And you also don't want to get too close to AM or TA in general, because they might just turn around and kill you outright.
I mean, Sumail's just going to Hurricane Pike you into the Nether Realm and you're going to be purged. And I mean, what is Exo doing for you?
Yeah.
This Exo is just not a spell right now. You need more Lincoln Spheres or like Blink BKB or something like this to get the DP back online. And yeah, without that, the damage just comes down to Makoto, and Makoto's just running for his life.
Another war, but GH is there. Miracle blinks right on top of him here. Oh no, he didn't get far enough away with that silence. Waiting Wraith couldn't take him far enough away from Miracle.
Radiant's courier has been
Space created.
Was that a gem? I saw somebody ping gem of True Sight somewhere.
There's one in the base.
Dire's bottom
It is Ollie.
Somebody bought it.
I think they're just toggling it. Or yeah, he just bought it. I mean, ideally, you kind of want to give it to Slark in these types of games, but does 23 have the slots? That's another question. Does he feel confident to carry this around the map?
Radiant's middle
You
tower
need the gem
is
for
under
the
attack.
traps, though. The traps are just destroying them right now.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Way too much vision around. So, while Nigma just controls that middle and top lane constantly, we've got 23 pushing out bottom, trying to get to that next progression, finish up that Lincoln's. But I don't know how you're beating
Radiant's top tower
two different carries with a 11,000 net worth lead and growing.
You know how you beat 2 carries?
3 carries?
Make them fight each other.
Like winner's curse, or
I don't know. There's no mechanism for this game. I'm just
no. You do a little all chatting.
Yeah, Sumail, come 1v1 me mid. Hyphen Miracle.
No, I was more thinking that Miracle, you know, just all chatting that Sumail at his peak was never as good as Miracle at his peak, you know, something like that.
Yeah, let's find out who is better, Sumail or Miracle. Let's showdown in the middle river. Roshan hit 1v1.
23 gets off his ult, and MC used the Mana Void stun. Now that was cute.
Fancy indeed.
Well played. 5 seconds left. He does have the shard that he can use for a little bit of time for another pounce, but even if he got it off, they have way too many ways to hunt him down between the blinks and the TA traps and the shadow poison.
Those are those AM buffs. Larger radius on this Mana Void stun.
Yeah.
Couldn't have done that a couple of years ago. I'm about to say MC wasted his hoof stomp. I mean, he didn't waste it. He was trying to land it, right? But that hoof stomp is the one thing that can also cancel that Slark TP, but you don't need it if you've got that Mana Void. Miracle pulling out all the stops. Vintage Miracle this game, man. A Rampage, some small plays, anti-mage. What more can you say?
Bottom tower is under
Throw down a
attack.
beat cap.
I'll throw down a beat if you're willing to rap over it. Maybe you should do the rap battle with Jenkins.
One of our careers would end. And I feel like his is more impervious than mine. If it hasn't ended by now.
Yeah, that's true. Jenkins, he's basically done the career equivalent of microdosing himself with poison over time, you know?
He's immune.
He's built up an immunity to being canceled.
Well, Nigma are building up an immunity to spell damage as BKB comes online for Sumail. And the physical as Miracle pushes into that butterfly. So we are approaching late game itemization territory for them, and they are feeling very comfortable about just playing for next. Roshan, put that Aegis on this anti-mage and end the game. Talon looking to make sure that doesn't happen. Push the advantage here. But they're going to need a really good jump.
This game is dwelling on too long. They do manage to get the pounce onto Sumail. He breaks it and uses the haste route to get out of there. Q quickly eliminates Burrow, so that's a nice start. But at the same time, the Silencer's already dead. Snowball on through onto GH, who does use a shot on himself. They got the Doom out onto the Death Prophet, who's trying to keep his distance from Miracle. It's just not going to happen. And Mana Void blows him away. The Puck was still trying to go for that Shadow Demon kill, but GH kept himself pretty nice and healthy, and Sumail gets the kill on a Q before he could snowball.
Miracle just blows up Ollie while Talon are trying to blow up the Nigma supports, but the Nigma supports are a lot tankier. Yeah. Between the 4 staffs, the utility, the frost shield, that middle is just not that easy if 23 is not the one to find them. It just makes all the difference here. Once again, Jabs just has no playability in these fights. Way too much single target burst. And damn, the next Roche. Or just take your base now. Butterfly online for Miracle. Who is touching this anti-mage?
23 is going to try. And he does so by pouncing and immediately using his ultimate. Oh no, he gets hit by the Centaur Stomp from MC. He does have the shard. He's going to use that now. Depth Shroud only gives him so much cover though. Has to get out. Well, Miracle continues to go in. Him and Sumail tag team in the buildings.
Give him the old circle treatment.
And honestly, this is more aggressive than they need to be. There's a minute left. Roshan could be up at any time.
Yeah, you can throw the game here if you throw it. It's hard to throw, but technically you can. They're going to play disciplined. The call has been made. Captain Kuro says, please, guys. Our score. Please.
Remember, guys, we only have 1 win, and that's against Nouns.
No, why are you just putting Nouns down? You could say Nouns have 1 win against Nigma, and Nigma's looking pretty good in this game. That's true. Smoke flank, but Miracle just blinks into it. Global post Manta, they can get some stacks, but
yeah, they'll get some stacks, but he is looking pretty damn healthy. And now, oh no, he tried to get the pounce away, but he gets caught in the process. Kuro was able to grab him with the Sinister Gaze. And that is kind of looking at oh, he's got a nullifier. Yeah, Chaps, he just can't do anything in fights at this point.
Oh, you got to another Lincoln's, but honestly, I thought Slark was getting stacks in that fight. That's about as good as you're gonna get. Miracle blinks into you, and Manta's pre-global, but he only got 5 stacks out of all that. I think he missed
GG.
At least 5 or 6 hits on the Butterfly. Yeah, this game's over.
It's getting about that time, guys.
Yeah, what a joint. That's the vintage Nigma right there, man. Just buff the Miracle show. Let him join the fights when he chooses to off an early good hero matchup with good mana void targets. Get that right.
Cloud, if he's got these hawks coming through, you know, if there's no... We'll come back to this as they get the dive on, and everything I was saying is now inconsequential because Cloud has gone down, so Kami has to move away from these multiple kisses. There is still that buyback to the Beastmaster though. Let's see. Let's get himself back into this. The dive onto the back lines into the vortex as well. It's going to be a real nice dismember. The hooks come. Nice save. Though. He saves it. Cloud gets himself back into this now, and Kami is losing so much time. Kami's going to go down. They do get the kill onto Leppington there as well. So Mira with that freezing field, Mira will go down. Going down to the hooks. Yatsuro's still in that push roll. He's getting them back. They get the buyback out from the potent storm spirit. Everybody from the side of Hydra. They don't want to be giving this one up now as well, but they take down Leppington once again. That's the dieback on the disruptor, and Yatsuro, what can he do? The hook, it's going to be blocked mid hook. He's doing the dieback on the Cloud. Cloud, can he get himself away from this one? He's still being harassed by Collapse. One more right click, he goes down. That is going to be the Beastmaster dead for 115 seconds, and now the chase is on for the rest of the side of Hydra.
This Aghanims on the Morphling is just making him impossible to deal with. First of all, they use the little shredder on the Pudge to get rid of his armor. He has solid amounts of it, but it is just not enough. And then Yatoro just destroys it, and he knows that he can stand his ground because he cannot be stunned. You literally cannot be stunned. How do you stun water? Well, a lot of their damage, if not most of it, is on the Morphling.
Oh, the glimpse comes back though. Inside the status storm mirror, he has that Lotus going, and now if Soulfire actually dives a little bit further, the Thunder comes out. McParkin, he's dove in, yeah. They're going to be able to get the kill onto the Storms for it. Can they take down the push? They're going to be able to catch him, cancel off the TP. He's going to be dead. The Storms for it though, he has brought back, and they've got no kinetic field, no static storm. And like you say, they're even going to be able to get a lockdown onto Cloud, everybody inside of Hydra. They just overextended, and we praised them in the first game for respecting the power of team spirit here, but Hydra might have just lost the heads a little bit, and the buybacks, they're going to be forced out, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to defend this base with the Pudge being down, with no static storm for the next 27 seconds. Spirit, what can they get from this? I've been worried though, they're going to be able to get it. They get two, they do! They take them down, the cookie comes out, the Yatoro, freezing field, they might lose Happy. Is this the dieback? They do the break the Lincoln Sphere though. Morphlin, Law wants to come right back into this fight because you have the boots of travel to do it. It might take him a little bit longer now. No boots of travel though, so he's going to have to use the blinks, just do it by foot, it seems.
Level 25 Storm with a beast. That's just so much damage. They're going in for the Morphling. He doesn't have a buyback.
No, he gets. Do they get the kill? He goes down. Warwick has to go down though. It's going to be him left alive. No, it's not. The creeps are pushing in. There's no buybacks available on the side of Hydra, and this is going to be 4 heroes, even with the death of the Morphlin. No way Warwick defends this.
It's pretty much over. They don't have the glyph. The game is over. They gave it their best. Hydra, they made Team Spirit work for it. The team that is most likely going to be at the top of Eastern Europe DPC Division 1.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
You want to commit. There's just not enough damage. Crimson Guard, Atrophy Aura, Rubik's Fate Bolt, all this damage reduction. Let's see the combo. Bit of Malice.
Strong in by the Disruptor, and now they're going to be hitting from Win. It's back up once more. Bit of Malice, and Sumail is in it. They'll lose him in mind control. Right it back towards tomorrow. Trying to run from everybody on the side again. Go ahead.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Siphoning
attack.
and getting back into the base.
Has fallen.
Alive.
Yeah, I think when it's time to call it, it is time to call it. They have no business left in this.
And didn't get the tether off or something.
I think it got broken. Either way, I like the ghost up to purchase. That was pretty heads up, but we are back and there's a smoke action.
There's a divine right there. They're going in on Q. There's the hit. Okay, get that hit nothing. 23. It did not do
He's dead. Oh my god. Nothing. Less than 10% of his health.
I mean, I'm assuming that's just the game.
That, yeah, 100%. There's no point in talking about the
AU picks it up. I got it, bro. To die.
Let's go away, you.
Oh my god.
Victory.
We finally get to see them have a little bit of lead, but they need to have good vision, good entry to engage.
We're down up on high ground. Our Bulbaca, Red Panda, this would be huge if we can find a Static Storm before the Tombstone. Not bad. Stun from Lulu. He's thrown now over the Bulbaca. There. Starting to drop down. I love TK control for the moment. He does manage to get that one away. And the Supernova down. TK barely surviving. And it's going to be one down at his White Album to dodge, to hide away. The heal's coming in. They hoping for a save, but the BKB is out, and they're going to jump onto him. He has to back away. We have lost White Album again, and now Tango in trouble. Q is going to drop faster. These fight so well, and they clearly take down that Undying before the Tenacto.
And remember, it's ages, so they didn't really care about giving away. Big percentage profits.
Stun is out on the today. Didn't have a BKB available. Bulbaca dropping low. The 10th on back in. They have another kill off Bulbaca. Doesn't look like it because the Black Hole is there. That's on the agent. He doesn't have multi to become back. And after, they might take full advantage. Move.
Radiant's bottom
Rax
has fallen.
Up the bottom. Finally, Astro full advantage they're building.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, just for a brief second. Well, there it is. Back again with the higher network. When you click on the L, it's not really an inspiring network. Blink, BKB, Radiant. You might be able to get on top of a hero, but that's not the shot that's able to 100-0 here. Like even this Undying inside Scattered Storm, able to then get up with Flash God and from away.
Back, they have that trying to keep him alive. Makes the move, and again, into this fight without Monet here. It's pretty good for them. Right album, but now Monet is out. Now they're in a lot of trouble, but they continue to kill him. Okay. Alright. Pops ulti. Now the turn, punching. Really getting away. Sort of survived that first salvo. Very strong. Supernova down, pops the BKB. Ooh, he's just caught here. They want to get the kill. That's really himself up. And now the chase. With the avalanche, the toss. Thinks he's going to give up his life also. This Monet, he's way too strong. This might just be the full set of racks going down bottom. Aster, way too strong for Ares.
Like Ares did
GP. Oh, they're done.
Okay.
I was wondering. It looked like it was that type of game.
Yeah, it kind of was. It's like a game where you're an out, not really ever been in the league, he hasn't really never protected himself.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Boom. Everyone's just standing. How are they just standing right now? I can't help but fidget with my hero half the game.
I'll be running around in circles.
Yeah.
Pirouetting on the spot, the song. Blinking from Pure. They see Yatoro, 3 lined up. Potentialized path play. They're trying to go in. Toronto Tokyo, blown up by Collapse. Has to buy back. Yatoro gets off his BKB. Pure with another song. Sprints in. Who are they aiming for? Where is the target acquisition? They can't catch anybody. Collapse BKBs runs down south. Lol being chased out as well. Oh my god, 9-4. Hazy on disc refresher. Blinks to high ground. Gets away from danger for now. Pure, what's he up to? He's back to the high ground too. Mirror image out, Aegis claimed, lol in the fire, still surviving and blowing up GPK. Team Spirit,
nothing to do.
Sprinting out their base, they don't catch Nightfall on the way out, he's blinked out of the range of Mirror. They're still hunting though, and he's gonna find Toronto Tokyo. Who cares, Gem? I see Jakiro. Eon disc popped. And with his rapier damage is like short work and a twin-headed dragon.
Unstoppable.
Laurel, the collapse waiting in the back line actually worked. He stormed out of the tree line and he just then started eviscerating the 2 supports with the help of Laurel. He completely jumped over. They dodged everything that Nagma was trying to set and prep there. And Yatoro was also just firing the cannon from the top there. Did the combined damage of Collapse and Laurel together. He is a monster.
Oh, Pure. Lol. Oh, God. Nightfall's gonna get a bit of vision here with the Hawk.
Imagine.
Can they?
Imagine.
Will they?
They have to do something kind of crazy.
They're gonna be losing their base pretty soon. Lash has buyback. Naga Beastmaster have to get back to base to defend. Drow Rangers up here.
Radiant's middle
Tier 3 gone. Barracks to follow.
There's no buyback or collapse though. That's a big one. And Mira.
Radiant structure.
Look at all the wolves. Look at all the summons. It's vulnerable. Gets away from there. Help of the Glimmer Cave to jump in from Lol. Disruption, self-save. Barracks taken out. Lol. Oh, tries to fight. Nightfall. He'll just pop, but he can't get any control of Lol. Slow puck is all over the place. Now they go into the GPK, aiming for the puck. They're going to find him at long last. They get him, and the rapier's on the floor.
He messed up the phase shift. He canceled it.
Oh no!
Did you see that? I'm not crazy, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, he phase shift and accidentally ended it.
There's an axe blessing recipe. There's a rapier. There's all sorts of stuff everywhere.
An axe blessing recipe. What's that there? Okay. Not sure what the story on that one is. Meanwhile, Save, I think he had a refresher charge, right? Because Laryl dove him, he disrupts himself, and he tries to kill him again after it Save just refreshes and then uses it again. How have they not got the breaker?
That was another DD. I don't think they care. Toronto Tokyo's going to take it, is he? Oh yes, the Jakiro with a rapier.
Coming to feed it back to them, guys.
My goodness. There's Mega creeps on one side. Top lane Barrack still standing on Team Spirits. We're waiting for next Roshan, Trent.
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like BetBoom have such a good chance of winning these fights right now. They can't get like swarmed in the back line.
They missed the stun on BK. He's trying to hold his ground, but look at my dodge! Oh my god, Arturo shreds. Where'd he go? Daedalus hits, refreshes, blinks forward, kills off Save as well. SD's gone, TP home. Get the hell out of here, BetBoom now.
He's lucky he didn't get coiled. Dude. Leshrac vanished.
He looked okay until he didn't.
Until he got hit for 1,350 damage from a single right click? Yeah. Oof. Yeah. Right until that.
Ow.
Luckily, Toronto Tokyo was not there to feed the rapier back, so that's good.
And now Team Spirit running down lanes, coming for the Radiant base. Balls are still there to hold on to. Oh, this has got to be mentally debilitating for BetBoom.
Mini 71 minutes.
Team Spirit is wearing them down.
The admins have been on, they told them, nope, these guys. The longer this game goes, the harder things are.
Well, it's like Moomiander was saying in that Seb documentary. This isn't Dota you're playing. This is a slogfest. You're gonna wait it out and play 60-minute games. Long ass one. There's a long line. Watch go very far forward. He unders from Mira, but the Undying will fall inside the Radiant base. As Mira gets off one last finger of death, and the turns will go through. They kill GPK. It's a dialect on the ledge. Naga now in trouble. Song of the Siren trying to buy a bit of time, but Yatro moves forward, gets the damage in. Bill is dead. Oh god. It all comes crumbling apart for BetBoom now. Wait, back. They're on to Mira. The kill off Nightfall save though, and lol. He opens up on them. The howitzer is here. Massive 40 mil cannon just shattering into BetBoom. Drow saved by the rip. The soul is everyone dying. Oh, there's two. And she's called it over. Team Spirit.
That's the only one that mattered to me.
The Mount Rushmore, it's just
four faces of miracle. That's all I needed to see. And am I perhaps getting ahead of myself, getting so high on this, or is it just the sugar talking right now? Because I feel encouraged, thoroughly encouraged. But it was performances that we saw from Miracle even earlier in this tournament. We saw his Morphling performances. He was doing great. And so this, as good as it was, is surprisingly more of the same. It's the other members of this team that impressed me in this game number 1 against Talon. Yeah. Yep.
Mm-hmm. You know what's crazy? Is that at some point in all their careers, they've been considered the best player in Dota. I think everyone on Nigma.
Oh, Nigma, yes.
Like Kuro way back, I would say probably at least once, back at the end of like Dota 1 and stuff, there was a lot of like, Kuro.
He's the best carry player in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. But they've all held that title. Like GH back in like the crazy position 4 days.
Yep.
Like he definitely, everyone was like, oh, GH is so good.
Yeah.
He just makes every game unplayable.
MC, best offlaner.
MC, everyone thought he was like probably the best player. Like, they would even say on the team that he carried them completely. Wild. So they should, obviously they should win all of these games. Now I'm just disappointed. Yeah, what's wrong with these guys?
Maybe their issue is they just need to play more tournaments and less like leagues. Like leagues maybe haven't been their best thing ever, but tournaments is where they get into those old.
I mean, truth be told, so the Nigma organization came to be basically when COVID started. It was like 2019 TI9 was their last liquid. And then as a result, they've only had to play online Dota for like the past 3 years. So they have not had that much LAN experience. They did a few We Play tournaments like Mad Moon, and then they did a few.
Then they had to host their own tournaments.
Right, exactly.
Get the LAN.
Please let me play on location. They typically do good on these high pressure situations.
Talon Esports.
The sack.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I'm biased, but I would love to see Q pick up Tiny right about now, because you've mentioned all their other openings. You've mentioned the Nature's Prophet has gotten broken, the Death Prophet has gotten broken. The Tiny is unbeatable, but instead, they get a 23 Savage Hero first phase.
It's the Demon Opener.
Demon Opener, that's true.
I've heard that this is the flavor of C, is that they all just fight over Terrorblade.
Usually it's been paired with Coddle, which I have not seen at all so far this group stage, but that is SEA's favorite carry right now.
I mean, the Scotty is going to be amazing in this game. You're going to buy Scotty. It's going to be amazing against any hero that you're hitting, either IO saving them or Lesh just trying to Bloodstone. So,
but it's an illusion hero versus Leshrac.
Esports turn to ban.
IDC.
What? What do you mean?
You split push with the illusions, Trent. Your illusions get killed by literally any hero anyways. I mean, every hero kills them. Let's be real. How often do you see like 4 TB illusions staying alive for like 20 seconds? It never happens. They just, something kills them.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Talon Esports turn to ban.
You want some Beastmasters, you want Tower Pushers, or you want Vision Getters, people who can invade jungles?
So Beastmaster and Beastmaster.
Yes.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh.
Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining.
I'm on board. What is the fastest carry that you've seen Miracle get his hands on recently, though? Because I like the the Slark and the Ursa. But it seems like Miracle's been playing greedier carries as of the past 2 days.
Radiant team pick.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they've played a lot of games with Sumail playing like a semi-ish carry mid, right? It's been a lot of DK, but I think they very rightly recognize that like they fall into this trap in previous iterations of literally this team where they're like, yo, we can't play 2 people that need a lot of farm. It worked last game really well, obviously, but I think they've been more conservative in that way. So Sumail takes the more playmaky, sacrificial role, still does well, but isn't playing as hard carry, and that allows Miracle to do that himself.
What's the plan with this IO? Though, like who's playing it? I would also assume it's GH. So doesn't that make the laning partner incredibly important for it as well, though? Yeah, that's true. We just do it that way.
Talon Esports turn to
I'll see if they can keep it going here. Let's start out with the Phoenix.
They got some heals. I mean, run them in, shoot them with all the heals in the world. And once the Scotty comes, it's gonna be a little bit harder, but yeah.
I definitely think there's like this idea that TB likes playing against Phoenix to some people, but I think if your TB's hitting an egg, that's generally a pretty good thing for your team. You know, you're tanking the big hits. Like, sure, he's got range, obviously, but overall, I would not say it's a good situation for a TB generally.
I feel like it also makes the team fight easier if somebody gets doomed. If it's like a bad team fight where a guy gets doomed and they're chasing that guy, but there's also an egg about to explode and he's retreating into it, that also gives you some reset potential.
It's like very similar to the Centaur. Same idea, kind of. Like, it's, you know, you can mess with commitment to fight.
Talon Esports turn to
Silencer.
Ooh. Yeah. Dude, they're so heavy commitment right now. They have global, meta, and doom. Like, these are 3 spells that, like, if the fight does not go well when they want the fight to start, it is going to look very no bueno for them.
What was your verdict on Silencer after seeing it last game? Yeah.
Radiant team pick.
Ember Spirit.
Talon Esports turn to
Slug.
Right. And I guess just the anti-relocate spell in case they're trying to save out the Leshrac or something like that. And you get the high-speed carry that you were hoping for. It's Io and Slark.
Miracle Classic right there.
5 seconds remaining.
Yep.
It's kind of interesting to pick it into the Doom because it makes me scared to get doomed. But there's a lot of heroes that'll need to get doomed now.
I mean, we got Snap and Mirana also still in for Talon, which I assume will be the 2 bans.
turn to ban.
All right, because like Mirana's really good with the Ember and also pretty good versus the Phoenix. Snap's just solid.
And Q loves that hero.
Yeah.
Ten seconds remaining.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
He might get his tiny. I mean,
oh yeah, I'm shocked that actually he has not been selected or banned as we get to the final phase.
I think it's worth it to ban the Mirana instead, though. I do think the Mirana is the best looking hero here for them.
The Clockworks, the Tusks.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. And also, get hype, Makoto Ember Spirit on the board for Talon.
When you need a win.
When you need a win.
Amazing bans.
What can I say? There's a Phoenix. I've seen some stuff.
This guy should be upgraded to analyst so that I get the ice cream next time.
Well, you're really hung up on this ice cream thing.
Yes.
Next time I'll pass the spoon over.
10 seconds remaining.
Q's agonizing with that pink hair. What's he gonna play right now? You want to deal with the Phoenix, or do you want to deal with the Slark? Ideally, both.
What about something funky? I wish they had more control for like a Sky or something. I want to get nutty with this. Like, I hate it when you're like 9th picking a tiny, like something that like you almost hit a first phase. I don't know. Like, I want to go deep into that support pool right now and find that perfect hero, like your AA games and that kind of stuff.
Okay.
But obviously, I mean, he's already banned, so well done, Nigma. But exactly. Oh, the coddle. You could use the cooldown.
Yeah.
Constant cooldown reduction on the TB.
That was the SCA favorite.
Infinite metas. That's tiny.
I mean, it's fine. You can separate the Lesh from the IO or the Slark from the IO. AoE stuns, the disable. I like it. Little burst damage. Threatens some other guys. And not a good egg hitter.
No.
No.
Yeah, they're gonna give up on that one.
Yeah.
Ed gets popped. They're like, all right, see you later.
5 seconds remaining.
I think Centaur. Okay, don't go. All right, I'm calling it Legion into lose. That's my call.
Ooh, I love the classic one.
Yeah, I'm calling it right now.
Somebody gets doomed, you press the attack, and you're like, well, attack faster, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, they're gonna do it. They're gonna pick Legion.
I agree
see
that.
it.
I agree
They're
that
gonna
Centaur's
do
great,
it.
but like every offlaner is buying Greaves, and that is like not the Centaur item, surely.
How about Underlord? The anti-illusion hero, Greaves builder, Crimson Guard builder.
I
You
like
guys
their-
love
Aura's
They're really nice.
Disables.
TB. Nice. Good hero.
All
Good
of you,
hero.
get off my panel now.
Yay.
All right.
Host analyst.
I didn't say Underlord into win or Underlord into lose because I don't know how good it is, so that's your guys' job now. Kazu, Underlord into what for Nigma Galaxy?
You know what's gonna happen? You're gonna see this Phoenix dive in on you. He's gonna press Ag, and you're gonna be like, "What's this idiot doing?" And all of a sudden, these two balls of light come out of the ground, and the entire Nigma team shows up. And then Slark yeets himself in as well. It's gonna be a surprise. It's gonna be really very global strat.
The Slark yeeting did not go well for 23 Savage though, but I guess here there's not quite as much ground targeted stuff that he needs to be worried about.
Sir, this is Miracle.
Oh,
I don't know if you saw
my
last
mistake.
game.
My mistake. I forgot to bless up, pour one out for my boy Miracle.
It's not dead yet.
It's not dead yet.
I like it. Classic, putting all our hopes on the mid players. Like, I definitely agree. Like, these are signature heroes for a reason, right? Everyone's just gonna blame them or praise them if they win or lose. Let's make it like 2013 Dota. Respect. That's it.
Wow. It's just that's Purge seems incredulous.
MC needs an Atos. He needs some setup on this team. He needs to set things up. Sumail get a blink dagger. Go be aggressive. Set things up. I just see them punishing 23 Savage a lot.
Beat aggressive.
I didn't.
Beat
No.
aggressive.
Nope.
Beat aggressive. Game 2 underway with my boy Cap in SVG.
Almost there.
Oh boy. Don't really know how to follow that up. Panel's having way too much fun.
That's what Ice Cream does. You give Neil a pint, and it all goes to his head. He gets out of control.
I'm fairly certain he had a different kind of pint the way he was acting up there.
No, that's the one I was talking about, the pint in the green room. I wasn't talking about the one on stage.
Oh, jabs. All right, apparently we're going to start this game. Didn't Nigma 5-ban and get first blood last game?
First blood.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, and they got
got it.
that for Miracle too?
That's just too easy.
Do not fight.
I feel like this is another pretty solid draft by Nigma. I feel like they were also the best IO Slark team back in that patch when it was IO Slark. There were a couple teams that were really good at it, but this was one of the scariest because you have GH IO, probably the best IO in the world historically. And you have Miracle, who's one of the better aggressive laning carries, in my opinion. He knows how to really push an advantage and just abuse offlaners. There were a lot of IO Slark games that these guys they won the game off of just this lane. IO Gyro up there as well. So I'm expecting great things from this duo in terms of the laning phase. And then if you can transition that into playing with IO Lesh in this game, this Talon draft might be a little slow to come online. Again, I feel like a lot depends on what happens mid. Last time, Makoto had a pretty good laning phase, but they weren't really able to transition it into shutting anything on that Nigma side down. Could be a similar story here. I think Makoto will probably do fine. It's just a question of what happens after that, because he has a tiny and silencer to play with, which is not really the best supports at playing around in Ember's tempo. There's not the greatest in terms of follow-up spells. You can maybe gank the Leshier with a tiny rotation, but then you're leaving jabs in a solo lane versus an IO Slark, which is pretty terrifying. There's a lot of destruction that can happen in this laning phase for Talon that they have to be wary of. Just gotta push through it.
You talking about the historic player-hero combinations on the side of Nigma and Talon. They may not have such a same kind of high praise, but their most successful hero has probably been Q's Tiny.
Oh yeah, for sure.
This guy has been a monster on this hero for the last year, so we'll see whether or not they could put something together, because I agree that it is not the lineup that feels easy to make moves with.
It's not super straightforward, but that's where Tiny shines. Like when you need a hero that's going to create some play action for you in a lineup where you otherwise don't have it, I'm thinking Tiny to do that. I feel like every time. The second this hero gets Blink, I feel like the game just changes. All of a sudden, every team fight's very straightforward. You blink, you stun, you toss him back. Tiny Airlines, first class ticket. Easy.
And those flights have been getting mighty expensive lately.
They really are, man. Inflation.
MC?
It hurts. As this
he's
meta
dead.
Hurts.
Surely he's dead.
Yeah, it's 2.
+2, almost +4. Kuro only barely able to stay alive through those last couple of hits.
It's a good kill here. You want to get 23 off to a good start on this Terrorblade.
Oh,
and there's that IO Slark going to work. Early Orba Corrosion Rush for Miracle. Just punishing the double melee lane down here.
You just ran him down.
They did get the Equilibrium decent, pretty far back, but not back enough.
It looks like one of those situations where you give the support kill, and obviously it's very bad, but at the same time, Jabs he's got the creep wave close to his tower. He's soloing it up right now. So.
I mean, he's doing okay, but you got to remember this Miracle Slark got first blood, and that's his second Agi stack as well. He is very far ahead in the net worth department on this Slark with absolute free farm CS and aggressive itemization.
Toss back the IO, but he has the tether to be able to get back to the safety of Miracle.
Good courier kills happening.
Yeah. The Orba Corrosion that you've already mentioned, and then the early net worth, he could get a really fast boots, treads. I don't know how a double melee lineup deals with that.
That's why this lane can just be explosive for Nigma, which is what you want out of the IO Slark. When you can play aggressive and abuse the snowball, just power to that mid game on an entirely different level. And he has boots already flying out. Top lane still going pretty decent for Talon here, as well as mid. They're winning both technically. And of course you get a little stolen int. Never hurt anybody. MC wishing he had a couple mantles up here.
How's mid lane going? 20-6 for Sumail, 19-2 for Makoto.
He's a little ahead of net worth though, so winning out some of these regen trades. Not too bad when you're versus Leshrac. Hero is a hard laner to deal with the chain lightning spam.
Sumail Leshrac especially. I mean, Makoto
king for a reason.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
All these
Makoto
mids, man.
Nice toss back.
Oh, that's a beauty.
Dark Pact only helps Miracle so much, and they do manage to get the kill on him. So Q finds the opening to be able to even out this laning phase in bottom lane that was looking to be pretty rough. I thought it was going to really start snowballing against him.
That's a huge kill. So much room for Jabs to just power on towards his Midas, and you're slowing down that.
Get him too. Why not?
2 for 1. The net of destiny. Not usually a spell we think of as dominating the lane here.
No, not at all.
They are making it work. Kuroki flirting with danger. This is a tough support matchup. That last word really messes with you. You can never dive out from it.
I think the best part about that IO kill is it's right as Miracle is coming back up, so you prolong the time that this duo is operating independently of each other.
And he's just not even going back there. Just goes towards mid with the bottle refill. Trying to run it at Makoto, who is not 6 yet. Maybe didn't expect this game.
Anybody help? It doesn't look like it.
That's a good gank right there.
There were TPs available, but I guess nobody felt like they could stop that aggression.
And meanwhile, Jabs had to walk back to base off of those bottom skirmishes. So this move just goes completely unpunished on GH because Miracle's still free farming down here.
You could set up for the 6-minute power rune. Q is busy pulling the wave, so he won't be able to bodyguard it.
Who are you gonna tether in this mid-game, Cap? Are you gonna tether the king on the king of mid-heroes, Leshrac? Or are you gonna tether Miracle God on his signature Slark? I don't know if it's his signature, but whatever.
Yeah, I thought his signature was anti-base. That's what you said last game.
Well, in this game, it's his signature. Who are you tethering?
Sumail.
Wrong. You tether Miracle so Kuro doesn't kick you. That was Matumba's mistake.
He played carry IO and didn't tether to Miracle enough.
That's why they didn't want to play. That's why they want to play Core IO. Because you play Core IO on this team, you're just sweating the whole time. Oh, God.
No.
Who do I tether?
I mean, I say Sumail just because I think IO Leshrac. It's a nice mid game, much more than Slark does.
I mean, not if I feel like kills down here.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting a lot of stacks the way this is racking up. Jeez. Miracle, is he going to be able to get the second one? He is. Double goes down. He dies to the creep afterwards, but who cares? He got a double kill. He got all that experience. He got 2 more stacks on him.
Oh, this IO Slark lane is really doing work, and GH is going to be able to hold the whole wave down there as well. I mean, 23 is doing fine up here. He's kind of mostly free farming with a kill. Doing pretty well in this matchup.
Is he gonna kill? Watching GH almost died in the
struggling
creeps.
down here.
Help! Help!
Miracle will get all this. He's having a great game here, and Sumail's having a great one as well. Both these cores at the top of the chart by a decent margin. So GH is going to have his pick of who he tethers to. Just create havoc all over the map. I mean, he's really high level on this IO too. He's almost level 6. You can see an early reload into top with how much damage is being done. 23 is just dead.
Talon is just
gone. Sumail's like, what the hell, man? Why'd you kill him so fast? I walked all the way up here.
What's the point of me being here now?
I'm gonna steal your wave. That's what you deserve.
Take my kill, I take your creeps.
This is another game that's looking pretty good for Nigma.
Honestly, this laning phase has...
Why has everybody been flaming this team? They look great.
Yeah.
Championship form.
Nice TPing out, and there's no disables. Yikes.
Haste rune wasted here from Makoto. And that sucks, because that's a really good rune at this point in the game. Might have been able to connect with a Doom bottom or something that's pretty high value. Instead, just goes nowhere, and you're going to have relocation up right now. 8.5 minutes here for GH. You might even just be able to early relocate on one of these lanes if Talon aren't thinking about it.
That is crazy good timing.
Yep.
Because normally they suffer an experience, right? Because you're, as an IO, you're just constantly sitting in lanes. Your carry is like under-leveled, but they're both level 6.
To the benefit of all the kills. Gets so much XP.
He was really that greedy, huh? Trying to body block Q to make sure he doesn't take away the bottle refill. Tosses him away. Nice play by Q there. So he actually gets that bounty rune and gets away. His life intact.
I mean, Talon are looking around this area, but I don't think there's a window here. I don't think you have enough early damage to punch through this IO sustain, even just with a wand. Nighttime vision for Slark. They're going to get the D ward off that play as well. And then just farm up this triple stack that GH set the plate with. Of course, both of them won it, but only one can reign supreme. Now you're looking at the end of this nighttime interval, but MC took this tower top. Both the cores for Nigma are online. You're going to have to start punching back here for Talon. 10-minute rune, the place to do it, because you need this power rune for Ember right now.
Must have kill. Leshrac will end up dying, so Talon with a successful rotation. A DD for Makoto, and they can go for the IO maybe.
Yeah, he reloaded for that, and he did not get it. So GH coming back to mid.
Gonna be able to get the tether away onto Kuro, who started walking back at the Phoenix to that tether stretch a little bit farther.
That's a lot of levels for these Talon supports, though. They were struggling a bit, but now they're both level 5, and there's still a tome flying out. So you're gonna maybe have this global up, maybe some extra tiny points. That was a rough death for Sumail. you got to kind of expect this 10-minute rune rotation. There's no other play that Talon can really be making.
Such a fast diffusal blade.
Oh yeah, I don't know if Makoto's ready for this one, but can he land the pounce?
I think he's got a remnant out. Tries to hit him after the slight, and he is able to jump away to the remnant he preemptively laid out. Because if he doesn't have a remnant out, it's actually super dangerous because that diffusal blade's low, right? The inhibit.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
That is
attack.
one downside for this Nigma lineup, though. Their stuns are a bit lacking.
Yeah.
They do not have the best initiation or setup until that Slark Ags, which I think is pretty much necessity at some point in this game to maintain the lockdown. You could go that Atos Underlord build, but honestly, it's just not what this pick is here for. This pick is here to buy the ores and buff up the 2 other cores and make sure you have the early Greaves for that IO tether pair so you can get early Roshans and objectives in this game. Like I don't want MC going Atos. It's just not what your lineup's designed to do.
Yeah.
You'll get it later, but it means in some of these early skirmishes,
Radiant's bottom
it might be a little
tower is
annoying that
under
Miracle
attack.
can't snowball with this early diffusal as much as he wants to.
Radiant's
MC
bottom
using the
tower
Dark Rift
has
to
fallen.
kill the Siege Wagon wave. So I thought that was a cute play.
I mean, Makoto still got the last hit with that DE, so he's not too sad. And as far as Talon's lockdown, it's all about getting more levels on this Ember, so he has those chains points up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Power Rune on the other side. Invis Rune for Ollie. Or Q, rather.
Game is definitely slowed down for Nigma. They did not get to transition what was a pretty good laning phase for their cores into that really high tempo IO pressure that I think they would have wanted to. And now Talon finding a little opening.
And he can't dive away because Silencer is the big counter to Phoenix in that situation. If you use the dive, then you'll just come right back because you'll be silenced from last words. So
6 int for Ollie.
Not too bad.
Meanwhile, Jabs quietly farm his way to the top of the net worth chart on this Midas Doom. He will TP top to try and join this MC kill, but he's too fast. A big man lumbers away.
The armored slug. 6-6, 13 minutes in here in game 2. Nigma Galaxy, who went 1-1 just earlier today against Nouns, already got a win over Talon. They're looking to make it 2. It'll be their first series win of this tournament, if they can manage to do so. But even just a 1-1 makes their run back into potential area where they could go in as the top 4 team.
Man,
I mean, it's
really
a long road. Don't get me wrong, but
I don't know. I mean, the Miracle Rampage from last game, that's a spiritual series win. You know, we'll give it to him on that. This is round 2. MC overstayed his welcome. I believe he has.
Just a little bit.
He has been up here for a long time, making Talon work for it. But I think they're happy to clean up that kill, because that's a lot of extra gold for this Tiny who's working towards that blink, which is going to enable this entire Talon lineup. There's a reason they pick this Q Tiny so much. It's because it lets them get away with these greedy, clunky lineups that otherwise don't have the jump and initiation. Because all of a sudden you get that blink, you just run around the map, you blink toss someone into your ball. TV's hitting them, Doom's hitting them. You can global on some revo save. It brings the whole lineup together. So you do not want to be feeding any extra gold this Tiny. You don't have to. And this is your Bloodstone timing for Leshrac, which they haven't gotten a lot done with here, right? I mean, he's stealing some farm. That's great.
Yeah.
Drop a rune for him.
He hasn't done
haven't
much
gotten that fight
yet, but this is kind of where it starts peaking, right? The IO Lesh.
This is when it's pretty damn strong. You can get on top of heroes. That's the issue, though.
Yeah, they just need good Dark Rifts. They need good pits to allow Sumail to be able to follow this up, and they've got one on 23 here. They hit the stun, slow him down. The Global Silence stops the Split Earth from coming out. So
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Nice global. I don't think you're going to use it in the next minute and a half here, and that was a Split Earth land. If you don't choose to do that, it's going to force Nigma to just claim this tier 1 instead of 23's life.
Bottom tower has fallen.
And Talon will continue to farm towards their Tiny blink.
Ember actually cut the wave mid because the Siege Wagon is pushing in. So he's trying to create pressure somewhere else on the map where Nigma are going for that big tower push. Not a bad idea.
Ember's definitely had a slow game. This is a later Maelstrom than he would like. It's going to give some rain to this Nigma lineup. Sumail with the early plate mail as well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
A lot of tank ability here. They just want to force the issue, and they are indeed forcing it. You get an early Aegis out of this somehow, Miracle's just going to go ham. He's already poking
Dire's
you.
middle tower
Echo
has
Saber,
fallen.
I kind of like that. He had a pretty damn good game, so you can delay this Ags a little bit more. It's not going to hurt you. There's no early objective taking from Talon that's going to punish you not having the latch to exert map pressure.
Dire are scanning.
You can always disassemble it too.
Yeah, he's eventually going to turn it into
Mage Slayer.
Yeah, Mage Slayer. And that's, I mean, that's a powerful pickup, especially against the Ember Spirit.
Oh, yeah. So I don't mind Nigma playing a slow game. I almost think the emphasis is on Talon to make something happen with this tiny blink. And they agree. Instant smoke off Q getting that delivered. This is the big fight they want. They want to get a good toss back, abuse their Doom BKB, abuse this meta that's up for 23. If this fight happens around the Roche pit, all the better for it. But Nigma have read this game to a T and have dodged it completely.
Yeah, they even had the scan there on the upper river point, thinking that, okay, there's probably smoked and they might be invading our triangle. Not actually the case. Talon instead went for the kill. Farther north of that, but point is, Nigma did have the idea correct. Now they aim to defend this tower. Talon might just be forcing things a bit.
This is a hard go if Nigma are ready for it.
They get a nice toss back onto the Underlords. That kill me. Oh no! The heal came in just in time and the relocate. Still though, an IO without the Leshrac combo there. Oh, they need a Sunder. He gets it off, but at the same time, is 23 going to be able to live with this extra bit of health? For the Hurricane, that was beautiful from Jabs. Miracle though, he's got another pounce and he latches onto him. He's going to collect on that kill. 23 falls.
You can hide, but not from Miracle Slark. And that was the ready I'm talking about. GH is just too good of a healer. That's what GH stands for.
Good heals.
Good heals, my friend. What a perfect reload save. That reload save was so fast on the tether. Ollie didn't even have time to global. He's like, oh, what?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they were like, oh, this Underlord's just gone. Why do I have to global here?
It was a great toss back.
You had to global, son.
And Talon, like a Q plays, right? The Sunder going down, use the Hurricane to push 23, like they're saving each other, but it's still not good enough.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Fishy,
attack.
fishy. And that was that IO mech as well. He just got it delivered for that fight.
Oh no, Makoto really wanted to finish off this tower. Now I have a feeling it's going to get denied instead.
Radiant's middle
One
tower
might even
has
say,
been
Cap,
denied.
that
Dire's
the
top tower
stars
is under
are
attack.
aligning.
No, stop this.
I mean, that's their team motto. It's like that's not even a pun in some sense. I'm just promoting.
Yes, I know. That's why I don't like it. If it was a pun, I would have enjoyed it.
Well, what's Talon's motto? The claw is sharp. I don't know. It's not my fault they don't have one. Maybe they do. I don't know it.
I didn't want to say this on broadcast, but I hate promoting the team brands. They're a little hashtags. Hashtag stars align. Yeah.
Hashtag the claw.
Hashtag.
Is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower
What is SMGs moving under fire?
I mean,
I don't get that one.
It's still none of them compete with Arm the Rebels. That's my favorite for sure.
True. It's applicable in so many areas.
are scanning.
However, we are getting sidetracked as that discussion means Miracle has finished Ags. And I feel like that is a green light for this Nigma team because now you have the consistent lockdown. You can tether him into the fight as well to give him the overcharge on the hits.
I think it was literally the only thing missing for their lineup, right?
And Talon are making another smoke move. Oh, Miracle.
Do not get caught off right now, sir.
He's going in.
He goes in. Oh, Miracle. Quick reaction, though. Gets off his ultimate. A dice toss away from Q. Gets jabbed out of danger. And they're burning through this Tiny. He's going to die pretty quickly. 23 on the high ground with the meta, but they don't have a way to stop these heroes. Nigma just reset pretty easily, and Talon are just going to have to accept the L. And probably, I think Nigma I don't know, I guess they're not really a Roche team, but I feel like there is nothing, like Talon can't contest them.
I mean, they're a decent Roche team. With the overcharge on these heroes, it's gonna melt pretty fast. Yeah, that's just Roshan Aegis for Miracle. He can play even more aggressive. And he has played well this series. And when Miracle's playing well, this is what this lineup is built around. This is how this team's supposed to function. Around this guy just destroying games, buffing him up. Fast fingers. Maybe on vacation, but he was still working it out.
Samson still nice and limber when he was needed most. And Nigma definitely needed him. Their roster changes really did not work out for them this season.
And honestly, I think at this point you have Pipe, you have Crimson on this Underlord. You still have that egg that can cause interference in the fight and the mech on GH. I wouldn't mind just tethering into this Slark in the fight and abusing Aegis with the overcharge. Let Sumail just run around on his own with Bloodstone and kind of play the tanky frontliner, right? Because he's going to get buffed by Pipe and Crimson. He's not that susceptible to getting bursted in a game like this.
Sure, yeah.
Just let Miracle go ham. And I don't think Talon have a good answer to it right now. They are struggling to find a way to control this Slark. It's just Doom, but Aegis prevents that. So now I think you just have to split the map if you're Talon. Abuse the Terrorblade illusions. Abuse the fact that Makoto is still mostly uncatchable. Outside of if Miracle really wants to try and set up on him with some pounce out of the trees. It is an option.
And maybe the only highlight for Talon is the fact that Makoto can always stay out on map pretty deep.
Yeah, once he has BKB, that's just 100% guaranteed for pretty much the entire game. Miracle will be going Shadowblade, which I like. Then he can play alone on the map, and you can reload the Lesh into that fight. That's a way they can maintain map control. Sets up everything just super nicely here.
Jabs trying to put that Hurricane to use.
He is just free pokes, right? Yeah. What are you going to do here? I guess you can go to the IO pair, which is what Talon are looking to do. This is a pretty nice move.
Perfect timing, too, right as they went on to Makoto. Unfortunately, they do not have the damage to quickly kill the IO, and he's managed to just TP away. They both do.
Oh, that's pretty depressing for Talon.
Yeah, a little bit, Jeff's still being gone on. This time he doesn't have the Hurricane. Has to use the BKB on himself.
Miracle in. I don't know if that was the play, but
I don't think so.
Dire structures are fortified.
Sometimes his little pokes work out. You know, it's a forced error. Leads to Sumail to deal some extra tower damage. He has Regen Rune and bots up in 5 anyway. There's a lot of global map presence for this Nigma lineup. Underlord can join the fight. Sumail can bots in. You can reload somebody else.
Is it the
Girl can shove the waves.
What is it about the fact that both games, Anti-Mage and Slark, Miracle's played a hero that Talon just cannot seem to really stop? There seems to be something missing in their draft that Nigma have exploited really well with their carry picks.
Just a lack of control.
They
have like some minor control. I think Talon's used to playing in a lot of these games where their cores just outscale the enemies, and they can let the fight come into them. But in these games, I just don't think that's 100% true. And I think Nigma are abusing the fact that these Talon lineups are a bit slower and they're getting the Roshans. Like, Miracle's had a lot of Aegises in this series.
Yeah, that's true.
So maybe you have a Doom or something, but if your control is limited and you're playing into a bunch of Aegises, it just makes the game impossible. And this is just vintage Nigma. They're just buying all the buffs from Miracle, throw it on top of him, let him go ham. It's pretty hard to control this Slark when he has Pipe and Crimson and double heals and a Lincoln's being built on mind control. And all the Aegises in the world. It's a lot. Go for the easier target. Slug. The Slug has been salted.
Can you channel the Dark Rift if you
maybe
GH gets him out again. No way! They just do not have the damage to deliver the finishing blow. 23 going for a desperate TP out. That is not going to work. Ollie, a little bit more reasonable. Will be able to. Jabs is going to get run down next, though. Pops the BKB. But,
he's gone. He's just gone here.
Yeah, he's going to use that time. Hurricane down. Pounce. The whole Miracle can follow you just as easily.
You can delay it, but you're going down eventually to these pounces. Man, these GHIO saves are so good for so long, too.
Yeah.
It's absolutely terrifying. Like, the globals are just I don't even see them coming. I'm not sure how you're supposed to global a reload out of a gate. It's like a save on a save.
So
Literally call the ambulance, but not for me.
So MC used his Dark Rift to his allies for them to be able to pass through.
Yeah.
And then they jumped through, and then GH was able to get the relocate out. That's pretty sick.
And that was a fast reload out of the gate.
Yeah, it was. I mean, the crazy part for me is all of these fights. It's like, even if they kill MC, the fight is still terrible for them. So we dropped the gate.
They all run through.
They all run through.
Reload goes off. You get the mech heal, and global's just not there. So you're just out of dodge.
That's really cool.
I mean, I think global's on cooldown, so maybe if you even have it, it doesn't change it. But that's a tough fight once that type of double save action happens. Like, man, this team is looking pretty damn good in these
Radiant's
games.
bottom tower is under attack.
I'm not gonna say they're gonna like win the tournament. You know, I said that last game, but
yeah, well, yeah, I'm not gonna say that. Well, I already said that.
I mean, we all know the franchise has already been turned around.
Tower is under attack.
Now you're just marching towards those dubs. Haters be damned.
It's inevitable. They're only up by 4K, but it feels so much more. It feels like Talon can't fight back.
No, it feels very difficult. They need a really good fight where this Terrorblade gets to sit and be a turret and just hit everybody forever. And if that happens, they do have the damage. They can also take these fights off of the tiny displacement. We haven't really seen it too much.
Yeah.
The reload save's been really annoying, but in theory, if you toss someone in and you global, that person's probably dead. I say probably because it hasn't happened, but there's a goddamn lot of healing going on.
Slark, the only one, hasn't done any healing.
Here's another nighttime smoke. Miracle, thinking about it.
You've scored, given.
Decides to show mercy.
And if this game feels and looks impossible for Talon to be able to fight back, it seems Dota Plus agrees. They're saying like it's a 90-10 game right now. So that 4,000 net worth lead, it's a bit deceptive, I guess.
I don't know if it's 90-10. That seems a little severe. I'd maybe say it's like 85-15.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
90.
You're gonna make a big deal about 5% difference?
All right, fine. Maybe it's like 87-13. 90-10 is just ridiculous, dude.
The worst part is that I rounded it up. It was 87-13.
Well, there you go. That's what I'm saying. If you're gonna get it right, at least get it right, you know? Come on, man.
Yeah, but 87-13 doesn't sound good. 90-10, people understand.
After that kill, it's probably 90-10. What is it now? Actually, fine. Nope, 87. It really likes this 87. It's flatlined. There is no
Talon's about the flatline.
Dire's middle tower.
Just no control.
Yeah, Miracle just hops into the base. Hey, how's it going? Hops back out again.
You just gotta get a toss back at some point. Somebody needs to come into your clutches. 10 seconds for this Doom respawn. Shiva's up for Sumail. You have one for jabs as well. I mean, the items are here for Talon. It just doesn't feel like they have enough damage to cut through the heal.
My favorite thing about what you just said is you say, well, it's pretty much only toss back that can win them the fight.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to come in clutch. like anybody else can
look at
do
this,
it.
though. The reload bottomed the farm, but they're coming back.
Oh, my God. What was that? Oh, but even worse, they couldn't actually kill him. The BKB goes out for Sumail with a Bloodstone. They have to keep their distance. They have the Depth Shroud there from Miracle as well. And he managed to get the pounce on at 23. They're trying to get him away from this situation. They got the Doom out onto the Slark. The Slark's dead. Coming in from behind Makoto. They're going to go for the Phoenix next. 23 finally died, yes, but Sumail and MC are left without their teammates. Is it possible for Makoto to fight these two?
No.
Okay.
But you can run away.
Run away.
And I feel like you take that as a dub. You got the Slark kill.
Yeah, 3 for 3 exchange.
You much rather have Terrorblade live, but you got as good a Thunder you're going to get there. Full HP on that Slark. He gets finished off by Makoto on the backside. I thought that was just going to be a insta-pop on the IO on the reload back at least.
Yeah, it was both concerning the start of that fight, the fact that they couldn't actually kill the IO, but, you know, they won the fight in the long. or at least win even.
What is it?
Fight.
Hashtag the claw is sharpest.
The claw is
I don't even know what that means.
Why is the claw? Why not the Talon?
I mean,
their Talon is sharp.
Their hashtag can't be the Talon. Something that their name is Talon. You know.
Hashtag sharp talons.
You can't be Nigma. Hashtag the Nigma Alliance.
Because talons are different than claws. That's why.
Oh, it's a type of claw. You can claw somebody with a talon.
Okay, man. Clawing talons then. Hashtag.
I'll think about it. I'll think about that.
That was a. Can we talk about that? That was so greedy. What is it? Relocate down to bottom lane.
It was a little greedy, the positioning. I think they felt like 10 seconds. What's the worst that can happen?
Yeah.
They just all got smoked on.
Well, now you have an Aghanim Scepter onto Mikoto, who has already been very hard for Nigma to actually do anything about besides ignore him for the most part.
I mean, is he going to go for an Aegis steal or something?
He's going to try. He's going to pop the BKB. He's going to go around. And he can finish it, and he gets it.
What?
Nice. Well played, Mikoto. I mean, you said somebody has to step it up, and apparently that person is Mikoto.
Okay. I don't know if that should have worked like that because he went in really early. I think you just stopped killing it there and you waited out. Yeah, a little lack of discipline from Nigma. They're going to pay a pretty big price as he gets Aegis out of that. That's brutal. That delays this game so much. Aegis is your siege mechanism here. Or at least your mechanism for Miracle to go in the fight, right? Now these fights, you have a window where Ember, number one, Ember can frontline a lot more to give you vision, wear out some of these Slark spells, and number two, you might get the Doom on this Slark. Brutal. Absolutely brutal steal. Somebody has to step up in this game. Mikoto says it will be me.
I like that. He sees that Roshan's low, but not low enough for him to go for the steal, and he just starts committing for. He just starts hitting the Roshan.
I mean, once you're in, you're in.
Miracle finding an opening here.
Doesn't have Basher. Jab should be able to BKB TP.
Yeah. Just... Bye. And the relocate was used for that. So even though BKB on cooldown, I wonder if it's worth considering for Talon to go and try and take a fight around this.
I mean, I think that's worth for the space alone. You're farming up your Terrorblade in this whole period.
Yeah.
I think that's worth it for jabs.
You feel like, so that like that 90-10, 85-15, whatever, do you feel like it gets closer to 50-50 the longer the game goes? I mean, in general, that concept is always there, right? Like, if a game goes late enough, it just becomes more of a coin flip. That's what you always told me.
There's some truth to that. You know, past 60 minutes, does net worth mean anything? The answer is yes, but yes. I mean, not spiritually. You know, spiritually, the game is even.
Economically, it does mean something, but spiritually.
As a relation to the total amount of gold in the game, any individual's hero's net worth is not as large in impact. So,
I mean, gold's just a construct, man.
Yeah, it's just a capitalistic ideal. Does it really exist? Are we really human?
Oh no, the two supports. Okay, force staff gets away from one pounce. The second one actually doesn't land. They get an avalanche to kind of cover Ollie a little bit further. Surely he's going to die for this. He didn't get Doom. Oh, he popped out for a second. Miracle quickly disappears into the shadows. Mikoto jumping around like crazy, but does get caught. Hit by the Pit of Malice. Now the split earth, but
here.
He's still okay with the remnant going out, but he doesn't have anything left. Okay, that's going to be life number one. Can Talon find an opening here?
They got the egg in the meantime.
Yeah, the egg is down. 23, Big Bad and Golden just running forward in the meta form. That Blink stun was so close to landing on two, but MC and Sumail both got away from it. Now they're going to turn.
Nice Yules behind time.
Distance away from the 23. They're going to try and go through the gate. Makoto's following him. Makoto's going to chase after him. MC did not go home. He went to top lane. Somehow lost sight of him.
Miracle got a DD somehow in the river and is fighting it below.
This fight is so split. Okay, MC's still dead. I thought maybe Miracle was actually going to kill something on the other side with that DD, but no.
You should have gone back through the gate.
We need to go back.
This is not where I want to be. Take me back to the gate, brothers. He was like, I think he thought his team might have been able to follow and help him out.
What? Why was he? I mean, you know, God bless him for trying to do like the uber efficient play, you know?
I just think it's hilarious. You can follow people through the gate. And then they all went through, and then Miracle got a DD in the river. And then suddenly, like, Q's left in the river. He's like, yo, guys, there's a DD Slark down here. Please come back.
Yeah, I thought Miracle was going to start tearing things up.
That was a sketchy ass fight, but ultimately it's good for Talon because Miracle has to commit too far and he uses like 2 pounces and an ult and they get nothing off it, and then 23 just shows up, kills an egg, kills an IO. Suddenly you're getting routed if you're Nigma because your support and heals are gone. And look at the net worth right now. Talon are coming back in this game off that Aegis. Another fight, you're trying to force it, but BKB is there. Miracle just, the poke is not as good as it used to be. And utility is starting to come out for Talon. Double 4 staffs up for these supports. You have a full Yules on top of Q that we saw last fight. The stall mechanisms that displace Miracle in these engagements are online. And it's getting spooky because 23 is getting to 6-slot territory. We saw the dataless crits from this Terrorblade last fight. They picked this into Lesh for a reason because Talon feels like if the game goes really late, Terrorblade just shreds Leshrac. That's what they like about this matchup. He's level 20, dataless online, Titan Sliver online.
Yeah, I mean, the way I was looking at it was, how does 23 actually get to hit these heroes? But, like, if Nigma can never fight the Terrorblade, then...
I mean, he gets to hit them by the fact that Nigma's forcing the issue, and they kite out the Slark pounces. And then the supports are overextended. That's the best case scenario for 22 Savage. Outside of you get a toss back, but we just haven't seen the toss backs. It's pretty hard to toss anybody back when it's just Slark running in, and it's like,
yeah,
I don't really want to toss Slark. That's just a free pounce. So this is all about next Roshan. This next Roshan is perhaps the game for these teams. And you have Ags on jabs. Oh. This AoE Doom could be really problematic in these fights. Because now he doesn't have to try and throw it on this Slark. He doesn't have to try and throw it through the Lincoln Sphere on MC or the Lotus on Kuroki that can get thrown on these cores. Just throw it on yourself and blink in. And suddenly your control is significantly better.
It also makes things a little bit harder to relocate out, similar to like Static Storm, right? You got to be careful with how you use the relocate and then tether in. You don't want to get in that AoE.
If you're talking about a mortal IO player, I would agree with you, but GH is no mere mortal.
That's true.
As we've seen on these reloads, it is the fastest reload in the West. Wow. Look at that. That's the face of a man who's played IO for 1,000 too many games.
those bright shining orbs in those glasses, that wasn't the reflection of the computer screen. Those were little IOs.
It has become his soul. It's all he sees night and day. I have become one with the ball.
Kuro, what is he doing on the low ground there? The rest of his team.
He has buyback. He might just be trying to bait out a jump.
Yeah, it could be. Talon didn't go for it though.
23 Savage buys out from Anta.
Sumail. Jeff's gonna go for it.
That AoE Doom.
He hits him with the Doom, and they've got the meta damage on him. He is just dead. There was no relocate save because
he wasn't close.
He was too far away. He was playing with the Slark.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And these types of fights are not the ones you can be losing because you're losing vision control to Gem, which means you're losing Roche control. Talon have held on long enough in this game that they have struck back, and they have struck back big. Now they're taking the high ground to Nigma.
Dude, this game still says this is a 70-30 game.
Radiant structure.
I mean, I don't know about after that fight.
Yeah, it feels like.
I think to say
very even.
Bias towards Miracle. It hurt he was back.
just like it always loves Spectre, it always loves Miracle.
Radiant's middle is full.
Little rats happening though.
Yeah.
Little rat action never hurt anybody through the gate. Come with me this time, brother.
Chains doesn't stop you. Apparently. It's GH.
Only stuns.
I can't believe he hasn't TP'd out.
It's a little
like, no, this is fine. Wait, he's doing this. The shrine's being taken right next to him.
He's got glimmer.
I guess so.
Not gonna have detection.
Yeah.
His Doom is really scary now. He has the Doom cooldown. He has it in the AoE. He has a ninja gear, so he's just gonna pre-smoke jump in that fight. You're not even gonna see him. And this, like we talked about, there's no real save for this AoE Doom unless you get that really clutch reload. They're gonna have to be really clutch now because, as we saw, that target's also dying a lot faster.
Yeah,
these crits come out from 23. They hurt. Hex finish for MC, another very big item in this game. If you can somehow find the initiation, or even Hex Makoto when he jumps in, this Ember does not have a Lincoln's. He does not have that instant block, so he's susceptible if he doesn't BKB early. That might just win you the fight.
Global Silence is up again, so if they see an opportunity, go for a pick, they can Global Silence to cover that relocate.
These fights are really just about who gets the jump and who clicks buttons faster. Sometimes it is a quick draw. Full Bloodthorn for Miracle. A lot of damage on this Slark on top of the Penna Edge Sword. We are getting into that late game territory where heroes are going to start dying pretty fast if you don't get the saves on time. And, refresher for 23. I was about to say, is he full slotted, but he's full slotted twice. This is brutal because I don't think you're killing this Terrorblade through BKB. And now he's got 2 of them.
It's crazy to me that he...
Oh, damn. He's big.
He did that. No boots, no blink dagger. Like, usually,
you get swift
if you drop your boots, it's because you have a swift blink, right?
Does that Hurricane Pike? Maybe he just feels like the fights are going to come to them because their idea is we're going to force the Roche, they're going to have to go into us. If we force the high ground, they're going to have to go into us. Like, Slark has to pounce into me to take the fight. I don't need to chase here. I kind of like that idea.
Scanning.
Once again, Miracle does have a Lincoln's on him, but it won't protect him against that AoE Doom. That's what he's got to be careful for. Makoto, all that mobility. You see, MC is a little bit isolated here. The Global Silence goes out. They're going to start leading into the Underlord. This Global Silence isn't going to cover the relocate very well, though, but maybe the Doom. He goes out, the relocate coming in, but the AoE Doom, it stopped it. He wasn't able to get the tether timing right there. Sumail is still being covered by the depth shot a little bit. He held up pretty nicely. In fact, the Doom is now dead. 23 is having a hard time keeping on top of these heroes. Too many stuns. He gets off. Oh, nice use of the refresher there. Gets off a Sunder, a fresh BKB, a fresh life to be able to work with, but he's being kited now. The BKB is gone. The scythe goes out. A toss away over the side, over to Makoto. Gets them a little bit of distance, but Nigma are not slowing down. They're running down these heroes one by one. A TP out from 23. Oh, he was stopped by something. It looks like he turns around and kills the Phoenix before MC and the rest of Nigma bring him down. That was a really bad fight for Talon.
Super clutch BKB by Sumail. That AoE Doom goes in, but he got BKB off on the Lesh. It prevents a huge amount of damage. The pits from NC were also just blocking off that whole ramp. Talon couldn't get in. It took jabs forever to get in the fight. It took forever to get this TB deep in where he's hitting the same target that the Doom is going on. And that heal eventually comes out. GH, the reload's not there, but the heals are. Bloodstone comes online, and suddenly you are looking down the barrel of a second Leshrac life to compete with your second Terrorblade. Really good fight for Nigma here. It does cost him an IO buyback, but I mean, you get Roshan off that, and that is a big Roshan to get.
It would also be a really sick game for Aghanim Scepter on Leshrac, right?
I mean, it's pretty damn nice. Yeah, he has Strength Blink too.
I mean, he's only dying to the Terrorblade's damage, so he just nihilism.
Man, what a huge fight to win. And that was Talon trying to be the aggressors there, where you were talking about this TB is pretty slow to get in a fight like that.
Yeah.
I thought the way they wanted to take the fight was go in the pit and make Nigma go into you.
Yeah.
That type of fight does not favor Talon with their itemization and fighting through that pit of malice. Just destroyed them.
Yeah, if you want to do something like that, I think, yeah, the Blink Dagger build, yeah, you can do that, but...
Imagine you can Swift Blink on the Lesh when that Doom is out. You might kill... But the problem is, even if you kill Nigma there, they have a tier 2, they have buybacks. It's just not the place you want to fight if you're Talon.
Yeah, that entire setup of that fight was pretty bad for Talon. They just seemed to get so eager. They were finally winning this game.
It's like, we're killing them, guys. We're killing them. Well, yeah, killing them by their tier 2. And use the jabs buyback as well. He was nowhere close to getting back in that engagement, which means Aegis to the Leshrac on top of Shard and a refresher Shard for mind control. So that's double Hex potential. Absolutely devastating if you landed on any of these Talon cores.
Yeah, Makoto's got to be a lot more careful with the way he's jumping around.
And he bought Aeon. He is aware of how fast he can die.
Cross back. Okay. Global silence once again going to be used with the Doom, and the silence lasts long enough. But that's just life number one anyway.
He's going to come back into Doom.
Q, can he stop this? He comes back into the Doom. They have the Depth Shroud there as well. Sumail does manage to get the reset, and there goes. Relocate goes down. Makoto chasing after these heroes. They still have a little bit more Doom timing left, though. And 23 is right on top of him. We're going to toss back onto the IO as well. The IO is still inside that Doom, but the damage, they're healing up too much. 23 just cannot output enough damage fast enough. GH finally goes down, but Diego is going to explode on top of him, and he's dead. Sumail's running down Q next, and Talon, that is then just all out of gas at this point in time.
And the gate to the tier 4.
Dire's top tower is under
No one else went through.
Dire structures are
That looked pretty good for Talon with the double Dooms. You toss the IO into it. MC wasted double Hex on that Ember A on not expecting it. And still, the amount of heal from this Nigma lineup is absolutely absurd. Double Sunray doing huge amounts of work there. On top of how much this IO, unless you're healing with the Bloodstone and the Amp. And
I mean, I think the Depth Shroud and then both the units being inside of the Depth Shroud tethered, that just sounds so broken.
This lineup is absolutely disgusting in terms of the late game save potential, and they are making it work. Now you're stuck in a base defense scenario where you don't have Terrorblade for another 40, and even when he comes up, he's only going to have one round of spells, that refresher on cooldown. Now look at the healing in this. This is a monstrous amount of heal for a lineup. 50,000.
Does Slark not get the points for the Depth Shroud heal?
Of course he doesn't. He's a carry. Carries don't heal. They tactically divert damage.
Looking for a toss back. They get it onto MC. They're just trying to pull heroes as deep as possible. Miracle once again ready with the Depth Shroud every single time. Beautiful avalanche though.
Airman up in 2. They're trying to stall this fight for 22 to get back, and he will get back
him inside. Q ready to go again soon. Gotta be careful of that egg though. They got caught in the pounce and Makoto's dead. 23 has to back away here. The avalanche covers him. Okay, the Doom's gonna be used, but again, this Doom, he just cannot stay alive. Even though he gets on top of some of these heroes. Mail now popping the BKB. And this is going to be Talon run out of this game. 23 thinking about, what do I do here? Do I sunder him to keep him alive? Do I focus on my own life? Either way, I don't think it matters much.
Too many stacks for Miracle Man. 40 Essence shift stacks plus 20 permanent. GH with a sigh of relief as he says, I am still the IO King.
Still got it, boys.
Roki with a look of stern satisfaction.
Nigma Galaxy.
Are they back? Are they officially back?
Still too early. Still too early.
They're back. You heard it.
They're back,
boys. Nigma are back. Looking really good in this series, honestly. I like their drafts. I like their itemization, their gameplay. I like that they pushed MC back towards this utility support role where he can thrive and help the other two greedy cores. Yep. Right? They're actually playing around Sumail and Miracle right now, which is what this lineup is designed to do. Talon, they seemed a little lackluster in this series. I think their openers were a bit greedy and they got a little punished. The lanes didn't go amazingly for them, and then